the tale of quiet growth with a panel in the enigmatic world. Lu Nan, adorned with a straw hat and hands resting on his hips, embraced the gentle breeze that caressed his face, a paternal smile gracing his features. Before him sprawled a sea of golden rice ears, their fullness accompanied by a subtle, delicate fragrance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint shimmering hue, a manifestation of spiritual energy traversing through the spirit grain. As stated in the Spirit Grain Manual, it should be ready for harvest in about a week. The Spirit Grain Manual, aptly named, serves as a guide for cultivating spirit grains and is priced at one low-grade spirit stone in the marketplace. For those of them, the celestial farmers, wishing to cultivate spirit grains, obtaining a copy is imperative, otherwise they risk significant losses in the event of mishaps. After surveying the spiritual field, Lu Nan spotted a green leaf bug, busily siphoning nutrients from a stalk of spirit rice. Frowning slightly, he summoned subtle spiritual energy to his fingertips, transforming it into an almost imperceptible spiritual needle, which he deftly pierced through the leaf, striking the green leaf bug. Skill level of the soft needle technique. 1. The bug, which had fallen to the ground, struggled momentarily before becoming completely rigid. If left unchecked in the spiritual field, these pests would reproduce, leading to considerable trouble in the future. After a thorough inspection, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, and the once refreshing breeze felt somewhat stifling. Who would have thought in 2 lifetimes I would still be toiling in agriculture? Lu Nan patted the unremarkable robe that adorned him. The gray, low-grade robe of the 0th tier served but a singular purpose, possessing only a minor cleansing spell that, at the cost of a small amount of mana, could rid the robe of dust. Beyond that, it held no remarkable qualities, and even its ability to provide warmth was severely lacking. Fortunately, the weather was still tolerable. Whoosh! Several streaks of light sliced through the sky. Lu Nan could not suppress a twinge of envy. Flying on a sword was a feat reserved for those of advanced chi refining stages. Alas! With a sigh, Lu Nan pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. In his previous life, though merely an ordinary office worker, he had managed to accumulate some savings and, through family introductions, had entered into a relationship with an average girlfriend. He had envisioned a simple life, spending a year or two in a small county to purchase an apartment of around 90 square meters and eventually have a few children. Mundane yet steadfast. Unexpectedly, during work hours, a sudden pang in his chest had led him to awaken in this strange land. Dying on the job should count, as a work-related injury compensation of 30 to 50,000 should be feasible. By then, my wife and parents. Wait. Lu Nan's expression soured. Where did he get a wife? His girlfriend was likely gone. To expect a woman who was neither married nor a mother to mourn his absence was utterly improbable. This was not the feudal era. Thus, is a man destined to remain single until death? Lu Nan felt a flicker of relief. If that were the case, his girlfriend would not be entitled to any of his inheritance. Pa. Why dwell on such thoughts? They were no longer of the same world. Lu Nan resolved to face the future. While he could not compare himself to those celestial beings who commanded the winds and had lifespans reaching thousands of years, perhaps he could aspire to live for 300 to 500 years. Walking along the narrow path of the fields, a figure approached gracefully, donned in a flowing black robe. His demeanor was warm, and with a gentle leap, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, he alighted softly upon the ground, rising and falling until he reached Lu Nan. Friend Lu? No need for such formality. Lu Nan thought enviously, admiring the other's remarkable lightness of movement, as effortless as a swallow in flight. What brings you here, Steward Zhao? Steward Zhao was the overseer of this region, and he also held the status of an outer disciple of the Iron Sword sect. Upon hearing Lu Nan's inquiry, Zhao let out a sigh. Friend Lu, you must be nearing your 60th year, correct? A subtle heaviness settled in Lu Nan's heart, and he awkwardly replied, Indeed, Steward Zhao. Just the other day I turned 59. You are aware of the rules of the Iron Sword sect. Upon reaching 60, if one has not advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement, one cannot undertake the task of cultivating these spiritual fields. Alas, I am aware. Thank you for the reminder, Steward Zhao. Of course. Lu Nan clasped his hands in respect, intending to take his leave, only to find that Zhao wore an expression of exasperation. The rent for this month. Huh? Lu Nan snapped back to attention, hurriedly searching his person for a moment. Wait, I have no money on me. Steward Zhao, please take care. Lu Nan watched as Zhao's figure drifted into the distance, slapping his slightly hardened visage. It was indeed a trial for him, filled with anguish at the thought of paying rent, all while forcing a smile for the landlord. Well, the true landlord was the Iron Sword sect. The houses, spiritual fields, and even the marketplace and medicinal fields were all the private property of the Iron Sword sect. They merely rented these lands to cultivate spiritual rice, and after harvesting, most of the yield had to be submitted, leaving only a small portion as remuneration. What a plight! He counted his remaining resources. Only 6 low-grade spirit stones left. Fortunately, next week the spiritual grain would be harvested, which should provide some relief. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Lu Nan made his way to the kitchen, only to find that the jar contained not spiritual grains, but ordinary rice. Even so, the stock was dwindling. What manner of cultivation is this? Lu Nan lamented internally, quickly summoning his status panel for solace. Name, Lu Nan. Lifespan, 5,990. Realm, Qi Refinement Level 2, 5,100. Cultivation Method, Qing Feng Gong Beginner, 26100. Skills, Xiaoyu Technique Beginner, 58100. Xiaomi Needle Technique Beginner, 42100. Chaoshang Fei Proficient, 2,100. His panel attributes were quite meager, at least in this vicinity. Few could surpass him. Old Wang next door was also at Qi Refinement Level 2, yet he was still youthful at 55. Then there were the neighboring women of the same age as him, but they had already reached Qi Refinement Level 3. If they could advance to Level 4 this year, their lifespan would increase, making their lives undoubtedly far easier than his. Thinking of this, Lu Nan couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. It was almost unbearable. Were it not for his fortunate circumstances, he might as well leave the immortal city and seek a life beyond the walls. With 6 low-grade spirit stones, I could live like a wealthy man, take a few wives, and have several children. What bliss! After cooking and enjoying a meal, I ventured once more into the fields. As the harvest season approaches, one must exercise utmost caution. In the fragmented recollections of my past, I recall newcomers who sought to steal a moment for cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, upon emerging from their seclusion, the spiritual rice had withered away, transforming what should have been ordinary quality spiritual grains into inferior produce. Consequently, not only must they compensate the Iron Sword sect with the requisite spiritual stones, but they have also been stripped of their qualifications to cultivate spiritual fields. One must not be careless. After all, we still depend on this for sustenance. Chapter 2. A dire financial situation. As the spiritual valley progressed into its later stages, its sensitivity heightened significantly. While minor pest infestations could be tolerated for a day or so without major repercussions at this critical juncture, such delays posed a substantial risk to the yield of the spiritual crops. After surveying the area, Lu Nan found nothing amiss. Yet he instinctively performed a small cloud and rain conjuration. He formed a mudra, gradually channeling his internal energy, and summoned a small cluster of dark clouds above the spiritual valley. A gentle rain, imbued with ethereal luminescence, descended, enhancing the brilliance of the spiritual rice fields. However, after just a brief moment, Lu Nan ceased the incantation. It was not due to a successful watering, but rather the realization that his internal energy was insufficient. The power of a second-tier Qi refiner was barely adequate to nourish an entire expanse of spiritual rice in one go. The financial strain was indeed overwhelming. A wave of sorrow envelopes the southern path as night descends. The sacred rice begins to contract gradually, akin to the shy mimosa responding to a gentle touch. Though not the first time witnessing it, Lu Nan still marveled quietly. They enveloped the branches and rice stalks, as if crafting a suit of armor. Truly, it resembles a fantastical version of the relentless 996 work culture. Lu Nan murmured quietly to himself. After finishing dinner, he gazed at the nearly empty rice jar, clutching 6 spirit stones in his hand before stepping outside. Taoist Wang. As soon as I stepped outside, I observed an individual standing before the neighboring house, gazing intently. Judging by his attire, was it not none other than our neighbor, Wang Erxian? Wang Erxian, upon hearing someone call his name, felt a twinge of panic. It was a fellow traveler on the road. Lu Nan discerned the fluster in his words and, with a contemplative glance at the firmly shut door of the neighbor to the left, found herself at a loss for her own sentiments. Nevertheless, she mused that it is better to reveal a person's merits than their shortcomings. She could not help but think, truly, old Wang possesses a most peculiar taste. It seems that he has a particular interest in that elderly lady. TSK, a pairing of 55 and 60 appears to be quite acceptable. Originally, I intended to beckon old Wang to the market to purchase some goods, but at that moment, the thought had completely dissipated. Unexpectedly, as I had not ventured far, I was suddenly greeted by a sharp reprimand echoing from behind. Get lost. Do you, an old fellow, dare to aspire to something as lofty as a frog yearning for swan meat? Begone. Lu Nen felt a shiver run through him, quickening his pace slightly. Wait. Hold on. Wang Erxian hurriedly caught up, feeling somewhat flustered. After a brief silence, he chuckled and said, I beg your pardon, my friend. Please do not take offense. Not at all. Lu Nen is certainly not one to indulge in gossip. While such chatter may seem delightful, it often stirs trouble. In the past, numerous disputes in the village have arisen from idle talk. Oh, can you believe that wretched woman? She is significantly older than I. Yet she still dares to look down upon my age. Wang Erxian felt a sense of indignation. What is it that drew you to them? What do you seek? Lu Nen was eager to inquire, but held back. Wang Erxian, as if sensing his thoughts, chuckled and said, Though I may be a tad older, I am not too old. A mere 5 years difference is quite manageable. Moreover, she has reached the third level of chi refinement. She does not appear that aged. Are you perhaps enamored by her beauty? Lu Nen could no longer contain himself and spoke up. It is uncertain whether it is due to proper maintenance or the influence of the immortal practitioner. But Li Fengyi indeed does not appear as aged as her years suggest. Go away, go away. At my age, what interest do I have in this? What truly matters to us is the connection of the heart. Aha. As the two conversed, they made their way along the path. The method of travel known as Chao Shang Fei was indeed much swifter. His residence was situated a mile or two from the market, and employing Chao Shang Fei would undoubtedly expedite their journey. Observing the scenery swiftly receding on either side of the road, Lu Nen felt a surge of exhilaration. With a subtle manipulation of his magical energy, he lightly pressed his foot down, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Initially, he struggled to maintain his balance, which elicited a light-hearted chuckle from Wang Er. This fellow possessed far greater skill in footwork than Lu Nen, having achieved a level nearing mastery. However, after so many years, his progress was not significantly superior to Lu Nan's innate talent. You, my friend. It's only been a few days. Why is your Chao Shang Fei so lacking? Ha, I'm merely teasing you. Lu Nen let out a hearty laugh, swiftly regaining his composure while experiencing an extraordinary sense of inner tranquility. Mastery of grassland swiftness has reached level 1. This device operates on the power of magic, and in comparison to spells, its consumption is remarkably minimal. In the coming days, I might be able to acquire a few more martial arts techniques. The technique known as grass flying falls within the realm of mortal martial arts, and its potency, naturally, cannot be compared to that of spells. However, certain specialized martial arts possess significant practicality, particularly for those low-ranking cultivators. Take, for instance, Manager Zhao, who currently employs a form of mortal lightness skill. It is said, however, that its level is not as commonplace as grass flying. As I sped along the road, the familiar sound of skill enhancement occasionally echoed in my mind. Initially, I felt a surge of excitement, but by the time I neared the market, a sense of numbness began to set in. I quickly took control of the system to silence the notifications. Why do I have the impression that your speed is increasing? The two individuals landed before the marketplace, and Wang Erxian, with a look of astonishment, remarked, Perhaps I have made some progress just now. On the southern road, Wang Erxian did not dwell on it for long. It was quite ordinary for someone nearing 60 to have made advancements in their lightness skill. The two entered the market, heading to the rice shop to purchase provisions. Inferior spirit rice was priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone per pound. Ordinary spirit rice, 2 low-grade spirit stones per pound. Superior spirit rice, 5 low-grade spirit stones per pound. How exorbitant! Not at all. Could you possibly lower the price? Lu Nen remained quite intrigued by the spiritual energy offered by Lingmi. However, in response to his attempt to haggle, the shopkeeper in charge of selling the rice coldly retorted, If you do not wish to purchase, then be gone. Bye. The shopkeeper's expression brightened slightly, and just as he was about to inquire which type of spirit rice was desired, Lu Nen pointed to a corner where ordinary rice was stored. I'll take 100 pounds of that, he declared. The shopkeeper's expression turned cold once more. However, This time he did not directly chase them away. Instead, he summoned a strikingly beautiful attendant to serve them rice. Lunan glanced over and noticed that the attendant was evidently a cultivator, as she emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, suggesting she had only recently arrived from outside the city. Her skin was fair, smooth, and resilient. TSK, marrying her would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment. What are you staring at, old man? I have no desire to engage. The shop assistant is quite a fiery individual, who immediately launched into a tirade of insults. Lunan silently took a step aside, increasing the distance between himself and Wang Erxian. How could this fellow be so brazenly straightforward? He doesn't even bother to conceal his furtive glances at others. With a look of sincere apology, he spoke softly, "Fellow cultivator, please calm your anger. This gentleman merely thought you bore a resemblance to his granddaughter who lives beyond the city walls. Isn't that so?" The shop assistant's anger began to subside as he turned his gaze towards Wang Erxian. The latter seemed to grasp that this was a moment of opportunity and promptly nodded, forcing a few tears from his eyes. Chapter 3. Martial Arts and Spells. Thank you, my friend, for coming to my aid. It was nothing, really. Just a trivial matter. Lunan chuckled. Is there anything else you wish to purchase, my friend? For the most marginalized cultivators in the Immortal City, their purchasing power is indeed quite limited. Merely managing to sustain their daily expenses is already commendable. Well, I do have some items I wish to acquire. What about you, fellow cultivator? Lunan nodded, expressing his intention to visit the library. Two individuals arranged to meet at the entrance of the market, after which they departed in separate directions. The entire market is predominantly comprised of the Iron Sword Sect's enterprises, which naturally includes the bookstore. Lunan sat in a chair within the bookstore, holding a volume just delivered by a servant. The cover was adorned with an extensive list of titles, among which the mortal cultivation techniques were the most numerous. Frenzied Wind Blade Technique, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Black Tiger Fist, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Iron Cloth Shirt, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Rain Shadow Sword Technique, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Grass Flying, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Cloud Ladder Skill, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Water Walking, Price 1 Low-Grade Spirit Stone. Why is there such a slight disparity in the pricing of martial arts for common folk? Lunan inquired of the attendant standing nearby. These attendants were also cultivators, albeit with meager talents that rendered them unable to become disciples of the Iron Sword sect. Consequently, they had no choice but to earn a living through menial labor in the Immortal City. The martial arts practiced by mortals were cultivated by ordinary individuals, possessing limited power and considerable difficulty. An ordinary person might devote their entire life to this pursuit, ultimately achieving only physical enhancement, while the truly formidable could shatter stone and sever metal. The waiter spoke with a hint of pride, as if to say that we cultivators possess a foundational attack spell capable of rendering them utterly defenseless. Lunan finds himself in a rather awkward position. The skills he has acquired predominantly consist of supplementary spells derived from other magical arts, which are primarily suited for agricultural endeavors. Naturally, they can also be employed for cooling down or for ostentation. If one were to consider acid rain techniques, the iron rain techniques would indeed be quite different. However, those items are rather expensive. When I first arrived, I was filled with aspirations of mastering spells, vanquishing the mysterious, and wielding power to cover the heavens. Yet, before my demise, I had not learned a single offensive spell. It was not a matter of affordability, but rather one of burdensome constraints. Just like the laborers of a bygone era, one should be able to afford both a vehicle and a home, shouldn't they? With some effort, one could likely gather enough to make a purchase, yet it would come at the cost of incurring a mountain of debt, making the very act of living increasingly arduous. It is likely that the previous existence was not dissimilar. Thus, the desire to cultivate this particular craft gradually waned. Instead, he found himself more inclined to indulge in some substances to elevate his cultivation level or to enhance the proficiency of his minor techniques, such as the Shaoyan rain art and the Xiaomian needle technique. If he could cultivate high-quality spirit rice, it could yield a substantial profit. And what of the lightness technique? Why do I feel that the lightness skill we employ is rather formidable? Lunan recalled the scene of manager Zhao demonstrating his lightness skill. Indeed, it was akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface, soaring effortlessly for several yards. In a previous life, one could be aptly described as a living deity. The attendant chuckled and remarked, "Guest, perhaps you are mistaken. There exists a distinction between the martial practices of us cultivators and those of ordinary mortals. Oh, I would be most grateful if you could enlighten me, fellow cultivator. The waiter nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that such matters did not conflict with her primary duties. She remarked, "As practitioners of the mystical arts, we harness our spiritual energy to wield our martial prowess. Naturally, the power differs. However, fellow cultivator, do not be under the illusion that martial prowess alone suffices, for it is merely a mortal skill, unworthy of the grand stage. No matter how swift one's lightness of foot, can it truly surpass the art of sword mastery? With a mere thought, the swordsmanship propels one 100,000 zhang in an instant. A distance of 1,000 miles can be traversed in just a few days. For an ordinary person, it would take 10 days to half a month to achieve such a feat." Lunnan deeply resonated with this sentiment. However, that item is rather expensive. Lunnan then glanced at the spell section. The low-tier cloud and rain technique of the first rank is priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade minor needle technique of rank 0, priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade minor earth technique of rank 0, priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. The intermediate small spirit sword technique of the 0 rank is priced at 500 low-grade spiritual stones. The intermediate small golden body technique of the 0 rank is priced at 600 low-grade spiritual stones. The 0 tier represents the foundational level of chi refinement techniques. Generally, it is accompanied by a diminutive character, while the rank following the tier corresponds to the 9 levels of chi refinement, divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. For instance, the 0 tier, medium grade, can only be cultivated by practitioners at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Both the cost and potency have undergone significant transformation. As Lunan continued to observe, a subtle stir arose within his heart. The 0 tier, low grade, minor talisman crafting technique, priced at 2,000 spirit stones. Why is this low-tier spell, classified as a 0 level, so exorbitantly priced? The waiter was somewhat intrigued by his ignorance. At such an advanced age, how could one remain oblivious to such matters? However, I refrained from asking further and remarked that the art of talisman crafting is a unique form of sorcery, encompassing a far greater practicality and depth of information than any singular spell. Thus, it commands a higher price. A wave of bitterness washed over Lunan's heart. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized he was, indeed, in a state of dire financial straits. Under the watchful gaze of the attendant, Lunan gracefully exited without purchasing a single item. His skills were temporarily sufficient, and the market was conveniently close to his residence. He would decide based on the circumstances at a later time. Lunan ventured once more to the marketplace, hoping that his otherworldly vision might help him unearth some treasures. However, he soon realized he was overly optimistic. Not only did he find no treasures, but he also endured a scolding from several irate stall owners. He fumbled around without making any purchases, just as the tempers of those stall owners flared. In conclusion, the narratives within novels are mere fabrications. The promise of certainty in the bustling marketplace has become a relic of the past. Indeed, times have transformed. London took a moment to compose himself before heading to the rice shop to procure some rice. 100 pounds of rice was not particularly burdensome as a cultivator. He still possessed considerable strength. Just over a decade ago, he could effortlessly lift 200 pounds with a single hand. Before long, Wang Ershin approached, also carrying a bag of rice, a sweet smile gracing his face. Lunnan noticed a vibrant brocade box stuffed into his pocket, adorned with colorful designs, reminiscent of products sold by Lion Fang. Looking up at the sky, one could perceive the rich essence of spring in the air. Wang Er, puzzled, gazed at him and remarked, "Spring has already passed." Lunnan smiled wryly, choosing not to engage in conversation. He gracefully departed, carrying a sack of rice. Yet again, he had spent a piece of spiritual stone. Now he possessed only 5. Next month, the rent amounted to 2 pieces of spiritual stone. The spirit rice is harvested twice a year, and under normal circumstances, my plot of spiritual land can yield 500 pounds of ordinary spirit rice. I must remit 90 of this to the Iron Sword sect. Lunnan furrowed her brow, feeling a deep sense of anxiety over this harvest. Truly, a landlord from another realm. A soft sigh escapes my lips. In other words, during this first quarter of the year, I can only expect a harvest of 50 pounds of spiritual rice, amounting to 100 pounds for the entire year. Selling to the rice shop is a mere 0.5 spirit stones per pound. How outrageous. Such a mere transfer equates to only half. The crux of the matter is that private sales are strictly prohibited. Lunan felt a pang of frustration. Ling Tian is affiliated with the Iron Sword sect, which holds the ultimate authority over all matters. Any spiritual rice produced by Ling Tian can only be sold to the rice merchants. Private transactions, once discovered, would lead to dire consequences. The Iron Sword sect, wielding its formidable power, has monopolized the circulation of grain among the marketplace. Hence, after toiling for an entire year, my average total earnings amount to a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones. Aside from the rent, only 26 yuan remains. As I breathe in the cold air from the south, a chill seeps into my heart. Chapter 4. The Blackstone Worm truly embodies the essence of a prosperous celestial city, where wealth is amassed and squandered alike. Furthermore, there looms an impending concern. He shall turn 60 next year. If he could no longer secure a livelihood to sustain himself, he would have no choice but to depart from the immortal city and descend into the mundane world beyond its walls. Without the aid of a golden finger, this would indeed be his sole path forward. Yet now, blessed with such divine assistance, leaving the celestial city would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment. The mortal realm is far from easy to navigate, often plagued by eerie disturbances. A single misstep could cost one's very life. How then may one pursue immortality? How to attain true freedom and ease? How to win the favor of celestial maidens to grace one's bedchamber? Staying in the celestial city is indeed the wisest choice. This place is teeming with cultivators. The disciples of the Iron Sword sect stand out as the elite among them, possessing profound cultivation. Furthermore, it is said that those in the higher echelons have reached realms beyond foundation establishment. Under the shade of a grand tree, one finds ample comfort. There is no reason for the southern region to let this opportunity slip away. With less than a year remaining, if this fortuitous chance proves advantageous, it is possible to ascend to the 4th level of qi refinement. Excessive contemplation is futile. Lu Nan placed the rice into the grain jar and illuminated the talisman, from which a radiant light emanated, revealing a faint semblance of an oil lamp at its core. As an hour elapsed, he rose with renewed vigor. Indeed, the practice of cultivation emphasizes the harmony of body and mind, alleviating worries and significantly enhancing the restoration of one's vitality. It is said that upon reaching a profound level of mastery, one could endure an entire year or more without the need for sleep, without any adverse effects. However, Lu Nan had yet to attain such heights. While cultivation is beneficial, it also demands the expenditure of magical energy, rendering an hour the limit of his endurance. Upon summoning the interface, he found, as expected, that aside from the proficiency of the Qi Feng technique increasing from 26 to 27 points, there were no other alterations. Each session of cultivation yielded a single point of improvement. He pondered what effects mastery might ultimately bestow. Whether it be martial arts or spells, the journey begins from nothingness, progressing through the stages of initiation, proficiency, mastery, culmination, and perfection. Lu Nan, after contemplating for a moment, shook his head with a sense of resignation. According to the current calculations, the prospect of achieving perfection in the Qi Feng technique seemed a distant dream, shrouded in uncertainty. Lacking magical power, he found himself unable to cultivate other spells. Thus, Lu Nan had no choice but to dedicate himself to the practice of the lightness skill, grass on the fly. This technique, though a mere mortal martial art, could be executed without the invocation of magical energy, albeit with considerably diminished efficacy. Proficiency level 1. Proficiency level 1. As midnight approached, Lu Nan felt a subtle shift within her heart and glanced at the panel. Name, Lu Nan lifespan, 5990 realm. Qi refinement 2nd layer, 5100. Technique, Qi Feng skill, beginner, 27100. Abilities, Zio Yunyu technique, beginner, 58100. Xiaomian needle technique, beginner, 42100. Ko Shangfei skilled, 25100. The increase is remarkably significant. In just a few days, this lightness skill shall be elevated to mastery. Were it not for the fact that this realm is one of cultivation, this martial art would undoubtedly be the most suitable for me. There is no alternative. Cultivating immortality requires magical power as a driving force, which is rather unfair. After a long day's work, Lu Nan felt a slight hunger gnawing at his stomach. He hurried to the kitchen to prepare some rice and roasted a piece of fresh meat. Whenever he needed to, he would simply carve off portions of frozen meat with a knife and thaw them over the fire. With a gentle exclamation, Old Wang stepped out of his door on a crisp morning, immediately noticing that his neighbor, Lu, had also opened his door. "Have you eaten, my friend Lu?" "Yes, I have." "And you?" "Likewise." Those engaged in agriculture must rise early. Before the sun graces the horizon, they must hasten to the fields, for any misstep could lead to considerable losses. The two donned their straw hats and made their way towards the fields, their feet barely touching the ground as they darted forth like arrows released from a bow. However, it soon became apparent to old Wang that something was amiss. The speed of Lu Nan seemed to surpass that of the previous evening. Could it be that such progress was made in just one night? He marveled inwardly and could not help but exert all his strength, channeling a considerable portion of his magical energy. As he gradually pulled away from Lu Nan, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. It appeared that it was not due to his own advancement, but rather that this fellow was overly concerned with appearances, secretly increasing his magical output. Lu Nan sensed the unmistakable surge of magical energy emanating from old Wang, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Youth indeed serves as a formidable asset, allowing one to expend mana even while journeying, whereas he must conserve his own for other endeavors. With his limited ability to harness mana, Lu Nan's pace undoubtedly slowed considerably. Observing this, old Wang chose not to linger, as their respective plots of spiritual farmland were situated apart. Upon reaching the fields, after waiting for a brief moment, a glimmer of light emerged on the horizon, causing the leaves of the spiritual rice to gradually unfurl. Lu Nan navigated through the fields, utilizing his delicate needle technique to eliminate several green leaf insects, which he collected in a pouch. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, he discovered a creature entirely dissimilar to the green leaf insect, perched upon the stalk of the spiritual rice. This insect was unfamiliar to him. In the depths of Lu Nan's heart, a flicker of urgency arose as she summoned her scant reserves of magical energy to invoke the delicate spell of the cotton needle technique. However, the technique known as Xian Shush, the delicate cotton needle art, faced a significant setback. As the sharp spiritual needle pierced the insect, it swiftly vanished, seemingly countered by an unseen force. Lu Nan hastily retrieved the spiritual valley manual from his garments and quickly located the information he sought. Blackstone insect, a crustacean-like spiritual pest, one of the afflictions of the spiritual rice, possessing a certain degree of resistance against the delicate cotton needle technique. It requires at least 23 strikes to vanquish it. Luo Nan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This creature possesses quite formidable resilience. I hope there will not be too many. Otherwise, it would be quite arduous. After taking a brief respite in the southern region and allowing his magical energy to replenish somewhat, he immediately immersed himself in the endeavor of exterminating the blackstone insects. Following the third attempt, the insect, which had merely clung to the spirit rice stalk, fell to the ground with a soft thud. Mission accomplished. Having secured the insects, he made a detour around the southern route. Fortunately, no trace of a second blackstone insect was found. With the harvest of spiritual rice approaching, he wished to avoid overlooking any crucial details, so he retrieved the Spirit Valley manual and began to peruse its contents. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the harvest was merely 4 days away. Suddenly, Lu Nan felt a jolt in his heart. He swiftly summoned the panel and noticed that a new skill had appeared behind the existing ones, the planting of lingu. Do you wish for me to excel and flourish in the art of agriculture? Lu Nan was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow as he picked up the booklet and perused its contents for a while. After some time, he glanced at the panel and noticed that his proficiency had increased by 1 point. Acquiring an additional skill is never a burden. Lu Nan resolutely set aside his thoughts and began to examine the matter with utmost seriousness, for he suddenly found himself filled with anticipation, wondering if the enhancement of this skill would enable him to cultivate superior spirit rice. If that is the case, then investing effort in honing this skill will undoubtedly yield significant rewards. It is essential to recognize that the cultivation of superior spiritual rice is indeed a sophisticated endeavor, with its price exceeding that of ordinary spiritual rice by more than double. Chapter 5. The Insect Plague Under the Night Sky. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Wang. The two of them slowed their pace and walked side by side along the path. Wang Erxian suddenly remarked, "Today we encountered 2 obsidian beetles. They were truly formidable. It nearly hindered my ability to perform the little cloud rain technique. Have you encountered it, my friend?" Lu Nan nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed encountered one. A creature both large and formidable. Indeed, it is considerably larger than the greenleaf insect. I hope nothing unforeseen occurs. Unforeseen? Lu Nan felt a tightening in his heart. As the harvest approached, any unforeseen mishap would spell disaster. Indeed, in our line of work, the greatest dread lies in encountering pests. The green caterpillar is inconsequential. That creature is merely a trivial nuisance. The green leaf insect had long been thoroughly studied by the celestial farmers, who understood that it posed no significant threat to the harvest. However, the blackstone insect was a different matter altogether. Observing the sudden look of distress on Lunan's face, Wang Erxian chuckled and said, "Do not be overly anxious. In just a matter of days, it is unlikely that any significant disturbances will arise." Lunan sighed, contemplating the possibility. Indeed, there have been past instances of the black stone insect causing calamities. Those creatures devour and absorb the nutrients from the spiritual rice, and as their numbers swell, it becomes utterly unmanageable. Is there any solution? The only recourse is to employ sorcery to eliminate them. The technique of the little cotton needle, or perhaps one might summon someone to carry out a fatal deed. Are we to venture to the market shortly? What purpose lies in such a visit? Did we not just go there yesterday? To procure some talisman paper, said Lunan. No need. I am not lacking in talisman paper. Lunan nodded. Upon returning home, after a meal, he sought to practice his spells, yet found his internal energy depleted. He could only walk to the wall of the courtyard, affix 2 small gravity talismans, and commence his training in the grass-flying technique. However, after only a few attempts, he began to feel a sense of agitation, his mind consumed by the words of Old Wang. A twist of fate? Old Wang has been farming for quite a long time, possessing ample experience, and his words are likely to be accurate. However, should an unexpected event occur, at the very least, a foundation of 4 spirit stones is essential. With a sigh, he departed from his dwelling, carrying spirit stones. In the realm of the mundane, the night market bustled with greater fervor than the day, teeming with low-ranking cultivators who relied on the Iron Sword sect for their livelihoods. By day, they toiled at their respective tasks, only to venture out at night to procure their needs. Now, Lunan found himself before a vendor's stall. The stall was well-stocked, predominantly featuring talismans. How much for the ice talismans? 3 spirit stones each. Lunan clutched the spirit stones concealed within his garments, his heart aching profoundly. As an essential item for home, the minor freezing talisman was among the most ubiquitous talisman papers in the market, with a correspondingly modest price. Yet, even so, it had reached the cost of 3 spirit stones. How much more exorbitant must be the price of the rarer talisman papers? My dear friend, the price seems a tad excessive. But it is merely the standard rate. In the bustling marketplace, numerous vendors offer talisman papers, their prices displayed openly, rendering any attempt at deception futile, remarked the stall owner. Very well, we are all seasoned players in this game. Lunan expressed that he had indeed inquired and found that the prices were consistent with this figure. However, as a prudent man, to purchase items at market value would be a complete folly. Offer me a lesser price. I shall return to make further purchases from you. Lunan pointed to the small cotton needle talisman beside him and said. Seeing the stall owner hesitate, Lunan added fuel to the fire. Surely you know what the small cotton needle talisman is used for, fellow cultivator. In a few days, the harvest season will commence, and at that time, the market will undoubtedly witness an increase in the availability of small cotton needle talismans, leading to a corresponding decrease in their prices. Selling them to me now would not result in any loss on your part. Moreover, I'm nearly 60 now. When the time comes for me to depart from the immortal city, I'll naturally need to make some purchases. If you offer me a discount, I'll keep coming back to your shop. Agreed? Don't you forget it. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lunan spent 5 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 2 small cotton needle talismans from the vendor. Such talismans are not particularly easy to sell, as anyone engaged in farming is likely to have mastered the art of the small cotton needle technique. Although the talisman paper can be utilized multiple times, it remains a consumable. Presently, I find myself utterly devoid of funds, which inevitably stirs a sense of anxiety within me. However, the thought of reaping the spiritual rice in 4 days brings a measure of solace to my heart. This damned sense of security. As the days gradually unfolded, the sense of security for Lunan, who clutched 2 small talismans, significantly heightened. It is noteworthy that the blackstone insect had not re-emerged. With the arrival of the harvest season, the farmers in the residential area began to wear smiles that grew more frequent. The joy of reaping the fruits of their labor radiated from each individual. A slender magical needle emerged from the tip of the middle finger, piercing a wooden plank. The art of the delicate needle possesses a unique characteristic. It is simple to master and exhibits minimal destructive power, which renders it suitable for the enchanting craft of pest control. In contrast, the larger needle technique lacks this efficacy. Spells of excessive potency tend to inflict harm upon the sacred rice itself while vanquishing pests. Consequently, Lunan procured a piece of wood to practice the delicate needle technique. With swift motions, the slender needle left a faint trace upon the wooden surface, intricately outlining a simple lotus blossom alongside the markings from a few days prior. Proficiency in the delicate needle technique. Level 1. As the progress of his magical abilities deepened, the focus required during their execution intensified. However, Lunan had begun to grasp the nuances of the practice, allowing him to swiftly adjust his state each time he cast his spells. After exhausting his mana, he practiced grass on the fly in the courtyard. Time seemed to slip away, and suddenly he felt a warm current beneath his feet, making him feel significantly lighter. Upon inspecting his status panel, a smile blossomed on his face. Name: Lunan. Lifespan: 5990. Realm: Chi. Refinement Level 2, 6100. Technique: Gentle Breeze Technique, Beginner, 35,100. Skills: Minor Cloud Rain Technique, Beginner, 66,100. Minor Cotton Needle Technique, Beginner, 49,100. Grass on the Fly, Proficient, 0,200. Spiritual Rice Cultivation, Beginner, 21,100. He opened the door and ventured into the night. The soft moonlight cast a faintly mysterious veil over the surroundings. With a gentle leap, Lunan soared into the air like a willow fluff, moving swiftly, and in a moment, he traversed a distance of 2 zhang. The maximum leap distance achieved by an adept in the art of lightness typically spans 2 zhang. Those of a slightly higher caliber may exceed this, yet remain significantly constrained. Lunan suppressed his emotions, wholly immersed in the realm of lightness, occasionally leaping and at times descending upon the grass and trees like an arrow released from its bow. Swaying gracefully with the wind, reveling in the joy of it all. Who does not possess a heart of a chivalrous hero? That is the everlasting dream of chivalry that resides in the hearts of youth. Now, he has truly realized the dreams that eluded him in his past life. That sensation compelled him to unleash a long cry. Who goes there? It is I, Lunan. Ah, it is you, my friend Lu. In the darkness, a figure floated towards him. However, it didn't take long for Lunan to discern the other's peculiar behavior. Why do you seem so flustered, my friend? Has something grave occurred? The figure did not linger, swiftly heading into the distance. Fellow travelers, hasten to the fields. It has been reported that a multitude of black stone insects have emerged in the spiritual fields. As the sound faded away along with the figure, Lunan swiftly employed his lightness skill and hurried towards his spiritual field. My goodness! Upon beholding the sight of the spiritual rice field, I could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Within the ethereal expanse of the rice, a faint, shadowy figure radiated a subtle glow beneath the moonlight. Occasionally, a few dark stone insects flitted above the spiritual rice, seemingly in search of an appropriate perch. Lunan's countenance was marred with distress, for the harvest was imminent. Yet he found himself beset by this vexing predicament. He gently touched his garments, sensing the warmth of the 2 small cotton talismans within, and his heart instantly found a sense of tranquility. Chapter 6. A Modest Profit. Damnation. Why are there so many blackstone beetles? Weren't these pests supposed to be rare? Stop shouting. Find a way to get rid of them, or we're ruined this season. Silk Needle Talismans. Who has extra Silk Needle Talismans? I'll pay a premium, 4 low-grade spirit stones per sheet. Go fetch help. Before long, the fields echoed with a cacophony of voices, laced with despair and resignation. Farmers live at the mercy of the heavens. Even immortal cultivators who till the land are no exception. Lunan mused silently, hearing the frantic offers to buy talismans. He nearly sold his own stock on impulse, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. Figures darted to and fro, their movements swift as the wind. To eradicate blackstone beetles, mere physical force was futile. Clinging stubbornly to spirit rice stalks like powerful magnets, the insects would destroy the crops if forcibly removed. Worse still, agitation could trigger them to spawn countless eggs, which, fueled by the spiritual energy of the fields, would rapidly multiply, degrading the land's fertility and ruining the harvest. Thus, no one resorted to brute force against these pests. Unlike the chaos around him, Lunan's plot remained relatively quiet. He retrieved a silk needle talisman, channeled a wisp of spiritual energy to activate it, and watched as the paper glowed faintly. A slender, needle-like projection emerged from his palm, piercing a blackstone beetle with precision. The insect's vitality visibly waned. The spell-forged needles carried a paralyzing effect, leaving the wounded beetle motionless. Lunan triggered the talisman again, and a second needle struck. With a soft plink, the lifeless pest dropped from the stalk into the waiting bag beneath. Methodically, he repeated the process. Before long, 20 beetles lay vanquished, each requiring an average of 5 strikes. Surveying his field, Lunan noted the dwindling black specks, though his vantage point didn't reveal every last pest. The majority had been cleared. As he bent to resume his work, the talisman in his hand suddenly flared with searing heat, igniting into ash within seconds. Another talisman lost. His heart ached at the waist, too. 5 spirit stones gone, more costly than his rent. Observing the despondent figures around him, Lunan sighed and drew another talisman from his robe. Just hold out till dawn. Hiss. The needle's glow flickered as it pierced another beetle. Time blurred until the first light crept over the horizon. Across the fields, faint halos shimmered into existence as the golden spirit rice leaves withered. Their vitality funneled into the gleaming clusters of grain at their tips. Lunan took out the prepared bag and stepped forward, plucking the spirit grains and tossing them into the sack. The joy of harvest was unstoppable. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Erxian wore a grim expression, leaning against the threshold. Upon seeing Lunan, who had just opened the door, he sighed and inquired, "How have you fared, my friend Lu?" Lu replied, "I have managed, well enough to endure." Lunan observed Lao Wang's expression and decided that it was best not to provoke him at this critical moment, responding with a perfunctory sigh. "Oh, I am filled with regret." "Regret about what? Did you not previously advise me to purchase some talisman paper? Had I heeded your suggestion and bought the paper, I would not find myself in this predicament now," Wang Erxian remarked. "Did you not claim that you had sufficient talisman paper?" "Indeed, I do. However, it is not the small cotton needle talisman. Who could have foreseen that the black stone insect would suddenly strike at the last moment? Thus, we are left with no choice. Fortunately, my situation is somewhat better. The rented spiritual field is not extensive, and the number of black stone insects I have attracted is relatively few. At most, I have harvested a batch of inferior spiritual grain. Those who rent Lingtian extensively suffer greater losses. That Taoist Ding, with his acre of enchanted field, is said to have suffered significant losses before he could summon external assistance. The spirit rice was devoured, leaving scarcely any yield of the mystical grains. Lunan observed Lao Wang's suddenly gleeful expression and, with a vague realization, inferred that this fellow was not here for solace. Was he? By the way, have you purchased the talisman paper yet? After contemplating for a moment, Lunan realized that several individuals had witnessed him harvesting the spiritual grain, making it likely that he could not conceal the act. Nodding in agreement, he recalled feeling somewhat uneasy after your remarks that day, which prompted him to purchase a backup plan. Wang Erxian immediately felt a sense of lost enjoyment and enviously remarked, "You are truly fortunate." "Haha," to which Lunan awkwardly replied, "Indeed, indeed. Whatever you say goes. I shall not dispute with you. It seems that solace cannot be found in the southern route." Wang Erxian uttered a few words before skillfully shifting the topic to make his exit. Lunan, however, was indifferent, weighing the lingu, and his spirits immediately lifted. The sensation of harvest is truly delightful. In the evening, Lunan indulged in an unexpected feast. One cannot help but wonder what flavors the rice cooked by Lingu might possess. To cultivate one's own land, yet never savor the taste of rice, is an unimaginable scenario in a past life. Have all efforts merely been in service of those gentlemen? How absurd. Tonight marks the harvest season. How can one justify neglecting the diligent hands that have toiled so hard? After a brief steaming and boiling, a pot of fragrant millet rice appeared before him. Inhaling the delightful aroma wafting through the air, Lunan eagerly indulged in the dish. Savoring each bite. How exquisite. The rice cooked with lingmi glistens with a translucent sheen, reminiscent of exquisite jade pearls. Once savored, it imparts an incredibly comforting sensation, leaving a lingering fragrance upon the palate. At that moment, he felt a subtle stir within his heart and swiftly summoned the interface. To his astonishment, the proficiency of his realm had increased by another point. Indeed, objects imbued with spiritual energy significantly influence the enhancement of one's realm. Previously, it took approximately 5 days to elevate one's proficiency by a single level. However, now it only requires a mere day. If one were to have an ample supply of spiritual rice to consume, it would be entirely feasible to attain the 3rd level of qi refinement within a year, if not the 4th. After consuming all the spiritual rice, there was no visible increase in proficiency. Yet, Lunan faintly sensed a subtle elevation in his cultivation realm, albeit so minuscule that it didn't even register as a single point of proficiency. Undoubtedly, advancing the mastery of his cultivation technique would accelerate the pace of his realm's progression exponentially. Regrettably, all of these require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Merely a handful of spirit rice is beyond what my current self can sustain. 5 taels of rice a day equates to 1 inferior grade spirit stone. To consume for an entire year amounts to 365 pieces. The journey ahead is indeed a formidable one. After a thorough calculation, Lu Nen realized that maintaining a modestly comfortable life required a considerable sum of money, and the allure of the bag of spiritual grains suddenly diminished. Although the cultivation of the clear wind technique could invigorate the mind and dispel worries, it was impossible to remain vigilant day and night without rest. After a night of toil, he felt quite fatigued. Once he was certain that no one would intrude recklessly, Lu Nen collapsed onto his bed and succumbed to sleep. It was not until the approach of evening that he finally roused himself, had a light meal, and began his cultivation once more. After depleting his magical energy significantly, the sky had darkened considerably, prompting him to shoulder the bag of spiritual grains and head towards the market. Chapter 7. The Iron Cloth and Sleeve Arrows. The rice shop in the market. A total of 502 caddies. Lu Nen observed as the other party produced a bag, pouring in the spiritual grains. And his little heart immediately began to race with excitement. Is it not ready yet? Surely 90% should suffice. After a while, he could no longer contain himself and spoke up. The proprietor of the rice shop cast a glance at him and reassured, "Rest assured. With a rice shop as large as ours, we shall not take more than what is fair." Lu Nen let out a chuckle. Do you know the origin of the phrase "a large store bullies its customers"? However, I dared not voice my thoughts directly, fearing to incite the other party's ire. After a brief pause, my heart fluttered anxiously as the precious spiritual grains before me dwindled rapidly. A sigh of melancholy filled my heart, prompting me to avert my gaze elsewhere, seeking solace in the avoidance of sight. Moments later, the innkeeper's voice resounded, "Very well. Shall we sell the remaining spiritual grains?" "Let us sell them," I implored eagerly. Lu Nen waved his hand dismissively. The yield of the spirit grain could not possibly be so precise. It was merely 502 caddies. A weight he had deliberately specified. For his plot of land, the Iron Sword sect collected a harvest based on 90 of 500 caddies. Regardless of whether the yield exceeded or fell short of this figure, the calculation would always revert to the baseline of 500. Should the harvest be insufficient, he would need to compensate from his own pocket. Conversely, if the yield was abundant, he would simply regulate the total amount. As long as he refrained from selling the spirit grain privately, the Iron Sword sect would remain indifferent. The quality was mediocre, with a surplus weight of 50 caddies. Well, isn't there still a bit left? 90% of 2 gene is 1/8, leaving 2 taels. This is my principle. If you don't want to buy, then take it away. Sell, sell, sell. Upon exiting the rice shop, there now lay in Lu Nen's possession an additional 25 low-grade spirit stones. The taxes demanded by the Iron Sword sect were exorbitant, yet there was no alternative. One could hardly brandish a kitchen knife and engage in a deadly struggle with others. Could one? Storming through the mountain gate, one might boldly declare, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, for 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west." Alas, such a proclamation would likely be met with swift and merciless reprimand. It is said that this celestial city once belonged to another sect, only to be later seized by the Iron Sword sect. They are all ruthless individuals who have emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Who would engage in such a gamble with you? Are you afraid that your enemies are not formidable enough? Upon arriving at the library, Lu Nen picked up the book presented by the attendant, casting a glance at the individual. Fortunately, it was not the same person as before. "What does my fellow cultivator require?" The youthful and radiant attendant discerned the humble appearance of Lu Nen, yet refrained from displaying any disdain. The bookstore is inherently designed for the masses. Throughout the day, at least 99% of its patrons are ordinary cultivators. Those who possess genuine wealth are predominantly disciples of the Iron Sword sect, who find no necessity to visit the bookstore in search of literature. "Allow me to take a look." "Very well." The attentive waiter discreetly stepped aside. Lu Nen gazed at the tome. Choosing a sword technique? That seems unwise. While swordsmanship exudes a certain grandeur, it is fraught with peril. Moreover, bearing a blade upon oneself unmistakably signals to adversaries that one is not to be trifled with. The more I ponder, the more I perceive that the art of the sword may indeed be rather audacious. The technique of the sword is equally inadequate. What distinguishes this from carrying a firearm? Wouldn't it merely complicate matters when confronted by an adversary? Thus, he lifted his gaze to the attendant and requested, "Please provide me with 2 forms of Mortal Kombat skills, a technique of iron shirt and another of sleeve arrows." The attendant was slightly startled. "Fellow Taoist, are you certain about choosing these 2? Indeed. Is there any issue with that? The attendant remarked, the issue is not significant, but very few choose these two martial arts. Why might that be? The attendant elucidated. Typically, practitioners of the martial arts choose one or two styles from the disciplines of swordplay and knife techniques, complemented by a form of lightness skill, thus achieving a well-rounded proficiency. Three martial arts resonate most harmoniously with the temperament of us cultivators. Among the spells we practice, there exist martial arts such as swordsmanship and knife techniques, which share certain connections with one another. However, techniques such as iron shirt and sleeve arrows do not conform to mainstream practices, particularly iron shirt, which in the realm of mortals is regarded as a form of common martial arts, primarily learned by rustic farmers. It is easy to learn yet challenging to master. What is its true power? It should be quite similar to other martial arts, so there should be no issue. Lunnan picked up the jade tablet and pressed it to his forehead. In the next instant, his mind was flooded with information regarding two martial arts techniques. Simultaneously, the panel flickered slightly, revealing the iron cloth and sleeve arrow techniques in the skill bar. The night breeze was refreshing, and the moonlight danced like a rabbit taking flight. Lunnan leisurely practiced his lightness skill, having traversed considerable distances over the past few days. He had become increasingly adept at minimizing the energy expenditure required for its application. Lightness skills, when used casually, could enhance proficiency, yet excessive consumption of energy would ultimately prove counterproductive. Unfortunately, the demand for energy was currently overwhelming. Thus, conservation was paramount. As he ambled along, lost in thought and nearing home, he suddenly spotted a shadow lurking beneath a large tree next door. The figure seemed somewhat familiar. Oh, it was Wang Urshian. In the twilight, a glimmer of light emerged, the radiant glow of a lantern, its flickering shadows shimmering brightly, held aloft. Taoistly, since the moment I laid eyes on you, both my body and soul have been irresistibly captivated, unable to extricate themselves from your allure. A few faint retching sounds echoed around, accompanied by a burst of laughter. Lunan shuddered and quickly closed the door. This Wang Urshian is truly a remarkable individual. In a previous life, few would dare to make such a melodramatic declaration in public. Oh, celestial being! Lunan felt as though a noble and righteous image within his heart was quietly crumbling. Practice, practice. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable restlessness stirs within my heart, compelling me to numb myself through practice. I focus my gaze upon my nose, and my nose upon my heart. A mouthful of turbid air ascends from my throat. Gradually exhaled. Proficiency in the technique of Qingfeng has reached level 1. Lunan rose and walked to the place where the cultivation grass floated, practicing for a while longer before settling onto a stone bench. Immersed in contemplation, after a brief moment, he gained a preliminary understanding of the two mortal martial arts he had recently acquired. The iron cloth shirt, also referred to by mortals as external martial arts, is employed to refine one's muscles and bones, thereby enhancing physical prowess. The training process necessitates the continuous striking of the body, and over time, this leads to a significant increase in the ability to withstand blows. Hence, it is also known as horizontal training. The words of that waiter ring true. The iron shirt technique, whether in the realm of immortals or the mundane world, is far from mainstream. Its difficulty and mastery is one reason. Yet another lies in the fact that, despite its formidable resistance to blows, it remains somewhat vulnerable when confronted with blades and swords. On the other hand, the sleeve arrow presents a somewhat better alternative, albeit only marginally. So let us practice. Lunan did not ponder excessively. He did not intend to take risks. Strengthening his body and enduring a few more blows would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to his survival. This was the rationale behind his choice of the iron cloth technique. The use of blades and swords brought him perilously close to his adversaries, whereas the hidden darts were perfectly suited. They maintained an ideal distance, neither too far nor too near, while ensuring ample concealment. Thus, his safety was significantly enhanced. As for what others may say about being insufficiently optimistic, Lunan believes it to be inconsequential. Nothing holds greater significance than one's own life. If anything does, then surely one must be unhinged. That requires remedy. Chapter 8. Foreign Affairs. Gathering wooden stakes and sandbags for training, a layer of a secret potion was then applied to the body. This potion was a complimentary gift accompanying the martial arts purchase. It is of little value, as one could acquire a multitude of them for merely a low-grade spirit stone. If it were not for the necessity of cultivating the iron cloth shirt, it would hardly be available for sale. When purchasing mundane items, The purchasing power of spirit stones remains exceptionally formidable. Bang! He gently collided with the wooden post. The force was somewhat insufficient. Add a bit more. Bang! Still too little. Increase it once more. Bang! The wooden post swayed slightly, and at the same time, a voice resonated in my mind, announcing the increase in proficiency. Not bad. The force was just right, not overly heavy, making the practice less agonizing. As night fell, to avoid disturbing other slumber, Lunan paused and began to gracefully soar above the grass. His figure danced in the moonlight, rising and falling like a nocturnal sprite. On the third evening, while immersed in his training, Lunan suddenly felt an itch upon the surface of his skin. Upon removing his clothing, he discovered that his skin had inexplicably become much coarser, resembling that of an unremarkable old farmer. Indeed, the rigorous martial arts training proved to be as the legends foretold. One's demeanor and the pursuit of immortality were in stark contrast. Cultivators possess an extraordinary aura. Even when engaged in farming, they exude a subtle, ethereal presence. In contrast, those who rely on brute strength appear rather coarse. However, Lunan is unconcerned with such matters. His focus lies solely on the essence within. Bang! A single punch struck the wooden post. The initial sting had diminished considerably, as if enveloped in a layer of toughened hide. Glancing at the interface, it was evident that I had officially embarked on the path of mastering the iron cloth technique. He attempted to use a rudimentary device, attaching several short arrows, and aimed at an upright wooden board, unleashing a flurry of shots. In contrast to the iron cloth technique, the progress in mastering the sleeve arrow is remarkably swift. This is due to the fact that continuous practice in archery yields proficiency. Undoubtedly, the art of sleeve arrow demands considerable skill, imposing high standards on one's mental focus, finger strength, and arm power. Fortunately, the iron cloth training that Lunan undertakes perfectly compensates for these deficiencies. Hark! Once again, a slender arrow was released from his hand. His body shivered slightly as a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. In an instant, he redirected his aim and shot towards another direction, pinning a small cockroach that had silently scuttled by against the wall. His precision had once more reached new heights. It is now possible to accurately strike moving small objects. Lunan nodded in satisfaction. Is Lu Dai present? The voice of Wang Erxian echoed from outside the door. Lunan opened the door, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. What brings you here? Please, do not misunderstand. I harbor no particular feelings for him. Li Fengyi, with her silvery hair, turned her face to the side. Ah? No. Please, both of you, come in. Lunan quickly remarked. A trace of an uncontainable smile lingered on Wang Erxian's face, leading Lunan to suspect that he had most likely gifted the beauty products from Lion Fang he had purchased last time. However, it remained a mystery which particular item it was. The beauty workshop specializes in the production of various feminine items, such as blush powders and exquisite ornaments. There is quite a range of styles available. Fellow traveler, we have come to inquire whether you would like to join us on a mission. Li Fengyi cast a glance at Wang Erxian, then turned her gaze towards the south. On a mission? Indeed. Now is the idle season for farming. The spiritual fields require time to replenish their energy. Let us undertake some missions to make productive use of this interlude. Wang Erxian remarked. Lunan felt somewhat at a loss for words. Was this not merely a part-time job in another world? Do you have any questions, fellow Taoist Lu? Wang Erxian inquired. They had previously embarked on numerous missions together, and a certain degree of tacit understanding had developed between them. Otherwise, he would not have approached. Could you divulge the nature of the task? One must visit the market to truly understand. Very well then. Lunan and his companions promptly departed from their residence and made their way to the marketplace. Along the journey, they occasionally glimpsed the figures of celestial farmers, exchanging greetings with those they recognized. Lunan observed that the expressions on their faces were predominantly grim. It appeared that the recent calamity caused by the black stone worms had inflicted substantial losses upon many. Alas, Wang Erxian lamented. It is all due to that blackstone pest. Logically, it should not have arrived with such suddenness. In the past, such occurrences were quite rare. Even when they did manifest, it would take a fortnight or more for them to gain momentum. Yesterday, I visited the market, where someone suggested that it might be related to the sect's pioneering efforts. Li Fengyi interjected, pioneering? Lunan expressed his confusion. He had not fully absorbed the memories of his predecessor and was unaware of the meaning of pioneering. Indeed, do you recall the sect that preceded the Iron Sword Gate? Was Fengyi referring to the Seiyuan Gate? Wang Erxian exclaimed in astonishment. Li Fin shot him a glare, urging him to behave more seriously. There was clearly something brewing between the two. Lu Nan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Could it be that he, too, was experiencing the stirrings of youthful infatuation? He quickly shook his head. What happened, fellow cultivator? It's nothing. I was just mentioning the San Yuan sect. What does the wilderness have to do with the San Yuan sect? Lu Nan shifted the topic. Li Fengyi remarked. I have heard that the San Yuan Gate was initially compromised while clearing land in the Shieling Mountains, encountering an inexplicable phenomenon that diminished the high-level combat strength within, thus allowing the Iron Sword sect to exploit the opportunity and invade. A few years ago, did not the Iron Sword sect also cultivate the wilderness in the Shieling Mountains? That black stone insect emerged from the Shieling Mountains. I hope nothing untoward arises. Lu Nan sighed, likening the act of breaking new ground to flipping a card, uncertain of when a bomb might unexpectedly appear. Surely, there was nothing to be concerned about. The Iron Sword sect has evolved significantly over the years, its strength far surpassing that of the former San Yuan sect. If the San Yuan sect encounters no troubles, one can only imagine the fortitude of the Iron Sword sect. 3 individuals conversed as they strolled, and before long, they arrived at the marketplace. The marketplace served as an outpost for the Iron Sword Gate, where numerous affairs from within the gates could be encountered. Notable establishments included rice shops, bookstores, talisman stores, and shops offering various artifacts. Additionally, there existed another entity, the Foreign Affairs Management Office. The spacious archway was constructed from white jade, and upon passing through it, one could observe rectangular plaques adorned with shimmering lights on either side. Numerous cultivators stood before these plaques, their eyes scanning the inscriptions. To the west, a plot of vacant spiritual farmland was available for rent. The area is quite substantial, encompassing an acre of land. I heard that a pest outbreak of black stone insects occurred a few days ago, resulting in tremendous losses for that tenant, who has now forfeited their eligibility to continue the lease. Regrettably, such an expansive field of fertile land comes with a substantial deposit requirement. Otherwise, one might consider renting it. Lu Nan gazed longingly at the enticing prospect. A single acre of fertile land could yield a harvest that doubled in abundance. Currently, he was tending to merely a quarter of an acre. However, as those onlookers had remarked, the security deposit was exorbitant, amounting to a staggering 50 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones he possessed were woefully insufficient. There were 2 vacancies at the slaughterhouse. Damn, they're gone. The swiftness of these individuals was astonishing. The Foreign Affairs Office bustled with activity, resembling a lively marketplace. Lu Nan finally realized that, in comparison to the cultivator community, the tasks issued by the Foreign Affairs Office were indeed scarce, far too few to satisfy the demand. Cultivating the land was a fundamental necessity, and he could not afford to divert from it for the time being, he mused. At that moment, a commotion erupted. The crowd surged, all gravitating toward the innermost area. Lu Nan and his companions followed the throng and soon beheld a larger signboard, adorned with a dazzling array of luminous colors. A sense of joy filled the hearts of the onlookers, for this indicated an abundance of tasks had appeared. However, upon scrutinizing the details of the tasks, a heavy gloom enveloped Lu Nan's heart. Chapter 9. Mastery of Martial Arts. Are you truly not planning to go, my friend? Wang Erxian observed Lu Nan with a complex expression by the street. Indeed, that task seems rather perilous. As someone at the second level of qi refinement, I shall refrain from joining the fray. Old Wang lamented, his face filled with a sense of grievance. Though the task involves some peculiarities, it is not overly dangerous. Moreover, cultivation is fundamentally about defying the heavens. If one does not strive for opportunities, how can one acquire more resources? Li Fengyi remarked with a hint of disdain in her gaze. Wang Erxian straightened his posture and declared, Fengyi speaks the truth. Since you do not intend to go, we shall seek others. With that, the two turned to depart. Lu Nan stood in contemplation for a moment before feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him. Despite the lucrative rewards of the new task, he felt a responsibility for his own life. After all, how many protagonists truly exist in this world? Is it not preferable to diligently cultivate? With his fortunate circumstances, he soon regained his composure. On his way back, he occasionally overheard inquiries. Do you know about the Western Mountain Reclamation Mission issued by the Foreign Affairs Department? I have heard. Would you like to join? No. As he reached the entrance, a figure glided toward him. Manager Zhao furrowed his brow and asked, Are you not planning to venture out? Lu Nan shook his head, replying, with such limited strength, How dare I aspire to more? After a moment of silence, Manager Zhao nodded in understanding. Everyone has their own aspirations. Are you going as well? Lu Nan inquired. Not quite. The sect requires someone to maintain order. Lu Nan entered, heading straight to the kitchen, where he gathered a handful of spiritual grains and placed them in the pot. As the fragrance of the grains wafted through the air, the concerns regarding the new task faded from his mind. He estimated he had around 50 pounds of spiritual grains left, sufficient for 3 months at a consumption rate of 6 taels per day. His previous incarnation seemed utterly ignorant of frugality. Had he consumed such spiritual rice daily, he would likely have reached the mid-stages of qi refinement by now. However, upon reflection, such indulgence was impractical. According to the Spiritual Grain Manual, each quarter's harvest could vary significantly. Adverse weather might even reduce the yield to below 500 pounds. In that case, replenishment would be necessary, without leaving any margin. It would be fortunate to last 3 to 5 years. Eating rice prepared from spiritual grains was a rare delight, and Lu Nan was already contemplating preserving ordinary rice. For it is indeed easier to descend from extravagance to frugality than vice versa, as the ancients wisely noted. After his meal, he rummaged through the cupboard for a packet of tea leaves, boiled water, and brewed the tea. Once the water reached a boil, he poured it into a cup, taking a moment to savor a small sip. The fragrance was delightful. Though it was but ordinary tea, its flavor was quite pleasing. This, indeed, is life. The last vestiges of psychological burden concerning the new task dissipated entirely, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease, with any lingering gloom vanishing without a trace. For the first time, he felt there was nothing wrong with such a life. Time flowed like a gentle stream. In the preceding days, he occasionally spotted nearby celestial farmers preparing their gear, swords and blades in tow, departing in small groups. The new task demands more manpower than anticipated. On the 6th day, he made a special trip to the market, which, once bustling, now felt considerably desolate. It seemed that some developments or unforeseen events had arisen at Shilling Mountain, compelling the Iron Sword sect to invest substantial resources to attract lower-tier cultivators. The rewards for the task were exceedingly generous, even prompting a moment of awe from Lu Nan. Yet, he remained unmoved, acutely aware of his own insufficient strength. As days turned into weeks, Lu Nan gradually acclimatized to this lifestyle. A month later, bang, in the courtyard, a figure lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, crashing violently against a weathered wooden post. With a resounding crack, the post, which had endured a month of relentless batterings, shattered into pieces. Lu Nan took a step back, his spine straightening like a soaring dragon, as the flicker of hidden brilliance in his eyes faded away. Such force was undeniably brutal. Feeling a surge of curiosity, he promptly glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Nan. Lifespan, 5990. Realm, qi refining. Second layer, 8100. Cultivation technique, clear wine technique, beginner. 6100. Skills, minor rain technique, beginner. 73-100. Minor cotton needle technique, beginner. 55-100. Grass flight, proficient. 186-200. Spiritual rice cultivation, beginner. 89-100. Iron cloth shirt, major achievement. 1-400. Sleeve arrow, proficient. 25-200. Throughout this month, his focus had primarily been on the iron cloth shirt and sleeve arrow, yielding significant results. This was, of course, unavoidable. Spells and techniques required mana for activation, and once depleted, one could only wait idly. Such was the nature of the situation. In contrast to the progress in the 2 mundane martial arts, the advancement of several spells and the clear wind technique had been considerably slower. This was likely due to the poor innate talent of this body. Lu Nan had discerned some insights, yet felt powerless. Regardless of the realm, innate talent remained an unavoidable threshold. He could only persistently grind away at his training. Prior to consuming spiritual rice, it took approximately 30 days to improve a proficiency point in his realm. After consumption, this time was reduced to 18 days. To advance to the qi refining 3rd layer, it would require 1,656 days, nearly 5 years. This was, of course, attributed to the enhanced effects of the clear wind technique. Although the technique remained at the beginner level, there were varying depths even within that classification. Clearly, a proficiency of 60 differed vastly from one of 6. Had he traversed into the body of a genius, he would likely be soaring by now, Lu Nan mused. The effects of the iron cloth shirt were exceedingly gratifying. He tested it by attempting to slice through it with a large blade. The resistance felt akin to cutting through dried, old cowhide. The resistance was considerable. His skin's sensitivity had diminished significantly, revealing some inconspicuous layers of callus. However, his muscles had become more responsive. Should his skin be breached, the muscles would contract swiftly, creating a new barrier against sharp objects. His resilience had greatly improved. The progress in the art of concealed projectiles had considerably slowed, remaining at a proficient level. However, now Lunan's short arrows could strike precisely where aimed. Within a distance of 20 meters, each arrow found its mark, even striking a scurrying cockroach with remarkable accuracy. The skill of grass on the breeze was on the verge of advancement. Growing increasingly dissatisfied with the situation, Lunan decided to engage in practice. After a considerable amount of time, a sudden surge coursed through him, as if all his meridians had been unblocked, propelling him effortlessly into the air. Landing gracefully atop the roof, he had mastered grass on the breeze. When fully unleashed, this skill allowed him to traverse a distance of 7 zhang. Lunan was filled with joy, having surpassed the one he once envied, Steward Zhao. Chapter 10. Renting new spirit fields for the time being. There were no apparent shortcomings in speed, though defense still required refinement, ideally reaching perfection. Lunan remained unhurried, as staying in the immortal city provided a degree of safety. However, with another month gone by, time was of the essence. Should he fail to attain the 4th level of qi refinement, his eligibility for farming would be forfeited. For low-tier cultivators, life expectancy typically hovers around 90, and reaching 60 years of age is considered elderly. At that juncture, vitality wanes, and the connection to the cosmos diminishes, further degrading one's cultivation aptitude. For the immortal city, providing spirit fields to such individuals would be a sheer waste. To extricate himself from this predicament, he needed to either advance to the 4th level of qi refinement before turning 60 or accumulate a significant sum of spirit stones to purchase residency in the immortal city. Descending from the tree, Lunan leisurely made his way home. Taoist Lu. Just around the corner, he encountered a weary traveler bearing a long sword. Indeed, the traveler sighed. Lunan intended to inquire about the situation but, noticing the stranger's obscure expression and lackluster demeanor, chose to remain silent. After dining, he perused the newly acquired Spirit Valley Manual too. This tome was an advanced version of the Spirit Valley Manual, replete with new cultivation techniques. Half a month prior, he could no longer gain proficiency points from the first manual, prompting a visit to the library to procure the 2nd volume. Thus, his skills in cultivating spirit rice were able to progress further. As another day passed, Lunan officially entered the realm of proficiency in spirit rice cultivation. His mind brimmed with a wealth of information regarding the cultivation process, endowing him with an exceptionally rich experience. How enlightening! It turned out there were numerous aspects to consider in spirit rice cultivation. A wave of realization washed over him. The yield of Spirit Valley was influenced by various factors, such as the application of the minor cloud and rain technique, temperature, humidity, and more. The more issues he resolved, the greater the probability of producing superior spirit grains. Lunan estimated he now possessed a 20 to 30% chance of yielding high-quality spirit grains. One must not underestimate this probability. Even formidable mid-stage qi refinement cultivators were roughly at this level. Lunan was currently bridging the gap solely through experience. Naturally, if cost were not a concern, this probability could be further enhanced. The frequency of applying the minor cloud and rain technique could be supplemented with talismans, as could the minor cotton needle technique. Additionally, there was a technique for loosening soil. It appeared he needed to learn another spell, as the time for cultivating spirit rice seedlings approached. He had to prepare for his planting endeavors. This money truly did not last long. Reflecting on the 20 or so spirit stones he had tucked away, a pang of regret coursed through him. He also needed to explore additional avenues for income. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing. Farming held little promise, especially with such high taxes imposed from above. In the evening, as Lunan stepped outside his home, he spotted Steward Zhao approaching with a ledger in hand. What could this mean? A thought sparked in Lunan's mind. Could I possibly rent another plot of land? You should seek assistance at the Foreign Affairs Office. If there is something suitable, that will suffice. Lunan observed Steward Zhao as he made his way to Li Fengyi's residence next door. After knocking for a while without response, he proceeded to the next household. He pondered the fate of those who had been assigned tasks. Cultivating immortality, he swiftly employed his lightness skill and headed towards the market. Lunan felt a pang of envy as he hurriedly purchased some fresh meat and vegetables. The supplies from his previous shopping trip had nearly been exhausted, and without replenishment, he would be reduced to eating plain rice by the next day. During this time, he visited the bookstore, but upon seeing the price of the talisman-making course, he could only shake his head in resignation. Last time, it was 2,000 spirit stones. Now it had risen to 200. Lunan clicked his tongue in disbelief. The Iron Sword sect truly showed no regard for the common man. Nonetheless, it was of little concern to him. He longed to purchase it, but his purse was light. Alas, under the expectant gaze of the attendant, Lunan gracefully exited the bookstore, carrying his purchases home. Upon arriving, he contemplated and decided to take 2 pounds of spirit grain with him as he stepped outside. Knock. Knock, knock. Who is it? It is I, Lunan. The door opened. Steward Zhao regarded him with suspicion, and Lunan revealed a slight smile, asking, I hope I am not disturbing your rest at this late hour. As he spoke, he offered the bag he was holding. Zhao did not accept it. Lunan continued, Steward, I wish to rent another piece of spiritual farmland. Could you see if there is any opportunity available? Spiritual farmland, you say? Please, come inside. Only then did Steward Zhao take the bag, glancing inside as he turned, a faint smile gracing his features. Lunan settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, while Zhao retreated to the inner room, emerging shortly afterward empty-handed. If you wish to rent spiritual farmland, it is best to wait at the Foreign Affairs office. There is little use in coming to me. Such rhetoric. Little use indeed. It suggests there is still some utility in it. Lunan quickly grasped the underlying message and replied, with so many vying for it, one might not secure it easily. Besides, I prefer the new plot to be closer to the one I am currently renting. Well, in the past, I would not have dared to make any promises. This time, however, you seem to be fortunate. Lunan cautiously inquired, has something occurred? Steward Zhao sighed. It is nothing but the previous land reclamation at Shieling Mountain. I hear many perished. You chose wisely by not participating. Seemingly reluctant to delve deeper, he added, I have accepted your offering, but the outcome remains uncertain. Success or failure depends on you. Naturally. There is a piece of spiritual farmland in the west, for acres in size. It should be just right for you. If you wish to rent it, I will reserve your name. Excellent. Thank you, Steward Zhao. Lunan promptly produced spirit stones. A deposit of 20 stones. Steward Zhao recorded the information in his ledger and turned to leave. Another piece of spiritual farmland, though his spirit stones had been completely spent. Such is the nature of investment. He could hardly contain his excitement as he hurried to the newly rented plot. Upon reaching the location, he was immediately taken aback. This piece of spiritual farmland. Chapter 11. The Old Robe of Law. It appeared that the old robe belonged to the long-rented spiritual field of Old Wang. Lunan's heart sank sharply. In this celestial city, Old Wang was one of his few acquaintances. Perhaps he was merely delayed by some urgent matter. He tried to reassure himself. The joy brought by the newly rented spiritual field vanished completely. Perhaps out of a shared sorrow for the departed, or due to the loss of an old friend. Lunan finally grasped the harsh realities of this otherworldly realm. Upon returning home, he confined himself to the courtyard, exhausting all his magical energy before finally collapsing onto his bed in slumber. The following morning, after rising and rinsing his mouth, Lunan opened the door only to be startled by a ghastly pale face. It was none other than Daoist Li. Upon recognizing the visitor, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Li Fengyi seemed somewhat peculiar. There was an indefinable strangeness about her, an aura that felt both bleak and sinister. Li Fengyi remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed intently upon Lunan, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Where is Daoist Wang? He inquired. At last, Li Fengyi reacted, her voice hoarse as she replied, he has passed away. A faint smile crossed her lips, though it lacked warmth. When a person dies, the light extinguishes. Misfortune is to be expected. Who can we blame? After a brief pause, she continued, I heard you have rented a spiritual field? Lunan couldn't help but wonder if this woman sought to usurp his claim. No need for such lengthy explanations. I merely asked. He began, but she interrupted him, turning to leave. What a peculiar attitude. Lunan felt bewildered. Could it be that this old maid had indeed formed a bond with Old Wang, only to face calamity during their undertaking? How tragic it would be, two lovers united, only to be swiftly parted by death. With a sigh, Lunan reflected on the need for caution in matters of the heart. Given Old Wang's temperament, he would likely not have sought trouble, yet his interest in the neighboring Li Fengyi seemed to have spurred him into action. Henceforth, Lunan resolved to avoid strong-willed women, for they might lead one to perilous ends. Li Fengyi's appearance imbued Lunan with a sense of impending danger. Solidifying his determination to firmly establish himself in the celestial city, vowing never to leave lightly. Tilling the land? There was nothing amiss with that. However, once he shut the door, a pair of eyes glimmered through the crack, harboring a hint of malice. Was it merely an illusion? In the courtyard, Lu Nan wore a contemplative expression. Yet, there seemed no justification for such foreboding. He had remained discreet, harboring no enmity. His focus had been solely on cultivating the land, never seeking conflict. Could it be Li Fengyi? She was the only one who posed a plausible threat. The more Lu Nan pondered, the more unsettled he became. After all, old Wang and she had only been together for a little over a month. Surely their feelings could not have intensified so swiftly? The disquiet within him continued to grow. Li Fengyi was a formidable figure, possessing the strength of the third layer of qi refinement, while he was merely at the second layer. If she were to harbor ill intentions toward him, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. What if she scaled the wall at night to strike him with a sword? Even his iron shirt would offer little protection. A sense of security has never felt so scarce. Lu Nan hastily consumed his breakfast, then hefted 20 pounds of spiritual grain and set off towards the market. Upon exiting the rice shop, he found himself with an additional 10 inferior spiritual stones in hand, a considerable loss. What was originally worth 20 inferior spiritual stones had been reduced to merely half. Yet, with no capital at his disposal, he had no choice but to sell at a loss. As Lu Nan traversed the bustling stalls, he observed the myriad of wares on either side: talismans, magical artifacts, elixirs, treasures, curiosities, and even mundane rice and jade. If I were an old maiden, I would surely scale the wall under the cloak of night, brandishing my sword at the bedside. Perhaps I might even resort to the gentle needle technique. Its pain is so mild that if I were in a deep slumber, I might not even react. To confront such a scenario, mere iron cloth would be insufficient. After all, iron cloth is a mundane martial skill, and likely wouldn't withstand the assaults of cultivators. Thus, enhancing my defenses is paramount. Suddenly, Lu Nan's eyes sparkled as he approached a stall. "Friend, how much for this small golden body talisman?" 5 inferior spiritual stones. Such an exorbitant price. It's not expensive. That's the going rate for a small golden body talisman. I doubt your sincerity. After some haggling, he settled on 4 spiritual stones. Let me think it over. Lu Nan felt a twinge of recklessness. The small golden body talisman required mana to activate. Although it could last for nearly half an hour, he couldn't possibly keep reactivating it after a brief rest, could he? If that old maiden, Li Fengyi, didn't he scale the wall or delayed her invasion for a few days, he would be left with nothing. Ignoring the stall owner's predatory gaze, Lu Nan continued onward. The talismans could serve as a backup in critical moments. Thus, the small golden body talisman was not absolutely necessary. After perusing a few stalls, he halted before another vendor. Is that a magical robe? Initially drawn to the talismans, he unexpectedly noticed a gray garment nearby that resembled a magical robe. Why did it seem that way? It bore several slashes, apparently inflicted by blades. Is it still usable? Of course. Otherwise, why would I sell it? May I inspect it? Certainly. Lu Nan picked it up, noting its lightness, almost as if it were weightless in his hands. Sensing his expression, the vendor remarked, "This magical robe is of high quality, inscribed with 3 magical arts, 1 minor lightness art, and 1 minor protective art." That is all. Are you certain there are 3 magical arts? Indeed. However, the 3rd magical art is damaged. At that moment, Lu Nan finally discerned a significant portion of the magical inscription had been worn away. This item appeared somewhat antiquated. You dare call it high quality? The minor lightness art and the minor protective art are both low-tier magical arts, offering little advantage over talismans. Lu Nan maintained a stern demeanor, asserting, when haggling, one must adopt a serious tone. To claim 2 low-tier magical arts as high quality is quite the jest. The vendor chuckled, unfazed by the situation, for this is the nature of commerce. Sellers boast of their wares, and when they encounter an unsuspecting fool, they profit. Yet, when faced with discerning patrons, their claims are merely seen as inflated. After all, we are dealing with 2 distinct forms of magical arts. Lu Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. The lesser lightning charm is indeed a rather niche spell, especially when inscribed upon a robe, rendering it of even lesser value, practically negligible. This assertion holds true. The purpose of the lesser lightning charm is to diminish the weight of an object, and typically, it is most effective on considerably heavy items. Yet, how much weight can a mere garment possess? One might as well say that it is akin to installing a humidifier by the seaside. Not only does it squander resources, but it also adds to the burden. Chapter 12. The ink-hound Lu Nan flipped through the garments and gasped in shock. The attire was tattered and ancient, with traces of blood. How could a cultivator of our caliber wear such a thing? We are beings of exceptional grace, even when dealing with menial tasks. Our demeanor reflects the ethereal. To don this would be a disgrace to our dignity, were it not for the minor protective enchantment it possessed. I would have no desire to even glance at it. The stall owner fell silent for a moment. His heart resonated with Lunan's words. In the realm of cultivation, particularly in the immortal city, appearances matter greatly. After all, we are cultivators, distinguished among mortals. How much do you want for it? 5 spirit stones. 8. 6. That is my final offer. 7. Lunan turned to leave, prompting the stall owner to hastily exclaim, all right. 6 it is. Were it not for my urgent need for funds, I would never entertain such a deal. Feeling a flicker of intrigue, Lunan inquired, does this have anything to do with the recent expedition? The stall owner nodded, sighing, indeed. It is said that the higher-ups have stirred a nest of anomalies. Several foundational-level experts have perished. Shivers ran down Lunan's spine. Those of foundational realm are undoubtedly the elite of the Iron Sword sect. What could possibly have transpired? The demise of such powerful beings would surely halt any further expeditions. That is assuredly the case. It is rumored that the elite from the sect have already retreated from the Western Ridge Mountains. What unfolds next is beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. Lunan activated 2 spells on his robe, confirming their efficacy before exchanging the spirit stones to complete the transaction. While the incident at the Western Ridge Mountains left him somewhat reflective, it did not weigh heavily on his mind. After all, it was 100 miles from the immortal city. No matter how formidable the anomalies, they could not traverse such a distance in an instant. Before long, his eyes brightened as he approached an inconspicuous stall. What kind of dogs are these? He inquired, pointing at 3 large black hounds nearby. Ink hounds. Would you care for 2, my friend? The stall owner seemed to awaken from a long slumber upon receiving an inquiry. These dogs are not ordinary. They are large, with keen noses, and possess a unique ability. What ability? Lunan asked, curiosity evident on his face. Are you familiar with the Western Ridge Mountains? The stall owner adopted an air of mystery. These ink hounds are a specialty from that region, where many affluent mortals keep a few, as they can detect the scent of anomalies. Bark, bark, bark. When they bark, it signifies the presence of the strange. So miraculous? Lunan frowned. Indeed. How could you not have heard of this? One would be remiss not to trust you. While I cannot vouch for everything else, the sales pitch is indeed convincing. Lunan maintained a skeptical attitude toward these claims. What is the price? 1 low-grade spirit stone each. Lunan turned to leave. Such a price for mere mortal dogs. I would rather purchase some talismans. Wait. That was the price for others. For you, my friend, I will offer a significant discount. How about 3 ink hounds for 1 spirit stone? Really? Such poor value? Lunan chuckled inwardly, contemplating the offer. Behold the true nature of these merchants. Is there anything superfluous? Indeed. The stall owner led Lunan down a narrow path, where they encountered 5 or 6 ink hounds confined within a small chamber. Their mouths similarly sealed as those outside. Why have you gagged them? Lunan inquired. Is it not to prevent their exuberance from disturbing other companions? Yet, previously, it was claimed that their barking indicated something uncanny. A contradiction, indeed. Lunan chose not to expose this inconsistency, for he had never sought such a function. With a mere inferior spirit stone, he secured the entire lot. My friend, this minor spirit-controlling talisman is worth far more. The talisman could command animals, but it came with stringent conditions. Should the creature possess sufficient spiritual strength, the talisman would prove ineffective. Among the myriad of talismans, it was rather lackluster. You jest. With careful use, a single talisman can be employed over 10 or 20 times. How many do you offer me? Employing a few mortals for labor hardly incurs any expense. The stall owner fell silent. After a moment, he sighed in resignation. My friend, you are formidable. The lowest price I can offer is 5 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lunan hesitated. What troubles you? Do you find the price excessive? The stall owner's displeasure was apparent. This price was effectively a loss for him. Were it not for the raucous nature of these hounds, he would have refrained from selling altogether. No, I merely wish to inquire about the quality of their meat. The stall owner glared. Lunan felt he had overstepped and promptly pressed the spirit stones into the merchant's hand, leading the hounds out. In an instant, the 10 spirit stones dwindled to less than half. A pang of heartache gripping him, and a flicker of resentment towards Li Fengyi emerged. What animosity did he bear? The stall owner, watching the large hounds vanish, lamented, I had hoped to profit from these dogs, yet nearly faced ruin. Those fellows deceived me. Next time, I shall make them pay. What a stroke of misfortune. Here I am, living alone, and yet they bark incessantly. Is this not madness? unbeknownst to Lu Nan. The stall owner's inner calculations were far from his thoughts as he guided the ink hounds homeward. Along the way, they attracted many curious glances. However, this was hardly extraordinary. To those onlookers, he appeared merely as a butcher, for not all cultivators at the bottom tier of the immortal city could afford spirit rice and spirit meat. Ordinary flesh was quite commonplace. Upon reaching the entrance of the marketplace, Lu Nan eagerly donned the newly purchased robe. Though it was not immaculate, it provided a profound sense of security. The minor protective spell was among the finest of the inferior tier, with but a thought, it could be activated and, when fully unleashed, would effortlessly withstand typical low-tier spells. It simply required a wash. There was a rather unpleasant odor. Lu Nan wrinkled his nose, glancing back at the somewhat listless ink hounds, feeling a twinge of pity. He reached out and untied the cloth from the first hound's mouth. Then the second, the third, the fourth. There was no commotion at all. Quite well behaved. Only one remained. Suddenly, a stir arose from the crowd surrounding them. Lu Nan hastily followed the throng to the side and, from a distance, observed several streaks of light gracefully gliding above the market square. High-ranking cultivators. A look of envy crossed Lu Nan's face. Those capable of wielding flying swords in the immortal city were undoubtedly the elite of the Iron Sword sect, at least in the late stage of chi refinement. He pondered when he might one day bask in such glory. With that thought, Lu Nan turned and led the way. Woof woof. Indeed, there was a bit of excitement. Lu Nan quickly reattached the cloth to several and gradually moved away. Chapter 13. Midnight Intrigues. How could it be? The house is so spacious, serving as a guardian. Lu Nan chuckled. TSK, do you not find it bothersome, my friend? Eating, drinking, and other necessities all need attention. It's nothing to worry about. Lu Nan resolutely decided that after this year, he would deal with those dogs. For now, however, this minor inconvenience was a small price to pay for his own safety. As for sustenance, he had managed to procure some ordinary rice, adding a bit of minced meat to greatly reduce his expenses on meat. As night fell, Lu Nan released the seals on the mouths of the ink dogs. It seemed they had grasped the situation, for upon gaining their freedom, they began to wag their tails around him. Quite clever. Lu Nan was pleasantly surprised and reached out to pat their heads. Keep a good watch. If anyone approaches, remember to bark, whether the ink dogs understood him or not. He proceeded to focus on his cultivation. The western ridge was shrouded in mystery, and the fall of a foundational realm master had placed considerable pressure upon him. The world of cultivation was fraught with challenges. One must not only remain cautious and withdrawn, but also possess a certain level of self-defense. He glanced toward the adjacent area, sensing that something seemed to be stirring there. Thus, during this session of cultivation, he did not exhaust all of his spiritual power, but preserved a small portion in case of emergencies, allowing him to activate the robe he wore. He had only 2 spirit stones left, and once he paid the rent, they would vanish. At home, there were still about 10 pounds of spirit grain, enough to last 3 to 4 months. Now that he had acquired a new robe, he could sell the old one for 2 spirit stones, with some other trinkets. Surviving the next quarter should pose no issue. However, without spirit rice, his advancement in cultivation would inevitably slow. This was an unavoidable reality. Once the next quarter passed, his fortunes would surely surge. Lu Nan had already prepared himself for a frugal existence. That evening, he forwent spirit rice and instead consumed ordinary meals. After diligently practicing several mundane martial arts, he collapsed onto his bed and drifted into slumber. The moonlight was like silk. In a nearby room, Li Fengyi sat quietly at the head of her bed, holding a vibrant object, a square brocade box containing a jade hairpin of emerald green. She remained motionless, resembling a statue. Yet if anyone were present, they would surely notice the flicker of struggle in her eyes. Time passed slowly. At an unknown moment, moonlight crept in through the window. Li Fengyi, sitting at the head of the bed, suddenly stiffened as a shadow gradually enveloped her. She moved to the nearby vanity and began to groom herself with deliberate slowness, ultimately picking up the jade hairpin and thrusting it into her head. The jade pin pierced her flesh, vibrant as blood. Yet, her face displayed no hint of pain, instead adorned with a peculiar smile. Woof, woof. Lu Nan, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the sudden barking of the dogs. He rolled over, emanating a soft glow from his protective charm, alertly gazing toward the outside. Is someone there? Otherwise, why would the ink dogs bark so fiercely? Lu Nan dared not venture outside. Gazing intently at the door, it seemed as if an intruder could burst in at any moment, while the darkness outside felt teeming with lurking threats. For Lu Nan, The external environment resembled an ominous thicket where stepping outside could lead to ensnarement in traps set by others. Regret washed over him as he surveyed the nearly enclosed room. What if someone forcibly entered? Would he not be cornered within? After this day, he must devise a strategy to improve his situation. After a brief moment, the barking of the ink hounds faded into silence. He waited a while longer before illuminating a light talisman. With a swift motion, he loosed several short arrows toward the door, but no response came. Cautiously, bolstered by a minor protective charm, Lu Nan pushed the door open. Fortunately, all appeared well. Stepping outside into the open courtyard, a sense of calm enveloped him. The expansive view diminished the likelihood of ambush. He moved cautiously, glancing around, prepared to release arrows from his sleeve at any sign of danger. After spending a quarter of an hour, he had traversed a mere 10 meters from the door to the location of the first encounter. However, to Lu Nan's relief, the situation did not appear dire until he reached the site of the seventh hound. A chill seized his heart. The hound lay motionless, its head severed from its body. A gruesome sight indeed. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Who could be so cruel as to inflict such brutality upon a dog? Cursing silently, he retreated gradually to the wall and sank down, overwhelmed. As dawn broke, he steeled himself against the nausea and rose to dispose of the hound's remains. Such a senseless death surely warranted a proper burial. Knock, knock, knock. In the morning light, Lu Nan stood before Manager Zhao's door, gently rapping on it. What could be the matter? Moments later, Manager Zhao appeared to open the door. With a heavy heart, Lu Nan implored, Manager Zhao, you must take my side. He recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. Manager Zhao frowned. You say one of your dogs has died? Yes, indeed, Lu Nan affirmed. Manager Zhao nodded, seemingly unconcerned, dismissing it as a minor act of retaliation. Have you offended someone recently? If I have, it is of little consequence. You are well aware of my usual conduct, Lu Nan protested. Manager Zhao regarded him with understanding. Very well, I shall accompany you. Excellent, Lu Nan thought, hesitating to voice his suspicions for fear of being deemed paranoid. Together they wandered the vicinity, even visiting the home of Li Fengyi, but found no anomalies. Li Fengyi even jested. Who knows, perhaps someone was hungry and decided to feast on dog meat. Lu Nan chuckled, choosing not to dispute her remark. At present, the matter seemed devoid of leads, yet Lu Nan's vigilance heightened. It appeared a shift in perspective was imperative. Lu Nan did not regard this as a trivial matter. The dismal state of the ink dog instilled a sense of dread within him. In the realm of cultivation, where the strange and the sinister intertwine, who could predict what might transpire? After dining, Lu Nan engaged in a brief period of cultivation before ceasing his efforts. He was reluctant to deplete his spiritual energy, for should an emergency arise, he would be unable to harness his true strength. As night fell, he refrained from sleep, extinguishing the light talisman and retreating to a shadowy corner. Regrettably, he awaited the loathsome dog killer until dawn, yet his efforts were in vain. Was it fear that kept him away, or merely a petty act of retribution? Lu Nan pondered these questions. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. Who is it? Lu Nan inquired warily. In these tumultuous times, even the rustle of leaves can incite alarm. Is it you, Daoist Lu? I am the new tenant who has just moved in, here to pay my respects. Peering through the crack of the door, Lu Nan inspected his robe and weapons to ascertain that all was in order before finally opening the door. Chapter 14. The anger of the honest man. A middle-aged man approached, bearing a countenance of distress, clad in a modest robe that suggested he was not of affluent means. Yet, one would not expect a person of wealth to seek residence in such a place. He held a piece of meat in his hand and remarked with a smile, I reside next door. Do feel free to visit when you have the time. The two exchanged names, and Lu Nan learned that the man was named Liang Yin, a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement, who had secured this location due to its spiritual field. The next door he referred to was, in fact, the very place where old Wang had previously dwelt. Lu Nan courteously acknowledged Liang Yin's greeting and bid him farewell. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed Liang Yin walking towards the left side room, gently knocking on Li Fengyi's door. After a brief moment, Li Fengyi emerged, her expression devoid of emotion. It was evident she had endured a sleepless night. In the days that followed, Lu Nan transformed his lifestyle, dedicating his nights to cultivation and reserving his days for rest. Due to the necessity of conserving his spiritual energy for unforeseen circumstances, his magical training had been considerably affected. However, His progress in mundane martial arts accelerated remarkably. The night was profound. Within his room, Lu Nan was drenched in sweat, his exposed skin radiating a subtle bronze hue. He struck the wall repeatedly, producing a series of muffled thuds. The wooden stake had become inadequate for cultivating the advanced iron cloth technique. He felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body, his muscles solidifying, and even his once-aged visage appeared somewhat rejuvenated. Elbow strikes, powerful blows, and whip kicks were executed with the wall as his target. Had he aimed at the wooden stake, it would surely have disturbed the neighbor's repose. Time became an indistinct blur until he suddenly felt a jolt within. As if an unseen force infused his skin, causing his form to visibly expand, the once loose robe now fitting more snugly. Boom! The wall trembled slightly. A resounding noise echoing forth, scattering dust and igniting flickers of light in the surrounding nocturnal gloom. Lu Nan hastily ceased his efforts and gazed at his reflection. His iron cloth technique had officially transitioned from a state of mastery to perfection. This was the first skill he had perfected. He experienced a sensation akin to a tumultuous surge of vitality within, and upon approaching the water tank, he beheld his reflection. His once-aged features now appeared more distinct. His atrophied muscles regaining vitality, rendering him considerably younger, just like those elderly gentlemen in his past life who regularly exercised. He now appeared far more youthful than those who remained sedentary. Curious to test the defensive capabilities of his perfected iron cloth, he entered the kitchen and grasped a kitchen knife, raising it high. Realizing the potential danger of his actions, he gently lowered it. There was no immediate sensation. The knife, while an ordinary tool, was sufficiently sharp. However, when it came into contact with his hand, it met with considerable resistance. He applied a bit more force. Still, it proved ineffective. It seemed the defensive prowess was indeed commendable. A satisfied expression graced Lu Nan's face, yet the testing could not conclude here. He continued to increase the force over time. Eventually, he observed a trickle of blood welling from his hand and sheathed the knife. The defensive strength was not as formidable as he had envisioned, yet it was far from weak. With even half of his strength, he could merely graze the surface of the skin. Let us attempt the technique of the small cotton needle, channeling his magical energy. The ethereal form of the needle emerged from his fingertips, delicately piercing into the skin. Suddenly, Lu Nan perceived a distinctly different sensation as the needle penetrated. The surrounding flesh seemed to sense an impending threat, hastily contracting towards the site of injury. Consequently, this intensified the density of the flesh in that area, safeguarding the vulnerable marrow and internal organs. The advancement of the small cotton needle technique was abruptly hindered, and correspondingly, the consumption of magical energy escalated significantly. After all, spells are intrinsically linked to magical power. Only through a continuous supply of energy can a spell endure. A smile graced Lu Nan's face. There remains some merit in the mastery of mundane martial arts. At the very least, this level of defense could rival that of a minor protective spell. Lu Nan understood that, in terms of value, the minor protective spell might not surpass the perfected iron cloth shirt. The iron cloth shirt requires no magical energy. Even in death, a robust physique would still carry such a degree of protection. Moreover, the strength had notably increased. Surely, this level of defense would suffice? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Nan retrieved the small cotton needle talisman from the corner, contemplating a venture next door. Yet, this felt somewhat precarious. What if his mental fortitude faltered later on? After some thought, he unearthed a bottle of liquor from beneath the bed. This had been stashed away by his predecessor for moments of inspiration. He found a large bowl and poured the liquor in, inadvertently spilling some onto the floor. What a pity! Internally scolding himself for his clumsiness, he realized that avoiding reckless exploration had been wise. Having vented his frustration, he resolutely lifted the bowl and drank heartily. Alcohol bolsters one's courage. After a bowl, he felt his legs steady and his body warm. Though his head felt a bit foggy, perhaps he had indulged too much. He squinted for a moment, then abruptly opened his eyes, darting out of the room. With a nimble leap, he effortlessly scaled the courtyard wall. Soon, he arrived at the back wall of Li Fengyi's residence. This position seemed adequate. After waiting a while, he exerted himself, swiftly climbing the wall like a gecko, moving silently onto the rooftop. It was fortunate that he had mastered the grass-flying technique. Otherwise, it would not have gone so smoothly. Lu Nan pressed closely to the roof, listening intently. He dared not make excessive noise, out of respect for Li Fengyi's third-tier qi refining prowess. The house was eerily quiet. Lu Nan listened intently for 2 full hours. As dawn approached, he sighed in resignation, contemplating the implications of continuing this pursuit. But what if he misjudged the situation? That would be quite embarrassing, socially disastrous. After all, in the harmonious immortal city, one cannot engage in violence without just cause. With this thought, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Just as he prepared to retreat slowly, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. It originated from Old Wang's residence. No. Wait. It must be that newcomer. What was his name again? In the southern region, there exists a peculiar custom of not remembering names, often. Familiarity is only established through frequent encounters. Upon hearing a chilling scream, Lunan sensed something amiss and hastily rolled away, sliding down the wall with caution. However, after merely 2 steps, he abruptly beheld a figure approaching in haste. Raising his gaze, he was met with a startling sight. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the figure's sleeve, piercing into the individual's body. Lu Daoyu. Lunan's scalp prickled in alarm, for this person was none other than Li Fengyi, a face he recognized all too well. Yet now, her visage was ghastly pale. Her pupils clouded, and a trace of unfamiliar blood marred her features. It was this alarming sight that compelled Lu Nan to act without hesitation. With a rapid succession of sounds, arrows were unleashed, aimed squarely at Li Fengyi's head. Remarkably, she did not flinch, repeatedly calling out, Lu Daoyu. Lu Daoyu. A chill ran down Lunan's spine. Had he not indulged in a bit of alcohol, he would have fled without a second thought. More than a dozen short arrows struck true, piercing her skull. Indeed, the courage bestowed by drink had emboldened him, and as he observed her collapse, he approached with utmost caution. At this moment, Li Fengyi's face exhibited bizarre alterations. A once plump visage now revealed faint gray scars. A peculiar crunch echoed, reminiscent of popping beans, as her body writhed unnaturally, suggesting she might rise at any moment. Lu Nan gasped sharply, turning to flee. This was too uncanny. Truly, it was like witnessing a ghost. The effects of the alcohol had dissipated entirely. As he contemplated escape, a sinister voice emerged from the writhing form of Li Fengyi. You have taken his spiritual field. You shall die. You shall die. Ha ha ha. Lu Nan froze momentarily, then turned with a solemn expression. Charging forward and seizing Li Fengyi's head, executing a dramatic spin of 768 degrees. With a sickening thud, her head detached from her body, and the twitching form abruptly stilled, succumbing to silence. What grievances lay between them? Did they think it was easy to prey upon the meek? Did your parents not warn you that when the honest become enraged, they can be terrifying beyond measure? Chapter 15. The record Li Fengyi's head was severed. Yet Lu Nan remained remarkably composed, his mind astonishingly clear in this critical moment. In his previous life, he had been a recluse, preoccupied with little beyond the consumption of numerous videos, even having self-taught the art of wall climbing to witness forbidden scenes. At this moment, his thoughts expanded boundlessly, seizing the cover of night as he fled with Li Fengyi's lifeless body. Before long, he arrived at an open area. After the spiritual rice had matured, the stalks would rapidly lose all their spiritual energy, becoming mere refuse. Thus, every region had its share of clearings designated for incinerating such debris. He tossed Li Fengyi's remains into a pile of grass and ignited it with a fire starter. Fortunately, darkness shrouded the thick smoke, averting undue attention. However, just as Lu Nan was about to depart, he noticed a perfectly round object rolling out from the ashes, glimmering with a crystalline sheen. A spirit stone. Lu Nan's eyes sparkled. Disregarding decorum, he bent down to sift through the ashes. To his delight, he uncovered 2 inferior spirit stones. He smacked his forehead in frustration, a pang of regret washing over him. A low-tier cultivator lacked any storage bags, and it was likely Yin Ti carried many spirit stones on his person. Satisfied that he had left no trace, he vanished into the night. Upon returning home, he heard a heavy knocking at the door. Lu Nan hurriedly opened it to find Steward Zhao standing there with several others, their expressions far from pleasant. Why did it take you so long to answer? Lu Nan thought to himself, relieved that the cremation had not taken longer, as they might have begun to suspect him. I was just cultivating inside, he offered, though his words lacked conviction. Yet, there was no need for them to suspect him based on this alone. Lu Nan shook his head vigorously. After a few more inquiries, Steward Zhao and his companions departed. Steward Zhao, Lu Nan is likely lying, one of the cultivators remarked as they walked away. I know, Zhao replied. So what should we do? Are you going to instruct me on how to handle things? Not at all, the cultivator replied, bowing slightly. Zhao nodded, saying, for the next few days, you must all refrain from going anywhere, If anything happens, don't say I didn't warn you. The others found this peculiar. But they trusted Zhao's judgment. After all, years of loyalty could not simply be disregarded. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao scrutinized the location where Lu Nan resided. A hint of subtle evaluation in his gaze. Lu Nan, oblivious to their discussions, secured the door and sank to the floor, waves of dizziness crashing over him. A profound fatigue spreading throughout his body. Nevertheless, he persevered, reflecting upon the events that had transpired. His first act of murder. His first foray into wrongdoing. Surely, there must have been some oversight. In moments of tension, individuals often unconsciously overlook numerous behavioral vulnerabilities. If one fails to reflect promptly following an incident, the ensuing consequences may manifest in unpredictable ways. It is evident that something dreadful has transpired with Li Fengyi. Otherwise, such a transformation in her demeanor would be unfathomable. Coupled with her later words of vengeance, Lu Nan became increasingly aware that his actions were justified. The most prudent course of action would have been to call out loudly for assistance, allowing others to address the situation. However, having just descended from Li Fengyi's rooftop, burdened by guilt, Lu Nan instinctively sought to handle the matter discreetly. This was undoubtedly a result of his inexperience. He silently chastised himself. Having honed a mundane martial skill to its peak, he had lost his equanimity. Such a mindset was detrimental. Li Fengyi, after all, had attained the third level of qi refinement and had been assigned a task. A task? Lu Nan rubbed the 3 spiritual stones in his possession, abruptly rising to his feet. Noticing the dawn breaking, he disregarded everything else and swiftly climbed over the back wall, soon entering Li Fengyi's residence. The air was thick with a heavy, musty odor. As he traversed the interior, a faint scent of mildew assailed his nostrils. This abode bore no semblance of being inhabited. Heightened caution enveloped him, prompting the activation of a protective charm that cloaked him in a faint aura of spiritual light. Before long, he reached the innermost chamber, where he beheld a dressing table beside the bed, confirming that this was indeed Li Fengyi's dwelling. After a thorough search, Lu Nan found himself with a parcel in hand. Hastily retreating homeward, as dawn broke, Lu Nan emerged carrying a chamber pot, which he carelessly emptied beneath a nearby tree. Glancing over, he noticed a female cultivator approaching with her own chamber pot. The pungent odor emanating from her was markedly more potent than his. How delightful it would be to have a woman around. Lu Nan mused inwardly. He recognized her as the resident of the neighboring house across the way, who frequently disposed of such refuse, often accompanied by a man. Naturally, the matter of human waste was somewhat unsightly. Thus it was typically dealt with under the cloak of night, while the chamber pot could be managed more casually. Lin, my friend. No, I was resting at the time. By the time I ventured out, Steward Zhao and the others had already taken care of it. Alas, that young newcomer encountered such misfortune upon arrival. Do you think old Wang's place is particularly cursed? Look, old Wang left not long ago, and now the new tenant is gone. That lad even came by to pay his respects yesterday. What a pity. He was quite a fine young man. Lu Nan's heart sank as he recalled Li Fengyi's final words. Could it be that the new cultivator met his demise merely because he rented old Wang's house? How absurdly tragic. Who could have foreseen such a fate? The female cultivator chuckled, her gaze lingering on Lu Nan. You seem to grow younger by the day, my friend. With that physique, you must be even more appealing than before. When you venture into the mundane world next year, do seek out a few female companions. You might find yourself blessed with a measure of fortune. Ah, you jest, Lu Nan replied. In the southern part of the city, the woman appeared somewhat delicate. Contrary to her rather bold and uninhibited demeanor, one cannot help but wonder how the men in her family managed to endure her presence. Before long, she found herself seated indoors, perusing the booklet she had discovered the previous night at Li Fengyi's residence. To her astonishment, what she read left her considerably unsettled. Chapter 16. A Surge in Wealth. Damn it, how many times have I endured this nightmare? Ever since encountering that bizarre event at the foot of Shilling Mountain, I have been plagued by relentless dreams of terror. Am I, too, ensnared by that strange occurrence? Old Wang sacrificed himself to save me. How could I betray his goodwill by treading the same path? Yet, this is not the first time. I feel something amiss within me. Why do thoughts of murder haunt me incessantly, especially concerning that old man next door? The pages in my hands are filled with chaotic scribbles, clearly reflecting Li Fengyi's unstable emotions during her writing. How can this old maiden, of a similar age to mine, dare to call me an elder? Lu Nan felt utterly speechless. He continued to read. My memory is deteriorating. I've forgotten where I hid the spirit stones yesterday. This is troubling. I might indeed be entangled with the supernatural. At dawn, I must seek out Manager Zhao. He has an insatiable greed. And I have witnessed numerous times how gifts are stealthily delivered to him. If I manage this properly, leveraging his connections should allow me to find a high-ranking cultivator. Night has fallen again. Damn it. What did I accomplish during the day? Nothing at all. I've squandered an entire day in a stupor. Has it begun to influence my thoughts? No. I must find Manager Zhao immediately. Damn it. He has unleashed so many black dogs. It's impossible for me to approach him. If I fail to kill him, I will surely perish. Oh, old Wang, please bless me. Let us ascend to immortality together. Shall we? Wait. Haven T, I sought out Manager Zhao yet. Haha, no, why would I seek him? He harbors ill intentions, and if not for him, how could that surnamed Lu have usurped old Wang's spirit field? I will settle accounts with each of them. I certainly will. Ah, why? Why do they not spare even his final resting place? You people, the ink became increasingly chaotic. I am in peril. They are coming. The final strokes resembled a glimmer of dawn before darkness enveloped. Lunan solemnly set the book down. Within its pages, one could discern Li Fengyi's internal struggle. Perhaps even then, her thoughts had been manipulated by the supernatural. Thus, her initial plans had been repeatedly thwarted. The notes revealed her repeated intentions to seek out Manager Zhao during daylight, yet alas, she never succeeded, as Lunan had surmised. The death of the ink dog that day was indeed due to Li Fengyi's arrival. This realization sent a chill through him. Had it not been for his caution, he might have faced dire consequences that night. It seems that even in the city of immortals, one's safety cannot be fully assured. Another point particularly troubled Lu Nan. The mention of they at the end of the notes. They are coming? What does this signify? Does it imply that numerous supernatural entities have descended upon the city of immortals? Panic surged within Lu Nan. No, this thing cannot remain. It must be dispatched. Upon returning home, Lu Nan was still in a state of shock, as if the supernatural could manifest at any moment. Should I flee? A sudden thought emerged in Lu Nan's mind as he glanced at the package on the bed, easing the heaviness in his heart. Last night, at Li Fengyi's residence, he had not only discovered her notes, but also uncovered her legacy. A total of 83 low-grade spirit stones, along with 2 minor talismans and a low-tier robe. These were the only valuable items. He refrained from taking anything insignificant to avoid drawing attention, as it would be a futile endeavor. The minor talismans were considered essential for traversing the martial world, possessing a certain suppressive power against the bizarre, and they were not inexpensive. With the talismans secured on his person, Lu Nan felt a slight sense of relief. The robe was indistinguishable from the one he had previously worn, inscribed only with a minor cleansing spell, which could fetch a couple of spirit stones if sold. Truly, the adage about the golden belt of wealth holds wisdom. However, recalling the terrifying process, he quickly quelled his restless heart. With his unique advantages, he could gradually carve out a niche for himself. It was wiser to avoid perilous ventures. One who frequently walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, leaving him without a place at the table. Initially, he intended to prepare a simple breakfast, but given his newfound wealth, he resolutely decided against depriving himself. Thus, he procured a few measures of spirit grains and began to cook them. Soon, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. He had not anticipated that this ink dog would indeed prove useful, a reward for his great contribution. The immortal city, governed by the Iron Sword sect, was the safest place he could recall. If Li Fengyi's notes held any truth regarding the arrival of numerous anomalies, the outside world was hardly safer than here. Although the Iron Sword sect had suffered losses among several foundation-building experts, many remained, including the sect leader and several elders who were formidable figures in the later stages of foundation building. The immortal city was their stronghold, and they would undoubtedly ensure its safety. Moreover, where would he even run? The surrounding area was filled with mundane lands. Here, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone to bear it. Outside, if the sky fell, he would be left to shoulder the burden. Why bother? Prioritizing caution. Lu Nan adhered to good habits and made his way to the market to prepare for the days ahead. On his journey, he encountered a few acquaintances who regarded him with astonishment. Clad in a robe with several rips and with darkened skin, he resembled a rustic farmer. "Your attire is truly remarkable," remarked one with a teasing grin. The immortal city was a realm for cultivators, despite many engaging in menial labor, toiling in the dirt. Who among them did not harbor the heart of a cultivator? Such demeanor was usually well polished. Typically, one would cleanse and groom themselves before venturing to the market. It was rare to see someone like Lu Nan, who paid little heed to appearances. No, no. Lu Nan replied dismissively, accustomed to such banter. As he walked away, his familiar acquaintances chuckled, saying, "That fellow has reached the age where he can no longer rent spirit fields. He will likely find it difficult to remain in the immortal city. Once one enters the mundane, the path of cultivation is severed, leaving only a desolate existence." Laughing heartily, Lu Nan had not heeded the words of those individuals. They were all farmers, and even if they held disdain for others, they would still maintain a semblance of dignity. It was inconceivable that they would hurl crude insults at someone as face. Aside from age, none could claim superiority over the others. Otherwise, they would not be toiling in the fields. True genius reveals itself in the early years, and at that time, naturally, there would be those who would take them under their wing at the Iron Sword sect. Upon arriving at the marketplace, Lu Nan first sold his useless robe, earning 2 inferior spirit stones, and then proceeded to the area where stalls were set up. How much for this minor exorcism talisman? Not long after, he spotted a stall selling minor exorcism talismans. Is that you? Lu Nan was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the stall owner. A familiar face? Chapter 17. A profitable venture unfamiliar. Could it be an acquaintance from a past life? The merchant, clad in a pale blue robe, sported a slightly graying bun atop her head, presenting the image of a married woman. Her oval face, though marked by some wrinkles, still bore traces of youthful beauty beneath layers of rouge. The woman recognized him, yet he could not place her. Lu Nan felt a twinge of discomfort and merely nodded in acknowledgement. The female cultivator, perceiving his shyness, teased, "After all these years, you remain unchanged." "Ah. But judging by your attire, it seems life has been rather challenging for you, hasn't it?" "Indeed. As long as the past is not mentioned, we can all be good friends." The female cultivator chuckled, clearly amused. "How fortunate I was not to choose you back then. Don't you think my foresight was commendable?" "Ah? Choose me for what?" Lu Nan instinctively replied. She shook her head. "You were still so modest." Pointing at the items on her stall, she continued, "What would you like to purchase? Given our past acquaintance, I can offer you a discount." Lu Nan began to piece together the puzzle, suspecting that it was likely a remnant of his predecessor's romantic history. However, it was quite normal for men. Unexpectedly, the female cultivator, in a bold manner, shot him a challenging glance. "At your age, still so naive." Lu Nan maintained a stern expression, saying, "Do not slander me, fellow cultivator." "Slander? Ha!" She scoffed, her laughter devoid of malice. Lu Nan felt increasingly uncomfortable, contemplating purchasing an exorcism talisman elsewhere while also coveting the discount offered by his former lover. How much for a small exorcism talisman? 3 low-grade spiritual stones. Fixed price. The price was reasonable, and Lu Nan refrained from exercising his bargaining skills. "Please pack it for me." "Pack it? Is there a problem?" The female cultivator frowned. "Aren't you still farming?" "Yes." "Have you squandered your hard-earned spiritual stones so recklessly?" "Fellow cultivator, you are meddling too much," Lu Nan retorted. The female cultivator, now irritated, remarked, "No wonder you've been struggling for so long and remained so impoverished." Grumbling to herself, she picked up the talisman paper and handed it to Lu Nan. Perplexed, Lu Nan turned to leave. The female cultivator sat at her stall, watching his retreating figure with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. "What's wrong?" After a short while, an elderly cultivator approached from behind, his gaze lingering on Lu Nan's silhouette before he inquired. "Nothing. Just an old acquaintance." The female cultivator composed herself, responding nonchalantly. "Oh." The old cultivator retrieved several talisman papers from his garments and handed them to her. "What are these for?" "What else?" "For farming. Just enough to sustain myself for the year." The female cultivator, aware of her partner's jealousy, replied curtly, observing the old cultivator chuckle to himself while calculating nearby. His weary profile caught her eye, and a flicker of tenderness emerged in her gaze. "Do not overexert yourself. Make sure to rest." "It's nothing. I can manage this much work. In my youth, I could spend an entire day and night crafting talismans." "You, old coot, just be careful not to overexert yourself." The female cultivator, with a sharp tongue yet tender heart, suggested, "By the way, let us retreat to a quieter place to evade the turmoil." "Why the sudden mention of this?" "I have learned that several bizarre incidents have occurred in the city over the past few days, resulting in the demise of numerous cultivators." The female cultivator exclaimed, "How could such oddities exist in the immortal city?" She harbored no doubts about the truth. After all, her partner was a talisman maker, possessing a status and earning capacity far superior to ordinary folk, thus privy to more informed news. It is said to be related to the wilderness expedition from last month. Are we to leave the immortal city? No need. If even the immortal city is like this, the outside world is likely even less secure. We have all decided to remain in the immortal city, but we should relocate to a less populated area. The bustling market is too crowded and thus less safe. I find this notion somewhat dubious. One must understand that there are far more powerful beings in the market. Moving to a quieter place may indeed make us more susceptible to robbery. That is a valid point. Listening to the female cultivator, the man began to waver, saying, I will consult with those few friends of mine tonight to gauge the situation. There is something decidedly amiss in this world. Just as he spoke, he suddenly remembered, I almost forgot, do not sell the minor talismans. With these strange occurrences, their value will surely rise. Selling them now would be a loss. The female cultivator's expression shifted slightly. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I just sold them all. Lunan tucked the minor talismans into his clothing. Perhaps due to psychological reasons, he felt much more at ease. However, he only possessed 6 talismans, which he suspected would be insufficient. After perusing the stalls, he purchased nearly all the minor talismans available in the market. These talismans are essential for lower-tier cultivators when traveling, and their prices have remained robust. So Lu Nin was unafraid of incurring losses. Thus he bought them without hesitation. In the end, he acquired a total of 21 minor talismans. Having spent 65 low-grade spirit stones, he had initially intended to purchase a few more, and had even negotiated the price. But just as he was about to finalize the transaction, the stall owner abruptly retracted the talismans, citing an urgent need for them. Such a lack of integrity. What a disgrace. Lu Nin did not dwell on it. The stall owner merely stated he had an urgent matter to attend to and left with the talismans. After making another round, he spent 10 low-grade spirit stones on a bottle of energy-replenishing pills. Money truly does not last. Lu Nin felt the fabric of his clothing and discovered he was left with only 10 low-grade spirit stones. He wondered about the effectiveness of these energy pills. The fragmented memories left by his previous incarnation provided no information regarding their consumption. Lu Nin purchased these items out of sheer curiosity. The progress of his cultivation has been painfully slow. Subsequently, he spent 1 spirit stone on a batch of ordinary rice and fresh meat, then shouldered his burdens as he made his way out of the market. As he passed by a talisman shop, he noticed someone emerging with an expression of indignation. Grumbling, what is going on? This morning, the minor talismans were 4 spirit stones each, and now they have surged to 5. How can one be so unscrupulous? Indeed, how could there be such a sudden increase? Someone else chimed in. Could it be related to the situation over in the Shilling Mountains? As he listened to the scattered discussions of the crowd, Lu Nin felt a surge of satisfaction within. It seemed he had seized a fortuitous opportunity. The talisman he had recently purchased had suddenly increased in value. 80% of the shops in the market belonged to the Iron Sword sect. And while the items produced there were somewhat more expensive than those found elsewhere, the prices were not exorbitantly high, typically varying by around half a low-grade spirit stone. The average price of the talismans he had bought had been approximately 3-5 low-grade spirit stones, and within a mere quarter of an hour, it had surged to 4-5 stones. A remarkable profit of 21 low-grade spirit stones. Incredible! No matter how extraordinary this field may be, it pales in comparison to the absurdity of business. Lu Nin couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he also sensed something amiss. The repercussions of the eerie events were likely beginning to unfold, and more severely than anticipated. Otherwise, the price of talismans in the shops could not have escalated so drastically. Often, when the market rises while the authorities remain stagnant, it signifies localized control. When both rise, it indicates inflation. In a certain sense, the talisman shop represents the official stance. Those who sold him the talisman paper must be feeling quite unsettled about this news, he thought with a hint of concern. Chapter 18. Curfew unbeknownst to Lu Nin. As he departed, a group of cultivators arrived shortly thereafter. He has gone. Just moments ago, someone witnessed him leaving. These individuals were the vendors who had recently sold him minor talismans for exorcism. Unfortunately, their information was lacking. Fearing a lack of manpower to apprehend Lu Nin, they had gathered a few companions, uncertain whether the buyer was alone or accompanied. Yet, in this delay, Lu Nin's figure had vanished. Let us pursue him. With all that he carries, he cannot run swiftly. The vendors suppressed their impatience and hurried along the road in pursuit. However, after chasing for a mile, they still failed to catch sight of Lu Nin. The numerous side paths obscured their view, and various obstacles hindered their line of sight. It's all your fault for being so slow. You claimed that with a sufficient number of us, we could handle it. Look where we are now. He has already gone. One of them cursed loudly, and the group dispersed in discontent. Midday. The sun blazed high in the sky. There was no recourse, with guilty consciences. They feared being seen, lest they attract unwarranted attention. Late at night, Lunan lit incense and prayed, bathing and changing his clothes. He solemnly placed the jade vial beneath the incense table. 10 spirit stones. This was, to date, his most significant expenditure. He unscrewed the cap, and through the opening of the jade vial, 2 perfectly round pills lay quietly within. At that moment, he retrieved a neatly folded sheet of Shin paper from his garments and slowly unfolded it. Instructions and prohibitions for the Qi supplement pill. Lunan felt a wave of confusion. When he purchased the Qi supplement pill, the attendant had handed him this paper, and he had assumed it was merely contact information. Little did he know it was a manual. Do celestial pills require instructions as well? Upon closer inspection, Qi supplement pill, best taken before meals. Optimal effects when one is full of vitality. After consumption, it is advisable to immediately sit cross-legged to cultivate, thus fully absorbing the medicinal effects. Prohibitions: avoid spicy foods. If only you had the decency to list all the ingredients, Lunan muttered. He settled into a lotus position, channeling the Qi Feng technique to adjust his state. Qi Feng technique proficiency. 1. Time passed unmeasured, and as dawn broke outside, Lunan opened his eyes and swallowed the Qi supplement pill with clear water. A gentle warmth spread from his abdomen throughout his entire body. Day turned to night, and before long, a full cycle had passed. He opened his panel, and upon observing the changes in the displayed numbers, a flicker of worry crossed his face. Name: Lunan. Lifespan: 5990. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 2, 13100. Technique: Qi Feng Technique. Entry Level: 89100. Skills: Minor Rain Technique. Entry Level: 93100. Minor Cotton Needle Technique. Entry Level: 67100. Grass on the Wind. Major Completion: 127,400. Spirit Rice Cultivation. Proficient: 77,150. Iron Cloth Shirt. Perfected: 00. Sleeve Arrow. Expert: 68,200. While the proficiency of other skills steadily rose, his realm remained as immovable as a rock. Before consuming the Qi boosting pill, Lunan's proficiency stood at a mere 10 points. Upon swallowing a single pill, he saw an increment of only 3 points, just sufficient to match the arduous training he had endured for over a month. Gazing at the remaining pill on the table, Lunan felt a twinge of hesitation. He was uncertain whether the pill's effects were inherently limited or if they were a reflection of his own innate talents. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from taking it for the moment. His practice of the clear wind technique was tantalizingly close to advancement, and he wished to witness the changes that would accompany such a progression. In the ensuing days, Lunan suspended his studies and other spells, devoting all his energy to the cultivation of the clear wind technique. On the 5th morning, while seated in the courtyard, he was suddenly enveloped by a gentle breeze. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to shift subtly around him. Not far away, a black dog lay quietly, its head slightly raised, as if gazing toward the setting sun. Outside the courtyard, a row of grand trees flourished, their leaves abundant. Whether it was the sweltering heat or an early onset of midlife changes, a few leaves drifted down, akin to a scene captured in slow motion. He rubbed his nose, sensing that he had perhaps indulged in melancholia too deeply. Upon checking his status panel, he discovered that his clear wind technique had progressed from the entry level to proficiency. To his astonishment, he noticed that his proficiency had increased from 13 to 14 in mere 5 days. The pace of improvement had accelerated significantly, reducing the time required from approximately 15 days to just 5. Calculating the days required to reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, Lunan's expression contorted with disbelief. 430 days. This marked a significant milestone in his journey, validating his prior assumptions about the technique's efficacy. The higher the level of the clear wind technique, the swifter the advancement would be. If proficiency increased by 1 point every 5 days, one could only wonder how rapid the progress would be at the mastery level, or even at the completion stage. Lunan had never before experienced such a fervent drive. He turned to practice but suddenly recalled the jade vial resting by his bedside, his expression turning contemplative. Should he save it for later? Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible that the level of the clear wind technique might influence the absorption of the pill, potentially maximizing its benefits if deferred. Yet, what if his hypothesis proved incorrect? A wave of anxiety washed over him. How absurd it was for a transmigrator like him to be agonizing over whether to consume a low-grade pill valued at merely 5 low-grade spirit stones. Lunan's expression froze in frustration, feeling the weight of his predicament. Decisiveness was essential. Indecision would only lead to turmoil. With a determined resolve, he crushed the pill in his mouth, seated himself cross-legged, and shortly thereafter washed it down with clear water. Gulp. The familiar warmth enveloped his abdomen once more. After a while, he glanced at his status panel, a faint smile gracing his face. Realm, Chi Refinement Second Layer, 18100, proficiency increased by 4 points. Ding, ding, ding. In the evening, in high spirits after practicing his sleeve darts, Lunan sat leisurely in a chair with a cup of tea, when suddenly, a cacophony of gongs echoed from outside. What could be happening? Startled, he spilled tea between his legs and hastily patted himself down before opening the door to investigate. There stood Steward Zhao, with a gong in his left hand and a mallet in his right, striking the instrument rhythmically. Steward Zhao, what has transpired? Why the alarm? Inquired the female cultivator, Zhang Tao, standing directly opposite the door. In a grave tone, Steward Zhao replied, strange occurrences have emerged in the Immortal City. The disciples of the Immortal Gate are urgently addressing the situation. To prevent any innocent casualties, a curfew will be enforced in the Immortal City. Do not wonder about it, knight. Should any misfortune befall you, do not say I did not warn you. Chapter 19. What are your intentions? A curfew? At this moment, those who heard these words were utterly astonished. How long had it been since a curfew had been imposed? The last time seemed to be when the remnants of the San Yuan sect, led by Zhang Tao, murmured about it, only to be silenced by her companion. You foolish woman, what nonsense are you spouting? With that, he pulled her inside. Lunan smirked, as he was aware of the reason behind Zhang Tao's partner's actions. Years ago, when the San Yuan sect retreated from the Immortal City, their strength was significantly diminished, yet they were not entirely vanquished. It was rumored that several Foundation establishment cultivators, along with a few elite disciples, managed to escape. The recent curfew was a response to a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator, nearing their demise, who had infiltrated the Immortal City, wreaking havoc upon the assets of the Iron Sword sect. Indeed, these were turbulent times. It appeared that the situation had begun to deteriorate. Otherwise, the Iron Sword sect would not have dared to bring the Immortal City to a standstill. For even a single day's halt would incur substantial losses. May I inquire if you are the esteemed Taoist Lu? Lunan's eyes brightened as he noticed a young maiden, elegantly attired and seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, standing before the door of Li Fengye's residence, her smile radiant as she gazed in their direction. With an oval face and sparkling eyes, she stood there vivaciously, lifting spirits effortlessly. Taoist friend? Taoist friend? This girl, indeed, was quite enchanting. Her attire suggested she was not lacking in means. Coming to his senses, he remarked, this little Taoist appears somewhat unfamiliar. I have recently moved here. I heard Manager Zhao mention you, so I sought an opportunity to make your acquaintance. Lunan nodded, discreetly glancing at the girl's figure, inwardly lamenting. Truly, when God opens a door for someone, he shuts a window. His enthusiasm waned considerably. Did you previously reside in the market district? Indeed. The young female cultivator replied with a charming smile, displaying no sign of shyness. What prompted your move here? She sighed. Taoist friend Lu, you may not be aware, but the situation in the market district is far more severe than one might imagine. Strange occurrences have become commonplace. Even remaining indoors does not guarantee one's safety. Thus, many with modest means are seeking ways to relocate from the market. Ah, so you are among the modestly affluent. How enlightening. In these times, it is wise to remain cautious. Indeed, the two exchanged names, and Lunan learned that her name was Liu, her strength yet to be revealed. What a delightful name. Youth is truly a blessing. Reflecting upon her appearance, Lunan shook his head with a wry smile, redirecting his thoughts towards cultivation. He initially intended to elevate his spells and techniques, but it seemed an adjustment was in order. The Little Cloud Rain technique and the Little Cotton Needle technique lacked substantial combat power and conflicted with the enhancement of his martial arts, leaving him no choice but to temporarily focus on improving his mundane martial skills and the Clear Wind technique. His aim was to be resilient and agile, capable of launching surprise attacks. The iron cloth shirt had already reached its limit, so next, he would naturally advance to the grass on the fly and the sleeve arrow. Lunan rolled up his sleeves, aiming at the upright wooden stake. The mastery of the sleeve arrow technique had become exceedingly stealthy and precise. Each short arrow released from his sleeve found its mark effortlessly, Recalling the initial days of practice, when every movement was clumsy, Lunan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Ah, the passage of time. Almost every moment, he could perceive his own growth. Meanwhile, as Lunan was engrossed in his cultivation, a group emerged from Yao's residence. Fortunately, they exited swiftly. Otherwise, the ensuing events would have been quite uncertain. One cultivator exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, it is also peculiar to blame Taoist Fu. Had it not been for him, we could have arrived 2 days earlier. This is my fault, the elder cultivator replied. Beside him stood a female cultivator, who, had Lunan been present, would certainly have recognized as a former companion of his past incarnation. A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes, yet she maintained her composure, choosing silence until the group dispersed. Only then did she voice her discontent. Who could have predicted such an occurrence? If our considerations were unjust, would they have lingered so long? The elder cultivator reassured her. You are correct. However, there is no need for us to harbor resentment towards them. We must continue to support one another in the future. It would not be long now. A day's halt in the market results in losses of at least 1,000 spirit stones. The higher-ups of the Iron Sword sect cannot possibly allow this to go unnoticed. Let us hope so. Following the directions, the two arrived at their rented abode and pushed open the door. The house was quite clean. This saves us the trouble of tidying up. The elder cultivator smiled, casting a glance around, only to suddenly notice an odd expression on his companion's face. What troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. This place feels somewhat familiar. Were you not also one who departed from a village back in the day? The female cultivator smiled slightly. Now that you mention it, I do recall living in this very village. What a coincidence. The elder cultivator's smile faltered slightly as if he had been reminded of something. Let us prepare and pay a visit to our neighbors later. Very well. In the courtyard, Lunan released the final short arrow and plopped down onto a chair, rubbing his sore arms. The recoil of the sleeve arrows posed little challenge to him, a master of the iron cloth technique, yet the strain of prolonged practice was undeniable. It was akin to raising one's hand. After a while, anyone would find it unbearable. Glancing at the target board, he mused that in a couple of days, he should be able to master the sleeve arrows completely. Such days were indeed pleasant, with food and drink in abundance, and if only wealth were also present. Devoid of any threats to life, one's existence would be utterly blissful. Dozing off, he found himself in a dream where a slender figure danced before him, her alluring curves captivating his attention. Upon seeing her face, he thought, wait, why does she seem familiar? Before he could conclude, the dream woman executed a graceful spin, shattering his burgeoning recognition. So large, so round, it cannot be her. Master. The surroundings were filled with soft, delicate bodies, entwined around him, warm and slightly damp. Damp? Lunan awoke abruptly, his gaze landing upon a large dog's head licking his leg repeatedly. Turning around, he wore a contemplative expression. Before falling asleep, he distinctly remembered that he was seated several meters away. How could he wake up to find himself in a different position? With a swift motion, he nudged the dog's head aside, intending to rise and continue his pursuit of immortality, when a series of loud thuds echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, his gaze immediately fell upon a pair of round, prominent objects swaying before him. Fellow cultivator? Lunan quickly turned his head, feigning a yawn. My apologies. I've just awakened and am a bit disoriented. The old cultivator's expression darkened. Was this merely a matter of confusion? How vexing. I stood closest, in the most appropriate position, yet you choose to ignore me and focus on my companion standing beside me. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Chapter 20. I comprehend your intent. You wish to flaunt your superiority before me. The elderly cultivator suppressed the anger simmering within, stating, we have recently moved in next door. Previously, we specialized in talisman crafting at the market, and we possess some skills. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me. The prices are quite reasonable. While he spoke, his heart had already resolved to offer a truly advantageous price. Lunan was oblivious to the ulterior motives of his interlocutor, having just stared at the man's wife, clearly displaying his lack of decorum. However, this matter could not be openly addressed. Should he apologize? I apologize. I did not mean to gaze at your companion. Those with a more temperate disposition would simply turn away, while those with a harsher temperament might retaliate. There was no need for such a confrontation. Truly unnecessary. Harmony breeds prosperity, after all. Lunan chuckled. Then I shall trouble you when the time comes. The elderly cultivator, having not exchanged names, turned and departed. The female cultivator beside him cast a glance his way, hastily offering a portion of fresh meat. My husband can be rather impatient. Please do not take offense. Not at all, Lunan replied as he accepted the meat, only to see the elderly cultivator turn back, his expression one of displeasure. Could it be that they truly were involved? Previously, it had been mere speculation, but now he felt increasingly convinced. The female cultivator was indeed the one he had encountered at the market. Perhaps her demeanor was restrained due to the presence of her partner. It would be wise to limit interactions from now on. Lunan did not dwell on it. He merely sought to live quietly as a recluse and diligently cultivate. Such married women were indeed troublesome. What if that little cultivator next door? Lunan suddenly felt a hint of self-reflection. I am 59 years old this year. Perhaps I should seek a mentor? On second thought, a godfather might suffice. Should it be proper or improper? Lunan hesitated. Practice archery. Thwack. The short arrow struck the wooden target dead center, leaving a small indentation, with which shavings scattered across the ground. In the neighboring courtyard, a young girl in a pale yellow robe, Liu, was deftly manipulating a short arrow, her speed astonishing, yet it remained firmly under her control. Suddenly, her fair earlobes twitched, and her gaze drifted toward Lunan's courtyard. That sound resembles a sleeve arrow. Each release produced a sound nearly identical, indicating the practitioner's mastery over strength and precision. She must at least be at an advanced level. With a gentle smile, she caused the short arrow in her hand to vanish, and in the next moment, a short arrow embedded itself into a nearby doorpost. Alas, it lacked just a touch of finesse. Her smile brightened the courtyard, illuminating it slightly. On the third morning, Lunan arose early. After perfecting his iron cloth technique, he felt increasingly invigorated, and even the duration of his practice with sleeve arrows and grass flying had significantly increased. In summary, he had become more resilient and enduring. Such skills were crucial for cultivators. They were not available for purchase in the market. The Iron Sword sect maintained strict regulations regarding skills that could yield continuous benefits, such as talisman crafting. Had it not been for the superfluous prefix small, acquiring it would have been utterly impossible. The true art of talisman crafting can only be accessed through the Iron Sword sect, which exemplifies a monopoly on knowledge. Lunan comprehends this predicament. Yet one's biases often dictate their thoughts, rendering acceptance unattainable. With high-end production restricted, the lower-tier cultivators find it arduous to extract sustenance from the Iron Sword sect, relegating them to mere low-end labor. Patience is key. Lunan bears no aversion to joining a sect. If a situation promises mutual benefit, why resist? He grasped the short arrow, placed it in the device, and stepped into the courtyard. Before long, the continuous, sharp sounds resonated. The volume diminished. The motions became increasingly fluid. In the adjacent courtyard, Liu listened intently. She was particularly sensitive to such cultivation practices. Thus, even as the sounds reached her ears faintly, they captured her attention. The elder was indeed diligent. Since her arrival, she had frequently heard various training sounds throughout the day, which filled her with quiet admiration. However, this method of practice was far from adequate. If this continued, it would be challenging to transcend to a level of mastery and reach the realm of great accomplishment. Liu possessed considerable talent in mundane martial arts, regarded by others as a prodigy in martial training. She discerned the nuances with ease. Insufficient training strength would hinder any breakthroughs. Liu shook her head inwardly. Splash. Lunan emptied the chamber pot, pouring its contents at the base of several large trees. The last time he had cleaned it, he had encountered Zhang Tao and felt somewhat embarrassed. Hence, he opted for a different location this time, moving to the rear of the building. However, as he turned, he unexpectedly spotted the voluptuous Zhang Tao approaching with the chamber pot. Upon seeing him, she paused, seemingly taken aback by their encounter. Lunan's gaze briefly flitted past Zhang Tao's bosom, and he gained some clarity regarding the dream he had a few days prior. Those swaying lanterns from his dream undoubtedly belonged to her. What a transgression! Lunan felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, I merely thought this spot was more convenient. Zhang Tao playfully scolded, Oh, spare me. I see you're merely worried about being caught by your old flame. Old flame? Dear Zhang, do not tarnish my reputation. I, Lunan, am a proud virgin. Where would I find a lover? He retorted, though a wave of melancholy washed over him. His only regret since crossing over was that he had yet to officially cohabit with his girlfriend before being separated by realms. Don't deny it. I know all about Qingjia, but honestly, I can't blame her for choosing that Taoist friend. You see, they are of similar age, capable of crafting talismans. And on the marketplace, they can earn at least 7 or 8 spirit stones a day. Meanwhile, you, throughout the year, earn less than they do in a few days. Just a couple of days ago, when I visited, they were already serving spirit beast meat. My old man hasn't let me have that even once in a year. Zhang Tao appeared displeased, casting a glance at Lu Nan before huffing and walking away with the pot. Ah, what a twisted fate. Lu Daoist, are you there? Lu Nan approached the door to answer. Li Daoist. The visitor was none other than Li Yu. Under the perplexed gaze of Lu Nan, she spoke with a solemn demeanor. Over the past few days, I have heard some sounds emanating from your vicinity. Are you perhaps practicing the sleeve arrows? Indeed, she replied. Have I disturbed your rest, my friend? I shall be more mindful in the future. However, when it comes to the pursuit of cultivation, one cannot afford to abandon it for trivial matters. Moreover, Lu Nan was aware that the sounds of practicing the sleeve arrows had already diminished significantly by the time they reached the neighboring courtyard. Suddenly, Li Yu felt a surge of tension, for as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the elderly gentleman before her staring at her with a look of utter bewilderment. His small eyes were filled with confusion. Li Yu hastily clarified, perhaps my words were somewhat abrupt, but I do possess a modicum of skill in martial arts, particularly with the sleeve arrows. My father, in his lifetime, conducted extensive research on this art, and I have learned quite a bit from him. Oh, I see. So, you wish to come here to show off. Chapter 21. The String of Arrows. Lu Nan's instinctive remark left Li Yu momentarily perplexed. Was he showing off? Suddenly realizing that his words bore an unmistakable local flavor, Lu Nan hastily clarified. Oh, it's nothing. If you don't mind, please come in and sit for a while. He began to comprehend that the young lady before him was genuinely trying to impart her knowledge of martial arts. Despite having just achieved significant progress with his concealed arrows that morning, Lu Nan was far from believing himself to be the most formidable. There are always greater talents beyond oneself. One must never underestimate the exceptional individuals in this world, especially in a realm dedicated to cultivation. Please, I humbly ask for your guidance, Lu Nan said earnestly. Li Yu replied, it is about power. Power? Indeed. In truth, whether it concerns concealed arrows or other hidden weapons, as well as many martial arts techniques, the emphasis on strength intensifies as one progresses. The saying, one force breaks through myriad techniques, is not mere rhetoric. When discussing martial arts, Li Yu appeared quite animated, her lovely face aglow with enthusiasm. She passionately shared her insights on power. And it was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that she became aware of the time. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she remarked, essentially, that's the gist of it. When you practice, gradually increase your strength. Only then can you hope to reach the threshold of mastery. Afterward, she added, this is what my father taught me. He is a skilled martial artist, and even some cultivators dare not underestimate him. Lu Nan regarded her with solemn respect. Thank you very much. Ah, it's nothing. Having emerged from her state of excitement, Li Yu felt a touch of shyness. If her companion were a young person, it might not have seemed so audacious, but given that he was an elder, one who could be considered a cultivator, she felt her behavior might have been somewhat presumptuous. As she hurried away, Lu Nan reflected on her retreating figure. Beauty of both visage and spirit, she is certainly someone who can lead a fulfilling life. The formidable strength of her arrows drove them deep into the wooden target, nearly vanishing within it. Although the concealed arrows were propelled by a simple mechanism, they indeed demanded a high level of strength from the wielder. However, with a proficiency level of merely 1, the difference was negligible. Increasing proficiency only served to diminish his stamina. A decline in stamina would inevitably weaken the final outcome. Thus, there was no necessity for it. With a shake of his shoulders, he aimed at the wooden target and unleashed a volley of concealed arrows. Upon reaching mastery, his control over the concealed arrows ascended to a new realm, where he possessed a clear understanding of how to swiftly prepare the arrows and identify the optimal moment to strike. His control over the power in his arm had also reached a new level. Such a rapid-fire technique could only be mastered at the pinnacle of concealed arrow skills. By coordinating the strength of the arm, the dexterity of the fingers, the body's movements, and visual acuity, the mechanism could be emptied of arrows in a remarkably brief period, thus creating an effect akin to a string of arrows. Consequently, the power was significantly enhanced, and the likelihood of the enemy evading the attack diminished sharply. Most importantly, the speed of training would increase exponentially. This is the most satisfying aspect for Lu Nan. In the past, he could only unleash a single shot at a time, but now he can fire multiple times, like a machine gun, rat-a-tat-tat. One must wonder, are you not intimidated? Perfection is but a heartbeat away. Suddenly, the intensity of his exertion surged. Indeed, if one does not push themselves to the limit, how can one hope to transcend it? Li Yu revealed a hint of a smile. The sound of the short arrow embedding itself into the wood was surprisingly loud. This old practitioner possesses considerable strength in this regard. Just as she was listening, the next moment, her small mouth gaped open in astonishment, her cherry lips enticing. What is that sound? She sprang to her feet, heedless of everything, rushing outside and colliding with chairs and the door, causing them to sway violently. Bang, bang, bang. Who could that be? Lunan, engrossed in his training, felt a twinge of annoyance. Each interruption was a significant waste of his time, truly an unworthy exchange. However, considering the importance of maintaining harmonious neighborly relations, he set aside his activities and stepped outside. Fellow cultivator, were you just practicing a volley of arrows? Upon opening the door, a youthful face greeted him, the vibrant energy rushing into his nostrils. Lunan nodded. It could be considered that way. Liyu's petite frame trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed. Could I possibly see it? Lunan found it troublesome, but remembering Liyu's earlier kindness in offering guidance, he felt it would be rather inconsiderate to refuse. Of course, the two proceeded inside, and as they walked, Lunan picked up the short arrows from the ground. The volley of arrows was more challenging to evade than a single arrow, but it had its drawbacks, since the arrows traveled in a straight line. If the first arrow encountered resistance, the subsequent arrows would collide with it, diminishing their power. Nevertheless, Lunan had already formulated a plan in his mind. He would adjust the angle when releasing the arrows. This required a high level of coordination between his body and strength. Click, click, click. The faint sound of mechanisms resonated. Liyu's eyes brightened. Lunan's fluid and swift movements in setting up the short arrows possessed a grace akin to flowing water, igniting in her an impulse to exclaim his prowess. I'm about to embarrass myself, Lunan remarked. The expectant gaze from the young lady made him somewhat uneasy, not due to shyness, but because he felt his current demeanor was somewhat at odds with his low-profile persona. Suddenly, a series of sounds merged into a singular cacophony, leading one to believe it was merely a single shot. Liyu took a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, and earnestly stated, "The volley of arrows is a technique that can only be performed by a master of sleeve arrows. To reach this level is truly commendable in the mundane world. You could be deemed a master." "Oh, not at all." Lunan waved his hand dismissively. A master? He still wished to find a few suitable matches. "May I take a look?" Liyu pointed at the wooden post. "Of course," he replied. "After all, once one has seen enough beautiful women, it becomes rather mundane." He casually sat to the side, resuming his practice of the clear wind technique. This elder is indeed diligent. Liyu glanced back, secretly admiring his dedication. Clear wind technique proficiency. 1. Farewell, fellow Taoist Li. He intended to see her off, but to his surprise, Liyu repeatedly declined, insisting it would be inappropriate for a senior to escort her. Thus, Lunan had no choice but to acquiesce. Alas, what an extraordinary occurrence! Zhang Tao turned and entered the house, addressing her companion. "Can you guess what I just witnessed?" "What?" the man inquired. Zhang Tao clicked her tongue and remarked, "The young lady who moved in across the street is quite attractive. I just saw her emerge from old Lu's place." The man replied, "Perhaps she had business with him? You ought not to overthink it." Who says it must be something serious? That old Lu is quite unprincipled, flirting with that girl. To me, she appears to be rather innocent. I suspect she has fallen under his spell. Such impropriety, it's as if an old bull is chasing after tender grass. Chapter 22, The Retreat of the Steel-Hearted Man. In broad daylight, there should be no issues. Haven't we engaged in such activities during the day before? The male cultivator had no words to counter. Zhang Tao murmured, suddenly laughing. What do you think would be Qin Jie's reaction if she found out about this? Do not stir up trouble. The situation is uncertain. It would be detrimental if relations soured. Rest assured, I am merely driven by curiosity. But I know how to exercise discretion. The male cultivator nodded. Recently, there has been an influx of people from the marketplace, and I worry it may affect us here. Be cautious when you venture out. Lunan tidied up a bit and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The ingredients for cooking were spirit grain. During this tumultuous period, resources should not be squandered. Every bit of strength gained is precious, although there are still some low-grade spirit stones left. Even when the spirit grain runs out, rent will not be an immediate concern. If worse comes to worst, I can always defer a payment with Manager Zhao. As long as the amount is not significant and backed by spirit fields, it should be manageable. If all else fails, I can sell my robe. Only resources that transform into strength are truly valuable. Otherwise, they may simply become sustenance for others. A large bowl of spirit rice was consumed. followed by boiling some water to mix with ordinary rice, which he then placed in a bowl and stirred several times before taking it out to feed the dogs. Being able to taste the essence of spirit rice is undoubtedly the pinnacle of their canine existence. Lunan watched the ink dog devour its meal with satisfaction. It is quite peculiar. This ink dog rarely makes a sound, merely remaining vigilant when someone enters. It truly seems to bark only in the face of the bizarre. Reflecting on that dog dealer, Lunan felt a tinge of curiosity. If that were the case, why would the dealer muzzle these ink dogs? Could there be some hidden reasons? He thought that once the current matters were settled, a visit to the marketplace would be worthwhile. As he stroked the dog, he provoked jealousy among the other dogs. Observing their restlessness, Lunan could only pat each one in turn. It is often said that an emperor favors his harem, encouraging equal share of favor, yet one has never seen a dog being favored as well. A shiver ran through Lunan's body, prompting him to disregard the other ink dogs to avoid any strange thoughts resurfacing. He opened his status panel. Name, Lunan lifespan, 5990 realm, Chi refining second layer, 19100 cultivation technique, clear wine technique proficient. 23150 skills, minor cloud rain technique, beginner, 96100 minor cotton needle technique, beginner, 72100 grass flight, major achievement, 218400. Spirit rice planting, proficient, 146 Iron cloth shirt, perfection, 00. Hidden arrow, major achievement, 42400. In recent days of cultivation, aside from remarkable progress in iron cloth shirt and hidden arrow, grass flight is also nearing perfection, progressing almost in tandem with hidden arrow. With a leap, he moved like willow fluff to the courtyard gate, then swiftly darted out, landing behind the courtyard, his figure darting and weaving throughout the space. In terms of martial prowess, I believe I have nearly reached the pinnacle. In my memory, achieving mastery in martial arts places one among the elite within the mundane world. Attaining perfection would allow one to establish a sect and be revered as a grandmaster. The iron shirt technique, a form of external martial arts, exemplifies this notion. From what I understand, this skill is easy to learn but difficult to master. For an ordinary individual, dedicating an entire lifetime may not suffice to attain proficiency, and those who do reach such a level are truly exceptionally gifted. Consequently, within the realm of the Celestial City, external martial arts like Iron Shirt and Iron Head are often relegated to obscurity, dismissed by practitioners of the celestial arts. Who would be so obstinate as to choose a mundane martial discipline that lacks elegance and is arduous to practice, especially when they cannot even grasp celestial techniques? Thus, even Lunan is uncertain of his current strength. That esteemed friend, Lee, seems to possess considerable insight into the path of martial arts. It would be wise to inquire when the opportunity arises. As this thought crossed my mind, a flurry of short arrows erupted from my swaying figure. In the Celestial City, foes are elusive, and venturing beyond its borders is perilous. Thus, I could only test my efficacy against the air. With insufficient practice, I resorted to imagination, continuously simulating various combat scenarios in my mind. Utilizing the grass flying technique, I soared in all directions, occasionally launching a sleeve arrow at a hastily determined target. Thwack! What exhilaration! Lunan felt emboldened with each attempt. Thwack! A wooden stake was pierced. Thwack! A small spider hanging from the ceiling was pinned against the wall. Thwack! A pebble, no larger than a thumb, was cleaved in two. Thwack! Oh, that one didn't quite land. Growing ever bolder, I instinctively aimed at a nearby black dog but managed to halt myself just in time. Fortuitously, my mastery of the iron shirt and sleeve arrows grants me exceptional control over my body. Otherwise, I might not have reacted swiftly enough. Following this display, the surrounding black dogs were thoroughly frightened, huddling in corners, their bodies curled up, wishing for a hole to bury themselves in. It was perilous. It resembled a scenario where, in a room, someone suddenly opened fire. Even knowing they might be a sharpshooter, the sight would induce panic. After a while, Lunan finally ceased his practice. Lightly descending into a chair, he instinctively reached for his teacup, only to remember that it had been shattered. I may have gotten a bit carried away. I must exercise caution next time. After all, teacups do cost money. A commotion arose outside. Lunan felt a stirring in his heart and opened the door. Outside, groups of cultivators passed by, most burdened with various packages, their faces displaying signs of fatigue and tension. They were all unfamiliar faces. Lunan glanced at them, a sense of unease creeping in. The The celestial city has only a few areas where people congregate: the marketplace, the Iron Sword sect's entrance, and the villages formed by celestial farmers from various regions. Celestial farmers and those who frequent the marketplace for extended periods often bear visible differences. It is akin to the distinction between townsfolk and rural dwellers in my previous life. Their attire reveals much. Thus, it is likely that these individuals hail from the marketplace. Has the situation in the marketplace deteriorated to such an extent? It seems that my previous intentions must be acted upon sooner rather than later. As Lunan was about to turn and close the door, he heard someone calling out to him. He glanced back to see Liu approaching, seemingly enveloped in a swirl of pale yellow clouds. Wait a moment, Senior. There's no need to address me as Senior. Simply call me Dao Yu Lu. Lunan was somewhat weary of this frequent visitor, not due to aesthetic reasons, but rather a matter of mindset. Please, do not hinder my path to becoming stronger. Just as he prepared to exhibit his deeply concealed ironclad masculinity, he noticed Liu holding a small bag, offering it to him. I forgot to bring a gift during my last visit, so I am here to make amends. That's unnecessary. The ironclad manly prowess he was about to unleash was fervently brewing. Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand swiftly seized the bag from Liu, gripping it with an iron-like tenacity, as if it were welded in place. However, given that it was a kind gesture from a younger generation, he reluctantly accepted it. The fervor of the ironclad man, eager to showcase his prowess, was firmly subdued. Chapter 23. The Power of Self-Defense. No worries, no worries. The steadfast man was once again subdued. I graciously accept the gift. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Lunan uttered these customary words. To his surprise, Liu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh no, Lunan inwardly lamented, and indeed. Liu's expression turned earnest as she said, There happens to be a matter I wish to discuss, if it would not inconvenience you, esteemed Senior. Speak. Lunan suddenly felt the pill in his hand grow warm. I often hear you practicing martial arts from the neighboring courtyard, so I was wondering if I might observe you. Seeing Lunan's silence, she assumed she was being a burden and felt a pang of disappointment. Very well. However, do not disturb my training. Liu nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. To avoid complications, Lunan set a limit for her presence, allowing her to observe for a maximum of 2 hours a day. After all, even an elder like him required a certain degree of privacy. Upon entering the courtyard, Liu obediently stood aside, and Lunan, feeling somewhat guilty, offered her a chair. Before she could sit, he immersed himself in contemplating his martial skills. With an outsider present, Lunan adjusted his training sequence, placing the sleeve arrows at the forefront. A series of short arrows shot forth, embedding themselves into the wooden posts from various angles, a display that rendered Liu standing upright, her lively eyes fixed on Lunan. After 2 hours, Liu reluctantly took her leave. Just as she entered her home, Zhang Tao from the opposite house emerged from the back. What happened? Her companion inquired, puzzled. I saw that girl leaving that old man's courtyard with a reluctant expression. The male cultivator replied, Do not concern yourself with such matters. Zhang Tao muttered under her breath and turned away, yet her mind lingered on it. For 3 consecutive days, Lunan remained indoors, lacking for nothing in terms of sustenance. With his mastery of the iron cloth technique, carrying several hundred pounds was a trivial matter. Each morning, Liu would arrive early. If Lunan had not yet risen, she would wait outside the door. As soon as it opened, she would enter with a smile, quietly sitting aside to watch Lunan train. As time progressed, the mastery of the sleeve arrows surged exponentially, and the admiration in Liu's eyes deepened. With a swift motion, Lunan released a short arrow, to Liu's astonishment. This time, it was not a volley of arrows. Unbeknownst to her, Lunan did not intentionally increase the force, but rather acted instinctively, entering a state of mental void wherein all control was surrendered to his body. At that moment, this elevation reached an explosive peak. Lunan suddenly bent his body, akin to a bow drawn to its limit, and in the next instant, he released. Boom! Liu's hair fluttered before her forehead, and a fleeting light danced before her eyes. Before she could react, the wooden post, which had endured much, shattered into pieces. The luminous force continued unabated, crashing against the courtyard wall with a resounding roar. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be a streak of light was, in fact, a series of short arrows flying in swift formation. As she departed, Liu remained in a state of confusion. At that moment, a gentle voice reached her ears. What is my little you so engrossed in thinking about? Liu looked up to see a robust figure before the house, smiling warmly at her. though her complexion appeared somewhat unwell. "Antly," she exclaimed, rushing into the embrace of the female cultivator. In the courtyard, Lu Nan was in high spirits. His sleeved arrows had officially reached a state of perfection, and his grass-on-the-fly technique was nearing completion as well. Calculating mentally, he realized he had spent nearly 2 months in this world. From a mere minor celestial farmer, he had grown into a formidable one, and he felt he was managing quite well. If he were to struggle in the celestial city, with his skills, he could still command respect in the outside world. Without exaggeration, taking a few concubines and expanding his lineage would not pose a problem. One of the advantages of the iron cloth shirt was its durability. Alleviating the hidden dangers within him, this was indeed an unexpected boon. Should others discover this, the iron cloth shirt, a form of martial arts training, would likely usher in a new spring for him. Regardless, he now finally possessed a semblance of self-preservation. The next step was to shift his focus towards spells and techniques. The streets of the village were littered with refuse, and unfamiliar faces could be seen traversing the narrow paths between the courtyards. Something felt amiss. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the courtyard of Steward Zhao. After knocking on the door, it took a while before it creaked open, revealing not Steward Zhao, but several cultivators. The leader, clad in a gray robe, emanated a profound aura. A mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Lu Nan's heart sank slightly, and he quickly stepped aside. Once the group had moved on, he called out, "Steward Zhao, are you there? What is it?" Steward Zhao emerged from within, his gaze lingering on Lu Nan for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise. "You are Lu Nan?" "Yes, indeed." Lu Nan understood Zhao's astonishment. As time passed, the effects of the perfected iron cloth shirt had continued to manifest. His skin had acquired a hint of elasticity, and his complexion had taken on a coppery hue, making him appear much younger than nearly 60, more like someone in their 50s. Steward Zhao squinted, saying, "You hardly look like someone who has broken through a realm." "I have been practicing the iron cloth shirt," Lu Nan explained. "I see. However, I have encountered fools in the past who chose the iron cloth shirt, yet their results were nowhere near as remarkable as yours. Occasionally, one finds some gains." Steward Zhao did not wish to delve further into this topic. After all, how powerful could a mere mundane martial art be? "Now, what brings you here?" "I wanted to inquire if trade is still viable in the marketplace." "Trade?" Zhao chuckled. "Perhaps it is. However, I advise against venturing there. The situation has become quite chaotic. You must have crossed paths with that Lin Daoist upon your arrival, right?" Lunin contemplated the cultivator, suspected to be at the mid-stage of Qi refining, and seemed to grasp something, his expression slightly darkening. Manager Zhao sighed, urging him not to dwell on such thoughts, advising him to wait patiently. At present, the planting season demands full attention, let alone the marketplace. Chapter 24. Allergic Reaction to Elixirs. The gravity of the situation took Lu Nan by surprise. The saying that food is the essence of life is universal, and even the cultivators of the immortal city are not exempt from this truth. As for the Pigadan, it hardly concerns lower-tier practitioners. Steward Zhao appeared somewhat impatient, stating, "I cannot provide further details. Just remain calm and await further news." Lu Nan suddenly remembered something important and quickly produced a low-grade spirit stone, handing it over. Upon receiving the spirit stone, Zhao's tone shifted to one of rapid composure. This peculiar incident was rather troublesome, not only due to its bizarre nature, but also because it might involve remnants of the San Yuan sect. This revelation was indeed the crux of the matter. Although Lu Nan felt a pang of regret for parting with the spirit stone, he understood that sometimes expenditures are necessary. You need not fret too much. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter does not significantly concern us lower-tier practitioners. As long as we do not find ourselves in their line of fire, we are likely to remain unharmed. Zhao did not elaborate further, but instead changed the subject, mentioning that the higher-ups of the sect were already addressing the situation, and results would likely emerge soon. The strangeness that even the Iron Sword sect found daunting was certainly extraordinary, and it was unlikely that mere Qi refinement cultivators could handle it. Suddenly recalling the news from the West Ridge Mountains, Lu Nan pondered whether the bizarre occurrence that had claimed the life of a Foundation establishment cultivator had now descended upon the immortal city. The thought of it spiraling out of control made him sigh in distress as he hurriedly exited the door. "What is it now?" Steward Zhao asked, his expression one of resignation. Had it not been for the spirit stone, he would have scolded Lu Nan outright. Did he really think Zhao was so easygoing? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Nan expressed, "I can't shake off this feeling of danger. Might it be possible to find a safer place to retreat?" Zhao regarded him with a penetrating gaze and replied, "The market is under strict lockdown. Do you think you can freely enter and exit the immortal city? Besides, in the event of such a disaster, the mundane world will likely be affected as well. With your level of cultivation, you are safer remaining within the city. As for other areas of the immortal city, they hold little significance. It's merely a matter of a few extra miles. Senior, just as Lu Nan reached his doorstep, he spotted two figures standing outside the gate. Junior brotherly. Lu Nan managed to muster a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, life must go on. However, that notion would likely require further fortification. Greetings, Taoist Lu. Liu was accompanied by a middle-aged female cultivator clad in a blue robe, her hair neatly styled in a bun. Her slightly plump figure was notably more impressive than that of Liu. Lu Nan's heart raced. In this sweltering summer, tempers seemed to be running high. This esteemed friend is. Liu promptly began the introduction. The middle-aged female cultivator was her aunt, Li Yuan, who typically conducted business in the market but had come here seeking refuge. I have only just arrived, and already, little Yu has mentioned you several times. I must extend my gratitude for your kindness during these days. Li Yuan wore a gentle smile. Oh, no. Taoist Li is too kind. Lu Nan replied. Knock, knock, knock. It was empty. He then stood up and lifted the bedboard, revealing a 1-meter-wide opening in his line of sight. Previously, I contemplated the idea of constructing a cellar for the purpose of storing provisions, in the event of an emergency or engaging in clandestine activities. It could also serve as a means to dispose of evidence. The village is rather small, and scaling the walls to manage such matters would likely attract unwanted attention. Thus, a few days ago, I found myself wandering around the courtyard, ultimately deciding to excavate beneath the bed. I fetched a bucket and a spade from the side and directly descended into the hole, digging nearly 3 meters straight down. The tunnel began to extend at a slanted angle, its diameter significantly larger than before. I had no desire to slither through like a serpent. Not only would it hinder my escape, but it could also lead to being trapped. After traversing a few more meters, I reached a conclusion, estimating that this location still lay within the confines of my own yard. With nothing further to ponder, I commenced digging. I wielded the spade, shoveling the yellow earth into the wooden bucket, and once it was full, I would carry it outside to dispose of it in the storage shed. This place served little purpose. It was quite suitable for holding soil. Besides, for the time being, I had no intention of leaving the village. Once the situation stabilized, I would naturally devise a way to remove the excavated earth. The moonlight shimmered like water. I shook the dust off my robe, then activated the cleansing spell upon it, conserving a bit of my magical energy. Even the tiniest mosquito is a morsel. Every little bit saved counts. After dinner, I sat cross-legged on the bed, with a jade bottle resting before me. Daily prayers for divine protection. I was unsure why I felt compelled to engage in this ritual. It was merely taking medicine, not playing the lottery. Step 1. Read the instructions. I felt a surge of embarrassment, reminiscent of a past life spent on medicine. Dosage instructions. Pour a cup of water, cold, warm, or hot, then swallow directly. Cautions. Avoid spicy foods. Notes. Those with allergies should exercise caution. Suddenly, I was struck by the urge to experiment with the effects of taking the elixir alongside spicy food. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. The very mention of it only heightened my curiosity. How utterly absurd. At nearly 60 years of age, was I still plagued by youthful rebellion? Furthermore, allergies? Can one really be allergic to an elixir? Surely this is no jest? Enough of these musings. With a swift gulp, the elixir entered my belly, and I realized my fate lies in my own hands. A sudden wave of color washed over my face, alternating between green and pale. Was this truly an elixir? How could it taste so dreadful? Enduring the discomfort, I closed my eyes, attuning myself to the fluctuations of magical energy within. Moments later, a look of contentment graced my features, my expression as serene as a blooming chrysanthemum. It felt as though a source of energy had been infused within me, continuously generating magical power. I was eager to proceed, promptly engaging in the practice of the Qingfeng technique. Qingfeng technique proficiency 1. Qingfeng technique proficiency 1. Oh. The prospect of longevity. A wave of introspection swept over me as I grappled with the painfully slow advancement of my realm and techniques. Thankfully, the Jade Emperor had closed one door but opened a window for me. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Immersed in my practice, the proficiency of the Qingfeng technique steadily increased. The only drawback was a slight discomfort in my mouth and throat, akin to having gnawed on aged garlic. Knock, knock, knock. The elixir within his body had been completely depleted, just as Lu Nan was about to rise. He heard a knock at the door and hastily got up to step outside. However, as he crossed the threshold, an unusual reaction in his abdomen surged forth. A wave of energy rushing from his stomach straight to his nasal bridge. With a prolonged belch, a pungent aroma of aged garlic erupted from his nostrils, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 25. The Escape Senior. What has happened to you? Upon seeing Lunan, Liu exclaimed in surprise. Lunan furrowed his brow. He had upset his stomach and his breath reeked. How could the other party discern that? Wait, something was amiss. He quickly turned to the water vat. Using the water as a mirror, the sight that met his eyes was nothing short of shocking. At some point, his face had turned as crimson as pig's blood. Are you all right? Liu's voice was laced with concern. Lunan pinched his face, finding nothing amiss. Indeed, he had been accurately called out. Allergies. He turned to respond. But upon recalling the lingering stench of old garlic, he lowered his head and said, It's nothing. I have a slight issue with my physique. My face tends to flush in this hot weather. Lunan's cheeks flushed even deeper. Indeed, it is quite red. With a stern expression, he walked aside, intending to practice his sleeve arrows, only to discover that the wooden stake had vanished. Wait, what was I going to practice? It was already perfected. He lifted his foot, stepping onto the 7-star stance, but instead began practicing grass on the fly. Due to the primary focus on sleeve arrows, the progress of this martial art had slowed considerably, yet it wouldn't be long before he achieved perfection in it as well. Not sleeve arrows. Liu displayed a look of surprise. However, not wishing to interfere with her senior's training, she patiently observed. What she witnessed was indeed awe-inspiring. The grass on the fly at the great accomplishment level flowed as effortlessly as a gentle stream. Since the last expedition to Shieling Mountain, numerous low-level cultivators had perished, including Li Fengyi and Old Wang. With their demise, their houses naturally became vacant, awaiting new tenants among the immortal farmers. Originally, the townsfolk were not permitted to rent village houses, but due to the recent turmoil, the days for sowing and cultivating spiritual rice were drawing to a close, and the immortal farmers were unable to work. Consequently, the regulations on renting houses had been relaxed considerably. In fact, it was not Liu who rented Li Fengyi's house, but her aunt, Li Yuan. At this moment, in one of the inner rooms, the light of the lamp talisman flickered gently. However, even during the day, the illumination seemed to be swallowed by something, rendering the entire room exceedingly cold and eerie. Piercing screams echoed, and under the flickering light, strange shadows danced on the walls, their sharp fingers scraping against the surface. At an unknown time, the door swung open, and Li Yuan emerged, drenched in sweat, her robe soaked, revealing her exquisite, full curves. Regaining her composure, she brushed off her robe and activated a cleansing spell, swiftly removing the moisture. Only then did she rub her pale face and step outside. Looking utterly exhausted, calling out for Liu, she found her absent. Remembering that Liu had mentioned visiting Lunan daily to observe his martial training, she couldn't help but shake her head. This girl truly took after her father, harboring a profound interest in mundane martial arts, with talent that was second to none. If only she were equally proficient in the ways of cultivation. After casually consuming a bit of food, Li Yuan pushed the door open and stepped outside. At that moment, a female cultivator emerged from the opposite side, holding a chamber pot. Li Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Instinctively, she reached to activate the cleansing spell on her robe, but reconsidered and restrained herself. Zhang Daoist. Yesterday, she had not only visited Lunan, but had also called upon several neighbors, thus recognizing Zhang Tao. Li Daoist. Zhang Tao called out, noticing Li Yuan alone. And couldn't he help but inquire, where is Li Daoist? She has gone to Lu Daoist's home, Li Yuan replied absent-mindedly. To her surprise, Zhang Tao looked startled and said, I thought your aunt would come and counsel that young girl. What do you mean? Li Yuan questioned. Oh, Zhang Tao chuckled. That old Lu has been obsessed in recent years with finding more concubines. The last time I saw your girl, she looked utterly reluctant when she left. Before Li Yuan could hear more, she turned away and swiftly departed, her eyes radiating a fierce anger. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing someone at the door, Liu rose from her chair and approached to open it. Upon seeing the grim-faced Li Yuan outside, Liu felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure of what had transpired. Thankfully, it was merely a matter of martial training. Seeing Liu safe and sound, and noticing that Lu Nan was also diligently practicing inside, Li Yuan's emotions calmed considerably. Before long, Liu bid farewell and departed with Li Yuan. Lu Nan remained undisturbed, wholly focused on his cultivation. Each skill was steadily advancing at varying paces. He believed that such days would continue until the announcement from the Iron Sword sect reached the market, lifting the curfew and restoring peace and harmony to their lives. However, unexpectedly, just one day later, the tranquility of the village was shattered. Early the next morning, Lu Nen rose to prepare breakfast. Having indulged in ample food and drink lately, the spiritual grain had been nearly consumed. The completion of the iron cloth technique had endowed him with a robust physique, yet it also increased his appetite. The enhancement of his digestive capabilities brought about a pleasant surprise. The effects of consuming spiritual grain improved slightly. Although the benefits were not immediately apparent, over time, they would accumulate substantially. At this rate, within a month, he would achieve mastery. Once that happened, the pace of his realm's advancement would further accelerate. He could only wonder how far it might elevate him. With eager anticipation filling his heart, he tossed the spiritual grain directly into the pot, unpeeled. For such sustenance was nutritious even with the husk intact, though the texture would be somewhat inferior. Lu Nen had not yet reached the level of extravagance where he would refine the coarse to obtain the fine. He took some fresh meat, placed it in the pot to heat, and sprinkled in some seasonings. The aroma was simply irresistible. After satisfying his hunger, he instinctively wandered outside. As one ages, the urge to take a leisurely stroll after a meal becomes more pronounced. Upon reaching the door, he heard the sound of chains rattling. Oh no! He had forgotten to feed the several black dogs. Had it been nearly 2 days? This was not entirely his fault. These dogs were exceptionally self-sufficient, not barking even when hungry, and in the midst of his cultivation, he had inadvertently neglected them. After a moment, Lu Nen contentedly pushed the door open. Lu Daoist. Turning his head, Lu Nen beheld the elderly cultivator from next door, who greeted him with a heavy expression. Do you comprehend the situation, Daoist Fu? Since their last visit, the old cultivator had inexplicably become scarce in their encounters, presumably due to the reclusive nature of those who practice talisman crafting. Nevertheless, Lu Nen had learned from others that this man's name was Fu Wenlin, a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. I have some information, Fu Wenlin spoke gravely. Last night, a large number of individuals fled from the marketplace, and it is said that many arrived at the village bearing injuries. The road leading from the village to the marketplace is stained with blood. Lu Nen's heart sank at these words, and as he gazed again at the path before his door, he noticed inconspicuous spots bearing scattered traces of blood. Chapter 26. The arrival of the enigmatic mist. How tragic it is. Lu Nen found no inclination to venture outside for a stroll. Indeed, who can argue otherwise? Fu Wenlin wore a countenance steeped in sorrow. This piqued Lu Nen's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, the injuries befall others. Why must you, my friend, bear such distress? Fu Wenlin shook his head and replied, I am not like you, my friend. I venture out once or twice each year, thus I have encountered myriad experiences. What a presumptuous old fellow, Lu Nen mused. Yet Fu Wenlin continued, in situations like this, if the scenario can be controlled, it is manageable. However, if it spirals out of control and a multitude rushes in, chaos is likely to ensue. Lu Nen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to probe further, Fu Wenlin's wife emerged from the inner chamber, only to be swiftly pulled back inside by Fu Wenlin. Why the haste? I, Lu, am no threat. One must be cautious. Should disorder truly arise, there might be those who would pilfer. Thus, it is prudent to conceal valuables beforehand. After all, despite the presence of several guard dogs, he seldom ventured forth, yet one can never be too careful. Preparation is indeed a hallmark of great endeavor. He assessed his possessions. 8 inferior spirit stones, a rather tattered, though let us say understated, robe, inscribed with 2 spells, a cleansing incantation and a minor protective charm. As for provisions, it was difficult to ascertain, but he estimated possessing 1 pound or 2 of spirit grain and nearly 200 pounds of ordinary grain, with fresh meat amounting to around 50 pounds, not to mention 8 guard dogs. What a peculiar thought. For now, let us set that aside. Beyond that, there were talismans. He had 1 small needle talisman left, having nearly exhausted his stock during the recent extermination of the blackstone insects, followed by a minor exorcism talisman. Lu Nen retrieved a small exorcism talisman, activating it with his spiritual energy. In an instant, an inexplicable aura emanated from the talisman, enveloping him entirely. The essence coalesced and did not dissipate, and within its embrace, he felt invigorated, as though illuminated by sunlight. This talisman could be activated both actively and passively, the latter being contingent upon the presence of a malevolent entity nearby. A total of 21 pristine exorcism talismans greatly enhanced his sense of security. The only downside was that the excavation of the cavern remained unfinished. After facing numerous crises, he had increased the scale of his undertaking, initially intending to dig to the vicinity of a large tree 100 meters away. He now deemed that insufficiently secure and redirected his efforts to a patch of grass outside the village, with a construction distance of 1 kilometer. Gratitude be to the complete iron cloth shirt. Were it not for this, his aging limbs might have faltered before he could even reach his goal. Time flowed by unnoticed. Lunan's life became remarkably regular. Rise, dine, practice, excavate, dine, practice, excavate, and sleep. 2 days swiftly passed. Grass flying finally ascended to perfection. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the courtyard, Lunan's form astonishingly hovered in the air, each step akin to treading upon an invisible staircase. Upon reaching the 7th step, the individual found himself suspended in midair at a height of 3 meters, before descending heavily and landing firmly on the ground. Now, I am capable of suspending myself in the air for approximately 7 seconds, thanks to my perfected lightness skill, which allows me to hold my breath until the 7th count before exhaling. Thus, I can step lightly in the air for 7 consecutive strides. Of course, such prowess is fueled by my magical energy. Were I to rely solely on mundane abilities, ascending would be impossible without a gradual descent. Hence, when employing this lightness technique in everyday circumstances, one often must harness auxiliary forces, such as flora or even concealed projectiles. He continued to practice, his figure darting gracefully around the courtyard. With perfected lightness, my speed while running nearly doubles that of an accomplished practitioner. Lunan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The envisioned foundational triad abilities of the Lu clan were now approaching fruition. Suddenly, a thick mist began to envelop the surroundings. He glanced skyward, observing wisps of fog drifting through the air. 8 shadowy dogs, accustomed to hiding in the corners to evade Lunan's martial arts assessments, abruptly rose, baring their teeth and barking furiously in a certain direction. Woof, woof, something sinister is afoot. Having been validated by Li Fengyi, Lunan held an unwavering belief in the abilities of these shadowy dogs. He soothed the agitated canines, activated the protective enchantment on his robe, and, with a deft leap, ascended to the highest point of the roof. In Lunan's mind, the shadowy dogs only barked when something eerie was near, thus he assumed the anomaly was close by. However, after scanning the vicinity, he found no signs of disturbance. His senses were now remarkably acute, and anything unusual within 100 meters would not escape his perception. Alas, nothing. Doubtful, he surveyed again. Still, nothing was found. Could it be that the dog's barking was not directly related to the presence of the anomaly? Lunan decided to remain atop the roof, as many others were engaged in similar activities, observing their surroundings from elevated positions. In such unforeseen circumstances, the ground, obscured by numerous buildings, offered less of a sense of security than the heights above. Do you know what is happening? One friend inquired. No. How could it suddenly become foggy? Why do I feel this is connected to the anomaly? Lunan glanced over to the neighboring roof, where Fu Wenlin and Qin Jie stood side by side, a twinge of bitterness stirring within him. The lament of a single man. The words escaped Fu Wenlin's lips, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. You are not mistaken. Lunan turned his head to the left, noticing 2 familiar figures atop another roof, Li Yuan and Li Yu, whom he had not seen for several days. Senior. Upon seeing Lunan, Li Yu's face lit up with a gentle smile, revealing her delight. Junior Li. As Lunan greeted her, he sensed a serious gaze directed towards him, prompting him to redirect his attention to Li Yuan. A wave of emotion washed over him. How could such a drastic change in attitude occur in just 2 days? A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Someone queried. Li Yuan averted her gaze from the figure to the monk and said, This substance is known as the bewitching mist, possessing a perplexing quality. Ordinary individuals who venture within may suffer from impaired vision due to the excessive inhalation of the mist, and in severe cases, may even experience hallucinations. She gestured, performing a minor spell of the spirit wind, and a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the mist momentarily. However, in an instant, the surrounding eerie entities surged towards the newly vacant space, as if enticed by a delectable aroma, swiftly filling the void. Observing this, Li Yuan's expression turned grave as she remarked, Yet, we are cultivators, not mere mortals. As long as we do not linger for an extended period, we shall be fine. A monk chuckled. So, this was merely a false alarm? Unexpectedly, Li Yuan shook her head and replied, "It is difficult to say. The arrival of the bewitching mist often heralds the emergence of the extraordinary. Moreover, the ability to traverse alongside the mist indicates that this anomaly is far from ordinary." Chapter 27. The sudden change. No sooner had Zhao the manager finished speaking than he was joined by a middle-aged male cultivator, both indicating they had matters to discuss. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding not to bring Li Yu along. She merely lowered her head to convey a few words to Li Yu. Casting a warning glance at Lu Nan, as if harboring some concern. "Does your aunt seem to have an issue with me?" Lu Nan inquired once Li Yuan had departed. Li Yu stifled a laugh. "Not at all. She can be like that sometimes." Lu Nan responded with an epiphany. I understand now. Those few days of the month for women." Li Yu blinked, surprised that he grasped it so quickly. "Well, at least I don't have to explain much." Remembering my aunt's warning from last time, I felt my cheeks flush slightly. What nonsense. How could I, nearly 60, be thinking of such things? "Is your aunt a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator?" Lu Nan asked. "Indeed." Lu Nan instinctively shrank his neck, feeling the weight of the glare Li Yuan had cast moments ago. Truly, she was a master of concealment. Thankfully, he had maintained a low profile and avoided drawing attention. But wait, when had he ever attracted it? A sense of unease washed over Lu Nan as he queried, "Li Xiao Dao Yu, being well-versed in the ways of the world. Could you assist me in answering a few questions? Please, speak freely. How does a consummate martial artist of the mundane world compare to a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator?" He asked, tensing with anticipation. "Is there any chance of victory? Probably not. Well, at the very least, could it be a 50-50 chance? All right, as long as one can barely survive, that has something." His heart raced and his mind was in turmoil. Unexpectedly, Li Yu replied without a second thought. "There's no comparison. As far as I know, even the best of the mundane world struggle against early-stage cultivators, let alone those in the mid-stage." She stated earnestly. "Once a spell is unleashed, it is unstoppable. Unless one employs strategy and surprises their opponent, there exists a slim chance of victory. However, even that applies only against early-stage cultivators. Facing mid-stage cultivators, victory is virtually impossible." Why is that? Lu Nan felt a sense of disappointment, but couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Moreover, we haven't even considered talismans and magical artifacts as additional aids." Li Yu attempted to sit beside him, but he firmly declined. After much contemplation, Lu Nan arrived at a plausible conclusion. He had likely received Li Yuan's deadly glare due to Li Yu's presence. Thus, allowing her to sit with him would be akin to madness. Perhaps it was best to dig a hole. Only by doing so could he find a semblance of safety. Women. He could not discern whether Li Yu's words were truthful, but it seemed she had no reason to deceive him. Lu Nan had no desire to test the limits of such realms. If given the choice, he would prefer to wait until he was invincible before confronting those who displeased him. Life is often so full of helplessness. As he descended into the pit with a hoe and bucket in hand, he furiously scribbled a few words on the earthen wall with his finger. "I must find a way to procure these two items." Mysterious fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring even the moonlight, reducing it to mere indistinct shadows. In the darkness, all remained as tranquil as ever. However, all conjectured that this might be a harbinger of the storm to come. In a courtyard, an unremarkable nun glanced up at the sky, sighed heavily, and splashed the contents of her chamber pot against the base of the courtyard wall. A foul stench wafted through the air, but the nun paid it no mind, seemingly accustomed to such unpleasantness. When would this torment end? First, there was a curfew, and now an ominous fog had settled in, preventing her from even daring to dispose of her waste for fear of unforeseen calamities. The light from the talisman flickered gently. Her husband sat in a chair, his back turned to her as he busied himself with something. "Conserve the talisman's light. Let it not extinguish at a critical moment." "Fear not. The talisman has plenty." Her husband hunched over, enveloped in the glow of the talisman. "Plenty? You spendthrift, a single talisman costs 1 low-grade spirit stone. Count how many spirit stones we have left in the house." The nun scolded. "Spirit stones? What need have we for such trivialities? If the talisman goes out, we can just use oil to light a flame." "What nonsense are you spouting? What oil can light a lamp?" The nun's expression shifted drastically. Her husband turned around, his face smeared with grease that dripped from his skin as if roasted by a great fire. Before the nun could react, a pair of hands grasped her head tenderly and wrenched it away. Her once vibrant head was set beneath the talisman. The night trembled. Within the room, the light from the talisman flickered out, as if the talisman paper had been entirely consumed, or merely snuffed out by unseen hands. Yet, in mere moments, a faint yellow glow reignited. A crackling sound emerged, reminiscent of fat sizzling, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Utterly chilling. Woof. Several dark dogs altered their demeanor, occasionally emitting low growls to affirm their professional integrity, all the while ensuring they did not disturb the neighbors. Lunan's perception of them increasingly leaned towards the positive. They were good dogs, discerning and considerate. He silently removed them from his provisions list, leaping up to the rooftop with grace. It wasn't long before he spotted Liu also ascending to his own rooftop. After a night of fermenting, the eerie fog had thoroughly enveloped the village. Visibility was low beyond its confines, with the landscape shrouded in a blanket of white. Senior Liu. Look, it wasn't I who initiated the conversation. Lunan chuckled, greeting little Taoist Li, before turning his gaze away. The little Taoist was not terrifying, but the forces behind him possessed some strength. Best to tread carefully. Liu, unaware of the senior's thoughts, assumed his silence meant he wished to speak no more and closed his mouth. The emergence of the eerie fog had unsettled many cultivators in the village, and by morning, they had taken to the rooftops to share information with one another. It wasn't long before the news spread. In the western region, a bizarre occurrence had transpired involving a fellow surnamed Liu, who had been possessed by an anomaly, leading to the extraction of human oil from his wife, which he used to light a lamp. Is that true? No doubt about it. That house is now filled with sinister winds. If you don't believe me, go take a look. But is anyone dealing with it? Several nearby Taoists have gone to assist. Is the Taoist friend the one at the mid-stage of qi refinement? Indeed. There has been an incident in the eastern region as well, involving a Taoist friend with the surname Liang. Has it been resolved? Yes, it was just taken care of. That Taoist friend Liang was also possessed, and his abilities were quite mediocre. A few fellow Taoists joined forces and swiftly dealt with him. Everyone, please exercise caution. Any anomalies that can be resolved should not be prolonged to avoid endangering more companions. Precisely. Let us unite and overcome this adversity. It will not be long before the elite of the Iron Sword sect arrives. From the mist of the unknown, various sounds echoed ominously. The mention of the Iron Sword sect instilled a sense of assurance among the group. However, at that moment, a cacophony of panic-stricken voices suddenly surged forth. This is bad. Something has happened. Run. What has transpired? A torrent of chaotic sounds emanated from the western direction, accompanied by the resounding booms of numerous spells. Lunan glanced around and noticed the worried expressions on the faces of Zhang Tao, Fu Wenlin, and others. Before long, his eyes brightened as he turned to the street. A few cultivators, appearing frantic, rushed towards them, their bodies imbued with talismans, moving with extraordinary speed. Fellow Taoists, what has occurred over there? Lunan called out loudly. Sensing that this place had become significantly safer, the group gradually slowed their pace. Chapter 28. The joint extermination of the anomalies. A profound sense of dread enveloped Lunan as he contemplated the implications of a practitioner of the Feng lineage being at the mid-stage of qi refinement. If even such an adept had succumbed, how formidable must the anomaly be? It was imperative to flee. The thought surged instinctively within him. Though the meager amount of spiritual grain was regrettable, it was a necessity. Taking the ink hounds along was impractical. If they were to encounter the anomaly and bark wildly, it would attract unwarranted attention. Attention was one matter, but drawing the anomaly's focus would spell disaster. Lunan, with his inherently low-key disposition, preferred to come and go discreetly. The formidable anomaly was situated to the west, and he rationalized that taking the eastern route should be safe. Thus, he scaled the wall of the backyard and ventured eastward. Although it was daytime, the eerie mist cloaked his presence, rendering him less conspicuous. As he traversed the path, he occasionally encountered other practitioners, some of whom were erecting wooden structures along the roadside, seemingly intending to reside there permanently. Curiosity piqued within Lunan. Why did these individuals not leave this place? He grew increasingly cautious. The number of practitioners on the road far exceeded his expectations, and it dawned on him that the conditions in other parts of the village could not be any better. With so many people confined within the village, should the situation spiral out of control, calamity would surely ensue. Recalling the words of Fu Wenlin, Lunan felt a surge of urgency and quickened his pace. As the number of travelers dwindled, he resolved to halt one passerby. The latter bore a grim expression, clearly in a foul mood. In such dire circumstances, who could remain cheerful? Fellow Taoist, please pause, he called out. The practitioner quickly brandished a talisman, eyeing Lunan warily. Do not approach, or do not blame me for being impolite. Such caution. Lunan chuckled, clutching a talisman. Do not be hasty, my friend. I merely observed your passage from that direction and wish to inquire about the situation over there. Do you wish to leave the village? The practitioner retorted. Lunan nodded. As the village posed no restrictions on departure, a candid admission that bore no significance. The practitioner suddenly sneered, do not harbor such thoughts. The mist envelopes us, and the paths of the village are completely blocked. Since yesterday, I have been unable to step beyond the confines of this village. It must be the mist that seals our exit. Moreover, who knows what lurks within the fog? Should one encounter an anomaly hunting solitary travelers? Attempting to leave would be tantamount to seeking death. With that, he gradually retreated, turning away only after he had distanced himself. Undeterred, Lunan pressed onward, soon encountering 2 or 3 more individuals. After a series of inquiries, he found their responses aligned closely with that of the cautious practitioner. By now, he had begun to accept the grim reality. Knock, knock, knock. Lunan rapped on the door. Who is it? It is I, Lunan. The courtyard door swung open, and Liu greeted him with a hint of a smile. It is rare for a senior to knock on our door. Whether genuine or teasing, Lunan chose not to engage, offering a dry chuckle instead. Is Daoist Li present? Yes, indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Yuan emerged from the inner room, bearing a serious expression as though an important matter weighed upon him. Daoist Li, I seek your counsel on a pressing issue. May I? Speak freely. Li Yuan, somewhat pleased with Lunan's recent performance, did not refuse. Lunan continued, I have urgent business that necessitates my departure from the village. Is there a way to achieve this? Urgent business? Indeed. Is preserving one's life not of utmost importance? Lunan remained unperturbed. Li Yuan shook his head and advised. I would counsel against attempting to leave. Why is that? Firstly, the mist of deception. If it had just appeared and was still thin, you might have had a fair chance of escaping. However, now, the dangers of venturing out have increased significantly. The emergence of this mist typically heralds a host of strange entities that traverse the land shrouded in its veil. In such circumstances, solitary travelers are far more susceptible to becoming their prey. Moreover, the perplexing nature of the mist is not insurmountable. As long as your cultivation reaches the mid-stage of qi refinement, or if you possess a guiding talisman, you could still find your way. Then why do you not leave? Lunan inquired. Li Yuan replied, there is no option. We have already drawn the attention of these entities. Should we attempt to depart, we would be easily overwhelmed. Lunan gasped in shock. Are you referring to the entity that killed Daoist Feng? Having acquired the information he sought, Lunan turned to leave. Li Yuan accompanied him to the door, and once Lunan had distanced himself, he turned to Liu, saying, see, that man is old and unattractive. No matter how formidable his martial skills, they are of little use. Those with timid hearts are inferior even to women. Liu sighed. I understand, Aunt. Merely an hour and a half later, Lunan awaited the news Li Yuan had mentioned. 9 mid-stage qi refinement practitioners planned to encircle that strange entity. Is that true? Would those mid-stage practitioners dare to take such a risk? It was rumored that Zhao, acting in the name of the Iron Sword sect, had summoned them. Surely, there must be some underlying motive. Daoist Liu, shall we go and see for ourselves? Lunan glanced at Fu Wenlin atop the roof and shook his head. No. I'm too old for such exertion. Fu Wenlin's long face fell, though he was of a similar age to Lunan. His sedentary lifestyle rendered him appearing older than Lunan, leading him to believe Lunan was mocking him as he solemnly jumped down from the roof. Where are you going? Qin Jie called from within. He waved his hand dismissively. I am going to join a few fellow practitioners to investigate. If something is amiss, we can take timely action. His voice was not loud enough to reach the adjacent room, yet Lunan's acute senses caught most of it. He shook his head. Such twisted reasoning is rather forthright. Upon returning indoors, intending to practice, he found himself in a state of agitation. Thus, he leapt back onto the roof, gazing towards the western horizon. Did the elder not accompany you to investigate? Lunan turned to see Liu had joined him on the roof. And you did not go either? Liu remarked, my aunt suggested that it is wiser to remain here. Your aunt's words hold merit. As Lunan was about to respond, a voice emerged from across the doorway. There stood Zhang Tao upon the rooftop, accompanied by her companion Jiang Cheng. The words emanated from Zhang Tao's lips. Such flattery. Lunan scoffed inwardly, yet wore a smile as he said, Daoist Li possesses great foresight. As the group conversed while waiting, being cultivators of the mystical arts, their voices resonated with a lingering quality, akin to the utterances of those with formidable inner strength, carrying far and wide. Just as they were engaged in dialogue, Lu Nan suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. The street was shrouded in eerie mist, and a figure emerged from within, wielding a large crimson lantern. However, the lantern bore a face, its forehead ajar, with light emanating from within, while strands of hair were gathered into a line, gripped firmly by a damp hand. It was that peculiar figure known as the Lantern Spirit. Jiang Qing also perceived the anomaly and gasped, instinctively scanning the rooftop across the way, only to discover it was now devoid of presence. Where had Lu Nan vanished? Chapter 29. A brief respite. Good heavens! How swiftly this has unfolded. The crowd scattered in panic, yet a number of fervent souls, fueled by adrenaline, began to chant incantations, conjuring spells that rained down upon the spectral figure of the human lantern, momentarily engulfing it. However, before they could exhale in relief, the apparition morphed into a swirling shadow, shrouded in eerie mist, rapidly advancing towards them. With a chilling thud, a head tumbled to the ground, and the human lantern reappeared as a flickering phantom within the fog, intermittently splattering the ground with warm crimson blood. Here, a crisp voice rang out, followed by a slender figure akin to a flame darting forth from the end of the street, hurtling directly at the spectral figure. It was a jade hairpin-shaped artifact. Shortly thereafter, others joined in, unleashing a barrage of bizarre magical implements that screamed as they arched above the human lantern. A series of thunderous detonations echoed from nearby. The moment he descended from the rooftop, Lu Nan hastily entered the building, smoothly dropping into the pit below, forcefully sealing it with a massive stone at the bottom. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The sounds of battle reverberated in his ears, occasionally interspersed with the anxious growls of his ink hounds. It was perilously close. He had nearly been spotted by the apparition. Lu Nan pressed a hand to his chest, acutely aware that this encounter was far more treacherous than his previous clash with Li Fengyi. The human lantern was a terrifying entity capable of annihilating those at the mid-stage of qi refinement, while he himself was merely at the second layer. Leaning against the wall of the pit, he relied on his exceptional perception to gauge the unfolding battle. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the sounds of combat began to dissipate, with only sporadic fluctuations for several minutes before fading entirely. They must be retreating, Lu Nan reasoned. To avoid any unfortunate surprises, he resolved to remain in the pit, settling down to cultivate his Qing Feng technique. This environment is hardly suited for someone like me, blessed with a golden finger. He contemplated the necessity of seeking a new refuge. He required a stable environment to enhance his strength. 2 days later, Lu Nan still heard no significant disturbances from the outside world, although faint murmurs of conversation drifted from the courtyard. This likely indicated that there were no grave matters afoot. With determination, he began to shift the heavy stone aside, which he had specifically acquired to seal the entrance, weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds. Fortunately, with his current physique, moving it was not overly strenuous. Before long, Lu Nan cautiously stepped into the courtyard. The front door bore some damage, yet it was not critical. Rather, the courtyard was in disarray, with several large craters resembling wash basins nearby, seemingly caused by the impact of a heavy object. In the corner, a few inkhounds lay motionless, their bellies exposed, revealing their ashen underbellies. A wave of sorrow washed over Lu Nan. What splendid creatures they were! How could they have perished, and all at once? A surge of indignation welled within him. Even in the act of hunting, one must consider the owner. Tonight, let us boil some water and prepare a feast of dog meat. It would be wasteful to let it go to waste. The last time he buried one, it pained him greatly, and now losing a full 7 was a substantial loss, equivalent to a low-grade spiritual stone. If he buried them all, the cost would be too great, a loss not worth incurring. Moreover, I have heard that dog meat is quite flavorful. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chorus of whimpering arose, and the black dogs in the corner began to roll over one by one. Oh, have these dogs become sentient? They are pretending to be dead. Lu Nan was taken aback, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of melancholy crept into his heart. They are all still here, which is rather fortunate. He turned and leaped onto the rooftop, where a scene of devastation greeted his eyes. Particularly striking was the courtyard opposite where the Zhang Tao couple resided, which had suffered significant collapse, leaving only half the yard and one room intact. Jiang Daoyu, are you unharmed? Lu Nan gracefully descended onto the street. Fortune favors the bold. I just happened to be hiding in another room. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences, if not death. Jiang Qing replied with a wry smile. Just then, Zhang Tao emerged from within the house, mustering a faint smile upon seeing Lu Nan. By the way, do you know what the current situation is? On that day, Lunan felt somewhat dishonorable for having fled so swiftly. Thus he sighed. Let us not speak of it. What do you mean? Lunan inquired, taken aback. Zhang Tao approached, her expression complex as she explained. That day, 9 mid-stage qi refinement cultivators ventured to the western courtyard to encircle the strange being known as the Lantern Demon. To their surprise, the Lantern Demon had already departed ahead of them. Consequently, they followed its trail and managed to intercept it in time. However, the Lantern Demon was not eliminated, and instead, 2 of the 9 qi refinement cultivators perished. A chill ran down Lunan's spine. This was indeed grave news. How can it be neither good nor bad? Well, the Lantern Demon has sustained severe injuries and should not dare to invade the village for the time being. Oh, Lunan sighed in relief, asking, is this information reliable? Yes. Steward Zhao and several mid-stage qi refinement cultivators have confirmed it. No wonder the eerie mist has thinned somewhat, Lunan remarked, reaching out to stir the mist, which swirled around his hand. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Wait, if the Lantern Demon is not dead, it is likely to return. Jiang Qing chuckled. Steward Zhao has established contact through a sound transmission talisman with the sect, and in a few days, he will stabilize the situation in the market. By then, a mere Lantern Demon will not stir any significant chaos. Practicing. The progress of his spells and techniques had been painfully slow over the past few days. If this continued, he would surely reach his limit. After expending most of his spiritual energy, leaving roughly 1/5 as a reserve, Lunan exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated as he set about preparing a meal. In the past few days, he had refrained from making a fire in the cave due to poor conditions, resulting in half-cooked rice. Now that he could relax, it was time to treat himself. He gathered the last few handfuls of spirit grains, placed them in a pot with water, covered it, and lit a fire. He then added some fresh meat and let it steam over high heat. Before long, the delightful aroma of rice and meat filled the room. He set up a table and chairs in the courtyard and began to eat with great relish. Taking a moment to glance at his progress in spells, techniques, and realm advancement, he noted that there had been little improvement. These 3 aspects were heavily reliant on spiritual energy, and under Lunan's deliberate control, the speed of advancement was naturally affected. On the contrary, his cultivation skills have made remarkable advancements, evolving from mere proficiency to a state nearing mastery. In his mind now reside numerous techniques pertaining to the cultivation of spiritual rice, and he has even discovered a slight chance of yielding spiritual entities distinct from the superior grade spiritual grains. Of course, this probability is minimal. However, should he achieve full mastery or even perfection, it is conceivable that this likelihood could be significantly enhanced. In such a case, this field should not be discarded. Previously, he had contemplated alternative paths as the returns from farming were dismally low and consumed precious time that could be devoted to his cultivation. Only a few spells, such as the minor cloud and rain technique and the minor cotton needle technique, proved beneficial as they could be applied to agriculture. However, should he later incorporate new varieties of spells, such as defensive or offensive ones, there would undoubtedly be repercussions. Yet now, these impacts seem not to be easily dismissed. Chapter 30. The purchase of Dan Lunan formed a gesture with his fingers, and before him, a small cloud coalesced, roughly the size of a palm. With a flicker of thought, he intensified the flow of his internal energy, causing the cloud to swell dramatically, soon expanding to the size of a basin. With droplets of rain beginning to fall, plopping rhythmically into the water vat. Cultivators are self-sufficient, and while this minor rain technique lacks offensive power, it possesses its own utility. Recently, 2 spells had transitioned from novice to proficient levels, resulting in reduced energy expenditure and a notable increase in the cloud's area. One wonders if higher-tier cultivators could wield this rain technique to cover vast expanses. Such spells are indeed remarkable. In times of drought, they could summon rain. If only he had possessed such a skill in his previous life. Alas, he would likely have found himself reclining in a research institute, surrounded by a cadre of individuals in white lab coats, armed with various dissection instruments, their gazes sharp and predatory. He shook off those thoughts, instinctively leaping onto the rooftop, where he spotted the Jiang couple still clearing the debris from their collapsed yard. Luck is indeed a form of power, Lunan mused, reflecting on how his house was merely separated from theirs by a narrow street. Had his abode also succumbed to collapse, it would have been he who was now engaged in the arduous task of cleanup. Taoist Fu. At that moment, Lunan noticed Fu Wenlin emerging from his home and promptly greeted him. To his surprise, Fu Wenlin turned and re-entered the house. Best not to provoke him. Lu Nan observed that one of Fu Wenlin's feet was wrapped in a white cloth, indicating a possible injury, though he regretted not being able to discern the details. His senses were sharp, but alas, not capable of penetrating walls. Fu Wenlin raised an eyebrow, inexplicably perturbed, as if he sensed some intention behind Lu Nan's gaze. What? Do you wish to see me embarrassed before others? Qin Jie frowned. What is this commotion? Embarrassment? After a moment of silence, Fu Wenlin recognized his own agitation. For reasons unknown, the mere sight of the man surnamed Lu next door left him feeling suffocated. It's nothing, he muttered, retreating indoors. Qin Jie watched him enter, muttering a few curses under her breath, though she was not particularly concerned. Just as Lu Nan was about to descend from the rooftop, he noticed a figure leap onto the adjacent roof. Ah, Senior is here, Liu exclaimed upon spotting Lu Nan, a smile brightening her face. Indeed, Lu Nan replied, initially intending to exchange a few words with Liu. However, recalling Li Yuan in the midst of refining qi, he quickly altered his query. Where is Taoist Li? She is in seclusion, Liu responded. This time, I must express my gratitude for her assistance in subduing the lantern demon. Lu Nan showered her with compliments, causing the young girl to blush and wave her hands in modesty. Amused, Lu Nan momentarily forgot about Li Yuan's presence, until a soft cough from the house nearby jolted him back to reality. Indeed, one must tread carefully in matters of the heart. Lu Nan felt a wave of caution wash over him. He hastily fed the ink dog and then retreated to his room for seclusion. I almost forgot something important. However, having just made a mistake, perhaps it would be best to wait a day or two before addressing it again. 2 days swiftly passed since the enigmatic departure of the specter, and the peculiar occurrences within the village had markedly diminished. The inhabitants, all practitioners of the arcane arts, were formidable figures even among mortals. Once they steeled their hearts, the ordinary anomalies posed no significant threat to them. Occasionally, some peculiar entities would intrude upon the village, yet they were swiftly dispatched. Furthermore, news from the marketplace indicated a flourishing situation, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Nan rapped on the door of the neighboring abode. Li, esteemed fellow practitioner. Li Yuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, possibly a remnant of injuries sustained during the recent skirmishes with the strange forces. A glance from Lu Nan, sharpened by his acute senses, detected certain anomalies, though he chose not to dwell on them. Rumors had circulated that the strongest individual in the village was none other than the woman before him, who had surpassed 30 years of age. She could indeed be considered a matron, though Lu Nan refrained from inquiring into her marital status. Judging by her ample figure, it was likely she had borne children. Despite his own unblemished past, Lu Nan felt confident in his assessment based on his extensive observations. What brings you here, fellow practitioner? Li Yuan spoke, her tone noticeably cooler than when he first arrived. Li Yuan furrowed her brow. The revitalization elixir was a luxury for those of lower cultivation, and few would squander their precious spirit stones on such potions. If given a choice, they would prefer to invest in energy-restoring pills that could enhance their abilities. Let us save some for later. This is not an immediate necessity. However, since you have brought it up, I am willing to engage in this transaction. My heartfelt thanks. Esteemed friend, Lu Nan replied, gratitude evident in his expression. See how adeptly she navigates these interactions. The demand for elixirs is already high, yet she is willing to part with some. As he pondered, Li Yuan suddenly waved her hand across the table. With a clatter, over a dozen jade vials stood silently in a row. No need for formality. I am merely conducting business. These elixirs were intended for sale. Had it not been for the issues in the marketplace, I wouldn't have them on hand. How many vials would you like? If that is insufficient, I can part with an additional 3 to 5 vials. Lu Nan opened his mouth, hesitantly stating, I would like 1. 1 vial? Such a modest request? Very well. For you, I'll offer a friendly price of 6 low-grade spirit stones each. Each vial contains 2 elixirs, totaling 12 spirit stones. Are you dissatisfied with the price? Not at all. I mean, Lu Nan gathered his courage. Please, just 1 elixir. As Lu Nan exited the courtyard, he couldn't help but rub his face and touch the kitchen knife he carried. He was tempted to seize the items forcefully, yet considering the disparity in their strengths, he wisely quelled that impulse. What a vexing desire. Within the courtyard, Liu gazed at her aunt with exasperation. This woman typically would not act so recklessly. Practitioners of the arcane arts often harbored reservations about revealing their wealth. Yet today, she exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Liu gently covered her slightly flushed face. It's really nothing. Aunt, it is best that way. You are not from the same world. Liu nodded. Chapter 31. The Echo of 100 Miles, a 60-year-old elder? She must have lost her mind to become involved with someone. How absurd. Liu felt a tumult of emotions as she gazed at her aunt. Her eyes filled with resentment. It is all her aunt's fault. Li Yuan noticed the melancholy in her younger kin's eyes, and her heart sank. Has she not completely given up yet? The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Once the situation in the market stabilizes, I must depart from here. Forget it. Given the precarious circumstances, simplicity is key. After adjusting her state of mind, she was about to ingest the elixir when a sudden thought struck her. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately resolved herself, a glimmer of determination illuminating her gaze. Is it not merely the taste of old garlic? Is it not akin to the visage of Guangong? Just endure it for a moment, and it shall pass. Gulp. The elixir settled in her belly. Lu Nin swiftly entered a meditative state. The Qi Feng technique cycling through her repeatedly, as if torrents of pure energy surged within her. The following day, awakening from her cultivation, she glanced at her progress panel. The proficiency of the Qi Feng technique had markedly improved. It seemed to have advanced beyond her last attempt. Perhaps I should sell the minor talismans of protection? Lu Nin promptly shook her head. Now is not the time. At the very least, I must wait until true safety is assured. Those who have recently endured calamity tend to instinctively procure protective talismans for future contingencies, lest they find themselves unprepared in the face of bizarre occurrences. It is wiser to retain the protective talismans for safety's sake. Lu Nin believed that life should not be gambled upon. Gambling carries risks, and preserving one's own life is of utmost importance. If need be, I shall invest more time in enhancing my skills later, with a plan set in her heart. Her thoughts calmed considerably. Aside from her inability to cultivate the land, her current life bore little difference from before. Are you not repairing this house? Jiang Cheng sat outside his door, enjoying a meal. Oh, we'll discuss that later. Lu Nin mused that she would surely feel uneasy. One could easily reach the house's edge from outside, and if a couple were to engage in any activity within at night, their sounds would likely carry out. But as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to voice such concerns. The two conversed casually across the road. Suddenly, several cultivators passed by, greeting them cheerfully as they approached. Lu Nin and Jiang Cheng responded in kind. Once they had moved on, Zhang Tao emerged from the house holding a bowl, her expression irritable. What else with the arrogance? It's merely a matter of picking up a few things. With that, she shot a glare at Jiang Cheng. Lu Nin was somewhat bewildered. What did you pick up? Zhang Tao explained. Last time, when the malevolent lantern attacked, several fellow practitioners acted in haste, but alas, that lantern spirit was too powerful, decapitating them despite their spells. Do say less. Jiang Cheng interjected, though his tone lacked conviction. This somewhat simple-hearted man was clearly at a loss before his wife. Zhang Tao retorted, what is there that cannot be said? Besides, I am not speaking directly to them. With a huff, she glared at Jiang Cheng, adding, those who perished were so close to us. Had you not pulled me back, it could very well have been us in their place. You heartless wretch. How dare you scold me? Zhang Tao ceased to eat and rose to depart. Jiang Cheng silently took a mouthful of rice and followed suit. Before long, a cacophony erupted from within the room, predominantly composed of women hurling insults, while men occasionally interjected with words of restraint. Lu Nin sighed inwardly, his desire to wander dissipating. What sort of celestial cultivation was this? In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air. Lu Nin's heart leapt, momentarily caught in a fleeting hesitation. After a brief pause, he felt compelled to raise his gaze, witnessing the ominous mist in the sky swirling as if forewarned, while a radiant light flickered amidst the chaos. Dispersing the ethereal fog, clarity enveloped the scene. This sound, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, captured the attention of countless cultivators within the celestial city, who stared wide-eyed at the horizon. What a terrifying sound. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Lu Nin was filled with trepidation. His entire being quaked in that instant. What kind of force was this? The eerie mist seemed to have encountered its nemesis. Could it be that the Iron Sword sect had taken some measures? Yet, the commotion was far too great. A sense of unease settled within Lu Nin. At that moment, he observed cultivators emerging from the building, their heads tilted upwards towards the sky, their expressions gradually turning grave. This was the toll of the Iron Sword sect's treasure. The sound of the 100ly bell. An elderly cultivator wore a pallid expression. Something dire had transpired. What was the situation? Can any of you fellow cultivators elucidate this matter? Some younger cultivators, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired. Compared to the elder, their experience was undoubtedly limited. The old man grimly chuckled, stating, "As a foundational-grade treasure, the magical artifact serves as a cornerstone of the sect's strength, rarely employed. For once it is called upon. It signifies that foundational cultivators must intervene. Thus the enemy's might shall surely not be inferior to that of the foundational tier." And the 100ly bell is even more significant. It belongs to a category of special warning artifacts, and when it tolls, it heralds calamity for the sect. The elder shook his head and walked away, unwilling to elaborate further. A young cultivator pressed on, urging, "Please, do finish your words." The old man had moved quite a distance before he sorrowfully remarked, "When the 100ly bell tolls, it foretells impending doom. Look yonder," he gestured towards the distance, where the entrance of the Iron Sword sect lay, with several peaks standing tall, the highest being Iron Sword Mountain in the center. As the elder pointed, a faint yellow light gradually materialized in the air. The thick earth formation capable of resisting foundational tier forces had been reactivated after decades. With that, he uttered no more and hurriedly departed. The young cultivator, now acutely aware of the situation's gravity, stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Was it not said that the situation in the market had been brought under control? Why has it come to this? Who knows? Times are about to become difficult." A nearby cultivator shook his head and walked away, clutching talisman paper, his eyes glinting with vigilance. In the sky, the earth-colored light loomed like a colossal dome, enveloping Iron Sword Mountain. It appears that the antagonistic forces in the world have adopted a strategy of retreat. The enigmatic mist that had been expelled just moments ago has surged back, now more dense than before. Various murmurs reach my ears, yet they are predominantly filled with confusion. In the village, few can be regarded as seasoned practitioners. As age advances, those who have not attained the mid-stage of chi refinement are unable to secure a livelihood in the immortal city, making it exceedingly difficult to remain here for long. Consequently, there is little experience regarding such phenomena. Standing atop the rooftop, her pallid visage bore a lingering gravity. Lunan found himself perplexed as to why the situation had transformed from one of stability into a calamity, leaving no room for psychological preparation. It was akin to the tragic fall of the renowned Kunshin Long-gu, who plummeted from the pinnacle of life into the abyss in an instant. The psychological disparity could indeed drive one to madness. This cursed counterattack. Lunan felt as if he and his fellow practitioners had been ensnared in a trap. At least, from his current perspective, that seemed to be the case. Perhaps for the higher-ups of the Iron Sword sect, it was not so dire. But the fates of the upper echelons and the lower ranks have always been divergent, leaving Lu Nan with little cause for grievance. "What do you know, fellow practitioner?" Lunan inquired cautiously. The Earth Mother Spirit Array is the Iron Sword sect's mountain guarding formation, and each activation consumes tens of thousands of spirit stones. For at least 2 months hence, there would be no contact with the outside world. As time drags on, disputes are bound to arise. Lunan cast a glance and sighed inwardly. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. The Iron Sword sect is indeed affluent. Yet, this is to be expected. It is said that the entire marketplace can yield over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for the Iron Sword sect in a single day, not to mention other industries, such as spiritual fields. With the Iron Sword sect governing the territory for hundreds of miles surrounding the immortal city, how could they not be wealthy? Inside the dwelling, Lunan tidied up and moved his belongings into the underground cavern. In recent days, he had not slackened in his excavation efforts. The cavern had become not only more spacious, but also interconnected. Drawing inspiration from simple mazes of his past life, he had dug numerous passages, and to avoid becoming lost himself, he marked certain concealed spots. Walk forward 5 meters. Turn right. Walk back 10 meters. Turn left. The markings were inscribed in formal Chinese. After all, the written characters of this world differ significantly from Chinese, and he doubted anyone could decipher them. The kitchen had been relocated underground, thus freeing up space for storing earth. As evening approached, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the village, and the previously audible exchanges faded into silence. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Lunan asked warily, remaining attentive to the sounds outside the courtyard gate. "Is the fellow practitioner there?" "We, your brothers, wish to discuss something with you," came the voice from outside. The courtyard door was poorly sealed, and through the gaps in the door, he could see someone standing outside. "Any matters can be discussed from outside," Lunan called out robustly. "Seeking shelter?" A subtle heaviness settled in Lunan's heart. Not only did he currently need to traverse the cave and the house, but even if he did not, he could not casually allow strangers to enter. Inviting wolves into the fold could lead to being encroached upon by others. "Fellow cultivator, I ask for your understanding." The individuals outside did not relent. Indeed, the reputation of the Iron Sword sect proved effective, as the cultivators outside soon turned to leave. Yet, a vague unease lingered within Lu Nan. He leapt onto the roof and gazed down the street, where he discerned numerous veiled eyes peering through the eerie mist, fixated on their abode. These rascals. Lu Nan recognized that the influence of the Iron Sword sect would not endure for long, once the deterrent power was isolated. Its efficacy would inevitably wane with the passage of time. He hurriedly moved essential supplies underground, including the ink dog, fearing it might bark in panic at the strange occurrences, and thus rewrapped its mouth with cloth, only to be untied during feeding. Lu Nan gathered all he could utilize, and by the time he finished, dusk had descended. He sealed the cave entrance, hastily consumed a bit of food, and instinctively prepared to meditate, yet found himself unable to enter a focused state. As soon as he attempted to channel his internal mana, visions of a throng of cultivators surged in his mind, overwhelming him with an array of spells. With a start, he sprang from the ground, seizing a nearby kitchen knife and tucking it into his clothing. He checked the mechanism of his sleeve arrows. Donning his robe, he confirmed the positions of all the talismans on his person. With everything in order, he turned to climb out of the cave. Wait, one more thing had slipped his mind. He approached the bedside, reaching inward to grasp a bottle of open wine. Gulping down several swigs, a fiery warmth spread through his belly. To avoid reeking of alcohol, he prevented any spillage and then took a few swigs of water. Having completed these tasks, he turned and strode out. The night was tranquil. Lu Nan executed a lightness skill to scale the wall from the backyard, the dense night and eerie mist concealing all. Visibility was low, yet his keen eyesight allowed him to see better than most. An ordinary cultivator would likely struggle more. Listening to the peculiar sounds emanating from afar, a hint of tension colored his expression. This was the second time. Lu Nan's gaze sharpened as he halted his steps. Not far off, a figure crouched beneath a tree. And further away, several cultivators leaned against hastily constructed wooden shelters, engaged in conversation. These celestial farmers were rather oblivious. Indeed, the one who had spoken first fell silent for a moment. Lu Nan tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, his fingers turning pale. Haha, there is no need for everyone to be overly concerned about the impact. It is just us here, and we all share the same thoughts. What we require is merely a place to take refuge. One individual chuckled and remarked, "Were I in your position, I would not relinquish my house either. Who knows what the future holds?" However, differing stances lead to different considerations. Fellow cultivator Hua makes a valid point. The existing houses in the village can somewhat shield us from prying eyes. Moreover, the comfort would be far superior. There is no reason for so many of us to watch them monopolize such an expansive dwelling. However, the current state of affairs outside remains uncertain. Should the Iron Sword sect become aware of this situation, Lu Nan felt a slight relief. The Iron Sword sect, eager to profit from the immortal city, would naturally strive to maintain order, thus everyone was cautious about resorting to violence within its confines. The previous discussions fell into a hushed silence. Suddenly, someone remarked, "What more can we concern ourselves with at this point? The Iron Sword sect has evidently encountered a grave calamity. Even their Earth Spirit formation has been activated, and they will not emerge for at least a month or two. Do you truly believe they would care about such matters? Moreover, with so many mysterious occurrences, who can ascertain whether others have perished at the hands of these anomalies? Exercise caution. Daoist Liang, Daoist Su, please scout the surroundings." Upon hearing the footsteps, Lu Nan quickly retreated. These cultivators were primarily lingering nearby, which was not inherently negative. Yet the rapidly shifting circumstances had transformed the once desperate refugees into individuals revealing their predatory instincts. Just as Lu Nan found a place to conceal himself, he overheard the voices of those who had conversed with him during the day. "Are you prepared? Rest assured, we are not unprepared for such matters. Humph. A mere farmer dabbling in the fields. If he remains so oblivious, we shall send him to the earth." Lu Nan's expression hardened, and he drew a kitchen knife from his bosom. Curse this wretched temptation. The tree canopy loomed above, obscuring all manner of malevolent spirits. A grim-faced cultivator leaned against the tree, repeatedly polishing his sword with a strip of cloth, while another, resembling him somewhat, inspected their supplies. As seasoned practitioners, this was not their first foray into such endeavors, and thus they exercised greater caution than the average person. "Brother, the woman next door to the Lu family resides there. Might she interfere? Should we wait a while longer?" "Wait." The brother grinned. Some individuals always wish to follow in the footsteps of others, but at times, trailing behind merely grants them the dregs. He turned to his sibling and said, "Let us act swiftly, denying that woman any opportunity. After we take a life, we shall hide away. If she truly intervenes, then so be it." The cultivation at the 6th level of chi refinement indeed instilled considerable trepidation in them. "Are you prepared? Ready? Then let us proceed." Just then, a sudden explosion shattered the air. The elder brother bellowed in anger, and his sword erupted with brilliant light. Yet it was already too late. From within the eerie mist, a fierce wind surged forth, swift and relentless, arriving in an instant. Clang! The spiritual light of the magical artifact trembled slightly as the foremost arrow was deflected. However, his visage paled in despair, for the hastily raised sword had failed to completely shield him from the barrage of arrows. The subsequent arrows, like shadows, pierced through the sword's radiance. A series of sharp sounds ensued, culminating in the final shot as the foremost arrow penetrated his skull, its force expended, cascading to the ground. "Brother!" His siblings' eyes blazed with fury. They were brothers born of humble origins, enduring countless hardships in pursuit of immortality, and just as they had persevered to this moment, they found themselves irrevocably severed from each other in this instant. He roared and lunged towards the direction from which the short arrow had been fired, but alas, he missed his target. Just then, another piercing sound echoed through the air. The eerie mist churned, and a short arrow shot forth with great speed. With a resounding clang, the cultivator, true to his expertise, instinctively evaded the attack at the critical moment. The arrow embedded itself into the ground. Simultaneously, a radiant aura enveloped the rolling cultivator. It was a minor protective spell. Lu Nan, who was stealthily shifting his position, felt a surge of anxiety, his palms slick with sweat. Unlike the previous encounter with Li Fengyi, who had been grotesquely possessed and rendered clumsy, this time he faced a living opponent. With a sharp clang, the protective aura around the cultivator vibrated and deflected a short arrow, causing the talisman in his grasp to glow fiercely. Lu Nan's heart sank. Gripping the arrow hidden in his sleeve with one hand, he reached for the knife at his waist with the other, gritting his teeth. In a flurry, the remaining arrows were unleashed, and with perfected agility, he soared forward like a tempest. A series of sounds erupted as the cultivator, caught off guard, had not anticipated the immense force behind the incoming arrows. Though the mundane techniques of concealed weaponry were initially insufficient to breach the protective spell, the sheer power was enough to jolt him unsteadily. Seizing the brief moment, a figure hurtled forward, and the knife came down with ferocity. The protective aura blazed like the sun, its potency at its zenith. Yet within moments, the talisman in his hand began to emit smoke, a small flame rapidly consuming it. In horrified disbelief, the knife descended, cleaving the cultivator in two. Blood splattered forth. At that moment, Lu Nan appeared remarkably composed, hastily stripping the two individuals of their possessions before making a swift exit. Soon after, a wary group approached, and upon discovering the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, a profound silence enveloped them. A pile of bloodied items lay discarded on the ground as Lu Nan, lost in thought, collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. Had it not been for his prior experience with killing, he might have been overwhelmed this time. The fervor within him still surged, while wielding concealed weapons had felt manageable. The act of severing a living being with a knife had painted his world in shades of crimson. Indeed, the adjustment was proving to be a challenge. After lying on the bed for a considerable time, his emotions gradually stabilized, and Lu Nan rose to survey the spoils scattered across the floor. Everything could be discarded, but not these treasures. Crouching down, his eyes soon glimmered with surprise. These two brothers were exceedingly wealthy. A total of 186 low-grade spirit stones, 2 bloodstained robes, both of the same rank, low-grade robes of the first tier. However, even among garments of equal rank, quality varied significantly. These robes were worth considerably more on the market than the one Lu Nan had previously donned, with a price tag of around 15 low-grade spirit stones each. A commonplace steel longsword, of little value, could easily be procured for a mere low-grade spirit stone. In the realm of cultivation, mundane objects hold little worth. Additionally, there are 37 minor dispelling talismans, 5 small protective amulets, 1 small diamond talisman, and 6 small cotton needle talismans. There are also 2 vials of chi replenishing pills, totaling 4 pieces. Such items are typically consumed soon after purchase, hence their scarcity. Furthermore, 3 vials of recovery elixirs. Goodness! Lu Nan continuously rubbed his hands together, struggling to conceal his excitement. he suddenly realized that those who escaped from the market likely possessed considerable wealth. A stark contrast to the meager existence of the struggling cultivators he had known. Moreover, he recalled that these two brothers were likely the extraordinary individuals Zhang Tao had mentioned previously. Oh, the unpredictability of life. The thrill within him gradually subsided. What value do fleeting gains hold? One who frequently treads by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. If he were to be consumed by the thrill of the hunt, he would one day risk becoming someone else's prey. Such thoughts were inappropriate. Looking again at the spoils on the ground, his heart was now calm. Finally, there was another item, a magical artifact. He picked up another sword from the ground. It felt somewhat light. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a soft hum resonated, and the entire blade shimmered with a faint azure glow. A low-grade magical artifact. The Azure Spirit Sword. Lunan felt a surge of joy as he carefully manipulated the longsword with his spiritual energy. He was familiar with the Azure Spirit Sword. A relatively common low-tier artifact, yet it was exceedingly valuable. This particular sword could fetch up to 500 low-grade spirit stones in the market. In fact, all the previous items combined might not even equate to its worth. The allure of power is beguiling. Initially, he had leveraged his strengths to eliminate the opponent's most formidable combat unit with a hidden weapon. Otherwise, if given even a moment to react, it would have been exceedingly difficult to secure a kill. Before assessing the spoils, Lunan had believed himself to hold a certain advantage. Yet now, disregarding the magical artifact, even the defensive talismans posed a considerable challenge for him. The small protective amulets, while potent, were inferior to the small golden body talismans. Had the other cultivators survived, the outcome would likely have forced a retreat, perhaps even the abandonment of their dwelling. It was only then that Lunan recognized the perilous nature of battle. Indeed, the notion of thriving through conflict was a fallacy. With a bright future ahead, why should he recklessly engage like a battle maniac? His current strength was somewhat difficult to gauge. However, a typical third-layer chi refiner would certainly be no match for him. As for eliminating an opponent, it would depend on the quality of their possessions. Against someone like Li Fengyi, a third-layer chi refiner, Lunan felt no pressure. Yet, regarding the cultivator he had dispatched with a concealed arrow, he remained uncertain. The primary concern lay in the sharpness of the magical sword, which severely countered his ironclad defense. Manipulating the sword, he gently grazed his palm. Sizzle! The magic sword merely encountered a subtle resistance before slicing through the surface, allowing a trickle of crimson blood to escape. Even the body's innate healing abilities were affected. This magic sword is truly formidable. Mundane techniques, after all, are somewhat lacking in sophistication. Of course, the perfected level of cross-training martial arts still possesses a certain impressive quality. Lunan grasped the magic sword and swung it a few times, producing a series of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. The battle concluded with a kitchen knife severing a minor protective spell, showcasing unparalleled might. This is the advantage conferred by the perfected iron cloth shirt. With this immense power, a full-force strike would render even the early-stage minor spells nearly insurmountable. Indeed, it is a force akin to mountains collapsing and the weight of Taishan bearing down. What a pity for that finely crafted steel kitchen knife. On the ground, the blood-stained knife bore severe damage. If it were to be polished, its blade would be reduced by at least 1/5. Now, with the magic sword in hand, my strength has truly reached its zenith. This is Lunan's greatest gain from this expedition. The Lu family's trinity encompasses escape, defense, and ambush abilities. However, he overlooked the limitations of weaponry used for ambushes. Even with magical enhancement, mundane weapons cannot pose a significant threat to cultivators. But with the magic sword, the material is of a far superior quality, disregarding the magical power. It is a legendary weapon in the mortal realm. Had he wielded this magic sword during the battle, he would not have needed to exert his full strength to cleave his opponent in two. Possessing the magic sword, he feels akin to a tiger equipped with titanium alloy teeth, dramatically elevating his combat prowess. He must quickly adapt to the magic sword. The sword requires magical energy to wield, and as a novice handling a magic sword for the first time, he lacks any experience. In the courtyard, a somewhat clumsy figure was cautiously swinging the magic sword. After a moment, the sword slipped from his hand and, buoyed by magical energy, wobbled through the air before plummeting to the ground with a thud. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that controlling the magic sword was akin to extending an arm through magical energy to guide the sword forward, which was quite exhausting. It is worth noting that while his physique is robust, his magical energy remains a significant shortcoming. Attempting to separate the sword from himself felt like an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Lu Nen bore no grievances. One cannot grow fat in a single bite. He decided to start with the simplest approach. He no longer fixated on detaching the sword, but instead chose to wield it in hand. Although lacking in formal techniques, this would help him develop a sense of handling. Once he attains that feeling, he can gradually delve deeper. Lu Nen maintained a steady mindset. Without the groundwork, any endeavor is merely a farce. With sufficient preliminary work, success would follow naturally. If the market were still open, he could procure a set of sword techniques. He felt a twinge of regret. The techniques established by predecessors are undoubtedly superior to his aimless exploration. At noon, as Lu Nen finished his meal, he heard a knock at the door. Could it be yet another attempt to seize his residence? He touched the magic sword beside him, his gaze sharpening slightly. Is Daoist Lu Nen? This is Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao? What could she want? Lu Nen wrapped the in cloth and stepped outside to open the door. Zhang Daoyu. Jiang Daoyu. Outside stood the Zhang couple, holding some fresh meat, appearing somewhat reserved. What brings you here? Lu Nen inquired with a hint of confusion. It's not our first meeting. Why the gifts? As if for a formal visit? Oh, it's nothing much. Just came to see you, Zhang Tao said, pressing the fresh meat into Lu Nen's hands, adding with a smile. Will you not invite us in for a chat? Please come in, Lu Nen replied. A brief visit is certainly welcome. Not long after the Zhang couple settled in, a few unfamiliar Dao friends from the vicinity arrived. However, Lu Nen did not extend an invitation to enter the courtyard. He surmised the reason. Last night's events had likely spread, and these individuals were either seeking information or hoping to become acquainted. Thus, life is indeed a tapestry of human connections. When we were merely celestial farmers, hardly anyone came to pay us a visit. After bidding farewell to the guests, Lu Nen felt a sense of relief and brewed a pot of tea to enjoy in the courtyard. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air. Feeling slightly tense, Lu Nen glanced towards the neighboring house, catching a glimpse of a fleeting flash of crimson atop the roof. Dressed in red today? Quite splendid. Old Fu. Here. In the house to the right, Qin Jia emerged, holding a piece of spiritual beast meat. What are you doing? Going to pay a visit. Fu Wenlin's voice escalated, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No way. What visit? Qin Jia sighed. What has gotten into you? After such a significant event last night, those Dao friends next door are all paying visits, even those a bit further out just to familiarize themselves. Fu Wenlin abruptly stood, his face darkened. Yet he restrained his anger. Who can prove it was me? They're all just making wild guesses. It could very well have been that female cultivator next door. We should be the ones paying a visit. Qin Jia opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Dao friend, take care. Did these friends have a quarrel? She dared not voice her thoughts, fearing Fu Wenlin would lash out. It seemed he indeed intended to pay a visit. She wondered where he would go. Lu Nen did not believe he was the target. Long ago, he sensed the discord between Fu Wenlin and himself. Previously, there was some consideration for face, but now, his dissatisfaction was laid bare. Honestly, what if I did steal your wife? Oh, perhaps that could be said. Soon, Fu Wenlin made his way over, clearly heading to Li Yuan's place. Indeed, that was the true source of support. Surprisingly, Lu Nen noted that Fu Wenlin was unable to enter the courtyard, not even managing to deliver the spiritual beast meat in his grasp. Curious. Based on Li Yuan's past demeanor, it was unlikely he would exclude Fu Wenlin. As evening approached, Lu Nen walked over to knock on the door. Is Li Daoyu home? He now refrained from directly calling for Li Yu, lest he provoke Li Yuan. Senior Lu? It's me. In the depths of his heart, Lu Nen prepared himself for the possibility of being turned away, yet to his surprise, the door opened moments later. Are you here to purchase elixirs, esteemed senior? Li Yu inquired with a playful smile, observing his surroundings. How did you know? Lu Nen mused, realizing that just one day had passed since his last visit. Anyone with a modicum of sense could easily connect the dots to the events of the previous night. Indeed, you are quite the enigma, Li Yu remarked, her large eyes twinkling as she retrieved the elixirs. Is Daoist Li not present? She continued. My aunt is currently in seclusion for her cultivation, so I have taken it upon myself to handle this matter. Ah, I see, Lu Nen replied, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled how Wenlin had been turned away earlier that day. Excellent. I do so enjoy preferential treatment. 35. Proficient in the Qifeng technique. Is that all? Huh? Is there more? Lu Nen queried. For such a substantial transaction, wouldn't it be customary to round off the total? Li Yu paused, taken aback. Is it really that significant? Quite substantial. Very well, she said, unable to meet his gaze. Then I shall round it off for you. Esteemed senior, The total comes to 160 spirit stones. Thank you, young Taoist Li. Lunan chuckled. The air was thick with an unsettling fog. On either side of the village's main thoroughfare, remnants of chaos left behind by those fleeing the market were still visible. Just days prior, these traces were often accompanied by bustling figures. Yet now, such sights were rare. Occasionally, one could spot a serious-faced individual who, upon seeing another, offered no greeting. What a tumultuous time, Lu Nen thought as he hastened into the house, his heart weighed down with unease. In just a few short steps, he could sense the brewing turmoil. As long as the Iron Sword Mountain outpost remained sealed, the village's plight would only worsen. In the days that followed, Lu Nen devoted himself to cultivating in the cavern. As he observed his mastery of the technique grow day by day, his previously oppressive mood began to lift. In addition to refining his qifeng skills, he dedicated some time to honing his proficiency with the sword. After finishing his exercises, he would leave the cavern and practice swordplay in the courtyard. Lacking formal techniques, he resorted to wielding the sword freely, employing the most basic thrusts, slices, and cuts for practice. Though his methods were primitive and clumsy, the results were unexpectedly effective. As time passed, he became accustomed to the sensation of the sword in his hand and could smoothly execute a few rudimentary yet graceful flourishes. During this period, he occasionally ventured out, but his excursions were limited to a mere 20 meters from his door. Anything beyond that was not within his considerations. Rumors circulated that unrest had begun to spread around the village, not only of the eerie nature, but also of ill-intentioned individuals vying for shelter. A storm was brewing. A day later, the courtyard was riddled with pits of various sizes, within which sharp wooden stakes jutted out. To cultivators, these posed little threat due to their insufficient sharpness. To increase the danger through gravity would require digging much deeper. However, that would allow a cultivator to react before hitting the stakes. A simple protective charm or the use of lightness techniques would suffice to avert disaster. However, if the stakes are too shallow, there is little time to react. Yet this way, the wooden stakes cannot harm anyone. Lu Nen does not aspire for much. As long as these traps can cause intruders to flounder and create some noise, it would be deemed a success. This would grant him a psychological readiness to confront any threats while in the underground hideout. The excavation efforts have not ceased. The kitchen has become somewhat overwhelmed with the soil unearthed, compelling Lu Nen to temporarily store it in other passages of the cave. On the 5th day, he broke through to the first exit, hidden within a patch of grass outside the village. He then transported the soil from the cave to fill a large pit nearby. As time passed, the group of cultivators grew increasingly impatient. Outside, a commotion erupted, faintly interspersed with murmurs. When he finally emerged, 3 days had elapsed. What transpired 3 days ago? Lu Nen stood at the gate, conversing with Jiang Cheng across the street. Some locals are seizing houses. It is rumored that several homes owned by the celestial farmers have been vacated. Jiang Cheng's face reflected indignation and concern. As fellow celestial farmers, encountering such a situation naturally evokes a sense of shared sorrow. Manager Zhao is still around. He surely won't allow such occurrences to proliferate. Lu Nen reassured him. Let us hope. Jiang Cheng sighed. Ever since the courtyard collapsed, he and his wife have struggled to sleep at night, feeling as though someone is always lurking outside the wall, eavesdropping. He has developed dark circles under his eyes. In truth, I suspect that Manager Zhao has yet to intervene, possibly allowing this phenomenon to unfold intentionally. Jiang Cheng hesitated before speaking. Why would you say that, fellow Taoist? Lu Nen inquired, astonished. Jiang Cheng replied with a wry smile. Manager Zhao is neither blind nor deaf. The signs of this predicament have been evident for quite some time. Yet, up until now, there has been no word from him. I suspect this is to pacify those who have fled here. After all, their numbers are overwhelming. If they had obstructed them from the outset, it would have met with considerable resistance and could have backfired. When the time is right, he will surely make his presence known. Lu Nen felt a stir in his heart. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded cultivator would possess such depth of insight. The timing, he mused. Manager Zhao would likely step forward, but when that would be remains uncertain. By then, how many celestial farmers would still be able to secure their places of refuge? Following this, he began to consciously manipulate the magic sword, distancing it from his body, executing various fundamental movements in close proximity. Thrusts, cuts, slashes, sweeps, lifts, parries, bursts, and compressions. He discovered that the closer he was, the more composed and steady his control became. Once the sword was 3 meters away, a certain degree of loss of control emerged. At around 6 meters, this loss intensified, and by 10 meters, it approached its limit. Beyond this threshold, he would completely lose command, unable to exert sufficient influence over it. No wonder lower-tier cultivators often employ straightforward, direct movements when wielding magical tools. The magic sword, akin to an arrow, is typically used to strike enemies directly at a close range. Actions such as cleaving, puncturing, and slicing are seldom observed. Power is secondary. What matters most is the inadequacy of strength. On the 10th day of his cultivation, Lu Nan, sitting cross-legged in the earthen cave, suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In the next instant, a sensation of blissful fulfillment enveloped his entire being. Upon examining the interface, he discovered that his skill, the Qingfeng technique, had progressed from proficiency to mastery. Overjoyed, he leapt from his bed and circled around. It seemed as though there was no discernible change. He hurried to the water vat to gaze at his reflection, where an aged, dark visage stared back at him. Oh, the timeless charm of the immortal cultivation realm. His appearance remained as handsome as ever. However, it was time to test the efficacy of the Qi recovery pill. After adjusting his state, Lu Nan calmly placed a Qi recovery pill into his mouth. The next moment, his expression shifted slightly. The sensation from this pill was entirely different from those he had consumed previously. A warm current surged vigorously within him. If the earlier pills felt like a mere trench, this one transformed into a flowing river. Having completed his meditation and absorption, he glanced at his status panel. Name, Lu Nan. Lifespan, 5990. Realm, Qi Refinement. Second Layer, 35100. Technique, Qifeng Technique. Mastery, 1200. Skills, Minor Cloud Rain Technique. Proficient, 15150. Minor Cotton Needle Technique. Proficient, 26150. Grass Flying, Perfected, 00. Spiritual Rice Cultivation. Mastery, 68200. Iron Cloth Shirt, Perfected, 00. Sleeve Arrow, Perfected, 00. Previously, he had only a proficiency level in the 20s, but now it had surged into the 30s. Surely, it was the mastery level of the Qingfeng technique that had shattered some constraints. Lu Nan mused. With 3 more Qi recovery pills at his disposal, he intended to use them all at once. After traversing this realm for so long, he finally glimpsed the hope of breaking through his cultivation level. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. While Lu Nan immersed himself in his cultivation, the situation in the village grew increasingly dire. The incidence of encroachment upon the immortal farmers' dwellings surged at an alarming rate each day. Some had noticed that these bizarre occurrences predominantly took place outside the houses. Although this assertion lacked substantial evidence, many chose to believe it nonetheless. At times, the distinction between right and wrong becomes trivial. What truly matters is the alignment of interests. When one possesses a trove of diamonds, and someone happens to proclaim that diamonds are the most beautiful things in the world, that individual will not hesitate to join the chorus of praise, waving banners in support, even if, prior to this, he had vehemently criticized diamonds as mere ordinary stones. Consequently, the situation tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Daily, immortal farmers were expelled from their homes. Lu Daoyu, Zhang Tao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Nan emerge from his door. Zhang Daoyu, is there something you need? Lu Nan inquired. Each day, he would take some time to unwind. Humans are social beings. Secluding oneself in a dark space for extended periods can easily lead to complications. Whether high-level cultivators experience this, he could not say, but Lu Nan felt he would. Recently, everyone has been experiencing great distress, living in constant apprehension. Consequently, some have proposed the idea of banding together for mutual support in facing these challenges. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Zhang Tao inquired cautiously. Lu Nan sighed inwardly. Ever since the recent homicide incident, Zhang Tao had withdrawn his spirited demeanor around him. However, he could not deny that she was no longer as entertaining as before. He preferred the woman who would occasionally hurl sharp remarks at him while holding a chamber pot. Ugh, how foolish. Lu Nan chuckled. That sounds splendid. Creating a bit of commotion might indeed apply some pressure to Steward Zhao. Zhang Tao gleefully replied. So does this mean you agree, Taoist Lu? I shall inform them immediately. Wait. Lu Nan suddenly felt something was amiss and halted Zhang Tao. You mentioned them? Zhang Tao, slightly embarrassed, confessed. Well, actually, this alliance has already begun. Consisting of several nearby immortal farmers, he proceeded to enumerate their names, revealing quite a few individuals. Whenever there are matters of concern, they convene to lend a helping hand. Lu Nan pondered for a moment and deemed it unnecessary. Firstly, his current strength rendered him unafraid of cultivators below the mid-stage of chi refinement. With an abundance of talismans at his disposal, 3 perfected martial arts techniques, and the advantage of his magical sword, his combat prowess was formidable. Even if he were to face defeat, he could always retreat to the cave. Joining such a collective would only serve to hinder him, likely reducing him to the role of a caretaker. However, considering they were all neighbors, he felt the need to maintain some semblance of decorum. Perhaps it is best to refrain for now, Lu Nan remarked. Zhang Tao left, visibly disappointed. As night fell, Lu Nan extinguished the lamp talisman. He had not anticipated such significant events unfolding, and thus, he had not adequately prepared talismans like the lamp or the minor freezing talisman. Now, the lamp talisman had been nearly depleted, and he had seldom used it while above ground. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Nan was about to descend into the cave, a series of knocks echoed at his door. Who could be visiting at this hour? Whether due to the prolonged absence of the mysterious figure or the recent turmoil, the darkness seemed to embolden the cultivators. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the crack, noticing the glow of a lamp talisman outside, with faint silhouettes standing nearby. Taoist Lu, it is Zhang Tao. My fellow Taoists wish to meet you. To visit so late, they must have significant intentions. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Nan wrapped his magical sword securely, took it in hand, and opened the door, asking, "What brings you here, esteemed Taoists? Will you not invite us in for a moment of respite?" Outside stood 5 or 6 individuals, including Zhang Tao and his spouse, alongside a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman, as well as another couple. The elderly man, named Zhang Yu, was the most accomplished cultivator in the vicinity, having entered the 3rd level of chi refinement even before the previously Feng Yi. It was said that he also ventured to Shiling Mountain for land reclamation, and his survival indicated some fortune on his side. The middle-aged man, named Lu Fu, bore a slightly plump visage and hailed from a wealthy family in the mortal realm. He had squandered his family's riches since childhood in pursuit of immortality. The couple consisted of a man named Guang Ming and a woman named Shouyun, an ordinary pair of immortal farmers. At least, such is the memory of Lu Nan regarding the origins of the group. He glanced at Zhang Yu from his posture. It was evident that he was the mastermind behind this collective. The surroundings were somewhat disheveled, so Lu Nan thought it best not to invite anyone in. He sighed inwardly, not out of pride, but because many areas of the courtyard had been excavated, and accommodating so many people would be imprudent. Zhang Yu felt slightly awkward, but quickly masked it. If it was inconvenient, so be it. It is fine to converse here. Recently, the village's situation has been tumultuous, with outsiders continually driving us. The immortal farmers, away. You must be aware of this, my friend. Lu Nan nodded, already grasping Zhang Yu's intent. He merely wished to extend an invitation for Lu Nan to join their collective. Sure enough, Zhang Yu's tone shifted, expressing indignation. This place is our sanctuary. How can it be taken from us without cause? However, fighting individually makes us vulnerable to their bullying. If we unite, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. Lu Nan wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, thus I sincerely invite you to join our ranks. Lu Nan appeared troubled. It may be quite difficult. Why so? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Others who had been supporting him now wore expressions of discomfort upon hearing this. Lu Nan sighed, his gaze drifting towards the neighboring area, lamenting softly. The reasons I cannot divulge. I can only say that my strength is lacking. Is it because of the individual next door? Zhang Yu's expression darkened instantaneously, yet he was aware that rational discourse was futile. Previously, many had attempted to persuade those mid-stage chi refinement cultivators to stabilize the situation, but for reasons unknown, those individuals had remained absent. Not even a sliver of the door had been opened. To venture in for a closer look was a risk no one dared to take. Consequently, the attitudes of those mid-stage chi refinement cultivators began to be speculated upon, what with self-preservation, ulterior motives, and the notion of witnessing suffering without intervening. In any case, darkness breeds darkness. Yet it is of no consequence. Those few houses still stand resolutely, unscathed. I understand now. Thank you for your understanding, my friend. Should you attain your freedom, please do consider joining us. Zhang Yu stated earnestly. We need you. Finally, he gazed at Lu Nan with heartfelt intensity. As Lu Nan watched the group depart, he could not help but shiver. He bore no psychological burden regarding his feigned authority. You see, we said nothing and did nothing. It was merely the other party's overthinking, which is of no concern to me. After all, Zhang Yu would never confront Li Yuan. Sometimes, a mere subtlety can transform peril into safety. Although the other party did not pose a significant threat to Lu Nan, his principle has always been to avoid unnecessary complications. The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little demons are troublesome. Isn't it better if everyone is well? If one were to bluntly refuse another, it would hardly be a pleasant experience. More often than not, it leaves the other party feeling discontented, potentially leading to self-inflicted obstacles. In such a case, one is bound to feel irked, and that irritation may prompt a search for retribution, resulting in a cyclical waste of time and energy. With one's promising future ahead, there is no need to jeopardize it for trivial gains. Lu Nan was deeply immersed in the realm of cultivation. After consuming 4 qi replenishing pills in succession, he found himself increasingly nearing the third tier of qi refinement. His proficiency in the qigong technique allowed for exceptional absorption of the medicinal effects, even granting him the illusion that he had transcended his previous identity as a lowly, talentless farmer of the celestial realm. Each day, his mastery advanced at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, the external circumstances evolved in ways that were beyond imagination. As Zhang Tao and Zhang Yu had indicated, numerous celestial farmers had begun to band together in teams. In response to the unity among these farmers, the influx of groups fleeing from the market was somewhat curtailed. Particularly, solitary cultivators were caught off guard, with reports of several casualties. However, it wasn't long before the market groups began to rally their own allies, employing a strategy of mutual restraint. With their generally superior wealth compared to the celestial farmers, the strength of the market groups surged dramatically, overpowering the farmers' collective. Some individuals without proper lodging or those in cramped quarters began to target previously untouchable adversaries, and the area where Lu Nan resided was one such location. "Aha! Fellow Taoists, come. Feast on the meat," Zhang Yu exclaimed, his face aglow as he pushed the meat forward in his bowl. Seated at the table were members of the gathered team. In recent days, they had often shared meals together and occasionally ventured out for patrols, enjoying a rather comfortable existence. The small team they had previously encountered had turned tail upon hearing Zhang Yu's name. Individuals of such strength and charisma as Zhang Yu were indeed rare. The speaker was Wu Qing, Zhang Yu's neighbor, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. The others chimed in, echoing their agreement. Zhang Yu, filled with pride, donned his robe and raised a toast to each person present. After several rounds of drinks, a sudden cold snort echoed from outside the courtyard. "Which fellow Taoist is it?" "I am Zhang Yu. May I inquire?" Zhang Yu intended to experience another moment of grandeur, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp whistling sound that pierced through the roof, nearly splitting the door beam in two before crashing to the ground. With a thud, a sword, its hilt embedded in the earth, was left behind. A magical sword. Panic surged among the crowd. Whoever possessed such an item was no ordinary individual, akin to a fearsome tiger within the village. "Fellow Taoists, we must leave at once. Immediately," Zhang Yu shouted, breaking through a window. The others, witnessing the commotion, followed suit. "Should we pursue?" "Lu Dao. No need. Those few seem to be neighbors of Li Daoyu and Lu Daoyu. Let it be for now. I know Li Daoyu, but who is Lu Daoyu?" "Of course I know. Their brothers are ruthless in their dealings, and their Qi-Ling sword artifacts are quite formidable. Their brothers have perished. The likely perpetrator of their demise is none other than Lu Daoyu. The magic sword, while a luxury, appears less common in the bustling city of the immortals. Yet here in the village, it is indeed a rarity. Thus, we shall select some suitable courtyards. At the same time, we must prepare ourselves. For I have heard that many eyes are watching this place." Within the subterranean chamber, Lu Nan sat in meditation, wholly absorbed in his practice. Suddenly, he felt a constriction in his chest, as though something was lodged in his throat, prompting a cough. With a forceful expulsion, a visible mass of dark, turbid energy was ejected from his body, leaving him feeling invigorated, akin to basking in the morning sun of an autumn day. He opened his status panel. Name, Lu Nan. Lifespan, 5995. Realm, Qi Refining 3rd Layer, 1150. Cultivation Technique, Qigong Technique, Mastery, 19200. Skills, Minor Rain Technique, Proficient, 21150. Minor Cotton Needle Technique, Proficient, 32150. Grass Flying, Perfection, 00. Spiritual Rice Cultivation, Mastery, 68200. Iron Cloth Shirt, Perfection, 00. Sleeve Arrow, Perfection, 00. The 3rd layer of Qi Refinement. Lu Nan couldn't help but reflect. After several months of traversing this realm, he was nearing 60 and still only at the 3rd layer of Qi Refinement. Truly, it was a disgrace for a traveler of his caliber. Habitually, he approached the water vat and glanced down. His once bronzed skin had lightened considerably, and the wrinkles were now far less pronounced. Where he once appeared to be in his 50s, he could now legitimately shed the implication of being over 50. No wonder the other chi refining farmers of his age in the village appeared more youthful. As his lifespan increased, the impact of age diminished. If he were to live for a millennium, he would dare to prefix merely to the age of 60 and suffix only to it. Nearly 60, indeed. Still quite young. Lunan's heart brimmed with joy. Having crossed into this world, he felt the weight of impending 60 looming over him. And now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, the magic sword, resting beside him, soared into his hand. The essence of his chi at the third layer was more robust and refined, forging a closer bond with the magical artifact, which correspondingly made manipulation considerably easier. The power of chi is the arm that wields the magic artifact. As that arm grows stronger, the handling of the artifact becomes second nature. Whoosh! Under Lu Nan's guidance, the magic sword darted down the passage, flying approximately 18 meters before clattering to the ground. The distance of manipulation had increased. Lu Nan felt a surge of anticipation. Would he, upon reaching the Foundation establishment or Golden Core realms, be able to command the magic sword to slay foes from miles away? Such thoughts were perhaps too far-reaching. It would be wiser to maintain a closer range for better control. He adjusted the manipulation distance, causing the magic sword to perform fundamental sword techniques within a 5-meter radius around him. Gradually, the control over the sword became increasingly fluid. Whoosh! The magic sword was sharp and lethal. He chuckled softly, his figure shimmering. Before long, he found himself above ground, ready to brew tea and roast meat. Ready to indulge in a moment of enjoyment, a sudden, forceful knocking at the door interrupted the serenity. Who goes there? Since the eerie fog had descended, Lu Nan had rarely opened the door directly. It simply felt too perilous. If he were to open it and be greeted by a strike of a magical sword, even his perfected iron cloth would not withstand such an assault. Outside, silence enveloped the air, yet through the crack of the door, a silhouette could be discerned standing there. It was rather peculiar. Could it be something sinister? Lu Nan gripped his magical sword in one hand and held a small Vajra talisman in the other, prepared to utilize them at the slightest indication of danger. Unexpectedly, a voice emerged from beyond the door. I come bearing a delivery. Might I trouble you, fellow cultivator? The manner of the speaker hardly conveyed a tone of goodwill. Anticipating a further exchange, Lu Nan was taken aback when the person chuckled and said, Very well. I shall leave the item at your doorstep. You would do well to inspect it, as it concerns your own life and death. Moments later, the unmistakable sound of footsteps receded into the distance. After a considerable wait, Lu Nan finally opened the door, revealing a letter. A notice. To whom it may concern. Those capable shall reside here. I trust you will understand. Should you not vacate this place by dawn tomorrow, you shall bear the consequences. A mere spirit stone as an apology, please treasure it. A weight of unease settled in Lu Nan's heart as he scanned his surroundings. Vaguely, it seemed as though numerous pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Truly, the trees may wish for stillness, yet the winds refuse to relent. Lu Nan grasped a low-grade spirit stone, intended to hold down the letter. Such an apology was indeed cheap. He felt a sense of exasperation and contemplated discarding it, yet hesitated, ultimately tucking it into his robe. However, his robe was already laden with various items, appearing somewhat bulging. At a glance, it might raise questions regarding his gender. Never mind. Safety takes precedence. This time, the antagonist displayed a modicum of decorum by providing a notice in advance. A rarity. The letter stipulated a deadline of dawn tomorrow, indicating that he still had some time. Lu Nan immediately sought to occupy himself, but soon realized there was little to be done. The traps had all been excavated, and the necessary materials for replenishment were lacking. Thus, he resorted to practicing his swordplay in the courtyard. The soft glimmer of the sword danced continuously. His feel for the magical sword improved significantly. Now, within a 5-meter range, his aim was impeccable, his swordsmanship steady as a seasoned fighter, capable of precise strikes. Yet beyond 5 meters, fluctuations in his technique would lead to deviations in hitting the target. Beyond 10 meters, it was largely left to chance. As night fell, Lu Nan ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the distant glow of lanterns concealed beneath the eerie fog, his heart calm and unfazed. Perhaps, during the day, I should engage that individual in conversation to glean some intelligence on the enemy. Contemplating this, he retrieved a cloth, masking his face and revealing only his eyes. Then employed light-footed agility to exit the courtyard. This must be the spot. During the day, I sensed someone lurking in this very position. Soon enough, Lu Nan, with his keen insight, located the spot he had marked earlier. After a brief moment of quiet anticipation, I discerned the exact position of my counterpart through subtle sounds. Excellent. Just one individual. Beneath a cluster of dense trees lingered the faint scent of human fertilizer. This area, the most verdant of the surroundings, had long been utilized by locals as a dumping ground for refuse. This beneficial cycle had resulted in an increasingly lush environment, with both trees and weeds flourishing far more robustly than elsewhere. However, at some point, trails left by previous passers-by had emerged amidst the long-neglected grass. Truly, outsiders seem oblivious to their surroundings. Standing at the edge of the grass, I hesitated. The soil hidden beneath seemed to be mingled with an alluring golden nobility, quite overwhelming, at least. The confidence I had before arriving began to wane in the presence of this nobility. Suddenly, my earlobe twitched, and I swiftly leaped onto a branch above. Before long, a figure stealthily approached, muttering curses while incessantly scraping their feet against the ground. Scrape, scrape, scrape. A chill ran down my spine. This person had struck gold, an alarming and astonishing aura, emanating a compelling scent. Once circumstances permit, I must acquire a pair of shoes imbued with cleansing spells. Otherwise, I might end up in the same predicament as that unfortunate fellow below, enduring discomfort for quite some time. Unable to bear it any longer, I descended without hesitation. Thud. The cultivator, engrossed in their scraping, was utterly unprepared for the sudden blow to the back of their neck, instantly rendering them unconscious. Perhaps I had exerted a tad too much force. The cultivator lay on the ground, their necks swelling rapidly, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentimentality. It was, after all, my first attempt, and a lack of experience is entirely understandable. I circled around the unconscious figure and dragged them into a subterranean chamber. With a flick of my wrist, I invoked a light rain spell. Drip, drip, drip. The individual on the ground began to stir. Speak. Who sent you here? Fellow cultivator. I have no idea what you're talking about. I brandished my cold, glimmering sword before their neck. Upon seeing the weapon, the cultivator trembled slightly. Fellow cultivator. Please don't play tricks in front of me. You may raise your voice, but let's see if your words reach my ears before my sword strikes. The cultivator quivered. But I truly haven't done anything. Still defiant, my brow furrowed slightly. Had I not observed for so long, I might have been deceived. Since he refused to speak, I shall seek another, I declared, forming a gesture as if to manipulate the sword. Wait, the cultivator suddenly exclaimed in terror. I will tell you. After a while, I found myself sitting in a chair, bemused, as the cultivator lay unconscious before me. What a misunderstanding. This individual was indeed tailing someone, but not me. Rather, they were monitoring Li Yuan next door. As for the reason, it remained a mystery. However, what instilled a sense of trepidation in him was the background of this individual. Lunan could not help but support his forehead, regretting his late-night venture. The backing of a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator truly posed a significant dilemma. Yet, if he were to send him away, it would lead to endless troubles. Who could ascertain the temperament of that mid-stage cultivator? Should he be of a volatile disposition? Would he not come seeking retribution? Lunan did not believe he could safeguard himself in the presence of such formidable subordinates. He rose and approached the cultivator, standing before him. After a prolonged silence, a deep sigh echoed through the darkness, followed by the ominous sound of bones shattering. The underground cavern, tirelessly excavated by Lunan, now boasted ample space, with all essential configurations in place, such as resting areas and cooking spots. He poured water, incessantly washing his hands. This act of taking a life was starkly different from the previous occasion. That time, it was in the heat of battle. Whereas this time, he had extinguished the life of a defenseless individual. Perhaps, this was the true essence of cultivating immortality? With a sigh, he dried his hands with tattered cloth. The turmoil within him had entirely subsided. Lunan was aware that he had begun to acclimate to this lifestyle, evolving into a relatively competent cultivator rather than merely a farmer dedicated to tilling the land. He dragged the corpse to the farthest corner of the cave, where a specially designated hidden space had been prepared to deal with unsightly matters, and it was now quite fortuitous. He excavated a simple pit, placed the lifeless cultivator within, covered it with earth, and compressed the ground flat. Henceforth, it was unlikely that anyone would discover a cultivator buried in this location. During the capture of his opponent, Lunan had been exceedingly cautious, not overly concerned about being seen. Upon returning to his resting place, he meticulously examined the belongings of the cultivator. A low-grade robe, 24 low-grade spirit stones, a finely crafted longsword, 5 minor talismans, and 2 small exorcism charms. It seemed not everyone was a wealthy cultivator. The Duan brothers, after all, were owners of a magical sword, and their wealth surpassed that of other cultivators, which was hardly surprising. Lunan increasingly felt the burdensome plight of the farmer-cultivator. Laboring tirelessly throughout the year, accumulating merely a few dozen low-grade spirit stones was considered remarkable. Meanwhile, those in the marketplace invariably carried several dozen spirit stones. Lunan emerged from his meditation, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The spiritual pills had been exhausted, and his rate of advancement had significantly dwindled. Early the next morning, Lunan made his way to the surface. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by several cultivators standing outside. The leader, donned in a white robe, had an abacus hanging at his waist. A magical artifact? Lunan felt a slight tremor in his heart. Have you made your decision, my friend? Upon seeing Lunan, the man placed a hand on the abacus. A smile lingering on his lips, Lunan chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I have made my decision. Please, esteemed friends, allow me to gather my belongings and take my leave. A friend who recognizes the prevailing circumstances. The group entered, with the last individual casually shutting the courtyard door, wishing to shield their actions from prying eyes. Henceforth, this courtyard would belong to me. This courtyard appears quite splendid. A few individuals approached the house, their spirits lifted, and the leader, having previously rested his hand on the abacus, withdrew it. This distance he deemed a safe one, allowing for timely reactions to any potential issues. However, at that moment, he suddenly lost his footing, causing his body to teeter dangerously. Alarmed, he instinctively reached for the abacus, yet his body's reflexes compelled him to regain his balance. This internal conflict resulted in a fleeting hesitation. Simultaneously, the figure who had been facing away from them, Lunan, abruptly turned, and the elongated object in his hand erupted violently, unleashing a beam of sword light that surged toward them. He discerned that among them, the practitioner wielding the magical artifact posed the greatest threat, hence he focused all his attention on that opponent. Surrounding the courtyard were traps. Anyone stepping into one would naturally hesitate, creating the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. A flicker of spiritual light danced. The abacus practitioner wisely abandoned the attempt to manipulate the magical artifact, which required a moment of preparation. Under normal circumstances, this moment would have been inconsequential, but now, should he insist on wielding the artifact, the interval would grant Lunan the chance to strike first. Thus, he pressed his hand against the talisman at his waist, activating the small protective charm in the next instant. With a hiss, the practitioner's eyes blazed with intensity. A sudden burst of flames erupted from his waist, a phenomenon caused by the rapid consumption of magical energy igniting the talisman. The searing flames flickered around his midsection. The small protective charm managed to endure for a fleeting moment. Yet, before he could fully reposition himself, the sword pierced through his chest. Oh, the heavens! When Lunan unleashed the sword, he had not aimed for the heart. In his desperation, the adversary had unwittingly presented his vital spot. If not him, then who would perish? With no time for contemplation, Lunan, faced with such a formidable enemy, poured every ounce of his spirit and magical power into delivering a fatal blow, which was why the adversary's protective spell failed to manifest effectively. Consequently, he had no opportunity to cast a protective incantation for himself. As the others began to react, hastily grasping their talismans to activate their spells, a wave of trepidation washed over him as he braced for an impending assault. However, in the next moment, joy enveloped Lunan's heart. Rather than attacking him, those individuals prioritized casting protective spells for themselves. Well done. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped another talisman and activated its spell. The small Vajra technique enveloped him in a faint golden light. Meanwhile, the opposing practitioners were just beginning to stabilize their spiritual lights. Activating a talisman also required a degree of skill, and it was evident that Lunan's proficiency surpassed theirs. How could he be so swift? One individual momentarily lost focus, only to witness Lunan's figure hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a volley of short arrows was unleashed, throwing the opposing practitioners into disarray. The prowess of the concealed projectile technique wielded by Lunan far surpasses imagination. When it strikes the radiant aura emanating from a small talisman, those within experience a palpable tremor. With a decisive slash, empowered by immense force, the enchanted sword cleaves a cultivator and the talisman into two. The other three cultivators finally sense something amiss. Glancing towards the other side, they are horrified to find the strategist they relied upon lying in a pool of blood, causing them to panic and flee towards the courtyard exit. Alas! Alas! Ah! Almost simultaneously, the three stumble and fall into a deep pit. Before they can regain their footing, Lunan approaches with his sword drawn, dispatching them one by one. Blood spills across the ground. Lunan stands silently for a moment, only to discover an unexpected tranquility within himself, as even the slightest emotional disturbance dissipates entirely. Could it be that I am suited to be an executioner? Truly unforeseen. Shaking his head, he thrusts the enchanted sword into the earth and begins to transport the corpses. Such endeavors feel rather ominous. Fortunately, the remuneration is quite substantial. With this thought, his spirits lift considerably. There's another matter. As he nears the completion of his grim task, Lunan ponders for a moment, approaches the bodies, surveys the surroundings, and ultimately removes one of the shoes from a corpse, rolling it in the blood before forcefully tossing it outward. In the tranquil streets, pairs of eyes occasionally glance in this direction, including those of formidable individuals equipped with magical artifacts. Opinions regarding the actions of the strategist diverge. Some believe they should have taken preemptive action to prevent him from gaining the upper hand. Others cast their gaze towards the residence of Li Yuan, speculating on whether she would intervene. Some deem the conflict evenly matched, while others simply wish to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, a shoe soars high before crashing down heavily in the middle of the street. With a resounding thud, all eyes are drawn to it. The shoe is stained with blood. The street falls into an eerie silence, not because they have recognized the owner of the shoe, but rather due to the rapid progression of events leaving them momentarily stunned. The previous cries of anguish still echo in their ears, yet now silence reigns supreme. After a prolonged wait, individuals begin to depart, nearly certain that the strategist and his companions have met with failure. Otherwise, they would not have remained concealed for so long, unaware of the external reactions. Lunan's act of throwing a bloodied shoe was intended to instill trepidation in the onlookers. In a tumultuous environment, with coveted resources at his disposal, appearing assertive is crucial to avoiding persistent trouble. A glance at the neighboring area reveals Li Yuan, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, who would dare make a move. Stripping the corpses of their possessions, he lifts two bodies and strides swiftly away. The martial prowess he possesses has granted him numerous advantages. Without it, relying solely on minor techniques might not have yielded such smooth success. It is not that these two spells lack merit. Rather, their cultivation demands a significant expenditure of magical energy, which inevitably hinders the progress of the Qingfeng technique. Thus, the advancement has slowed. I shall inquire further shortly. Lunan did not find this situation peculiar. After all, the commotion caused by his actions in the courtyard was so pronounced that even the outside cultivators could hardly ignore it, let alone the neighbor, Li Yuan. Since the knowledge is already known, there is no need for any further reservations. Before long, the spoils were counted. 215 low-grade spirit stones, 26 minor dispelling talismans, 5 small protective charms, 2 fine steel long swords, 1 fine steel broadsword, 1 magical abacus, 6 spirit replenishing pills, and 2 energy restoring pills, along with a technique known as blinking sword art. A bountiful harvest indeed. The 4th layer of qi refinement is within reach. Truly, this is the reward for one who commits heinous acts. Lunan mused that had his resolve not been steadfast, he would have found it difficult to maintain his composure. After organizing his belongings, he carried what he could with him while concealing the rest, such as the long swords and broadswords, within the earthen cave. Taking the magical abacus in hand, he infused it with a thread of magical energy. In the next moment, the abacus emanated a soft ethereal glow and began to move gently. The manipulation was not dissimilar to that of a magic sword. Lunan thought to himself, withdrawing his magical energy, causing the abacus to settle back into his palm. It felt somewhat weighty, even heavier than the magic sword he held. Lunan surmised that this abacus was primarily designed for striking with its 4 corners. Thus, it could hardly compare to the sharpness of a magic sword. Nonetheless, some individuals do possess a fondness for such unique magical artifacts. Setting the abacus aside, he picked up a booklet. This was a form of mortal swordsmanship recorded on parchment. In comparison, the recording methods used in the market's library were more advanced. This is because jade slips can be reused, and a single jade slip can store a considerable amount of martial arts information, benefiting both merchants and buyers alike. Dozens, even hundreds, of martial arts can be encapsulated within just a few jade slips. Conversely, storing information in booklets requires greater human and material resources. rendering the products less profitable and likely resulting in losses. Thus, this particular martial art probably did not originate from the library. It is highly likely that the opposing party discovered it among mortals. At this moment, Lunan's current mortal skills had reached a plateau, and the arrival of this new martial art served to fill the void in his cultivation time. The night was tranquil as water, and the mist flowed like silk. The light of the lantern talismans danced gently. Beneath the lantern, Lunan held the booklet with earnest attention. After a considerable time, he set the booklet aside and grasped the magic sword, practicing its forms and techniques. This martial art was rather peculiar, emphasizing the concept of harmony between man and heaven. However, Lunan found himself both amused and perplexed, for while harmony between man and heaven is a macro and natural notion, the author had twisted its meaning. It resembled the classic saying from a past life, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder." The original intent conveyed that all things possess their own laws of operation and development. Heaven and earth show no favoritism, nor do they bear malice. One must simply abide by the natural order. In the eyes of certain individuals, it has become an offering of the myriad things to the heavens and the earth. The texts speak of this profound principle. To Lunan, the concept of harmony between man and heaven emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with nature and adhering to its laws. In contrast, the writings of the other party seem to focus more on how to exploit the external conditions of nature. The so-called blinking sword technique revolves around the use of a light source, such as the sun, to create a dazzling effect. Truly, are we to engage in a duel? Watch as I blind you with my brilliance. Lunan couldn't help but feel amused. Of course, he was indifferent to the outcome. His true aim was to glean insights from the sword technique to enhance his own martial prowess. For a cultivator of his caliber, employing the sword of law leaving the body was somewhat extravagant. The sword he wielded today consumed a significant amount of magical energy should he encounter an evenly matched opponent. He would find his internal energy depleted in mere minutes. Beneath the glow of the lamp talisman, Lunan tirelessly practiced, occasionally producing a fleeting gleam that reflected off the surface of a lake, strikingly brilliant. Knock, knock, knock. Is Daoist Li in? Lunan rapped on the door. Moments later, Li Yu emerged, casting a glance at Lunan's face. It seems you have grown paler. Really? Perhaps it is due to my recent lack of sun exposure. You wouldn't believe it. I used to spend my days in the spirit fields, catching insects and watering the crops, facing the earth and turning my back to the sky. It was truly arduous. Lunan shook his head. Li Yu promptly invited him inside. Daoist Lu was quite impressive yesterday. Li Yuan stepped out from within. A flicker of thought crossed Lunan's mind as he recalled the recent tailing incident. He feigned casualness and remarked, I don't know why, but many people have been gathering around here lately, making my nights fraught with anxiety. Really? Li Yuan's brows furrowed, a fleeting coldness crossing his countenance. Some unruly individuals. Lunan chose to be vague, confident that Li Yuan could infer the implications, thus ensuring his own detachment from the matter. After all, anyone daring to target Li Yuan would likely be a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, a formidable opponent for him at present. You've come to seek medicinal pills, I presume? Li Yuan shifted the topic. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I can spare a little. I can understand that there are none available on the market. But is it truly impossible to sell privately? Lunan hesitated before voicing his concerns. With a dry chuckle, he replied, How could that be? I am of a considerable age. It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Li Yuan remarked with a hint of implication. Nearby, Li Yu, who was practicing his swordsmanship, rolled his eyes, displaying a touch of exasperation. Aunt, if you disdain others, why invite them in? You always have to throw in a sarcastic remark each time they visit. Is it truly amusing? This is the final batch. Li Yuan placed 10 jade vials on the table. Having wealth is indeed advantageous. With a sweep of his hand, the jade vials appeared as if conjured from thin air, suggesting they were contained within a highly valuable storage pouch. As a sound of swallowed saliva escaped his throat under Li Yuan's slightly narrowed gaze, Lunan felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, My throat feels a bit uncomfortable. By the way, is this storage bag for sale? Li Yuan asked. What? Do you wish to purchase one? If so, I can sell you one. Oh, really? Lunan's heart raced as he inquired, How many spirit stones? Li Yuan raised a delicate finger towards the sky. 1 spirit stone? Lunan's expression darkened slightly. And with a half-smile, he remarked, Do you truly believe the storage bag is worth so little? Ahem. Who knows what ulterior motives you may have? Perhaps you intend to use the storage bag as compensation. Lunan refrained from voicing his thoughts and chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding. Is it 100 spirit stones? Li Yuan couldn't help but glare at him, replying coolly, let me not keep you guessing. A storage bag is 100 spirit stones. She paused before adding, of the medium grade. Lunan felt a rush of blood surge from his feet to his head, only to swiftly cool and descend back down. A medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This meant he would need to part with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Farewell. Snatching up the elixir, Lunan turned to leave. With that amount of money, he could indulge in elixirs every single day without a second thought. Look at that. Just an ordinary martial artist. Li Yuan scoffed. Li Yu tugged at her hand, wearing a worried expression. Aunt, you need not fret. You should be concerned about yourself and your health. Friend Lu, please wait. Lu Nan, feeling the sword at his back, turned to see Zhang Tao approaching, accompanied by her husband Jiang Cheng. Zhang Daoist. Lu Nan greeted with a smile. After old Wang's passing, this couple was the most familiar face in the village. Observing Lu Nan's genuine expression, Zhang Tao felt touched. I must thank you again for your support this time. Lu Nan, puzzled, replied, what do you mean, Zhang Daoist? I don't quite understand. Zhang Tao laughed. It's because you were so formidable. Had those people not thought we were connected to you, they likely wouldn't have let us go, let alone leave us a house. Haha, that means you were fortunate. Zhang Tao signaled, and Jiang Cheng approached, carrying a large piece of fresh meat, which he handed to Lu Nan. We have little to offer, so this will have to suffice. Seeing the sincerity in their eyes, Lu Nan contemplated for a moment before accepting the meat. Come in and sit for a while. The two were instantly overjoyed. Lu Nan proceeded to take out tea leaves and brew tea. Friend Lu, allow me. Zhang Tao quickly rose to take the tea set from him and began preparing the tea. Watching her somewhat rough hands transition from clumsiness to proficiency in mere minutes. Lu Nan couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhang Daoist, have you learned this before? A professional tea brewer could easily discern her skills. Jiang Cheng chuckled bitterly. She had a passion for tea art back in the mundane world, but alas, after coming to a mortal city, she gradually neglected it. Everyone says cultivating immortality is wonderful. But the busyness is inescapable. Spare me the lecture. Zhang Tao shot him a glare, then turned to Lu Nan with a smile. You've grown older. Becoming a bit sentimental, she poured a cup of steaming tea, gazing expectantly at Lu Nan, eager to assess whether her skills had diminished. Lu Nan turned to the grinning Jiang Cheng beside him and inquired, would you like to join us, Zhang Daoist? Oh, absolutely. After sipping the tea, Lu Nan asked, how is your team faring these days? Oh, it's a long story. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Tao hurriedly recounted their recent circumstances. It was laughable how Zhang Yu believed his prowess deterred others from intruding. In truth, everyone was well aware that it was due to the presence of Daoist friends, including the one next door, Li Daoist. Lu Nan exclaimed, no? Do not speak so recklessly. What does this have to do with me? Suddenly, Zhang Tao interjected. By the way, Daoist, you should know that your neighboring courtyard has changed occupants. What do you mean? Zhang Tao, with a hint of pride, explained. The couple with the surname Fu were ousted from their courtyard a few days ago and have yet to reclaim it. Daoist Su, knowing you two seldom interacted, chose not to leave. I hear he wishes to pay you a visit but is concerned you might mind. Ah? Lu Nan's expression turned peculiar. He wouldn't mind at all. He was not well acquainted with old Fu, but he was somewhat familiar with his wife, though not intimately, as those were matters of a past life. Therefore, he felt no need to worry over someone he scarcely knew. After bidding farewell to Zhang Tao and his spouse, Lu Nan noticed several cultivators standing before the neighboring door, the leader bearing a long sword, seemingly having awaited their arrival. Seeing is more convincing than hearing. Indeed, Daoist Lu is no ordinary person. Lu Nan's face lit up with a smile. This person certainly knew how to make a good impression. You flatter me, Daoist. No, you are too humble, Daoist. After a round of polite exchanges, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. It was the cultivator who redirected the conversation, stating, we only moved here a couple of days ago. I hope for your continued guidance. Of course, they proceeded to exchange names. The individual was named Su Fan, and the other cultivators followed suit, introducing themselves. Once they departed, Lu Nan surveyed his surroundings. The usual prying gazes now bore a hint of friendliness. It was not in vain that he had sacrificed a good pair of shoes. That night, Lu Nan slept soundly, even snoring softly. In his dreams, he found himself amidst a flurry of soft, white bodies pressing against him, their delicate features enchanting, while a few were casting spells, inviting a delightful encounter of true passion. What bliss! Meanwhile, two figures cautiously traversed the streets. Startled by odd noises around them, the pair activated talismans to ward off potential ambushes. Suddenly, Zhang Tao fell silent. The person in front halted, their expression illuminated by the nearby light of a talisman, appearing somewhat ominous. "I do not wish to hear that name mentioned again," a hoarse voice echoed. Zhang Tao nodded, gazing at old Fu's retreating figure, inexplicably reminded of Lu Nan. If only she had chosen. She quickly dispelled the thought and hastened to keep pace with Fu Wenlin. Soon, they stood before a courtyard, where Fu Wenlin knocked on the door and called, "Is Taoist Song in?" "I am Fu Wenlin, Fu Taoist." After a brief moment, someone opened the door from within, revealing a scene where several individuals stood in the courtyard. As Fu Wenlin and Qin Jie glanced over, these figures also turned to look at them, their eyes carrying an enigmatic glimmer. The dreamscape had indeed evolved. Previously, it had been populated by mundane women, but last night, it transformed into the realm of cultivators. One could not deny that the sensory experience was markedly different. Could it be that status truly conferred such a significant disparity? Lu Nan fell into contemplation, beginning to question his past perceptions. He conducted an inventory of his current wealth: 3 low-grade robes, each valued at approximately 15 low-grade spirit stones, 65 minor exorcism talismans, 15 minor protective charms, 175 low-grade spirit stones, for ordinary steel long swords, 1 steel broadsword, 1 talismanic abacus, 1 small diamond talisman, and 6 minor cotton needle talismans. As summer waned and autumn approached, a chill began to seep into this secluded village beneath the eerie mist. Even Lu Nan, with his remarkable physique, could not help but sense the change. The surrounding leaves began to don sporadic hues of desolation, appearing rather frail under the dense, mysterious fog. Through relentless practice, Lu Nan's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened, allowing him to wield the magical sword with increasing finesse. Although the control over distance remained largely unchanged, his precision had become formidable. Within 5 meters, he could manipulate the magical sword to strike flying insects with astonishing accuracy, rarely missing his mark. However, when compared to combat with a sword in hand, the advancement in controlling the magical sword seemed somewhat lackluster. Thanks to the perfection of several martial arts, his prowess in close-quarter combat had progressed at an astonishing rate. It was akin to a master who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, swiftly grasping the fundamentals of other techniques. Proficiency in one art could lead to mastery in many. Alas, martial arts and spells are 2 distinct realms, were they not? Lu Nan might have felt more inclined towards martial cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, the blink sword technique he had learned not long ago had already reached a level of expertise. With a flick, Lu Nan activated a lamp talisman in his left hand while gripping a steel longsword in his right. He executed the 7 stars footwork, unleashing a whirlwind of swordplay, with light dancing amidst the surrounding obstacles. The blink sword technique demands an exceptional smoothness of the sword body to maximize the reflective effect of the light. Unfortunately, his magical sword lacked some refinement in this regard, prompting him to select the most brilliant of the steel longswords as his companion. Observing the flickering light, Lu Nan felt a tinge of regret. The lamp talisman, while advantageous for portability, had a clear weakness. Its light was feeble, unable to compare with the blazing sun. The shortcomings of the blink sword technique were quite pronounced, especially in this current situation where the eerie mist enveloped everything, nearly severing sunlight and consequently diminishing its power. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Lu Nan. He sheathed his long sword and leaped onto the rooftop. Not far off, a burst of flame shot skyward. Faintly, he could hear shouts of anger and the thunderous sounds of spells reverberating in the air. Initially, Lu Nan presumed it to be merely a commonplace altercation. However, he was soon taken aback to discover that a similar predicament had arisen elsewhere. Had the situation spiraled completely out of control? A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Nan as he leaped from the rooftop, using earth to barricade the courtyard gate. He then retreated into the underground chamber, sealing the entrance with a massive stone. Although he had previously instilled fear among a number of nefarious individuals by eliminating a calculating practitioner, should a full-scale conflict erupt, who could predict whether desperate souls might intrude? A few adversaries could be managed, yet if a horde descended upon him, his peril would be imminent. He was a fierce tiger, while those outside could only be likened to ravenous wolves. Should they converge, he too would meet a bitter end. That night, sleep eluded Lu Nan. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to discern faint sounds from above. As dawn approached, the thunderous roars of spells grew increasingly pronounced, with some resonating alarmingly close to his own courtyard. Shortly thereafter, A deafening explosion reverberated. Lunan's heart raced. Someone had forcefully breached the main entrance. A cacophony of hurried footsteps followed, echoing from the courtyard into the house, interspersed with hushed voices that Lunan could scarcely comprehend. He positioned himself behind the great stone at the entrance, gripping his magical sword tightly. Although he had taken measures to conceal the entryway beneath the bed, a meticulous search could still reveal its presence, and should they gain entry, confrontation would be unavoidable. In this regard, he felt considerable confidence. The narrow space blocked by the stone offered little room for maneuvering. Should an adversary appear, they would have no choice but to withstand the onslaught of his blade. Unless the intruders were mid-stage chi practitioners, Lunan harbored little fear. Regrettably, before long, the voices and footsteps began to recede. Had they failed to locate him? No. That couldn't be. Even if they had not found him, they should not have departed. Was it possible that their intentions were not to seize the dwelling, but rather? His pupils constricted slightly, and his breath faltered. They were hunting. They were in pursuit of practitioners. Lunan could not help but feel a surge of gratitude for his premature retreat into the underground chamber. Had he remained above, confronted by a pack of ravenous, ambitious wolves, even he could have faced dire consequences. The nature of humanity. He let out a bitter laugh, clutching his sword and sitting quietly upon the ground, awaiting the unfolding events. As night descended and the veil of magic lifted, the darkness of human nature would inevitably magnify at certain moments. Such was the case now. After the first wave departed, Lunan discerned several more sounds, his heart swelling with relief. Those audacious enough to intrude upon his courtyard were surely no ordinary practitioners. Indeed, caution was paramount. Blind arrogance could easily lead to ruin, Lunan reminded himself. The latter half of the night swiftly passed, and Lunan counted a total of 6 waves of intruders who had breached his sanctuary. By daybreak, the surface seemed to have settled into a tranquil stillness. Lunan refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to cultivate his skills whilst waiting. On the following night, turmoil erupted once more, seemingly more fierce than the previous evening. In the late hours of the night, a fierce battle erupted in his courtyard, reverberating with the sound of thunderous booms. Fortunately, the underground tunnel had been excavated to a sufficient depth, thus remaining largely undisturbed. How utterly mad these people are, Lunan mused to himself. By the 3rd day, however, a palpable shift seemed to occur. Throughout the night, the tumultuous sounds of the previous days were conspicuously absent. Could something have transpired? Resisting his curiosity, Lunan remained ensconced within the confines of the tunnel, dedicating his days to practicing his skills, brewing tea, preparing meals when hunger struck, and occasionally delivering food to a few ink hounds. The situation remained unclear, making it perilous to venture out recklessly. On the 5th day, Lunan instinctively listened for a moment at the site where the large stone had been placed to block the entrance. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly heard footsteps emanating from above. Had the unrest resumed? A weight settled in his heart as he continued to listen. After a while, an unusual glint appeared in his eyes. Farewell, fellow cultivator. The footsteps intermittently echoed, sometimes outside the courtyard and other times within the house, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of knocking and hammering. Were there those intending to seize his courtyard? A surge of anger welled up within him, and he almost moved the stone aside, but reconsidered. Exiting from this position could lead to being trapped at the entrance, which would be unbearable. Grasping his sword, he retreated, soon arriving at the village's outer exit. He listened cautiously, detecting no anomalies before gradually shifting the stones blocking the exit and carefully emerging. The landscape beyond the village appeared no different from within, both shrouded in an eerie mist. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noted that the once vast field of spirit crops lay completely obscured by the fog, faint whispers of strange sounds echoing like someone murmuring. A shiver ran through him as he withdrew several talismans from his pocket, the unsettling feeling beginning to dissipate. Breathing a sigh of relief, he swiftly employed his lightness skill to dash towards the village. What a truly harrowing scene. Before long, Lunan slowed his pace, sword in hand. Gazing upon several corpses sprawled along the path ahead, their blood now congealed, with 2 bodies shockingly dismembered. He contemplated whether to inspect the bodies for injuries and perhaps salvage anything of value when he heard footsteps approaching. No, nothing to see here. I'm merely passing by. Lunan stepped aside, puzzled as to why those individuals seemed intent on collecting the dead. Moments later, he found himself on the street. Jiang, my friend, Lunan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Jiang Cheng was busy tending to his courtyard when he heard the call. Looking up, His face brightened with joy. Lu, my friend, how wonderful it is to see you safe. What could possibly happen to me? Lu Nen replied, taken aback. That is true, given your strength and character. I cannot fathom you meeting an ill fate. However, your courtyard remains there. It one tea run away. The two settled down to converse. Yet, many cultivators shared their sentiments, leading to a night of chaos enveloping the entire village. The previous conflicts primarily aimed at seizing property, yet at this juncture, the significance of the house had dwindled. Among the cultivators, mutual assaults ensued, reaching a crescendo by the following night. Even those in the mid-stage of qi refinement were not spared. Had we not hastily fled beyond the village, narrowly escaping calamity, Jiang Cheng remarked with a bitter smile, his face still betraying traces of panic. Lu Nen was taken aback. Yet upon reflection, he began to comprehend the emergence of such a situation. The sudden influx of power could swell one's heart with arrogance under ordinary circumstances. This might not have transpired, but given the eerie fog sealing the village and the impending doom faced by the Iron Sword sect, it was hardly surprising that some sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Fortunately, in the early hours of the next day, Steward Zhao and several mid-stage qi refinement cultivators finally intervened, swiftly dismantling several brazen factions, stabilizing the situation, and firmly declaring that further bloodshed was intolerable. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. Hearing this, Lu Nen felt a wave of emotion. He pondered what had compelled Steward Zhao and those mid-stage cultivators to act only at such a dire moment. Do you know the origins of the individual in my courtyard? Lu Nen inquired, dismissing further thoughts. Not quite clear. The situation has only just begun to stabilize, and few have ventured to pay visits. Lu Nen nodded, already having an inkling. At that moment, Zhang Tao emerged from the house, her eyes brightening slightly upon seeing Lu Nen. They exchanged greetings, and Lu Nen took his leave. Observing his departure, Zhang Tao asked, "Isn't he from outside?" "Outside?" Jiangqing, unaware of her implication, replied casually. "Indeed, outside." Zhang Tao murmured, with his prowess. He must have accrued untold gains this time. Jiangqing, his head lowered, collected stones from the ground to set aside for the courtyard wall. Had we been able to put forth some effort a few days ago, would we have left with nothing? Such a splendid opportunity. However, this remark seemed to provoke Zhang Tao, who, hands on her hips, scolded, "You useless man, how did I ever choose you? Every family has its own burdens to bear. Finding the right match is a blessing. Choosing poorly, however, leads to unutterable woes. Is Daoist Li present?" "Senior Lu." After a while, Lu Nen finally heard Li Yu's voice. The door opened, revealing a figure still brimming with youthful vitality, though the fatigue in her eyes was unmistakable. "The elixirs are sold out." His Aunt Li Yu instinctively began to say, but quickly realized her error and corrected herself. "She has no elixirs left either." Lu Nen felt a twinge of regret. Had he been able to procure another batch of elixirs, it would not take long for the clear wind technique to reach completion. "It's all right. I did not come merely for the elixirs. I wanted to inquire about the cultivator in my courtyard. Do you know anything about Daoist Li?" "I'm not sure. My aunt has mentioned this matter to me," Li Yu replied. "It appears that there are no significant issues. If indeed a cultivator at the mid-stage of qi refinement were present, Li Yuan would certainly possess some understanding of the matter." Lu Nen approached the entrance of the courtyard, confirmed the talismans and weapons, and then glanced inside. The gate had been newly repaired, as the previous one had likely been destroyed, with remnants of which shavings scattered about. In light of the assistance he received in fixing the door, Lu Nen refrained from simply scaling the wall. After all, kindness begets kindness. Knock, knock, knock. "Who goes there?" "Friend, is it not somewhat inappropriate to intrude upon my courtyard without permission?" "What do you mean, your courtyard?" "This is mine." Lu Nen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of agitation. "Kindness begets kindness. Friend, I have resided here for decades. What concern is it of yours? Depart." Taking a deep breath, he admonished himself to remain calm. Kindness begets kindness, indeed. Lu Nen lifted his foot, only to place it down again. Not worth the trouble. If he broke something, he would have to repair it himself. Thus, he focused, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, a cacophony of lamentations echoed from within. Before long, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a bruised and limping old cultivator, followed closely by a seemingly amiable Lu Nen. "Safe travels, friend." "Friend? You do not even offer a greeting. Do you harbor grievances against me?" "Oh, I see. Busy with matters, are we? Very well. I shall not see you off. Do visit again when you have the time," Lu Nen remarked with a smile. The old cultivator nearly shed tears at this, managing to suppress them while nodding in agreement with a forced smile. Once the old cultivator departed, Lu Nen gazed up at the sky. It was still quite early. The damage inflicted upon the courtyard was greater than Lu Nen had anticipated. The ground was riddled with pits, remnants of battles long past, along with some holes he had previously excavated, though most had been filled in. Only a few deeper pits remained, filled with blades stuck point first, should someone fall into one. A moment's delay would surely bring a chilling surprise. It seemed that the old cultivator was not to be trifled with, Lu Nen mused. He picked up a long wooden stick, activated his minor protective spell, and proceeded to methodically inspect the courtyard for traps, ensuring he would not inadvertently fall victim to any hidden dangers. A small portion of the courtyard wall had been newly patched. Lu Nen found himself somewhat relieved that the old cultivator had stayed in his courtyard for 2 days. Otherwise, he would have had to address these matters himself. As he contemplated this, he made his way inside the house, only to soon discover something that left him somewhat speechless. The old cultivator had indeed uncovered the existence of the hole beneath the bed, excavating the dirt within the room and sealing the entrance. It was only natural. A cursory inspection of the house would reveal the dirt in the kitchen and another room, raising suspicions that would compel a thorough examination of the courtyard's various locations, especially in the living quarters. After all, no one wishes to have a stranger emerge from some corner while sleeping soundly at night. Fortunately, it did not emerge from this spot, Lu Nen reflected. After spending some time reopening the entrance and tidying up, Lu Nen practiced for a while until nightfall. The autumn air was thick and crisp. He moved some kitchen utensils upstairs, but the underground space was slightly damp, and his lamp talismans had run out. Staying in the underground cavern for an extended period proved to be somewhat inconvenient. Since the appearance of several mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners alongside Steward Zhao, the situation had begun to shift positively, which allowed Lu Nen to breathe a sigh of relief. In the courtyard, he formed hand seals, and a spectral needle of spiritual energy flickered between his fingers, continuously leaving tiny pits on a wooden plank before him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Rays of light pierced through the thumb-thick wood. Simultaneously, his internal energy was depleting steadily. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The next moment, the spectral needle quivered slightly at his fingertips, then detached from his hand, shooting forth like an arrow and piercing through the plank. Once it had penetrated, the needle dissipated into nothingness, having lost its support of internal energy. Detached? Lu Nen was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened his attribute panel. Name: Lu Nen. Lifespan: 5995. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 3, 45-150. Cultivation Method: Qi Feng Technique, Mastery: 79-200. Skills: Minor Cloud and Rain Technique, Proficient: 83-150. Minor Cotton Needle Technique, Mastery: 1-200. Blinking Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment: 288-400. Grass on the Wind, Perfection: 00. Spiritual Rice Cultivation, Mastery: 76-200. Iron Shirt, Perfection: 00. Sleeve Arrow, Perfection: 00. Had he achieved mastery? He executed another minor cotton needle technique. This time, with careful observation and sensation, he discovered some differences. The detachment was merely an external manifestation. More importantly, the consumption of internal energy and the power of the technique had been optimized, significantly enhancing its cost-effectiveness. If the range of the projection could extend a bit further, it could almost replace the sleeve arrow. Nonetheless, even so, the sleeve arrow would still hold its utility, if nothing else. Its independence from internal energy alone provided it an edge over the minor cotton needle technique. After all, being a celestial farmer's technique, if it were an offensive spell, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of the sleeve arrow. With the blinking sword technique nearing perfection, Lu Nen seized the opportunity during the brief respite after depleting his internal energy to cultivate further. In just half a day's time, the blinking sword technique reached its state of completion. In the courtyard, soft glimmers flashed continuously. At a glance, Lu Nen appeared as a luminous entity, each sword strike reflecting light at the most precise angles. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Nen summoned a black dog and tied it to the wall, then executed the blinking sword technique. In the next instant, the dog turned its head away. Again, blinking sword technique. The dog turned away once more. Frowning, Lu Nen approached, using 2 wooden planks to secure the dog's head, preventing it from turning. Once more, the black dog closed its eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Lu Nen nodded in satisfaction. One must understand that this is still under the shroud of eerie mist, where the sunlight is feeble. If it were beneath the scorching sun, one might find it difficult to even open their eyes. Unconventional methods can indeed prove invaluable at critical moments. After all, the cultivation of martial arts has a minimal impact on the practice of immortality techniques. Thus, Lu Nen did not see any downside to acquiring an additional skill. Mundane martial arts are ultimately too limiting. If they encroach upon the time allocated for cultivating spells, it could result in more losses than gains. Lu Nen set aside his steel longsword and beckoned with his hand, causing the nearby magical sword to promptly fall into his grasp. The sensation was markedly improved. A spark ignited within him, and in the next instant, the magical sword several meters away began executing a series of intricate maneuvers. The techniques displayed were unmistakably the blink sword technique. How splendid! How delightful! Lu Nan's eyes gleamed. Currently, at the third level of Qi refinement, his magical energy is limited, allowing him to manipulate the magical sword to perform relatively complex sword techniques only within a 5-meter radius. Yet, if he were to reach the mid or late stages of Qi refinement, or perhaps even the foundation establishment stage, would he not be able to control the magical sword to engage in combat with foes from a distance of several dozen meters? The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a blaze of excitement in Lu Nen's heart. Imagining himself hidden in a cave, commanding the magical sword to battle with a cultivator dozens of meters away. What an invincible position to be in. Moreover, even if he were unable to defeat or slay his opponent, there would be no fear of being recognized. This is certainly a direction worth pursuing. If he can maneuver so effectively within 5 meters now, extending that to several dozen meters is unlikely to be straightforward. For instance, factors such as visibility and technique could pose significant challenges. Lu Nen suddenly harbored doubts regarding those sword cultivators who frequently proclaimed slaying enemies from 1,000 miles away. Perhaps they initially considered safety above all else. The pragmatism of the Taoist way. He sheathed the magical sword, tossed some food to the ink dog, and observed the tears welling in its eyes, feeling not a shred of guilt. In his view, this was something to be grateful for. Otherwise, why would he keep so many dogs? What? To sense the bizarre? One would suffice, would it not? The rest would merely be a waste of provisions. The ink dog lay dejectedly on the ground, occasionally glancing at the sky. It seemed prudent to prepare some lighting talismans, just as one cannot cook rice without grains. A girlfriend without companionship is equally unthinkable. Turning back into the house, he soon emerged with a bulging chest. The absence of a storage bag was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Lu Nen tugged at the bulge in his chest, causing the spirit stones within to slide down to his abdomen, rendering them less conspicuous than before. Wealth should not be flaunted. This brought him a measure of relief. The dispersal of this eerie mist remains uncertain. A fleeting moment of daze overtook Lu Nen as he gazed at the back of his hand, which was coated with a faint grayish-white layer, resembling dead skin. This brought to mind what Li Yuan had previously mentioned. The eerie mist can inflict a degree of harm on living beings. While brief exposure may be inconsequential, prolonged presence in the mist could have adverse effects on the body. This was one of the reasons many cultivators had scrambled for shelter earlier. It is akin to a foggy day when one shuts their doors and windows, refraining from venturing outside. Time is indeed the finest remedy for all ailments, as well as the most effective veil for all truths. Within mere days, the streets bore little trace of conflict and strife. As Lu Nen continued on his path, he encountered groups of cultivators passing by, their expressions devoid of the vigilance that once marked their faces. At least, this was the impression they conveyed. Those adept at discerning emotions among cultivators often met their demise in some hidden corner. Each collective incident tends to serve as a testament to the principle of survival of the fittest, which holds a kernel of truth. The further Lu Nen ventured, the more cultivators he encountered, until, after a few minutes, he stumbled upon a makeshift market. Cultivators lined the roadside, each displaying an assortment of items. 8 inferior spirit stones for one, exclaimed a vendor. How exorbitant! Lu Nen gasped. The vendor merely sneered, declaring, that is the price. Buy it if you wish. Lu Nen rubbed his nose and continued to navigate through the bustling market. The temporary market was quite lively, boasting nearly 100 stalls, predominantly selling weapons, robes, talismans, and the like. At that moment, he felt a spark of curiosity and approached one of the stalls. How much for a minor exorcism talisman? 10 spirit stones each. Lu Nan's hand trembled. Why so expensive? The vendor, considerably more patient than the previous one, sighed. Isn't it obvious? The exit is blocked. and no one knows when that ominous figure may return. Carrying a few minor exorcism talismans for protection significantly increases one's chances of survival. These are in high demand. How frightening. I recall there were only 4 spirit stones each in the market not long ago, Lunan remarked. Indeed, the vendor lamented. Lunan's gaze shifted to a nearby talisman. Is this a guiding talisman? Yes. How much for one? Just 5 spirit stones. Lunan was taken aback. Such a valuable item could direct one's path at such a modest price? Well, to be honest, this item has become somewhat redundant. It serves little purpose in the village, and relying on it for escape is quite unrealistic. Just a few days ago, it was priced at 6 or 7 inferior spirit stones, but I must ask you, dear friend, is this how you conduct business? A nearby stall owner rolled his eyes. A little inquiry would reveal much. I certainly do not wish for my talismans to cause you any trouble. The stall owner glanced at Lunan with surprise, then smiled, choosing not to speak further. Lunan turned to the stall owner and inquired, Do you recognize me? I have heard of you. That explains it. These cultivators are astute. Genuine goodwill is seldom found. And most are likely wary of their own strength, which prompts them to offer well-intentioned warnings. Thus, mere survival is not always enough. Showcasing one's strength occasionally can avert numerous troubles. Otherwise, why do certain individuals with connections often announce, I am so-and-so, my father is so-and-so? This behavior aligns with human psychology. The stall owner continued, Recently, many cultivators sought to leave, but alas, they all fell victim to misfortune. It is said they encountered the inexplicable. Thus, no one dared to leave the village any longer. The fact that those in the mid-stage of chi refining chose to remain serves as evidence of this. It is laughable. Some individuals always ignore the counsel of others. The guiding talismans have lost their efficacy, and their value has plummeted. Lunan purchased several guiding talismans, regardless of their effectiveness. It was prudent to have a few on hand, for should staying in the village become untenable, he would at least avoid becoming lost in the treacherous mists. Additionally, I would like 5 lantern talismans and 3 minor freezing talismans. The vendor revealed a hint of a smile. The price for each lantern talisman had risen to 4 low-grade spirit stones, doubling from before, while the minor freezing talismans had only increased by 1 stone, now costing 3 spirit stones each. These 2 items, while useful, were not essential, hence their prices remained relatively low. Such expenses were truly burdensome. A total of 29 spirit stones had vanished in an instant. To put it into perspective, he earned approximately this amount from a year of farming. Thus, the lower class feared upheaval the most. The rise and fall of fortunes weighed heavily on the common folk. Moreover, those crafting talismans were indeed making a profit. A pang of bitterness filled Lunan's heart. In his previous life, such a skill would have been considered a technical profession. He had spent a total of 163 spirit stones, depleting nearly all of his resources. Only 12 remained. How much for this robe? Lunan inquired, pointing at a garment that appeared to belong to a celestial farmer. 5 spirit stones. The price was consistent with previous rates. The robes worn by celestial farmers served a singular purpose, offering only a cleansing spell, and had always been sold for 5 spirit stones. Lunan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before pointing at a more advanced robe nearby. What about this one? 20 spirit stones. That is rather steep. Lunan nodded in understanding and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed an old jade slip placed nearby. Is this slip for a spell? Indeed. What spell? Minor mist technique. Lunan expressed his confusion. I have never heard of such a spell. It is not surprising. This spell does not belong to the Iron Sword sect. Lunan hesitated. The 2 spells he currently possessed were not focused on offense or defense, and he had been seeking to acquire a spell in either category to fill this gap. However, the minor mist technique did not seem to fit either classification. What is the price? 80 low-grade spirit stones. Lunan frowned. What I desire are offensive or defensive spells, and this is clearly not one of those. Must it be so expensive? Forget it. The vendor quickly replied, The minor mist technique is a special category spell. Acquiring it would certainly be worthwhile. 80 is truly a fair price. Lunan shook his head. A special category spell does not necessarily equate to a good spell. The minor rain technique was once also labeled as a special category spell. That is a well-known tale in the realm of cultivation. The vendor felt a bit embarrassed, having initially assumed Lunan was a poor novice due to his ragged attire, only to discover he was quite astute. How much are you willing to offer, my friend? I assure you, I do not intend to deceive you. 40 low-grade spirit stones. If they can be sold, then sell them. If not, so be it. At worst, I shall wait for the reopening of the Immortal City and pay another visit to the library. thus avoiding this unnecessary expenditure. The stall owner appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet as he watched Lunan gradually distance himself, he called out to him, "Wait, wait, 50 stones. 50 spirit stones. The average price for spells at the library is this, and selling them at this rate means I surely 1T profit." He recognized the stall owner's need for spirit stones and remained steadfast in his position. Indeed, just as Lunan was on the verge of vanishing completely, the stall owner exclaimed, "Fine, fine. 40 it is." Having spent several days at this stall, the owner had received only a few inquiries. But upon hearing the words minor miss technique, prospective buyers promptly shook their heads and walked away. Thus, noticing Lunan's intention to purchase, he was determined to seize the opportunity. "I have no spirit stones on me. I'll exchange for a few minor exorcism talismans instead," Lunan proposed. "Minor exorcism talismans? I still have to invest time in selling them," the stall owner grumbled, the merchant's habit of haggling rearing its head. Lunan, unwilling to indulge this flaw, glared and declared, "If not, then so be it. All right, all right. I never said I would tea trade." The stall owner, having lost his temper, realized the market favored the buyer, and Lunan's confidence was evidently stronger. Lunan produced 5 minor exorcism talismans, reluctantly handing them over. "You've struck gold. These talismans are in high demand now," Lunan remarked, receiving the jade slip the stall owner offered. This jade slip differed slightly from those in the library. It was a one-time use slip. If one merely wished to glance at the information contained within, it posed no issue. But a deeper exploration would result in its immediate destruction. Naturally, selling it afterward would prove quite challenging. Confirming there were no issues, Lunan nodded and turned to depart. A few minutes later, he found himself before another stall, engaging in a silent standoff with the owner. This was common grain. Yet they demanded 1 spirit stone for 10 pounds. Such blatant extortion was outrageous. With a few large black dogs now added to his household, his previous stock of grain would barely last a few months. Thus, upon seeing grain for sale, he intended to purchase a modest amount, only to be infuriated by the price. To put it into perspective, this common grain had previously been sold in the market at 1 spirit stone for 100 pounds. Moreover, according to the rice shopkeeper's words, they were not selling rice, but rather a service. The rice was merely a complimentary offering. One can only imagine how inexpensive it was. If one were to venture to the mundane world, 1 spirit stone could easily procure hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds. Now, however, this humble commodity had inflated tenfold. These unscrupulous merchants. "Tell me, is this grain worth such a price?" Lunan's brow twitched. "Indeed, then that settles it. My friend, if you find any grain price lower than this, I shall compensate you." Clenching his teeth, Lunan reluctantly produced the remaining spirit stones to purchase several dozen pounds. With that, he had expended all his spirit stones, even affixing a few minor exorcism talismans to the transaction. These unscrupulous merchants. Were it not for the considerable profits I've reaped lately, I would have been left merely staring in disbelief. Money is truly of paramount importance. Such is the case in this other world as well. At noon, Lunan brought forth 2 ink hounds, untying their bindings to allow them a glimpse of the light. Extracting too many at once could pose difficulties, for should an incident occur, it would be challenging to transport them all swiftly. It was best to rotate them over the following days, ensuring a fair distribution. Habitually, he retrieved some tea leaves, only to find a heap of stems tumble into the kettle, leaving him momentarily stunned and sighing in despair. The tea was gone. When would this life reach its conclusion? As he brewed tea, he pressed a purchased jade tablet to his forehead. In an instant, a surge of information flooded his mind, and moments later, the jade tablet shattered into a cloud of powder. What a waste. He focused his mind, immersing himself in the study of this new spell. The minor mist technique, aptly named, summoned a veil of mist to bewilder the senses. He formed a hand gesture, gradually channeling his internal energy. After a while, a faint pulling sensation emanated from his palm, as if a stream of air were gently reversing its course. Minor mist technique proficiency level 1. Lunan remained tranquil. Mastering a spell is no simple feat. The experiences of his predecessor and numerous celestial farmers attested to this truth. Transitioning from nothingness to initiation can require years, even decades of dedicated effort. Of course, talent plays a part, but the scarcity of resources is a significant hindrance as well. Both factors notably impede the acceleration of spell advancement. 10 days later, while cultivating his spell in the courtyard, Lunan suddenly sensed the pulling force in his palm intensify. And once it reached a certain threshold, it was abruptly released. The air around him experienced a subtle tug, leading to minute alterations. as his internal energy diminished. The changes became increasingly pronounced, and a layer of delicate white mist radiated outward from his center. Intrigued, Lunan approached the ink hound by the wall. Soon, he enveloped the creature within the mist. Observing closely, he noted that one ink hound appeared somewhat puzzled, leaning against the wall, yet after a moment of hesitation, it shifted in another direction. How fascinating. Is this what mist truly is? Lunan felt a spark of delight. He continued his experimentation, sequentially covering the hound's eyes, ears, and nose, ultimately discovering that the mist could indeed disrupt one's senses. Regrettably, its range was rather limited. Even when exerting his full magical power, it barely enveloped half the courtyard. Perhaps with further mastery, improvements would manifest. Lunan mused to himself. The efficacy of the minor mist technique filled him with unexpected joy. His triad of abilities had received a significant enhancement. Should he encounter an adversary, a sudden deployment would resemble a smoke bomb from another world. No, it would surpass a mere smoke bomb. It carried an elevated prestige. After all, this was the path of cultivation. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the ink hound, disoriented within the mist, suddenly barked softly. Woof! The sound was faint, akin to a warning. Remembering past experiences, Lunan instantly comprehended. An anomaly was about to manifest once more. Just as before the enigmatic descent of the human lantern, he rose abruptly and entered the abode. Upon his emergence, he had donned a new attire, a cerulean robe of mystic significance, a veil adorning his head, and 3 long swords strapped to his back. The sword on his left was a spell sword, while the ones in the middle and on the right were forged from fine steel. Notably, the sword on the right gleamed with unparalleled brilliance, optimal for executing the blink sword technique. His disguise was somewhat rudimentary, yet circumstances left him little choice. He seldom ventured out. Many might have heard of his name, but few could associate his form and visage with it. Once assured of his surroundings, Lunan leapt from the backyard. He had traversed this route so often that it nearly rivaled his use of the main entrance. Before long, he arrived at the makeshift market. Although few donned attire like his, he did not attract undue attention. After surveying the area, he unfurled a piece of cloth, displaying the items he intended to sell. Esteemed friend, are you selling magical artifacts? A cultivator, about to depart from a nearby stall, halted abruptly, intrigued by the appearance of a new vendor. The sight startled him. Lunan once again assessed his environment. There were 2 narrow paths behind him, ensuring he would not be cornered. Should those paths become blocked, he could always take flight to the rooftops. With my perfected skill of grass on the wind, I should swiftly evade a throng of pursuers. At this moment, even the adjacent vendor could no longer maintain composure. Magical artifacts were of considerable worth. Even a low-tier artifact could fetch several hundred low-grade spirit stones. In the village, there were numerous cultivators. Some had estimated nearly 1,000, yet only about 50 possessed magical artifacts. These individuals had garnered quite a reputation during the recent upheaval, thanks to the advantages conferred by their artifacts. If only I had a magical artifact, a cultivator murmured, but before he could finish, he suddenly snapped to attention, glancing around to find the gazes of the onlookers filled with intrigue. At such proximity, and among fellow cultivators, how could they not overhear? Lunan cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, had it not been for his clarity of mind. He might have suspected the individual was a plant. I shall take that magical artifact, declared a cultivator. This proclamation ignited the atmosphere. Surely you jest, my friend. The esteemed vendor has yet to set a price. Indeed, do hasten to announce the price. Friend, it's quite chaotic here. Shall we move to a quieter spot to converse? In former times, a low-tier magical artifact would never have incited such fervent interest, yet times had changed. A single artifact represented far too much. Lunan cautiously scrutinized his surroundings, clutching the artifact that had been resting on the ground. The crowd continued to swell, and among them were those eager to take advantage of the situation. 100 spirit stones might not warrant risk, but if the stakes multiplied several times over, the equation would surely shift. As the crowd surged intentionally and unintentionally towards him, he took a few steps back and declared loudly, "Those wishing to purchase, step back. If you do not retreat, I shall turn and leave." The crowd paused momentarily, but soon the majority stepped back. However, several cultivators advanced rather than retreated, rushing towards the south. With a sly smile, he gestured, and a gleaming steel sword flew from his back into his hand. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and the first cultivator to approach suddenly lost control, collapsing forward and spilling blood from his throat. The other rushing cultivators, clearly prepared, activated their protective talismans at that moment. The glow of their magical power enveloped them, while their offensive talismans were also at the ready. Leaning slightly, he wielded the sword without hesitation, causing it to shimmer once more. The blinding light of his sword technique halted several figures in their tracks, yet they remained remarkably calm. The light did not harm their eyes. It merely caused discomfort that would fade within seconds, and with their protective talismans activated, they were not afraid of this fleeting assault. However, they were unaware that as he wielded his sword, he had discreetly formed a hand seal, and in the next moment, a cloud of white mist descended. Though brief, the mist enveloped an area of only 2 or 3 meters in radius, yet it was sufficient to shroud their bodies. Unbeknownst to them, while the mist surrounded them, he had switched the steel sword from his right hand to his left and summoned the magical sword from his back, slicing through with ease. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The onlookers heard 3 distinct sounds, followed by 3 geysers of blood erupting. Emerging from the mist, he flicked his wrist, causing blood to splatter from the blade, and then sheathed the steel sword at his back. At that moment, the 3 bodies within the mist slowly collapsed, their necks and bodies severed, along with their protective talismans. Cleaved in 2, flames danced on the ground where the 3 clusters of talismans lay, and as he bent down to rummage through the belongings of the fallen, a chill ran down the spines of the crowd. If the first victim had been caught off guard, the subsequent 3 were met with sheer force. The power required to sever 3 protective talismans in an instant was unfathomable. Some keen-eyed cultivators recognized that the sword he wielded was merely an ordinary steel sword, causing their hearts to race. It was highly likely that he was one of those at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Yet, something about his appearance seemed off. As the strongest individuals in the village, they were acutely aware of their surroundings, ensuring they did not mistakenly provoke a conflict. Some spells possess the ability to alter one's appearance. Changing one's form is not a difficult feat. In light of this realization, the crowd fell silent. He smiled gently, his palm discreetly releasing a small protective talisman concealed beneath his garments. In the presence of so many cultivators, only the small protective talisman could provide him with a sense of security. Should the talisman fail, he could always activate another protective charm, as he possessed many more. Fortunately, these individuals possess a remarkable understanding of the situation. Without a modicum of strength, even the most precious treasures would remain untouched. Lunan felt a sense of satisfaction with his earlier performance, particularly with the minor mist technique, which could be likened to a lethal weapon, a quintessential means of concealing one's true capabilities. Although his physical prowess was formidable, achieving such feats with a steel sword was utterly implausible. Severing a minor protective talisman with a single strike was one thing, but dispatching 3 adversaries in one blow was an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he resorted to employing a magical sword. To the onlooking cultivators, wielding a magical sword and a steel sword to achieve similar results represented 2 entirely distinct concepts. Foolhardy creatures, Lunan remarked nonchalantly. Wearing a mask is truly exhilarating. No wonder those netizens in my previous life could boldly voice their opinions online with such fervor. As he pocketed his stack of minor exorcism talismans, Lunan continued, "This little mishap, I hope you all do not take offense. This magical artifact is of low grade. Rank 0, yet remains suitable for use even in the mid-stage of chi refinement. You are all elites among cultivators, so I trust you understand the rarity of magical artifacts. Without further ado, I shall refrain from stating a price. The highest bidder shall claim it. However, should the bids not meet my satisfaction, no transaction shall occur. My esteemed company reserves the right to all explanations. Once more, I reiterate that I possess all rights to explanations. Let us commence." Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, with many turning away without uttering a word. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Had his approach unnerved these cultivators? As he observed the dwindling crowd, Lunan felt bewildered. Surely, even those without funds would linger to witness the spectacle. Alas, if need be, he could always take action another time. With that thought, he grasped the cloth and was about to turn away when suddenly a voice rang out. "Wait, I bid 600 spirit stones." Lunan turned to see a cultivator, his head adorned with a scarf, revealing only his eyes, hastily approaching. He could not help but slap his thigh in frustration, silently cursing his own foolishness. Those making bids were likely of considerable means. If they did not disguise their identities and simply announce their offers, they would attract unwanted attention. "I bid 620 spirit stones." 630. Listening to the rapid-fire bids escalating around him, Lunan's heart raced. He had never felt so affluent. Calm down. Remain composed. I am a big shot. I must not let excitement overwhelm me. 1,300 spirit stones. A hoarse voice emerged, plunging the few remaining bidders into silence. If only this magical artifact were a sword. One cultivator sighed. The efficacy of magical artifacts is also contingent upon compatibility. If one favors a magical sword but purchases a different type of artifact, they would be unable to harness its full potential, rendering a steep price unworthy. Lunan scanned the area once more, but still no one else made a bid, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. My friend, this magical artifact is yours. Thank you, esteemed friend. I do not possess an abundance of spiritual stones, so I shall settle for the lesser talisman of dispelling evil and the replenishing elixirs. Lunan nodded in agreement. The two engaged in a clear exchange, and after handing over the magical artifact, Lunan found himself with a small pouch in his hand. He then turned and swiftly entered a narrow path, immediately employing his lightness skill to dash into the distance. With his exceptional hearing and perfected lightness technique, only a few mid-stage chi refinement practitioners might be able to catch up with him. The rest of the cultivators would likely struggle. Surely, one magical artifact would not be enough to warrant such concern. Nevertheless, Lunan hastily gathered his belongings and descended into the cave. A total of 650 inferior spiritual stones, 50 dispelling talismans, and 15 replenishing elixirs. This was the bounty from the sale of the magical artifact. Lunan rubbed his hands together, murmuring, I have truly struck it rich this time. Were it not for his fear of death, he would sincerely express gratitude for the peculiar ceiling. Under normal circumstances, such fortune would be unheard of. Lunan steadied his mind, lest he become overly elated. The realm of cultivation was also a matter of concern. As evening fell, Lunan concluded his training and made his way to the room where the ink hound was housed. Was the anomaly drawing closer? Lunan was uncertain how the ink hound sensed these things, but even if his guess were incorrect, it mattered not. Better to be overly cautious than to be caught unawares. Do you know that something occurred at the market today? Asked his friend, Zhang Tao, who was standing nearby with a basin, as Lunan approached. What happened? Lunan's heart sank slightly. Could it be that the anomaly had begun to manifest? Ever since he had severely wounded the human lantern, strange occurrences in the village had significantly diminished, with only a rare incident failing to stir much commotion among the cultivators. No, someone is selling magical artifacts. They say it's an abacus. Can you guess the selling price? How much? 1,500 inferior spiritual stones. Good heavens! If I had that many spiritual stones, I could surely advance to mid-stage chi refinement. Zhang Tao's eyes gleamed with envy. Many were aware of the troubles the abacus cultivator had caused Lunan, yet Zhang Tao was not among them. 1,500? It was clearly 1,300. The rumors evidently contained some inaccuracies, yet Lunan had no intention of correcting them, instead reflecting, truly, there is wealth to be found. Indeed, if only it were mine. Lunan chuckled, Friend Zhang, you ought to take it easy. Who knows how much blood has stained that magical artifact? With that, he turned to depart. Upon arriving at the market, Lunan meandered through the stalls, acquiring an additional 50 dispelling talismans and 100 pounds of fresh meat. The grain supply appeared scarce. Lunan surmised that a previous calamity had resulted in a number of deaths, leading to surplus grain. Now, with soaring prices, some were compelled to sell what little remained. The spiritual stones gained from the artifact sale had dwindled to about 140, which he decided to keep for emergencies. As for the dispelling talismans, they were the most effective means of countering the impending anomalies, far surpassing many spells in utility. With the threat drawing near, it was prudent to stockpile such protective talismans. After all, one's life is of utmost importance. Lunan did not enter through the front door, but rather slipped quietly into the courtyard through the backyard. Under normal circumstances, such an endeavor would be quite challenging. However, the current eerie fog shrouded the surroundings, rendering figures indistinct unless one was in close proximity. The abundance of provisions within the house brought a certain tranquility to his heart. Over the next 2 days, Lunan excavated the traps previously buried by the old cultivator. This time, being prepared, he spent a few low-grade spirit stones to purchase a batch of exquisite steel longswords from the market, which he then inverted into the depths of the pit. Viewed from above, the blade tips glimmered with a chilling radiance, their edges tinged with vivid hues. This was a venom acquired from a stall of an elderly cultivator, said to originate from the poison sac of a creature known as the white line snake. Notorious for its lethality, It was believed that ordinary cultivators would succumb to paralysis and sluggishness shortly after exposure. Lunnan pondered the credibility of the vendor's claims. Words from a buyer could easily exaggerate a 50% efficacy to nearly 99%. Had the venom not been so affordable, he would have refrained from the purchase. As time trickled away, the fog within the cave thickened incessantly. The agitated inkhounds inside the house began to lose their way, with one or two of them aimlessly circling in place. As the mist churned, a figure approached, observing for a considerable time before nodding in satisfaction. The range had significantly expanded, at least nearly double that of the initial threshold. Regrettably, the concentration left much to be desired. The longest stretch of the cave extended over 1,000 meters, while the proficient level of the minor mist technique could envelop only half that distance. The fog grew denser as one neared the midpoint of the spell's casting, while it thinned towards the periphery. This flaw undoubtedly indicated to enemies the direction to escape the mist. Yet, it was an unavoidable limitation without such a defect. It would presumably be referred to as the mist technique, or even the grand mist technique. Uncertain of the situation outside, Lunnan contemplated briefly before exiting the cave. The street before the door was deserted, with most doors tightly shut. Perched upon the rooftop, he observed for a considerable time until he spotted Jiang Cheng emerging, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly made his way over. "Friend Jiang," Lunnan exclaimed, feeling somewhat awkward. It sounded as if he had not ventured out at all. Chuckling, he added, "I just felt something was amiss lately, so I came to take a look. Are you unaware, friend Lunnan? In the past couple of days, bizarre occurrences have noticeably increased, prompting many to remain indoors. Everyone is relying on minor exorcism talismans to get by." Lunnan's spirits lifted. Relying on minor exorcism talismans? Indeed. Affixing a minor exorcism talisman to the cellar door could effectively mask one's presence. Jiang Cheng pointed to the pile of earth in the courtyard, explaining that many had begun digging small cellars, with smaller entrances to minimize the consumption of talismans. "What is the current price of the minor exorcism talismans?" Jiang Cheng lamented. "They have surged to 12 spirit stones each." The air was permeated with a palpable chill, and the eerie mist had thickened, surpassing even the earlier chaos wrought by the spectral lanterns. He wondered whether the market was still open. He felt somewhat out of sorts, realizing he should have inquired with Jiang City beforehand. It was all the cursed spirit stone's fault, which had caused him to lose his usual composure. A single talisman of minor exorcism had risen to 2 spirit stones at 100 talismans that amounted to 200. As he calculated, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Upon arriving at the market, Lunnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was still operating. However, the crowd had dwindled significantly, with the number of stalls reduced to about half of the previous count. "How much for the minor exorcism talismans?" Lunnan inquired at one stall. 13 spirit stones each. "Wasn't he at 12? That was yesterday's price. It has increased today," the stall owner replied. "That's quite an escalation." Lunnan struggled to contain his emotions. The stall owner, mistaking his reaction for a loss of composure, sighed. "There's little we can do. With the village cut off, resources are consumed as they are used. Isn't there a talisman maker?" "Talisman maker? My friend, making talismans requires materials. While there are several adept in the village, they lack the necessary paper. Who could have anticipated that the anomalies would arrive so swiftly?" the stall owner grumbled. On his way back, Lunnan felt an unusual lightness in his steps. Could it be that his agility had improved? Upon inspection, his skills remained at their peak, with no change in the numbers, still 0 to 0. It was merely an illusion. With an abundance of minor exorcism talismans, he could afford to part with a portion. Each sold would yield a profit of 3 low-grade spirit stones, making a profit of 300 absolutely feasible. Lunnan possessed nearly 200 talismans, and after careful observation, he noted that the average villager owned approximately 5. Thus, he resolved to retain at least 50 talismans. Perhaps 50 was a tad insufficient. Let it be 66 for good fortune. With excitement, Lunnan lingered in the courtyard. That evening, as the night deepened, while binding cloth around Imogo's mouth, he distinctly sensed a sudden shift in the creature's demeanor from restlessness to lethargy. He thought to himself, the anomalies have truly arrived. He had developed a unique understanding of Imogo's behavior, such as its ability to sense changes in the mist or heightened activity of the anomalies. Given the current situation, it was likely that the intensity of the anomalies had reached a critical threshold, much like the spectral lanterns. Lunnan affixed the minor exorcism talismans at the narrow entrances of the 2 passages. Should any anomalies approach, the talismans would naturally activate. The following day, he cautiously emerged from the underground chamber. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by Jiang City, who stood outside with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Nan, he mustered a faint smile and asked, "Have you just come out? You look somewhat haggard, Jiang Dao friend. Did you not sleep well last night?" Jiang City's expression appeared somewhat strained as he sighed. In times like these, who can find rest? Lu Nan chuckled awkwardly. Had he not known Jiang City's steadfast nature, he might have thought it was a deliberate jest. Is the situation dire? Jiangqing nodded and remarked, "Last night, someone encountered a strange occurrence. Isn't that quite normal?" Someone responded, "Not at all. This time, it was a human lantern anomaly," Jiang Cheng replied solemnly. The mention of a human lantern anomaly sent a jolt through him. Is this news credible? Jiangqing sighed. Last night was quite the uproar. Even manager Zhao and those in the mid-stage of Qi refining rushed over. At the temporary market, Lu Nan had just arrived when he furrowed his brow. Although there were not many people, while inquiring with the stall owner, he felt an unsettling sensation. "Are you sure you didn't misstate the price? 10 spirit stones for a minor dispelling talisman?" Lu Nan persisted, unwilling to accept defeat. The stall owner, bewildered, wondered if the customer thought he was selling too cheaply. "Ahem. I misspoke. It's actually 13 low-grade spirit stones per talisman." Realizing that the customer's thinking was still anchored in yesterday, he hastily corrected himself. "I trust you have ulterior motives." Lu Nan silently cursed. At this moment, if he still couldn't discern that something was amiss, his years would have been for naught. After questioning several more stall owners, he left the market with a crestfallen expression. Indeed, each day brings a new reality. In his past life, he had heard tales of those who speculated in cryptocurrencies and stocks, boasting of vast profits one day only to post "see you on the rooftop" the next. Truly, honesty does not deceive. It was said that some cultivators had been spending their nights at the market these past few days, clearly seasoned in the ways of experience. As prices fluctuated wildly, they must have been reaping rich rewards. "I am simply not suited for such games," Lu Nan lamented. Unexpectedly, the next day as he stepped out, he saw Jiang Cheng and Zhang Tao hurriedly leaving the courtyard. "What has transpired that has both of you in such a rush?" he inquired. "What?" Lu Nan's eyes widened. "What about the human lantern anomaly?" "Forget about that. We need to head to the market to procure supplies. If we delay, there may be nothing left." But, Lu Nan grasped his chest, feeling a rush of urgency as he dashed back into the house. Within 5 minutes, he emerged, clad in a different outfit. The temporary market was bustling with activity. Individuals moved briskly between stalls, and the sound of haggling was scarce. "If you don't buy now, someone else might snatch it up." Lu Nan surveyed the scene, feeling a tremor of excitement. Goodness, prices are skyrocketing. The current market price for minor dispelling talismans has reached 15 low-grade spirit stones each. Moreover, as soon as they appeared, they were quickly purchased. Lu Nan set up his stall, laying out 5 minor dispelling talismans for sale. Alas, the price of these talismans changes daily. Had I known this, I would have held on to them for a few days longer. The stall owner nearby looked somewhat envious. His own stall was sparsely filled with mundane weapons and other talismans. Indeed, Lu Nan agreed. "I advise you, fellow cultivator, to refrain from selling your minor dispelling talismans just yet. The market for them is quite treacherous. You'll struggle to navigate it. In my opinion, it would be wise to wait a little longer." At that moment, one could expect a rise of 1 or 2 pieces of spirit stones. Lu Nan remarked in astonishment, "What leads you to believe that?" The stall owner chuckled and replied, "The human lanterns cannot possibly launch an immediate attack. Otherwise, how could this market continue to operate? Thus, there is certainly a buffer in time. Moreover, some speculate that although those in the mid-stage of Qi refinement have dispersed, they will soon act again. Would it not be prudent to sell before they take action?" The stall owner spoke persuasively, yet Lu Nan hesitated little. These were mere personal conjectures, laden with uncertainties. Even those ordinary cultivators, let alone the mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, would not dare to make guarantees. "You make a valid point, but why not purchase my talismans? I want to profit much from you. Consider it a gesture for a friend." The stall owner chuckled awkwardly and added, "Let me think." "What a pity," Lu Nan replied with a smile. "It's merely a friendship. After all, your perspective is too narrow." He silently scoffed. Soon, several small dispelling talismans were purchased, yielding him 75 low-grade spirit stones, which evoked envy from the stall owner. Lu Nan tucked away the cloth and changed his position to continue selling. This time, he had prepared 101 small dispelling talismans, retaining 66 for his own use. Within less than an hour, all 101 talismans were sold without a trace of hesitation, and he promptly departed from the temporary market. He feared that such a quantity of small dispelling talismans entering this transient market might attract unwanted attention. This venture was somewhat perilous. Fortunately, the process proved relatively safe, and food and elixirs were temporarily sufficient. Next, he planned to remain hidden in his cave, venturing out only in the event of a significant matter. Not long after Lunan's departure, within a courtyard, Steward Zhao was conversing with a gray-robed cultivator. Suddenly, a cultivator hurriedly entered, instinctively moving close to the gray-robed figure to whisper. No need for such formality. Just speak openly. The gray-robed cultivator waved his hand to halt the other's actions with a smile. The cultivator awkwardly smiled and clasped his hands towards Steward Zhao as an apology. No worries. No worries. Steward Zhao responded with a grin, though satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. There seems to be a minor issue at the market, the cultivator stated. Someone has been selling small dispelling talismans, and in considerable quantity. Do you know who it is? The cultivator shook his head, uncertain. We have been quietly monitoring. But the individual has disguised themselves, making it impossible to identify them. However, when they departed, we followed for a while and discovered that their direction was towards the southwest. The southwest. That is precisely where the other three are located. A flicker of darkness appeared in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes. But do they possess that many small dispelling talismans? Steward Zhao inquired. Difficult to say. After all, they are all mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. It is quite normal for them to have some stock. For instance, Dao Friendly, who operates an elixir shop, likely carried quite a few elixirs when leaving the market. The gray-robed cultivator licked his lips. Yet, Li Yuan is a sixth-layer qi refinement practitioner. It would be unwise to act recklessly before fully understanding her situation. Zhao, the manager, reminded, I certainly do not wish to falter in this place. Fortune favors the bold. Look at this market. It has enabled us to amass considerable wealth. The gray-robed cultivator replied. Zhao, with a narrow-eyed smile, responded. We must also express our gratitude to Friend Lin for his insights. Without such wisdom, how could we have profited so immensely? Haha, Zhao, you are too modest. We shall share in the bounty. Inquired Zhao, what shall we do about the current situation? Should we continue to hold our ground? Despite his fondness for wealth, Zhao was not particularly adept at the nuances of profit-making. Otherwise, he would not be merely a steward in this rural realm of immortals. The gray-robed cultivator hesitated before saying, Let us wait a while longer. We hold the initiative. As long as the matter of the human lantern remains unresolved, the crisis shall persist. And the price of the minor exorcism talismans may yet rise. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Zhao agreed. However, it was not long before the departing cultivator hurried back, bearing news that vexed both men. A substantial influx of minor exorcism talismans had emerged in the market. At this, the gray-robed cultivator could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkened as he exclaimed, We must sell the minor exorcism talismans at once. But, did you not just suggest waiting? Zhao inquired. The gray-robed cultivator's countenance grew grim. An oversupply of minor exorcism talismans would inevitably depress their value. Regardless of how long the crisis endured, it would be challenging for prices to ascend again. Why is that? Zhao pressed. The gray-robed cultivator suppressed his growing agitation and replied. Because the demand is far too low. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. As evening approached, the two finally received reports from their subordinates. Various pills and talismans experienced some fluctuations in value, but the decline was minimal. Only the minor exorcism talismans suffered significantly, initially selling for 14 spirit stones each. Yet later struggling to find buyers even at 13 spirit stones. Zhao exclaimed, We still made a considerable profit. We acquired those minor exorcism talismans for merely 9 or 10 spirit stones each. The gray-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes, stating, Yet we could have sold for much more. This situation felt akin to having meticulously crafted a cake only to find it partially devoured by others before one could indulge. Let us continue to exert pressure on our cooperative efforts and see if we can capitalize on this opportunity once more. The talisman makers still possess some materials. We must take advantage of this chance to sell out. The reporting cultivator hesitated, noting that the talisman makers had not rested for several days. Once they complete their work, they shall surely need time to recuperate. Consider this, the gray-robed cultivator interjected. Once the village is unsealed, such opportunities for profit will vanish. The Iron Sword sect required sustainable growth. Hence, they would not exploit the resources of the lower-tier cultivators recklessly. Understood. There is one more matter you must keep an eye on. The gray-robed cultivator suddenly declared. If the individual responsible for the significant release of minor exorcism talismans reappears, notify me immediately. I suspect he is not merely a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. If it were one of them, there would be no need for subterfuge. Of course, I could be mistaken. Regardless, keep a vigilant watch. If he has appeared once, he is bound to return. At that time, I shall confront him personally. Thank you immensely to the esteemed Bai Xiaohan for the generous reward. Now, let us commence with the main narrative. This morning, I was unexpectedly thrilled to discover that a benefactor had bestowed upon me a remarkable sum of 10,000 tokens. I couldn't help but count the zeros, chuckling to myself. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Bai Xiaohan. This ID is indeed quite familiar to me. Thank you once again. Additionally, I am profoundly grateful for the monthly votes from several other patrons. Though modest in number, they are greatly appreciated. It seems this book may soon embark on a trial promotion, but fear not. For I have promised the editor to write at least 100,000 words, at the very least. In any case, this surpasses the word count of my previous work. Once it is officially published, updates will become more frequent. While I cannot guarantee daily updates of 10,000 words, I can assure you of a steady flow of around 7,000 to 8,000 words each day. I must clarify that my references are not aimed at any particular author, but rather at the peculiar circumstances surrounding a certain renowned figure who has unfortunately discontinued their work. Now, I humbly request your support in terms of votes and readership. The author has adopted a rather laid-back approach. After all, one cannot be too sensitive when writing, for such fragility can easily dampen one's fervor. Therefore, a more relaxed attitude is essential. Once I achieve some success, we can discuss passion and enthusiasm further. Lastly, I must express that I am but a fledgling author, and I hope that esteemed readers will temper their expectations. If, by some miracle, I am able to write as adeptly as that illustrious figure, then perhaps you may raise your hopes a tad higher. Ultimately, your support is vital for my journey. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Bai Xiaohan for your support. As for the story, the peculiar knocking on the door continues. 2 days have swiftly passed. Lunan has settled into a regular routine, spending each night in a cave and only emerging at noon to bask in the sunlight. Life has been quite pleasant, especially with an abundance of protective charms at hand. If even his days were difficult, others would surely struggle to survive. On the 3rd day, news finally spread. A mid-stage chi refinement practitioner named Luo Lin, residing in the southwest, had fallen victim to a bizarre attack, resulting in the deaths of many under his command, and he himself narrowly escaped demise. That evening, 7 mid-stage chi refinement practitioners united once more to take action against the mysterious entity. Lunan refrained from waiting atop the building for updates this time, fearing that while he sought excitement, the entity might return unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, Lunan was greeted by the smiling Zhang Tao, adorned in a light green robe that exuded an air of elegance. "Your robe is quite splendid, Zhang Daoyu," Lunan remarked with a smile. "You're too kind." "It is merely a low-tier robe," Zhang Tao replied, somewhat shyly, his face alight with joy. Jiang Cheng sat on the steps outside, wearing a faint smile, though Lunan noticed a hint of unease in his expression. "Jiang Daoyu, you seem a bit unwell," Lunan commented as he approached. Jiang Cheng's smile faltered slightly as he responded, "Not at all. Perhaps I simply did not sleep well last night." Lunan nodded and inquired about recent happenings. "All resolved. The night before last, we searched tirelessly and managed to corner and eliminate the entity. Dead." Lunan's face brightened with joy. "Indeed. Lei Dao consumed a small thunder talisman and vanquished it." Lunan, somewhat perplexed, wondered how things had become so seamless after their previous conflict. Jiangcheng shook his head, suggesting that perhaps the recent attack by the human lantern had instilled a sense of crisis among them. "Now, there's no need for concern," Lunan observed as the eerie mist surrounding them indeed began to dissipate. It was evident that Jiangcheng harbored some worries, yet as an outsider, Lunan felt it inappropriate to inquire further. In the courtyard, Lunan formed a hand seal, generating a force that drew in and released, causing a faint white mist to emanate from his body and spread outward. "Stop." With a thought, the dense fog seemed to respond to his command, momentarily halting its expansion. The still mist accumulated within its confines, growing thicker. However, after merely a few moments, it broke free from its constraints and began to spread in all directions. Lunan swiftly retracted his spell, and the mist quickly faded away. Gaining insight, he turned his gaze to the panel. Name: Lunan Lifespan, 5995 Realm. Chi Refining 3rd Layer, 62-100. Cultivation Technique: Chi Feng Gong Mastery. 146 200. Skills. Minor mist technique. Proficient, 88 150. Minor rain technique. Mastery, 11 200. Minor cotton needle technique. Mastery, 25 200. Spiritual rice cultivation. Mastery, 75 200. Blinking sword technique. Perfection, 00. Grass on the wind. Perfection, 00. Iron cloth shirt. Perfection, 00. Sleeve arrow. Perfection, 00. The blinking sword technique had reached a state of perfection, while the other spells saw slight advancements, with the minor mist technique improving at the fastest rate. Lunan blinked, glancing at the realm section. The mid-stage of chi refining was within reach. Just as he was preparing to retrieve the items from the underground chamber, a series of loud knocks suddenly echoed from the courtyard door. Who is it? Initially, Lunan paid little heed. With the human lantern's demise, the village's safety was assured. However, as he approached the door, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest and abdomen. He pulled aside his robe, his expression darkening as he instinctively retreated, a faint golden light enveloping him. A stack of small protective talismans hidden within his garments had begun to radiate heat. Something sinister was afoot. Just as he contemplated descending, he felt it unwise and affixed another talisman to the opposite side before venturing deeper into the underground. The protective talismans in his chest calmed, perhaps indicating that the entity at the door had departed, or had simply moved beyond the talisman's sensing range. Regardless, it left him drenched in cold sweat. Hadn't the human lantern been dealt with? Why was there still a presence of the uncanny during daylight? Daytime was distinct from night. The uncanny thrived in the nocturnal environment, typically only manifesting during daylight in rare instances. With a heavy heart, Lunan made his way to the Ink Dog's dwelling. Indeed, it appeared that some changes had transpired outside. Several ink dogs lay languidly on the ground, their mouths sealed yet unable to suppress the soft whimpering sounds they emitted. Even the most oblivious individuals could perceive the pervasive fear and unease that filled the room, a sensation more unsettling than the malevolent presence of the lantern specter. Lunan sighed inwardly. If a single lantern specter proved so formidable, what calamity would befall them should more powerful or numerous entities of a similar nature emerge? What had transpired at Iron Sword Mountain? He grasped his hoe and made his way towards the rear, intent on sealing off several entrances more securely. With 400 to 500 pounds of grain and over 200 pounds of fresh meat, he felt assured that they would not face hunger this year. In dire circumstances, he could consider utilizing a few of the ink dogs. Yet, Lunan felt a twinge of guilt. Having just earned a substantial sum of spirit stones from the ink dogs, he now contemplated their fate as mere culinary delights. It seemed rather heartless. However, it appeared that only 2 ink dogs warranted such consideration. The others had been safely ensconced in the earth, suggesting he could indeed slaughter 5. The thought of lychee dog meat, steamed and braised, was one he dared not linger on, fearing he would succumb to temptation. After practicing for a while, Lunan proceeded to the kitchen to kindle a fire, directing the smoke through other passages, which were ample enough to accommodate the smoke from several meals without issue. Once the meal was finished, he planned to expel the smoke gradually into the outside world. He unsealed a small ice talisman, and soon a chill permeated the air. A single small ice talisman could be judiciously utilized for 1 to 2 months without trouble. Skillfully, he sliced a piece of fresh meat and placed it in the pot, adding oil, salt, and herbal seasonings before stir-frying it over high heat. In no time, the air was filled with an aromatic fragrance. Cultivators held far higher standards for their food than ordinary mortals. Many ingredients were entirely natural and untainted, promising longevity with regular consumption. The variety was even greater than in his past life. Before long, he sat down with a bowl and basin, relishing a hearty meal. The crispness of autumn in the air, combined with the steaming dishes in his stomach, brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Across from him, the Zhang couple had long since retreated into the cellar, their faces pale with fear. As night fell, just when they presumed all was well, an unexpected series of knocks reverberated through the air. Bang, bang, bang. They pressed themselves against the wall, their eyes fixated on the cellar entrance. Suddenly, bang. Both were startled as the sound grew nearer, from the courtyard to just outside their home. Zhang Tao clutched Jiang Cheng's hand tightly, the pale green robe enveloped in a gentle glow from the lantern's light. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed ominously. It's nothing. The specter lingered at Daoist Lu's for quite a while without entering. We merely need to wait calmly, Jiang Cheng whispered reassuringly in Zhang Tao's ear. Zhang Tao attempted to respond, but Jiang Cheng silenced him with a gesture. Time trickled by. After a resounding bang, The silence stretched for over 10 minutes. Jiangqing and Zhang Tao exhaled in relief, ready to remove their protective talismans when, bang. This time, the sound sent chills down their spines. It resonated just outside the cellar entrance. It has discovered us, Zhang Tao exclaimed, her face awash with panic. Wait, what are you doing? Jiangqing said nothing. Grasping the exquisite steel sword, and charged outside. Zhang Tao let out a sigh, feeling a mix of indignation as she remarked. How could this fellow stand outside the Taoist friend's door for an entire day without daring to enter? Why is it different when it comes to us? Perhaps it is due to the strength of the Taoist friend. She continued, her frustration palpable. This scoundrel only bullies us weaklings. Zhang Tao spat on the bizarre corpse lying on the ground, reflecting that Lu Nin had once been a celestial farmer too, and his strength was far inferior to theirs. If not for the benefits gained from the last adventure, how could he now be so arrogant? Instinctively, she excluded the current Lu Nin from the ranks of celestial farmers. That night, Lu Nin once again heard the faint rumble from the outside world. He was unaware of the events transpiring. He could only speculate that perhaps strange occurrences had led to conflicts or that cultivators had sensed the gravity of the situation and began to abandon hope, fighting for resources. Yet, none of this truly concerned him at the moment. The entrances to the cave had been securely sealed with earth and stone, and it would require considerable effort for an average cultivator to remove them. However, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess, Lu Nin could push them aside with ease. Several small talismans were affixed above the entrance, capable of blocking any eerie intrusions. The sturdy earthen walls provided him with an unparalleled sense of security. Hearing the commotion above, he merely sighed and immersed himself in the study of spells. As days turned into weeks, he initially listened intently at the entrance for sounds from above, but over time, it ceased to be a daily ritual. One must learn to adapt. It became evident that as long as he could safely eat and drink, everything else was inconsequential. Ironically, it was during the stillness of the night that a restless feeling within him became somewhat uncomfortable. After perfecting his iron cloth technique, his physique had strengthened, and with it, the vigor of his thoughts surged. In the words of a past life, it was akin to a revival of one's former glory. Perhaps he should seek out a few concubines in the mundane world? Lu Nin quickly shook his head, channeling all his energy into cultivation to distract himself. Half a month later, Lu Nin sat cross-legged on his bed, a faint white mist emanating from his body. A gentle flow of warmth coursed through him, rapidly swelling. His throat felt slightly itchy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exhaled sharply. A cloud of turbid air escaped his lips, accompanied by a trace of dark blood. He had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Observing the stains on the ground, Lu Nin could not help but marvel. It is said that cultivators, during their qi refinement process, continuously expel the impurities and postnatal elements from their bodies. It appears that this notion holds some truth. Transitioning from the second to the fourth layer of qi refinement, each breakthrough had expelled an increasing amount of impurities from within him. The foul-smelling impurities were the very essence of the body's waste. With a gentle exhalation, Lu Nin breathed in the fresh, untainted air of his palm, a stark contrast to what it had been before. Habitually, he approached the water tank, only to find it nearly empty. Thus, he employed his minor cloud and rain technique. And instantly, a dark cloud materialized above the tank, unleashing a torrent of rain into it. His magical prowess had become even more refined. A wave of elation surged within him. The purer the magical energy, the more efficient its use, significantly amplifying the impact of his spells. Previously, when he executed the adept-level minor cloud and rain technique, it took about a second from the formation of the hand seals to the spell's manifestation. Now, that duration had been halved, and he maneuvered the dark cloud with greater ease. Once the tank was filled, he looked down to see that the bronze-toned skin, a remnant of his iron cloth training, had completely vanished, revealing a fair visage. He appeared considerably younger, seeming to be no more than 50 years old. Lu Nin grinned broadly, unable to conceal his joy. Upon checking his status panel, an old face transformed into a radiant smile. Name, Lu Nin. Lifespan, 59-110 realm. Qi refining 4th layer, 1-100, cultivation method, clear wine technique, adept, 168-200 skills, minor mist technique, proficient, 142-150. Minor cloud and rain technique, adept, 24-200, minor cotton needle technique, adept, 37-200, spiritual rice cultivation, adept, 75-200, blink sword technique, perfect, 0-0. Grass on the fly, perfect, 0-0. Iron cloth, perfect, 0-0. sleeve arrow, perfect, 00. His lifespan had suddenly increased by 15 years. How joyous. How delightful. He recalled that the lifespan limit for high-level chi refiners was around 150 years, while those who established their foundation could live for approximately 300 years. As for golden elixirs, they could extend life up to 500 years. Lunan's heart brimmed with boundless aspirations. The prospect of longevity was within reach. However, he must remain more cautious and discreet in his daily life. Now, the path ahead appeared exceptionally clear, yet he feared nothing more than a sudden demise on his journey. Half a day later, within the cave, a swirling mass of mist rapidly expanded in all directions, as if a powerful fan was forcefully blowing from behind. In an instant, the entire cave was enveloped in a thick fog. Lunan strolled over the mist, his figure resembling a specter, barely disturbing the vapors beneath his feet. After a moment of relaxation, he glanced at his status panel, noting that his minor mist technique was on the verge of mastery, so he decided to exert additional effort. The mastery of the minor mist technique had expanded its range several-fold, with a slight increase in density. However, the most crucial improvement was the differentiation between himself, the caster, and his adversaries. This was the aspect that delighted Lu Nen the most. Previously, while casting the minor mist technique at its lower mastery level, he remained unaffected by the fog's confusion, but traversing through it would still cause disturbances. Now, that flaw had nearly vanished. With a flicker of excitement in his brow, he darted toward the entrance, arriving in mere moments, pressing his ear against the stone to listen. 53, dog thief. Boom. Uft. Clap. 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 00. There is no doubt that a fight is occurring. Yet what troubles Lu Nan is the sheer absence of any banter such as "come at me," or "you've truly angered me," or "why did you strike me?" Such exchanges are far beyond his comprehension. Perhaps it is the insidious influence of television dramas and anime. Reflecting on his own past skirmishes, it seems he too experienced a similar atmosphere. During a brawl, who would incessantly chatter? Wouldn't that deflate their spirit? Fight, fight. I won't let you perish so easily. Instinctively, he reached into his chest garment and soon emerged with a somber expression, extracting 2 jade vials. The elixirs. There are not many left. The cost is exorbitant. However, considering the prices of minor talisman crafting in the library, Lunan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and he was still a tad short. He touched the talisman paper he carried closely. If he were to throw them all out now, it would surely suffice, but he needed to reserve some for himself. Now that he has reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, there are numerous spells available for him to learn. The spells acquired during the chi refinement stage are all at the 0 tier, classified into lower, middle, and upper grades, with the middle grade naturally exhibiting greater potency than the lower. Correspondingly, the prices rise in a tiered manner. After much contemplation, Lu Nen reluctantly concluded, he is in need of funds. Before long, the sounds from the ground abruptly ceased. Although Lu Nen was curious about who was engaged in the altercation, he had no intention of leaving his cave to inquire. Training. Life is ceaseless. And so is the pursuit of cultivation. The following evening, while practicing the minor mist technique as usual, Lu Nen was suddenly startled by a peculiar noise. What could be happening? He activated the small golden body talisman on him, grasped his sword, and cautiously made his way toward the source of the sound. It was the area where the ink dogs were housed. Soon, he discerned the direction from whence the noise emanated. A group of ink dogs was initially settled near the resting area, but being dogs, they tended to relieve themselves indiscriminately. After dealing with this a couple of times, Lu Nen found it rather bothersome and decided to relocate the ink dogs to another passage to spare himself the annoyance. Had it not been for the ink dogs' contributions, it was uncertain how many would still be alive. He often reminisced about lychee dog meat, barbecued dog meat. As he drew closer, Lu Nen became increasingly cautious. Could the chaos have spread to the underground? The likelihood was considerable. Nonetheless, Lu Nen was confident in his abilities. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Lu Nen's expression shifted, and he formed a spell gesture, and the next moment, a thick mist began to spread around him. Someone is stealing a dog. No, wait. The dogs are under attack. He glided forth like a specter, just as he approached the doorway where the ink dogs were kept. He spotted 2 figures cautiously transporting the lifeless bodies of the ink dogs into a newly opened passage. Thieves indeed. Enraged, Lu Nen swiftly summoned his sword, which flew forth at once. At that moment, the figure, bent over and revealing a voluptuous curve, inadvertently turned their head, causing a sudden flutter in Lunan's heart. He hastily redirected his magic sword to the side. Whoosh! The sword zipped past the individual and plunged directly into the earth. It was then that the two dog thieves realized something was amiss. Li shouted out, "I sense something's off. Was that a sword that just flew by? It can't be, can it? Let me take a look." Li Yu took 2 steps to the side, and, upon seeing the sword embedded in the ground, her face turned ashen. "We are in trouble," she declared in a low voice. Lunan felt somewhat speechless, pondering the delay in their reaction. However, he wondered how Zhang Tao had become entangled with Li Yu. Glancing nearby, he noted that, despite the fog obstructing his vision, his extraordinary senses allowed him to see clearly. Observing the 2 women cautiously crawling into the cave while still holding the corpse of the ink dog, he couldn't help but smack his forehead and dispel his spell. "I must say, esteemed friends, you have slain my dog and thought to slip away without so much as a word. Is that not rather unscrupulous?" Li Yu, who was in the midst of crawling into the cave, froze. The newly carved passage was clearly their handiwork, the entrance not yet widened, forcing them to bend low to enter. Zhang Tao, standing outside, blinked in surprise and turned to look. Lu Daoyu? Yes, it's me." Lu Nen instinctively quipped, but upon noticing the slight flush on their faces and their awkward gestures, he let out a hearty laugh. "What did I tell you about stealing dogs? What is the matter? Is something amiss?" Just as the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, a voice emerged, and moments later, a voluptuous figure peeked out from the passage. Seeing that Li Yu and Zhang Tao were unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed Lu Nan not far away. "Lu Daoyu?" Lu Nan, with a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and reproach, replied, "Li Daoyu, must you be so effusive? After such a long absence, you arrive with such a grand surprise. All the gifted quasi-spiritual beasts I nurtured for half a year, and you whisk them all away in one fell swoop." Having ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement, he felt considerably more at ease in facing Li Yuan. Li Yuan lowered her gaze to the ink dogs lying at the feet of the 2 women, momentarily at a loss for words. "We were digging a tunnel. We had just broken through when we saw a large dog staring at us, thinking it was an underground spirit beast. In our panic, we acted without thinking. Who would have imagined? They were so fragile." Being young, Li Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a steam boiler as her embarrassment intensified. Lunan worried she might combust from the heat. "It was a misunderstanding," Zhang Tao interjected. Li Yuan chuckled. "It must indeed be a misunderstanding. However, since it has happened, we cannot allow Lu Daoyu to suffer a loss. These dogs shall be regarded as companions, and I shall procure them for 5 spirit stones each." Lunan sighed and remarked, friendly, "You are quite generous. However, let us leave it at that. What is meant to be will inevitably come to pass, while what is not meant to be should not be forced." As he spoke, he moved towards the carcasses. "Lychee dog meat, braised dog meat, steamed." "Senior Lu, what are you saying?" "Nothing. I share a deep bond with these dogs. I merely sighed for their souls. I am performing a rite for them." Li Yu immediately felt a surge of guilt. The campfire crackled quietly as Zhang Tao skillfully skinned the black dog, hollowed its insides, and began to coat it with oil. Li Yu stood by, occasionally licking her rosy lips, having gone without food for a day or 2. Lu Nen cast several glances, his gaze settling on Zhang Tao, who was diligently attending to her task. "By the way, where is friend Jiang?" Zhang Tao's body stiffened momentarily before she managed to force a smile. "He has passed away." "Passed away?" Lu Nen was taken aback. "How did he die?" This question remained unvoiced, for he still possessed some emotional intelligence. Zhang Tao continued. "That night was tumultuous. People outside were fighting, many lost their lives, and spirit stones rolled across the ground. I urged him to go out, just to feel. Just to feel." She paused her work, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. Lu Nen sighed softly, reminiscing about the sturdy man, feeling a sense of lamentation. Desire is the driving force of the heart, yet it is also the peril that leads one into the abyss. Wiping away her tears, Zhang Tao smiled. "It is simply that we are not destined for this." Zhang Tao's culinary skills surpassed Lu Nan's expectations before long. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing him to swallow involuntarily. "Senior Lu." Li Yu approached with the roasted dog meat. Lu Nan accepted the meat and took a bite. "Delicious." He felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I truly do not understand how you all managed to dig your way here. I was meticulous in ensuring my excavations remained solely beneath my courtyard, avoiding the areas where others reside." Li Yu hesitated. "Perhaps we got lost." "All 3 of you got lost." Lu Nen cast a sidelong glance at Li Yuan, whose gaze instantly darted away as if struck by lightning. After a moment of thought, Lu Nen inquired, "How did Zhang Daoist come to be with you?" "Well, we saw her standing despondently in the street, so we decided to rescue her. After all, we are neighbors." Lu Nen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. "By the way, a few days ago, it seemed there was a battle outside. Do you know the specifics?" "That was—" A dry cough interrupted as Li Yuan approached and said, "It was Lin Zheng who attacked me, but he did not succeed." Lu Nen chuckled, recalling the individual he had previously dispatched. It seems that they are undoubtedly connected to Lin Zheng. The name he heard was indeed that of one of the mid-stage qi refinement cultivators in the village. Since the other party dared to act, it was evident they possessed a certain level of confidence. "Li Dao is formidable," Lu Nen remarked with a smile. Li Yuan nodded, not wishing to reveal her injuries. In such an environment, should Lu Nen harbor any ill intentions, she would be utterly vulnerable. However, gazing at the smile on his face, she felt an unsettling dissonance. In the dimly lit cavern, illuminated only by the flickering flames, the features of those present were obscured, and thus, no one noticed Lu Nan's subtle change. After finishing the dog meat, Lu Nen took 2 pieces with him, while Li Yuan purchased the remaining ones. One had risen to 10 low-grade spirit stones, which was barely acceptable. As days passed, on the 4th day, Lu Nen finally exhausted his supply of pills. That day, he sought out Li Yu, who was busy digging. "Where's Li Daoyu?" Lu Nen glanced over to see Zhang Tao employing the little pine earth technique. With each spell, the pile of soil before him became considerably softer. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, recalling how he had once toiled with a shovel, 1 scoop at a time. Compared to the previous days, several new passages had emerged around them, some evidently intended to be developed into resting quarters. However, Lu Nen felt a vein throb on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Why are you shoving dirt my way?" Yet, in the next moment, his thoughts shifted when Li Yu handed him a small pouch. A gentle shake revealed the delightful sound of spirit stones clinking within, prompting a smile of satisfaction from him. "It's all right. Use it freely. If it's insufficient, I have a few more passages available." Lu Nen pondered that some of the more convoluted passages could be discarded. After all, they could be sold for spirit stones, which was certainly worthwhile. One could not deny the business acumen in Li Yu's generous gesture. There were at least several spirit stones within. "Senior, what brings you to seek my aunt?" he inquired. "Well," Li Yu began, "I wanted to ask if there are any pills available for sale from your aunt." "I wish to purchase some." Li Yu quickly shook her head. "My aunt has very few pills left. She needs them for herself." "Very well." Lu Nen thought of another matter, feeling a slight tightening in his chest. "Do you have any low-grade talismans for sale?" Li Yu replied, "None. My aunt primarily deals in pills. Such items are not available." It appeared he would have to save up to purchase them from the library. However, he wondered when the library would open again. The situation in the market was uncertain, and he could only wait for the restrictions to lift before assessing it. Without the aid of pills, his cultivation speed had significantly decreased, yet soon, Lu Nen no longer dwelled on this. For after 2 more days, he experienced a breakthrough in his Qingfeng Gong cultivation. The mastery of Qingfeng Gong compensated for the absence of the pills, allowing him to feel the exhilarating sensation of progress every day. As time passed, the chill in the air grew more pronounced, particularly within the cavern, where it was especially palpable. Lu Nen rubbed his eyes, gazing at the small talisman affixed before him, its remaining magical essence but a faint shimmer. Perhaps if the eerie presence were to return, it would spontaneously combust into ash. He had already exhausted 6 of them. Taking out a fresh talisman, he placed it on the opposite side. A sense of unease welled within him. He could not fathom the state of the world outside. Previously, he estimated that each villager possessed an average of around 5 talismans. Judging by the number he had depleted, it seemed many cultivators had nearly reached their limit. Without these protective charms, they would have to confront the anomalies head-on. Perhaps a new wave of chaos was imminent. With a resolute turn, Lu Nen departed to inspect the other entrances for any lapses in their talisman defenses. The tunnels he had excavated were sufficiently deep, and for the time being, he need not fear being discovered. Knock, knock, knock. As Lu Nen approached a passageway, he heard the distant sound of the isolation door being knocked upon. This door, proposed by Li Yuan, had been constructed to separate their respective areas, for which Lu Nen had received 10 low-grade spirit stones. It was not that he was greedy for wealth, but rather that there were numerous expenditures to consider. He needed to save up to acquire minor talisman-making techniques. Should the seal be lifted, he would not find himself devoid of financial resources. Mid-tier spells were also a necessity, otherwise, during the chi refinement stage. He would be akin to a silver spear with a wax head, impressive in appearance, but utterly ineffectual. All these pursuits demanded a considerable amount of spirit stones. It was no wonder that some claimed every foundational cultivator stood atop a mound of spirit stones, their very bones being pressed out by the weight of the gems. My daily limit hovers around 10,000 words. Should I exceed this, the overflow will simply be postponed. Perhaps I shall pin this mediocre tome to 1,000,000 words. Senior Li Yu inquired urgently, do you have any spare small talismans? I will purchase them with spirit stones. Small talismans? Are your supplies insufficient? Lunan asked, noticing Li Yu nodding in affirmation. Recalling how Li Yuan had extended credit for numerous elixirs, he decided to reciprocate. I have a few left. Take them, my friend. Li Yu's face lit up with surprise. She had not anticipated such fortune. Thank you, senior. Here are the spirit stones. Please accept them. With the small talismans in hand, Li Yu hurried away, while Lunan closed the door behind her, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he regarded the spirit stones in his pouch. He estimated there were about 40 to 50 stones within, while he had only given her 2 talismans. What a generous man. Although Li Yuan seemed to harbor some minor grievances towards him, he still adhered to principles when it came to dealings. Yet, little did Lunan realize that this was merely the beginning. Li Yu stood outside the room with the small talismans in hand, a faint chill wafting in from inside, causing her discomfort. After a while, a weary voice beckoned, come in, Aunt. Li Yu entered, her face marred with worry as she beheld Li Yuan meditating on a mat. Do not fret. Enduring for a few months is entirely feasible. Upon seeing Li Yu produce the small talismans, Li Yuan furrowed her brow and asked, where did you acquire these? I bought them from Taoist Zhang. Li Yu hesitated to speak the truth, uncertain whether it was due to the strange influence within her body, but Li Yuan's temperament had also taken on an oddity. If she were to discover that it was purchased from Lunan, she would undoubtedly be displeased. However, how could this be concealed from Li Yuan? Pondering, she remarked. Zhang Tao, does she still possess the small talismans for warding off evil? Indeed. Very well, I shall inquire with her now. As Li Yuan rose, Li Yu quickly interjected. Aunt, do not overthink this. Li Yuan, having grasped the situation, narrowed her eyes. Did you acquire it from that Lunan? Yes, I paid him, Li Yu replied. Please do not be angry. Given your current health, we cannot afford any delays. If it becomes uncontrollable, how could little you survive? Li Yuan fell into silence, then sighed. You do have a point. In this current situation, the value of the small talismans cannot be compared to before. I estimate they are worth at least 20 inferior spirit stones each. And yet, they are still scarce. I gave him 50 spirit stones. That is acceptable. Li Yuan did not find it inappropriate. In fact, she considered it a wise decision. After all, he was merely a martial artist. Aunt, Li Yu replied with some irritation. Li Yuan chuckled. What I say is the truth. Your mother was a case in point. With her talent, she could have reached the peak of chi refinement. Even mid-stage would have been a certainty, yet she perished because of a martial artist. Let us not dwell on that. If anything arises in the future, let Zhang Tao handle it. That woman fell into Lunan's hands, but she is not at a loss. Very well, Li Yu conceded. As night fell, Lunan practiced his swordsmanship, wielding his sword with diligence. He did not desire such an adversary. Victory would be favorable, but defeat would spell trouble. Is Taoist Lu present? Moments later, he heard Zhang Tao's voice. Taoist Zhang. Approaching, he saw her standing before the barrier gate, her smile appearing somewhat stiff. Lunan sighed inwardly. Since their last encounter, this woman had lost her former spirit, resembling a mere shell of herself. Is there something you require, fellow Taoist? I wish to purchase some provisions. The last few dogs are nearly finished. Lunan pondered for a moment and replied, very well. Just take what you deem necessary. There was still plenty of food. Lunan could sustain himself for months. This is spirit stone, 10 pounds for 1 spirit stone. Sounds fair? That is more than I need. Times have changed. Do not pity me. These spirit stones are not mine to spend. Lunan was taken aback, and when he looked again, Zhang Tao had already walked away. Such is the world. The harshness of the cultivation realm is more terrifying than one could imagine. He reflected, had it not been for his fortunate circumstances. Had he not been cautious, perhaps he would be no better off than Zhang Tao, or worse, a decaying corpse upon the earth. Days passed. Outside the barrier gate, Zhang Tao looked at Lunan with some difficulty. Is there any chance you could spare a few small talismans for warding off evil? With a sudden jolt in his heart, Lunan quickly shook his head. Taoist Zhang, please do not entertain any notions about me. You are well aware of the significance of the minor exorcism talismans. I possess very few as it is, and should I distribute any further? I fear that while I slumber, something sinister might very well take me. Zhang Tao let out a sigh and reassured him. I understand. I would never put you in a difficult position. As she spoke, she handed a spirit stone to Lu Nan and departed with the provisions. Young Daoistly. Not long after, she spotted Liu diligently practicing his spells. Zhang Tao greeted him and placed the provisions down. Sister Tao, were you able to acquire any minor exorcism talismans? Zhang Tao shook her head. Liu, troubled, walked further into the house, where he encountered Li Yuan. The minor exorcism talismans have run out. What shall we do now? Li Yuan replied. It is not so straightforward. What do you think of Lu Nan's temperament? Li Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Cautious. Even before the crisis emerged, he was already digging holes. Moreover, he has excavated quite a number of pits in his courtyard. Recalling previous observations, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lu Nan's courtyard was just next door, and such a substantial undertaking could not possibly remain concealed from them. Li Yuan hastily interrupted her, feeling a twinge of regret for broaching the subject. All right. Just knowing this is enough. It implies that he must possess a considerable amount of talisman paper, albeit unwilling to part with it. That Lu Senior! Li Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Li Yuan chuckled. It's quite normal. His character is not bad, and he has managed to survive this long. If just then, noticing the peculiar expression on Li Yu's face, she promptly closed her mouth, huffing softly. How about this? You could inquire whether he needs to purchase any spells. Spells? Where could we possibly sell any? Li Yu questioned. Is it the one that Annie mentioned? Precisely. Li Yu stood up and left. Knock, knock, knock. Young Daoistly. Lu Senior, earlier, you expressed interest in acquiring the minor talisman technique, did you not? Li Yu stated directly as she opened the door. Lu Nan's heart leapt. Do you have any for sale? No. Then why did you ask? I intended to say that I possess a technique. Though I am uncertain if you would be interested, Senior, Li Yu replied with a cheeky grin. Technique? Please, enlighten me. Lu Nan was no longer a novice and was open to spells. However, upon hearing Li Yu's words, his heart raced. Body refinement technique? Indeed. This body refinement technique is unlike ordinary spells. It is designed to enhance one's physical form. It is said that formidable practitioners of this technique can withstand magical swords with their bare bodies. Li Yu exclaimed excitedly. Hiss. Lu Nan inhaled sharply. You are not deceiving me, are you? Honest as the day is long. Lu Nan shot a skeptical glance at Li Yu, who, after a moment of thought, blushed bright red. It truly is honest. Where's the jade slip? I wish to see it. Li Yu giggled and clasped her hands behind her back. I do not have a jade slip. Without the jade slip, how can one comprehend? Perhaps I should enlighten you. Lu Nan regarded her with skepticism. After a prolonged gaze, Li Yu's face flushed, and she exclaimed, It is not as you imagine. It is indeed possible to teach. The techniques we usually learn differ somewhat. Furthermore, since this body technique was acquired unexpectedly and does not involve any oaths, it can be imparted. Lu Nan squinted and replied, Then I shall be in your debt. Dear fellow practitioner Li, it is no trouble at all. Li Yu stammered. What is it? It is, she whispered. Could the Senior first provide me with 2 small exorcism talismans as remuneration? Who told you I possess small exorcism talismans? Lu Nan chuckled. Do not have any? None. Then forget it. All right. Here you go. Lu Nan exclaimed, handing the small exorcism talismans to Li Yu. As she watched Li Yu dash away, Lu Nan fell into contemplation. If the 2 talismans were used sparingly, they would last half a month. Yet, it had only been a little over 10 days. It appears that Li Yuan might genuinely be in some predicament, though Lu Nan initially intended to disregard it. The thought of being separated from the other by merely a door made him realize that should anything truly occur, he would likely be affected as well. With a soft sigh, he resolved to observe the situation quietly. Reflecting on Li Yuan's graceful demeanor, Lu Nan felt a twinge of regret. What a splendid individual! A perfect candidate for a wife. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, cursing inwardly. It is all due to this iron cloth shirt that his thoughts have nowhere to settle. What a fine, innocent elder, now tainted into a lecher. Senior, allow me to instruct you. The body technique taught by Li Yu is known as the minor elephant technique, symbolizing the essence of the treasured elephant. It is said that the treasured elephant is a guardian spirit beast of a great sect, possessing immense strength and impervious to blades and spears. Even formidable cultivators at the golden core stage would not dare to provoke it lightly. While the minor elephant technique cannot compare to the treasured elephant, its name indicates some connection. This technique includes a set of accompanying boxing methods. By adhering to these methods, one can harness the body's vital energy and enhance their physique. As Liu explained, she simultaneously demonstrated the corresponding boxing techniques. However, the boxing methods are somewhat intricate, and the senior must pay close attention. It took me over a month to learn this. No worries. I am quite patient, Lu Nan replied with a smile. Checking the panel, he noted the proficiency of the minor elephant technique was at level 1. After a considerable time, the man and woman, both breathless, parted ways. We shall continue tomorrow, the woman said, her face flushed. Very well. Thank you for your hard work, dear fellow practitioner Li. The man also remarked, his cheeks reddened. It is no hardship. I have experience, after all. This is your first time, making it far more challenging for you. Lu Nan chuckled awkwardly. Why does it sound increasingly amiss? Li Yu sat beside Li Yuan, took a sip of water, and steadied her emotions. How is it? Well, I have been teaching. This body technique is indeed difficult to master. Might our actions towards our esteemed predecessor be somewhat inappropriate? Li Yu felt a twinge of guilt. Li Yuan chuckled and replied, Not at all. This spell is indeed genuine. However, without the essence of the Baoxiang, its efficacy is significantly diminished. Yet, it can still bolster one's health. Noticing Li Yu's silence, she earnestly added, If you truly feel remorseful, once the situation stabilizes, we can offer him some other form of compensation. At present, I am unwell. And with Lin lurking outside, it is not the opportune moment to seek the minor talisman for exorcism. Hence, we are left with this less than ideal option. Meanwhile, Lu Nan practiced his punches with meticulous precision, adjusting his stance like a clumsy young elephant, stumbling along. Gradually, a faint warmth began to manifest within him, particularly noticeable on the surface of his skin. Proficiency in the minor Baoxiang technique, level 1. He glanced at the interface, where the script of the minor Baoxiang technique had appeared. There exists a fundamental difference between this boxing technique and martial arts. The accompanying boxing style serves merely as an introduction. The true effectiveness lies in the vital energy and magic within the body. Thus, it diverges from ordinary spells. While typical spells require only magical power as a driving force, the minor Baoxiang technique necessitates both magical energy and the vital essence of the human body. Gurgle. A sound of hunger emanated from Lu Nan's abdomen. Ever since he had devoted himself to the cultivation of spells, this sensation of hunger had become a rare occurrence. The vital essence within the body is derived from the consumption of external food, and thus, while practicing the minor Baoxiang technique, he would easily expend a considerable amount of vital energy, necessitating sustenance from food. A flicker of understanding dawned upon Lu Nan. These matters had not been disclosed to him by Li Yu. Perhaps she was unaware, or perhaps she intended to keep some secrets. His deduction stemmed from his mastery of the iron cloth technique, which, in another sense, also serves to enhance vital energy, sharing certain similarities with this physical technique. Hastening into the kitchen, Lu Nan soon prepared enough food for 2 or 3 people. After a hearty feast, his hunger was mostly satiated. He mused that such a dining experience would likely become the norm for him. The following morning, Lu Nan and Li Yu once again rendezvoused at their agreed-upon location. The minor Baoxiang fist, serving as an introduction, holds immense significance. Their esteemed predecessor must first commit this technique to memory and discover the point of resonance that aligns with his own being. A point of resonance? Indeed. It is akin to the principles governing spells. Numerous factors restrict the dissemination of spells. The Tao Oath is one such factor. While an intrinsic reason lies within the spells themselves, the same spell, when executed within different individuals, operates under varying principles, and if one's realm does not suffice, hastily imparting it may lead to complications. Typically, the jade slips available on the market represent the original spells. To create an original spell, one must at least be a foundation establishment practitioner. Previously, in the realm of cultivation, this concept did not exist. Individuals secretly produced jade slips, and after many years, the cultivation world faced a period of decline. Thus, under the interference of several great cultivators, and after an extended period of adjustment, a tacit set of rules gradually emerged. So it is, Lu Nan realized with a sudden enlightenment. Previously, he had contemplated whether capturing a chi refinement cultivator and coercing him to teach spells could save him the cost of purchasing them. However, it has become evident that such an idea is utterly impractical. If the seniors were to pay closer attention, they would discern that in the realm of cultivation, a sect must at least have a foundation establishment cultivator. For without a foundation establishment cultivator, it would be exceedingly difficult to operate a sect. Only those of the foundation establishment realm are capable of crafting spell and cultivation jade slips. Then, there should be no issues with this small treasure elephant technique, right? Lunan could not help but ask. Rest assured, Senior Lu, this body technique cannot be practiced incorrectly. The risks are minimal. Lunan chuckled awkwardly and replied. Then I shall trouble you juniorly. Gradually, he began to notice an unusual phenomenon. The rate of his proficiency enhancement was accelerating. As time passed, with each punch he threw, a trickle of warmth would emerge within him, becoming increasingly pronounced. This led to a continuous enhancement in the speed of proficiency increase. Unable to comprehend this, Lu Nin sought out Li Yu. After some contemplation, Li Yu admitted her own lack of understanding and stated, I will need to ponder this further. Once they parted ways, she approached Li Yuan to inquire about the reason. It should be noted that this body technique was initially learned by Li Yuan before being taught to Li Yu. In terms of comprehension, Li Yuan's understanding was evidently far deeper than that of Li Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan replied with exasperation, this is a normal occurrence. I observe that Lu Nan possesses a physique not typical for someone of his age. He must have studied some martial arts that enhance the body. Since body techniques also serve to strengthen the physique, it is only natural that he has some foundation, resulting in faster progress during the initial stages of practicing body techniques. Li Yu sighed. Senior Lu is indeed a martial arts prodigy. What a shame. Li Yuan retorted curtly. You, my dear, must remember that martial arts are ultimately a minor path. In the mundane world, even a martial arts master struggles to live beyond 100 years. Let alone when compared to golden core and foundation establishment cultivators. Even I, in the mid-chi refinement stage, cannot measure up, merely a martial practitioner. Li Yu promptly stood and walked away. The following day, upon encountering Lu Nan, she promptly recounted Li Yuan's remarks. Finally, she inquired, Senior Lu, have you also practiced external martial arts? Lu Nan nodded. There was little to conceal, as external martial arts are often more visibly apparent than many others. Li Yu failed to notice this, not only due to her innocent disposition but also because when she first met Lu Nan, his external features had already become rather established. Conversely, Li Yuan, with her extensive experience and high cultivation level, could discern the truth clearly. You've mastered a technique. Li Yu exclaimed, Senior Lu is truly impressive. No, it's merely a form of mundane martial art. Lu Nan humbly replied. With the reason clarified, Lu Nan felt considerably reassured, and while practicing his punches, he was no longer distracted. The speed of proficiency enhancement climbed yet again, bringing forth a sensation of increasing exhilaration with each strike. The internal heat surged within him, instilling the illusion that he could strike down a fierce tiger with a single punch. Naturally, his dreams became more frequent. In his reverie, Lu Nan embraced several fair-skinned, beautiful female cultivators, preparing to indulge in intimacy, when suddenly their charming faces morphed into a monstrous visage, bloodied and clawing, lunging at him. Pressing his head against their chests and abdomens as a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. With a gasp, Lu Nan sprang awake, striding towards several entrances and exits. The first entrance, intact. The second entrance, intact. The third. Upon reaching the fifth exit, his expression darkened abruptly. Two small talismans affixed to the earthen wall trembled incessantly, their potent magical aura illuminating them like oil lamps in the darkness. It was evident that a formidable anomaly lurked nearby. He hastily retrieved two small talismans, affixing one to either side. The four talismans emanated a radiant glow, warding off the encroaching anomalies from the outside. The trembling talismans fell utterly still. Fortunately, the small talismans were sufficient. If this continued, by the time the talismans were nearly depleted, my strength should have significantly increased, and my safety and retreat would be greatly enhanced. Lu Nan could not remain in this place indefinitely. He harbored other plans. Otherwise, if the issues at Taijian Mountain remained unresolved by the start of the new year, with the talismans exhausted, would he not be left in a state of relentless urgency? Near the barrier, Lu Nan practiced his punches with precision. Before long, he completed a set of techniques and turned to Li Yu, saying, little Taoistly, I feel there is something amiss with my boxing technique. Lu Nan shared his insights, expressing that over the past couple of days, he had experienced a subtle sense of awkwardness while practicing. This must be due to the absence of Baoxiang's essence blood. Li Yu's voice lacked conviction. Is that truly the case? Lu Nan had heard Li Yu mention Baoxiang's essence blood before. Regrettably, even he, a mere chi refinement cultivator, could scarcely acquire it, let alone the sect master of Taijian. Are you feeling unwell, little Taoistly? No. Li Yu hurriedly replied, harboring some suspicions. It likely was not related to Xiang's essence blood. This time, she did not even practice her punches. In their previous encounters, she would always engage in a spar. "Aunt, what troubles you? Your complexion looks rather poor." Li Yuan's face had grown increasingly pale, though her spirits appeared relatively high. "It's nothing. It's just that Senior Lu has encountered new problems," Liu explained. Relaying Lu Nan's concerns, Li Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring, "Has it progressed to this stage so quickly? This person is rather." Noticing Li Yu's peculiar gaze, she cleared her throat and added, "It's quite normal. His foundation is somewhat robust. It is not surprising for him to reach this level in such a short time." "This level? What does it mean by that? Although you have also practiced the minor elephant technique, there remains a distance to traverse before you reach this crucial step. Which is why I have refrained from discussing it with you. The hallmark of mastering the minor elephant technique lies in the ability to condense the elephant patterns." With that, she extended her delicate wrist. Moments later, Li Yuan observed a faint magical pattern materializing upon Li Yuan's skin. "This is the elephant pattern." Li Yu felt a twinge of despondency. She had been cultivating this minor elephant technique for a year or two, yet had not arrived at this stage. Noticing her altered expression, Li Yuan's intuition was piqued, and she remarked with a smile, "This is all due to a solid foundation. Once you grasp the basics, the speed of progress may drastically decline as the foundation is depleted. I have witnessed many practitioners of physical techniques experience such disparities, and this often leads to anxiety in their subsequent training, which exacerbates the impact on their cultivation. Conversely, your steady and methodical approach to practice will allow you to journey further." She was indeed not misleading Li Yu, though this situation clearly did not apply to Lu Nan. Nevertheless, Li Yu felt considerably better. Senior Lu possesses an exceptional talent for martial arts, she exclaimed, just as Li Yuan was about to nod in agreement. She recalled something and, with a serious expression, stated, "What use is high talent for an ordinary martial artist? How shall I teach him next?" Li Yu quickly redirected the conversation. After pondering for a moment, Li Yuan suggested, "Have him come over to me. I shall instruct him from here on." She sensed it would be best to limit Li Yuan's time alone with Lu Nan. Observing the current admiration in her tone whenever Lu Nan was mentioned, she realized that even in the presence of higher-tier qi refining practitioners, she had never seen her niece display such an expression. It would be prudent to impart all she could to the surname Lu as soon as possible, lest the delay lead to irretrievable losses, she mused. In the early morning, gentle light filtered through the air holes. Lu Nan practiced for a while, then glanced at the panel. His proficiency level had reached 13,100. If only he had more elixirs, perhaps he could achieve even more. Lu Nan thought to himself. Based on past experience, the higher the level of the clear wind technique, the faster the proficiency increases and the more effective the absorption of elixirs becomes. It was akin to a machine in a previous life, where upgrades led to enhanced productivity. He formed a spell gesture, causing the nearby magic sword to quiver slightly before shooting off into the distance, swiftly covering over 5 meters. A faint glow flickered. The perfected blink sword technique was not only faster and more intricate, but the shimmering light was also considerably denser. Regrettably, in this dark and damp cavern, the illumination was too dim for the brilliance to stand out. Of course, Lu Nan did not dwell on this. What truly mattered to him was the feel of the sword technique. Upon reaching the 4th layer of qi refining, the range of his control had surpassed 5 meters. And even at just over 10 meters, he could achieve precise manipulation, albeit for a significantly shorter duration. After all, it required a consumption of magical energy, with 10 meters being the optimal range for control, where the energy expenditure was considerably lower. Beyond 10 meters, the consumption increased dramatically. Sheathing the magic sword, Lu Nan cast a glance at the panel. Minor elephant technique, 96-100. Approaching mastery. As the appointed time with Li Yu approached, Lu Nan ceased his cultivation, tidied up, and made his way towards the barrier gate. Upon arrival, he found Li Yu already waiting for him. She eagerly exclaimed, "Senior Lu, follow me." Lu Nan, perplexed, wondered what the purpose of their visit was. "From now on, my aunt will teach you the little elephant technique." Li Yu smiled, adding, "Her expertise in this art far surpasses mine." A flutter of anticipation stirred within Lu Nan, causing his heart to race. Cursed youthful dopamine. Soon, they encountered Li Yuan, who appeared to have made preparations, as the room was illuminated by light talismans. When Li Yuan glanced at Lu Nan, her heart skipped a beat, and she exclaimed, "Has fellow Taoist achieved a breakthrough in his realm?" Li Yu looked on in confusion, unable to grasp their conversation. What breakthrough? Is it regarding the little elephant technique? To her surprise, Lunan nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Fellow Taoist Li has a keen eye. He silently marveled at her perceptiveness. In contrast to the oblivious Li Yu beside him, Li Yuan, feeling a bit flustered, composed herself and remarked, I never anticipated that you would reach this stage. And what are you two discussing? Li Yu pressed. Li Yuan hesitated, torn between discretion and honesty, finally stating, Fellow Taoist is now considered a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Ah. Li Yu gasped, her eyes widening as she stared at Lu Nan. Although he had previously mastered his cultivation, the signs of aging had been evident. Now, however, he seemed renewed, suggesting a significant extension of his lifespan. Li Yu grasped the implication. An increase in lifespan was intrinsically linked to enhanced cultivation. Li Yuan chuckled. Thanks for the kind words, fellow Taoist. Now let us begin. By the way, Xiao Yu, step outside for a moment. At your level, listening to this would be of little benefit. She felt it would be better to limit Li Yu's interactions with Lu Nan at this juncture. While she could still mentor her in martial arts, now that Lu Nan had transformed into a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, she feared her innocent niece might become infatuated. After a considerable time, Lu Nan exited the room and spotted Li Yu standing not far away. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Little Taoist Yu, where is Zhang Taoist? Tao Dai is busy. She wants to dig more holes so that if anything goes awry, we will have an escape route. Lu Nan sighed. I wish she could come to that realization sooner. Zhang Taoye's cautious mindset was somewhat akin to his own. Indeed, Lu Nan produced 2 small dispelling talismans and said, Please deliver these to your aunt as a token of our meeting. With that, he hurriedly departed. Aunt, what is it? Senior Lu sent you 2 small dispelling talismans. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, initially inclined to refuse, but upon reflection realized it was customary to accept such tokens, recalling her own offerings upon arriving in the village. To decline would seem inappropriate. Just place them there. Li Yu placed the object on the table and fixed her gaze upon Li Yuan. What is the matter? Is there anything else? No. You may leave for now. With the small talisman to ward off evil, my internal injuries should remain stable for the time being. She replied. As Li Yu exited the room, her expression became rather peculiar. How strange. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Steward Zhao resided, a figure entered while the practitioners along the way respectfully greeted him. Once the figure had departed, hushed whispers ensued among the cultivators. Didn't Tiet say that Lin Daoyu was in trouble? That was merely hearsay. Previously, someone saw him duel with Li Yuan. After that, he vanished without a trace. Fellow Taoists, let us speak cautiously. The figure was none other than Lin Zheng, who had been missing for several days. In a moment of desperation, he had ventured to Li Yuan's residence to probe, only to be discovered and engaged in fierce combat. Misjudging Li Yuan's injuries, he suffered a severe blow. Had it not been for her own wounds, his survival would have been in jeopardy. Lin Daoyu. In the house, Steward Zhao emerged with a broad smile. As a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum. What hardships you must have endured. They exchanged pleasantries and settled into the room. Zhao shook his head. The situation is far from optimistic. However, for now, it has stabilized. The village is rife with peculiar occurrences. But the true threats amount to merely a few anomalies not inferior to the human lanterns. He elaborated. The lower-tier cultivators under their protection are required to pay a fee, 1 low-grade spirit stone per day. Indeed, Zhao appeared to overlook the matter. Lin Zheng paused, then smiled. Since you say so, I shall let it be. I trust your character. However, I do hope you can assist me in one matter. It was evident he intended to relinquish a portion of the benefits. Steward Zhao's face brightened with delight. Speak freely, Lin Daoyu. Your trust in me warrants my assistance. Very well. Although I was injured during my skirmish with Li Yuan, she was not unscathed either. Lin Zheng's face revealed a hint of murderous intent. Help me draw her out. Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Li Yuan was formidable. Though I am also at mid-stage qi refinement, I am merely at the 4th layer. The spoils should be divided equally, Lin Zheng remarked cryptically. Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest, yet he maintained his composure. Li Yuan has not resurfaced since your battle. How shall we find her? The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Just then, a voice resonated from outside. It is a Qing. Lin Zheng called out, come in. The cultivator, a Qing, entered, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes as he beheld Lin Zheng. Boss. Lin Zheng's expression softened, for this individual had been by his side for quite some time, earning his trust. On that day, After my duel with Li Yuan, did you keep a watchful eye on each other? The cultivator A Qing nodded, affirming that they had kept a vigilant watch at all times except during the night. Do you know where she went? A Qing replied. After the duel, the courtyard gate was tightly shut. We attempted to observe from a higher vantage point in the adjacent building, but Li Yuan was exceedingly cautious. Not only did we fail to keep her under surveillance, but she also eliminated several of my brothers. However, one thing is certain, she did not leave the courtyard. In that case, it will be manageable. Lin Zheng remarked with a smile. Her remaining within the courtyard indicates that they have excavated a cellar. Zhao, the steward, expressed some difficulty, saying, "It has been many days. We cannot ascertain the condition of the cellar, making it quite challenging to deal with." Lin Zheng cryptically stated, "Aside from our few factions, is there not another force? Let them probe the situation." Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled a deep sigh. "I shall take charge of this matter." In the underground chamber, Lu Nan executed a series of punches. Suddenly, he felt as if he were basking under the scorching sun, his entire body ablaze with heat. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, resembling a dragon soaring forth, dissipating 2 meters away. Looking down, he noticed fine lines emerging on the surface of his body, akin to veins faintly glimmering with spiritual light. Is this the Xiangwen? Lu Nan, intrigued, leaned down to study it and quickly grasped its function. This phenomenon can be concealed or revealed at will, and when revealed, the internal flow of vital energy reaches its peak, consequently imposing a significant burden on the body. Given his current entry-level stage, he estimated he could only maintain the revelation for about a minute. Under normal circumstances, his physical prowess was already remarkable, easily surpassing what he could achieve before mastering the Xiangwen. It is worth noting, with his iron cloth skill perfected, he was already exceptional in strength, directly overpowering typical early-stage qi refining cultivators. This illustrates the terrifying potential of the Xiaobao Xiang technique. Lu Nan picked up his sword and practiced. The initial stages of the Xiaobao Xiang technique did not notably affect other spells. Rather, when combined with the blinking sword technique, it exuded a formidable aura, as if gods and Buddhas alike would be slain. The time agreed upon with Li Yuan was approaching, and Lu Nan sheathed his sword and departed directly. The next day, he was inexplicably disturbed by strange sounds. Though faint, they left him feeling uneasy, paying them no heed. He continued on his way until he suddenly spotted Zhang Tao and Li Yu rushing towards him. "Senior Lu, fellow Taoist Lu." The two women appeared somewhat flustered. "There are people digging a tunnel outside. My aunt has instructed you to leave this place promptly to avoid any repercussions," Li Yu declared. "Digging a tunnel? Can you clarify?" Li Yu explained. "Before we dug the tunnel last time, my aunt had a confrontation with Lin Zheng. Although Lin Zheng was driven away, my aunt was not left unscathed. Now that so much time has passed, Lin Zheng is likely plotting a comeback. With fellow Taoist Li's strength, this should be easily resolved, correct?" Lu Nan inquired. "Your aunt has also sustained injuries, and they are more severe than Lin Zheng's," Li Yu murmured. "She does not wish to burden you or compel you to leave prematurely. She intends to compensate Senior Lu later." Lu Nan sighed, contemplating the gravity of her words, which seemed almost like a farewell note. He bore no resentment towards them. In a similar situation, he too might have concealed his injuries, uncertain of how those nearby, whom he hardly knew, would react upon learning the truth. Nevertheless, this predicament was now his concern. Had he known earlier of Lin Zheng's injuries, he might have taken decisive action to eliminate the threat while it was still weak. Of course, this was merely an ideal scenario. Knowledge alone does not guarantee victory against an opponent, as factors such as strength and unforeseen variables play significant roles. "And your aunt?" he inquired. "She is preparing for battle," Li Yu replied through gritted teeth. "Preparing for battle? It appears she possesses some combat capability," Lu Nan pondered. Considering the unpredictable nature of the outside world, he decided to bring Li Yuan along. If the situation remained manageable, they could separate later. After all, even a dilapidated vessel still has a few nails, not to mention a 6th-level qi refinement practitioner. Li Daoyu, Li Yuan, clad in a pale blue robe with her dark hair elegantly pinned up, emerged. "You haven't left?" Upon seeing Lu Nan, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. "We should leave together." Lu Nan grinned. Li Yuan suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with embarrassment as she glanced around. Fortunately, the light had just dimmed, casting shadows that concealed her expression. "Let us not forget, Lin Zheng's target is me. If I am absent, you will have little chance of escape. Though you are a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, your spells have yet to catch up, placing you at a significant disadvantage against Lin Zheng and his associates." If you truly care, please look after little you for me. Lu Nan, unaware of the shifting emotions of the woman before him, offered a wry smile. There is no need for such concern, Li Daoyu. I assure you, I am quite confident in our escape. Lu Nan felt a surge of irritation. At such a critical moment, they could be verifying the truth of their situation instead of engaging in idle chatter. Why not just check and see? He suggested curtly. Li Yuan blinked in surprise, her eyes wide as she stared at Lu Nan. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to her feelings and turned, dashing away. What a tone he has, Li Yuan thought. Feeling a pang of jealousy, she hesitated, contemplating whether to linger and ignore Lu Nan, but deemed such behavior foolish and gritted her teeth, following him instead. Senior Lu, Aunt. Before long, they reunited with Liu and Zhang Tao. Lu Nan wasted no time, leading them toward the far end of the passage. Senior Lu, how many tunnels have you excavated? Liu inquired after a while. The group moved swiftly, covering considerable ground. Yet it seemed as though they had not yet reached the end. Lu Nan chuckled. Initially, I feared the tunnels would be too short and easily blocked, so I dug them a bit longer. Zhang Tao remarked, You truly are thorough in your considerations, Lu Daoyu. At this moment, Lu Nan slowed his pace. He moved aside a large stone, and as he exerted force, the patterns resembling elephant motifs that surfaced on his hand caused Li Yuan to exclaim in surprise. You have condensed the elephant patterns? Lu Nan nodded, placing the heavy stone behind him to block the entrance through which they had come. What a stroke of luck. Li Yuan rolled her eyes, commenting with a hint of sarcasm. My friend, you jest. What luck is there in cultivation? Lu Nan pondered, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. He had initially hoped to enhance his rapport with the powerful figures, aspiring to curry favor for future support. Yet, it seemed he had stirred something he could hardly contend with. His lack of experience was glaringly evident. Lu Nan mused over his 2 lifetimes, which collectively surpassed a century, yet in this regard, he found himself woefully inexperienced, leaving him utterly perplexed. Resolving to think no further, he reached into his garments. Senior Lu, are we not going to exit? Li Yu inquired, puzzled. Lu Nan smiled and retrieved a small talisman, placing it on the ground, whereupon the paper quivered slightly, emanating a faint warmth. There is something sinister outside. Noticing his cautious demeanor even in this predicament, Zhang Tao's expression turned somewhat complex. While admiration flickered in Li Yuan's eyes, Lu Nan continued to extract the small talisman, actively activating the paper. The faint chill that had pervaded the air dissipated entirely. It should be fine now, he declared, gathering provisions and fresh meat, and leaping ahead, followed closely by the others. Surroundings blurred into a white expanse, with something lurking not far away, seemingly watching their every move. Lu Nan contemplated briefly, performing a hand seal, releasing a gentle mist that spread in all directions. What a dense fog! Li Yu and Zhang Tao gasped. What shall we do now? This question was directed at Lu Nan, who replied, We shall circumvent this area and seek a safer place in the village to take refuge. Your spell seems rather intriguing, Li Yuan remarked softly. It's merely a minor incantation. If only I possessed your small golden body technique, my friend. Li Yuan chuckled. Once this matter is resolved, I shall bestow it upon you. He, newly entering the mid-stage of qi refinement, had numerous spells to upgrade, undoubtedly consuming a significant amount of spirit stones. Although his wealth had reached its pinnacle, it was still far from that of Li Yuan. Lu Nan silently rejoiced at having brought them along. The group carefully discerned their direction, heading southwest. Little did they know, this minor fog technique could be utilized in such a manner. Lu Nan felt a surge of clarity within. He realized that under the veil of the minor fog, he could identify obstacles and moving entities, such as eerie creatures and cultivators. Thus, he could adeptly guide the group to avoid danger. Above the cave, countless cultivators lingered. A single misstep could attract unwanted attention, leading to disastrous consequences. However, just as they had traversed 600 or 700 meters, misfortune struck unexpectedly. The current radius of the Misty Veil technique extends approximately 1 kilometer, and once the spell is cast, the area cannot be moved. Therefore, should one step beyond the mist's boundary, Lu Nan must dispel and recast the spell. In this fleeting interval of mere seconds, an unexpected figure inadvertently intruded. By the time Lu Nan became aware, the individual was already 10 meters away. He gestured for silence. The dense fog obscured visibility, making it uncertain whether they could see each other at such a distance, unless a thought stirred. Suddenly, the figure hesitated and turned away. He has detected us, Li Yuan whispered. Lu Nan nodded. The heightened senses of a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner surpassed those of a novice. This was knowledge he had only acquired upon advancing to mid-stage qi refinement. We should leave swiftly. He likely only sensed someone's presence. At this distance, unless one is at mid-stage qi refinement, it is challenging to discern faces. Li Yuan added. Lu Nen shook his head, stating, better to be cautious than to underestimate potential dangers. With that, he swiftly executed a spell, enveloping the mist in a swirl of fog. Instantly, visibility diminished further. Friends, please open the door. Zhu, is that you? A narrow slit suddenly appeared in the concealed ruins. The practitioner crouched above glanced around, confirming no one was following before leaping down. In the dim underground, a spacious circular chamber awaited, complete with a private resting area. A lamp hung from the ceiling, casting a soft, gentle glow. Zhu, have you gathered the information? An elder practitioner inquired, emerging from within. Indeed, it appears that several members of the Loose Cultivator Association have received news that Li Yuan has suffered severe injuries, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. Is this information credible? The elder asked urgently. Essentially, when I arrived, the underground refuge of the Loose Cultivator Association was significantly less populated. I heard they had gone to Li Yuan's residence. Li Yuan is quite renowned in the market, with many having fled the market, carrying substantial portions of their wealth. If we could seize a share. With so many people, there may not be enough to go around, remarked another practitioner. What? Li Yuan? What? Is this true or false? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could Li Yuan be here? The elder mused, his certainty wavering. After all, Li Yuan was a formidable presence at the 6th level of qi refinement. Excellent, excellent. As they exhaled with relief, excitement bubbled within them. The Loose Cultivator Association was digging tunnels, while Li Yuan had already arrived here. With this first-hand information, if planned meticulously, they might secure a profitable share. Indeed, a careful consideration of the situation will determine our fortune. Joy radiated among the crowd. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the stone slab at the entrance shattered. A mystical sword suddenly plunged into the earth. Ah! A series of anguished cries echoed. It turned out that while the sword was still suspended in midair, it began to tremble violently, radiating flashes of light. The two foremost cultivators felt a sharp pain in their eyes, akin to being cut by a blade. With a swift motion, the sword, guided by the sound, struck forth, severing the heads of the two individuals in a flash of crimson light. Douse the lamp talisman. The cultivator surnamed Zhu suddenly remembered something and shouted urgently. One cultivator activated a small protective talisman, forming a hand seal. Instantly, a beam of azure light pierced through the lamp talisman above. With a hissing sound, the talisman shattered and ignited. Fool! As Zhu prepared to open his eyes, fury surged within him. Disregarding the peril, he conjured a dark cloud. In the next moment, hissing sounds filled the air as the cloud released torrents of black water, extinguishing the lamp talisman. The black liquid, upon touching the ground, emitted corrosive sounds. Indeed, his conjecture proved correct. The brilliance emanating from the sword in midair dimmed considerably. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a light sigh echoed. Lack of visibility is truly troublesome. A figure descended from the entrance. Zhu's gaze sharpened. Just as he intended to form a spell, the newcomer gestured, and the sword soared forth with a whistle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three figures became rigid, their protective talismans offering no defense as the azure sword tore through them, painting the air with blood. When Li Yuan leaped down, Lu Nan had already finished tidying up, wrapping the spoils in a blood-stained robe. Fortunately, our companion arrived. Had we let them go, who knows what troubles they would have brought us. Li Yuan regarded the lifeless bodies on the ground with no discomfort. Lu Nan chuckled. It was merely luck. He busied himself with the remaining tasks and said to Li Yuan, let the two of them bring the items down. This place seems promising. A thorough excavation could provide an excellent hiding spot. Agreed. The circular space had vacant rooms around it. Each person chose one, with others still available. Understanding Lu Nan's intentions, Zhang Tao and Li Yu began to excavate. Unlike the current cellar, which had only one narrow escape route less than 100 meters away. If their enemies were cautious and expanded their search, it would be easy for them to block the escape. Once everything was arranged, Lu Nan prepared to venture out. Are you going out, Senior Lu? Yes. I need to assess the situation over there. I cannot allow others to bully us without understanding the circumstances, he replied, glancing at the small protective talisman in his hand, noting the faint glow it emitted. He then cast a minor fog spell before leaping forth. With the minor fog spell, Lu Nan swiftly evaded everything around him. As he passed by numerous courtyards, he occasionally glimpsed flickering lights, but as he approached, a chilling cold enveloped him. The village now appeared less like a community and more like an eerie lair. In my heart, I silently lamented that had it not been for the knowledge of others excavating nearby, Lu Nan would have hesitated to venture out. The commotion earlier could not have been solely caused by those in the early stage of qi refinement. Thus, if those in the early stage could traverse these grounds, how could one in the mid-stage not do the same? As I approached my own courtyard, shrouded in mist, Lu Nan donned an old robe and concealed his face before proceeding forward. Stop. Passage is prohibited ahead. Two cultivators swiftly approached from either side, encircling Lu Nan. My apologies. I shall take my leave immediately. Lu Nan waved his hand and stepped back. By the way, are you two from the Loose Cultivators Association? Indeed. Do you wish to join our ranks? Upon hearing the mention of the association, the demeanor of the two cultivators visibly softened. They exchanged knowing smiles. Since you wish to join us, it is quite simple. You need only pay 2 spirit stones. Lu Nan's expression shifted, inwardly cursing. What do you mean by joining? This is clearly a scheme to exploit me. That seems rather expensive. Could you possibly lower the fee? As a loose cultivator, my circumstances are already quite dire. This is the rule of the association. Consider this. A group of potential mid-stage qi refinement experts are willing to protect us, which is already a significant advantage for us. 2 inferior spirit stones are not excessive. Potential mid-stage qi refinement? Lu Nan pondered, perplexed. When did such a realm come into existence? The two cultivators chuckled, those with magical artifacts among them, although their realms may be slightly lacking. Their strength is not to be underestimated. I see, Lu Nan replied, somewhat speechless. What an impressive faade they have constructed. One might easily mistake it for true mid-stage qi refinement. It seemed they were attempting to distinguish those with magical artifacts from the lower-tier cultivators. With a pained expression, Lu Nan reluctantly paid the 2 spirit stones, extracted from his pant leg. While he possessed more spirit stones, he understood the necessity of discretion in public. If he were to produce a pouch and casually display a spirit stone, it would not be long before many would take notice. It appears our friend has little spare change, one of the cultivators remarked. If this continues, life will become quite challenging. Indeed. Do you two have any suggestions for earning some spirit stones? Had you joined the Loose Cultivators Association sooner, there would have been great opportunities, but alas, that is no longer the case. Lu Nan mused for a moment, then asked, is it related to what occurs within? The 2 cultivators hesitated before nodding. This information is difficult to conceal, but we will keep it under wraps for as long as we can. Since you have ventured this way, it seems you have caught wind of some rumors. Lu Nan acknowledged, that is indeed the case. One cultivator sneered, unfortunately. Ordinary cultivators lack the capability to snatch a morsel from our association. Now that you are considered a member, remember not to harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, you shall find yourself at odds with us. Of course. Lu Nan quickly replied. Could you two kindly inform me where the association's headquarters is? I would like to pay a visit. Follow me. At this moment, we are unable to part ways. You should find a place to wait. After the matter concludes, I will naturally take you there, a cultivator remarked. In a courtyard, several practitioners remained silent, either seated on stones or leaning against the walls. With a creak, Lu Nan entered, followed by the disciples of the Loose Cultivator Society. Do not wander off. If anything happens, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, he closed the door behind him. Lu Nan bowed slightly to the cultivators, offering his greetings before settling beside an elderly practitioner. You certainly dress cautiously, the elder observed with a smile after glancing at Lu Nan's attire. Circumstances compel me. I made an enemy previously, and without a disguise, I fear being recognized. Lu Nan had no intention of resorting to crude excuses such as disfigurement or acne, which would insult the intelligence of others. Oh, I see. Indeed, one must exercise caution. The two engaged in a lively exchange, while the other cultivators, having nothing better to do, listened for a while before joining in, under Lu Nan's subtle guidance. The conversation soon shifted to the Loose Cultivator Society's large-scale excavation activities. The elder gleefully remarked, the most unfortunate are the two households flanking Li Yuan's courtyard. As far as I know, the higher-ups of the Loose Cultivator Society are wary of directly excavating for fear of being struck by Li Yuan. Hence they intend to approach from the sides. By the way, do you remember the cultivator who resided near Li Yuan? I heard he has begun digging a hole in his courtyard. The higher-ups plan to focus on his excavation, which will significantly reduce the digging time. After all, Li Yuan is a sixth-layer qi refinement cultivator. The longer they delay, the greater the chance of her recovery. I wonder how that cultivator is faring underground. Some say he is the Mist Dweller. Lu Nan's heart skipped a beat. The Mist Dweller? That fellow is quite a prize. It is said that several high-ranking members of the Loose Cultivator Society were old friends of that calculative cultivator, so they will likely deal with the Mist Dweller as well. Lu Nan felt somewhat weary. After digging for so long, to have it all rendered useless was one thing, but now to be targeted as well? Are the relationships among cultivators in the cultivation world truly that intricate, or are they merely eyeing our coffers? Casually, he inquired. The commotion caused by the Loose Cultivator Society's excavations is considerable. What if Li Yuan had dug a hole and fled? Not so easily. Besides, if she did escape, it would be even better. Many are watching. What do you mean? Lu Nan was taken aback. Consider this. Li Yuan is a six-layer qi refinement cultivator, the strongest in the village. While many covet her elixirs, they also fear her power. The reason only the Loose Cultivator Society is taking action now is due to the differing structures of power. The higher-ups in the Loose Cultivator Society are numerous and financially strained, and if they do not act, the other factions certainly will not. If Li Yuan were to flee, it would confirm the rumors of her injuries, and they would be severe. At that point, many factions would rush in. Goodness, it is truly madness. Lu Nan experienced a sudden epiphany, and shortly thereafter, he found a reason to take his leave. The cultivators did not hinder him. In recent days, he was not the only one to have second thoughts. Thank you for your efforts, little Taoist Li. Not at all. It's merely trifles. Since being targeted by the rogue cultivators, his practice time had become rather erratic. An involuntary sense of agitation arose within him, and despite adopting several habitual postures, he found it difficult to enter a state of cultivation. This won't he do. He stood up and stepped outside. Taoist Li. Before long, Li Yuan emerged from within. Is there something on your mind, Taoist Lu? Regrettably, I bear some unfortunate news, Lu Nan replied solemnly. Soon, the two were seated in the room, which exuded a subtle fragrance of sandalwood, effectively masking the scent of the earth. This woman's dwelling is indeed exceptional. Quite comfortable. Noticing Li Yuan's gaze upon him, he quickly composed himself and solemnly conveyed the situation he had learned, omitting any details pertaining to himself. This matter has inadvertently implicated you, Taoist Li, Li Yuan remarked. We are merely neighbors. There is no need for such talk. Lu Nan instinctively sought to enhance their rapport. Although his golden finger was remarkably powerful, it did not preclude him from seeking support in reality and suitably expanding his network. Li Yuan appeared somewhat flustered, instinctively tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What are your thoughts, Taoist Lu? Lu Nan narrowed his eyes. What is your current level of strength, Taoist Li? Perhaps 4 or 5 parts, she responded. As lower-tier cultivators, much of our strength is reliant on magical tools and talismans, so the impact is not overwhelmingly significant. Could you be more specific? For instance, if the enemy comprises early-stage qi refinement cultivators equipped with magical tools, Li Yuan replied calmly, 3 to 5 of them would be manageable to dispatch. Beyond that, my spiritual power may not sustain me for long. Would you be able to retreat unscathed? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan said, it should not pose a significant issue. However, the battlefield is ever-changing, making absolute certainty elusive. Very well. Let us proceed at once. Li Yuan furrowed her brow. Why must you wade into this murky water, Taoist Lu? This matter does not concern you. I can handle it alone. Lu Nan shook his head. Taoist Li, please refrain from dissuading me. If you feel indebted, could you lend me an extra storage bag for my use? As he spoke, Lu Nan felt a bit embarrassed, truthfully. The request was rather excessive. However, considering the inconvenience of collecting spoils with just one bag, risking disruption during combat would be unwise. After much deliberation, he could only resort to requesting Li Yuan's storage bag. If she declined, he would simply take what valuables he could find later, leaving the less valuable items behind. What a pity. Seeing Li Yuan remain silent for a long moment, Lu Nan assumed she was unwilling. Feeling a twinge of regret, but harboring no complaints. A storage bag costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even he would hesitate to lend it to another. He shifted the topic. However, prior to that, I require your assistance with another matter. Speak. I have recently advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, and I would like you to help me assess my strength. Li Yuan stared with a frown. What? Have you become arrogant just after advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement? Lu Nan, taken aback, seemed to sense that his tone was inappropriate. Li Yuan took a deep breath and continued. The spells you possess are merely a few low-tier ones. You lack even a single defensive or offensive spell. The only noteworthy one is the minor elephant technique, but that entry-level technique pales in comparison to magical artifacts. I have a few martial arts skills, Lu Nen instinctively responded. But before he could finish, he noticed Li Yuan's eyes widen in disdain. Mere mundane martial arts. I'm not referring to you. I mean, the ordinary martial arts are inadequate. I'm not saying you're incapable. Li Yuan herself was puzzled as to why she felt the need to clarify this, and she hurriedly urged Lu Nen to leave. Appearing somewhat flustered. What's with this woman? She's becoming increasingly strange, Lu Nen thought, shaking his head as he walked towards the door. After preparing everything he needed, he approached Li Yuan's room just as the door creaked open. Li Yuan emerged with a calm expression, just as Lu Nen was about to greet her. She walked past him as if she hadn't heard, making her way towards the exit. With a gentle leap, she ascended into the air. Could it be that her monthly cycle has started? Lu Nen shivered and quickly followed her. The two navigated through the eerie fog, their faces wrapped in cloth to conceal their identities. They traveled in silence, and just as they neared their destination, Li Yuan unexpectedly said, "Your strength is insufficient. Just stand guard outside and assist me when needed." Lu Nen nodded, reassuringly replying, "Fear not, fellow cultivator. I shall not allow a single person to escape my watch." It's not about preventing escape. It's primarily about ensuring safety, Li Yuan corrected, extending her hand towards Lu Nen. "Take this." "What?" Lu Nen inquired. "The storage bag." In her palm lay a pouch, akin to a fragrant sachet, adorned with intricate patterns. Lu Nen's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, fellow cultivator. Use your magical energy to refine it. It's akin to refining magical artifacts. When you wish to use it, envelop the item you want to store with your energy. Then direct it with your thoughts." Lu Nen promptly began to channel his energy for refinement. Li Yuan remained patient, quietly waiting. After a while, Lu Nen felt a surge of inspiration as a faint glow of magical energy flickered across the pouch's surface. He focused on a small stone on the ground, mentally commanding, "Collect." In the next moment, the energy enveloped the stone and it vanished into the pouch. How convenient. Lu Nen chuckled. A flicker of a smile briefly appeared in Li Yuan's eyes, but she concealed it again as Lu Nen glanced her way. Let's proceed. As evening approached, the eerie fog thickened. From a higher vantage point, one could discern faint sounds emanating from various houses, where flickering lights cast a chilling glow. Hurry up and prepare. We shall descend into the cellar shortly. This strange phenomenon is becoming increasingly rampant. We cannot afford to waste time. A cultivator from the Scattered Cultivators Association muttered under his breath. Another cultivator followed behind, shaking his head with a sigh. Who could have imagined that our peaceful days would devolve into this? One cannot help but ponder the intentions of the Iron Sword sect. Despite being acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding the Shieling Mountains, they remain fixated on that very location. And now, look at the state of the Immortal City. Let us speak less of this. What do those at the Foundation establishment stage think? Who can say? Perhaps there exists some spiritual treasure hidden there. Has the mist not thickened? A cultivator furrowed his brow. It must be due to the anomalies. The more anomalies there are, the denser the eerie mist becomes. Who knows how it will evolve? The time available for activity during the day grows ever shorter. Go and remind them to rest early today, lest. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through the air, and without any warning, both individuals were impaled by the enchanted sword. A significant breakthrough. Lu Nen emerged from the fog. Striking a pose of caution, Li Yuan nodded and vanished into the mist. Truly, it is a narrow path for adversaries. Lu Nen glanced at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, muttering to himself as he bent down to search. Moments later, he found himself in possession of 2 bags and a stack of talismans. He chose not to take the weapons. They held little value and would only weigh him down. The storage bag's capacity was limited, roughly 1 cubic meter. To take even these steel weapons would be an affront to the quality of such a high-end item. In the refining shops, such mundane weapons are sold by the pound. Of course, when purchased, they are priced by the piece. In the Immortal City, the value of ordinary items lies not in the items themselves but in the services rendered. His expertise in corpse looting has become increasingly adept. He silently acknowledged this, contemplating that he now considered himself a minor expert in the chi refinement stage. To linger here waiting for stragglers would be a waste of resources. I possess the minor mist technique. Stealthily taking them down should pose little issue. He took Li Yuan's insights to heart, proceeding with utmost caution as he moved towards another side. Inside a room, 2 cultivators were using a wooden basin to transfer excavated soil into bags. It's full. Almost there. Why work so hard? It won't he earn you an extra spirit stone? One of them grumbled, prying the bag's opening with his hands. Look, everyone else has completed their tasks. We are the only ones left with some. If we are spotted, we will face punishment. Just then, a bright light flashed. Both of them immediately erupted with blood, which flowed forth. Lunan landed beside them, lamenting the fragility of life while searching the bodies, ultimately stripping them from one. It would be improper to leave these corpses here. Spotting a freshly dug pit nearby, he kicked each body into it. Next, with his perfected lightness skill, now refined to a higher level of purity due to his chi refinement stage cultivation, he moved without a trace, concealed by the eerie mist. The scattered cultivators had been harvested like straw throughout the day. Lunan reflected on this, his actions devoid of hesitation. At this point, he had acclimated to the survival tactics of this otherworldly realm. Since they had found themselves on opposing sides, there was no room for mercy. After all, he too wished to avoid trouble. Suddenly, Lunan's brow furrowed. His magical sword was renowned for its invincibility, typically. A mere flick of his wrist left enemies with no time to react. However, during an attempt to assassinate a fellow cultivator, he was taken aback as the adversary managed to respond, emanating a faint golden glow. Hiss! It was a minor golden body talisman. Lunan's heart sank as he summoned all his internal energy, and the sword, suspended in midair, erupted with a crisp crackle. Boom! The fleeing figure, enveloped in dimming golden light, was hurled violently into a mound of earth. Noticing the opponent's attempt to rise, Lunan was not about to grant him that chance. He swiftly darted forward, grasped his sword, and executed a clean, diagonal slash. A subtle pattern manifested on his skin, and immense force accompanied the blade's descent. Thud! The head, now tainted with dirt and dust, flew away. Without a second glance, Lunan withdrew into the mist, dragging the lifeless body behind him. Given the man's rapid response and possession of such a rare talisman, he was undoubtedly no ordinary cultivator, worth delving into. Meanwhile, as Lunan reveled in his triumph, Li Yuan encountered a minor inconvenience. She had located the courtyard where the higher-ups of the Loose Cultivators Association resided and launched a surprise assault, swiftly dispatching 2 of them. However, the number of higher-ups present exceeded her expectations. As she eliminated the 2, the remaining members quickly reacted, summoning their magical artifacts for defense. True to their reputation as mid-stage chi refinement cultivators, Li Yuan had anticipated their resilience. Channeling her energy, she executed a spell, causing her jade hairpin to emit a brilliant red light. In the next moment, the radiance intensified, and with a thunderous whoosh, the hairpin sent one of the higher-ups, along with his artifact, crashing against the stone wall, leaving his fate uncertain. If this continued, her life would be in jeopardy. Consequently, several of them turned to flee almost simultaneously. After all, they were loose cultivators. Li Yuan smirked coldly to herself. Had they chosen to stand their ground and fight her to the bitter end, it was likely she would have faltered first. Regrettably, they had not anticipated this, allowing her the opportunity to expand her victories. While the act of killing was secondary, her true objective was to instill fear in other factions. If the casualties were insufficient, it might backfire. However, Li Yuan's heart suddenly plummeted as she observed that all the fleeing higher-ups were retreating in a single direction. This unusual behavior unsettled her. Had she overlooked something? Lost in thought, a voice called out from ahead, "Manager Zhao, help!" Manager Zhao, another individual, having lost both feet to her attack, fell to the ground. She had no time to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, she activated another lightweight talisman and pursued. "Li, fellow cultivator, spare me." Before long, Li Yuan, clutching her blood-stained jade hairpin, sped back towards her original direction, her face pale with dread. She hoped not to encounter anyone named Zhao. Soon, she reached her destination. Upon surveying her surroundings, her heart tightened. The area was eerily empty, with only 2 corpses lying on the ground. Where were the others? "Li, fellow cultivator. Li, fellow cultivator." In a hazy moment, Li Yuan heard that familiar voice, and her heart sank. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "You fool, you never heed advice. Do you think that just because you've advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement, you're formidable now? Look where that has led you, a tragic demise. You always tread so carefully, yet now, you cannot control yourself." Lunan, taken aback, realized the shift in atmosphere. As a novice, he finally understood that this young woman harbored some feelings for him. He wiped his hands on his clothes and chuckled awkwardly. "Do not cry. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her shoulders. "Let us get down to business," came a faint voice, reminiscent of tiny insects. "Huh? Dear? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lu Nan instinctively retorted, then quickly released his hold and nodded. "You're right. Leave the rest to me." Li Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she saw Lu Nan forming a spell, appearing ready to continue the fight. She hastily exclaimed, "I meant for you to leave. Zhao, the steward, is here, if he realizes." At that moment, Li Yuan sensed something was amiss. With the strength of a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, it was illogical that there was still no reaction. Could it be that the steward Zhao fled at the first opportunity? Wait, Zhao the steward? Lu Nan suddenly recalled something and grasped Li Yuan's hand, urging, "Follow me." Shortly after, they arrived at a pile of earth, where not far away lay a bloodied head. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. It was an old acquaintance. Lu Nan murmured. You killed him?" Li Yuan said in disbelief. Lu Nan nodded. "I suppose so. He died too quickly, and with the fog obscuring my sight, I can't be certain it was my doing. But it was merely a matter of a few strikes. How do you feel now?" Lu Nan asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm okay," Li Yuan replied. But Lu Nan shook his head. "You were just lost in thought. There's no need to push yourself. If something were to happen, it would be dire." Li Yuan lowered her head, her complexion resembling a blush of rouge. "What about you?" she inquired. "I shall collect the spoils. After all, they represent wealth. And I must also check for any overlooked threats." "All right." Li Yuan, quick to act, acknowledged her current state wasn't optimal and added, "Be extra careful. Rest assured." As he watched her vanish into the fog, a fierce expression crossed Lu Nan's face. The true mastermind behind this incident was not the rogue cultivators but Lin Zheng. If he retreated now, Lin Zheng would learn of the events and might conjure further complications. With this thought, he hastily inspected the bodies of several high-ranking rogue cultivators before darting towards the courtyard where Zhao the steward resided. Recalling his advantages lay in strength. Only with this could he hope to slay Lin Zheng. Thus, a decisive strike was imperative. Lu Nan's mind raced as he strategized. The advantage of using strength lies in stealth. No one would suspect that a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner would unleash a violent assault akin to a mundane warrior. Soon, a courtyard became vaguely visible. He formed a hand seal, and a layer of mist swiftly merged into the eerie fog. Lu Nan suddenly felt a sense of relief at the presence of the strange fog. Otherwise, the minor mist technique would undoubtedly have raised suspicions. Skillfully approaching behind a cultivator, his sword silently severed the opponent's throat. The swiftness of the ambush was paramount. The longer it took, the higher the chance of detection. Thus, he merely utilized the minor mist technique's perception to eliminate a few unavoidable cultivators, paying little heed to the rest. All his thoughts were focused on the courtyard. Inside a room, Lin Zheng was conversing with the cultivator A Qing. "How is the excavation progressing over there?" For the past few days, A Qing had been taking some time each day to report the progress to Lin Zheng. It's quite normal. These individuals have been in this game for years. They are not so easily deceived. I believe they are more eager to see Li Yuan escape from the cave, aren't they? The boss is wise. A Qing replied smugly, Once this matter concludes, I will certainly find a way to deal with them." A bunch of rabble. Possessing so many resources, yet managing to form a disjointed loose cultivator association. Lin Zheng snorted coldly. Were it not for his injuries and the formidable rival Li Yuan, he would never have allowed such a group of loose cultivators to exist. The other few were merely powerful but lacked the courage. Lin Zheng referred to the remaining mid-stage qi refiners. After a brief exchange, cultivator A Qing took his leave. Night was fast approaching, and the current strangeness made even mid-stage qi refiners wary of venturing out after dark. Lin Zheng prepared to enter the underground space. But just as he pushed open the door, a dazzling light burst forth. This was bad. A sharp pain rapidly spread from his eyes. He instinctively slapped his chest, trying to activate the minor golden body talisman. Unfortunately, it was too late. Amidst the blinding light, a sharp sword tip shot toward him, piercing his body in an instant. What Lu Nan did not anticipate was that the unassuming gray robe would erupt in a blaze of light at that moment, transforming from soft fabric into something as hard as fine iron. Its surface bore faint armor-like patterns. With a low shout, a clear elephant symbol emerged from his palm. And under intense urging, his body seemed to swell slightly. This strike was a flash of brilliance. There was no intention of retreat. It was also Lu Nan's most peak strike to date. Boom. A tremendous roar resonated as Lin Zheng, protected by the robe, was hurled into the courtyard like a small boat tossed by a giant wave. The crisp sound of cracking, akin to eggshells shattering, jolted the dazed Lin Zheng awake. Instinctively, he grabbed a talisman and frantically infused it with spiritual energy. With a puff, the talisman ignited from the surge of power, and in midair, a faint spiritual sword suddenly materialized, shooting toward Lu Nan. A seasoned cultivator, even at the brink of life and death, managed to control his instinctual reactions, unlike ordinary cultivators, who would instinctively seek to evade or activate defensive talismans. However, Lin Zheng was different. Upon realizing that even defensive spells of the caliber of the minor armor technique could not withstand Lu Nan's onslaught, he activated the minor golden body talisman, which would only prolong his life for a fleeting second at best. This was under the most favorable circumstances. In reality, it was highly probable that before the talisman could fully activate, Lu Nan's magical sword would pierce through his body. Regrettably, he misjudged Lu Nan's intentions. With a swift motion, the magical sword and the spiritual sword were unleashed almost simultaneously. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as the magical sword penetrated Lin Zheng's chest, pinning him to the ground. Lu Nan stifled a groan, disregarding the sharp pain in his left shoulder, and hoisted Lin Zheng's lifeless body, fleeing into the distance. In the next moment, more than a dozen cultivators stormed in. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, the leading cultivator, a Qing, turned pale with dread. "Quickly pursue," he shouted, following the trail of blood, only to find that only 3 or 4 cultivators trailed behind him, causing his heart to sink. Lin Zheng was a formidable 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. No one in this village could slay him. Most likely, they had chased the enemy away. He sneered. The 4 cultivators who followed him were immediately invigorated. "What our friend says is true. Let us hasten after them and provide support for Lin Daoyu." They quickly gathered their wits and plunged into the pursuit. However, they had not gone far before losing all traces. Little did they know that Lin Zheng, whom they so fervently sought, was currently being carelessly discarded in a patch of grass, stripped of all valuables. Indeed, mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators warranted a thorough search. Lu Nan glanced at the bounty filling his storage bag, momentarily forgetting the pain. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he hastily cast a minor mist technique and made his way back to his dwelling. Not long after, he suddenly noticed a bright light ahead. A child carrying a lantern approached, tilting his head and bouncing along, his pallid face, crimson cheeks, an eerie smile, sending a chill down Lu Nan's spine, prompting him to turn and flee. The child appeared slow, yet whenever Lu Nan attempted to halt, he could always see the child's bouncing figure. Troublesome. With a swift movement, a burst of flame ignited behind him, and a petite figure hesitated in the glow. Useful. Lu Nan's spirit soared as he tossed out 3 or 4 minor exorcism talismans, gradually dispelling the chilling sensation that enveloped him. Upon returning to his dwelling, he found someone standing at the entrance, their face betraying an unmistakable concern. "Hurry inside. The night is filled with strange occurrences," Lu Nan urged hastily. Li Yuan nodded, her gaze falling upon the large bloodstain on Lu Nan's shoulder, a flicker of worry crossing her features. "Is your shoulder all right?" "A minor issue," Lu Nan replied with a smile, though the sting compelled him to grimace. Li Yuan rolled her eyes, exasperated. "How can you still find humor in this?" At that moment, Lu Nan's expression shifted to one of distress. "What's wrong? I find myself pondering the prospect of possessing a larger storage bag. Had I such an item, I would not have left behind so many spoils today. In the haste of my actions, while ambushing the scattered members of the sect, I scarcely had the opportunity to search thoroughly, fearing I may have overlooked a considerable number of treasures." Lu Nan's face instantly brightened with joy. "My dear companion, you have been of immense assistance." However, he soon sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, for Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, darkening with sudden displeasure. Without uttering a word, she turned and hurried towards the underground passage. Did I perhaps speak out of turn? A day later, with a pallid complexion, Lu Nan stood within the room, gazing at the heap of spoils before him, his eyes seemingly alight with fervor. So much. What a fortune, even with his astute mind. He found it challenging to ascertain their value at a glance. Rubbing his hands together, he bent down to meticulously count each item: 8 low-grade magical artifacts, 755 inferior spirit stones, 30 replenishing pills, 210 minor talismans for warding off evil, 6 small golden body talismans, 1 minor spirit sword talisman, 1 medium-grade robe, with various other talismans and robes not accounted for. After a rough calculation, Lu Nan estimated that, Based on current market conditions, these items could be valued at around 7 to 8,000 spirit stones, excluding the spirit stones themselves. Naturally, selling even half of such a bulk would be considered a success. The market is limited, and the challenge of consuming such a quantity is not insignificant. After some contemplation, Lunan picked up a portion of the items and stepped outside. Knock, knock, knock. Li Daoyu, what brings you here? Li Yuan emerged with a stern expression. I merely came to return the storage bag and discuss the spoils. Li Yuan's demeanor grew colder once more. I do not wish to discuss such matters today. You may keep the storage bag for now. We shall speak of it once this situation has resolved. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lunan stood momentarily, bewildered and perplexed. Even after a day, did that tension still linger? Daoyu, have you perhaps offended Li Daoyu? Zhang Tao approached. Not at all. You know my nature all too well. That may not be the case. Zhang Tao responded with a gentle smile. Lunan, with a stern countenance, replied. Pray do not wrongfully accuse me. Zhang Tao's face flushed slightly as she recalled the earlier misunderstanding involving Lunan and Liu, and she turned away. Her head bowed. Could it be she is genuinely upset? Upon returning to his room, Lunan continued to ponder this troubling thought. Sitting on his bed for a moment, he retrieved an item from his storage bag and ventured outside once more. Knock, knock, knock. Li Daoyu, what is it? I have something of significance to discuss with you. After a while, Li Yuan opened the door, regarding Lunan with suspicion. Speak swiftly. Ah, dear lady. Lunan extended his hand, presenting a delicate jade hairpin. I selected this especially for you. It ought to suit you splendidly. Li Yuan glanced at the fluttering hairpin in his palm, arching an eyebrow. You truly are quite the bore. This low-grade jade hairpin is merely ornamental. What utility does it possess? With that, she snatched it from his grasp. However, I happen to be in need of a jade hairpin. So I shall make do for now. The door closed quietly. Lunan chuckled softly, though he could not comprehend the reason for the other party's anger. He understood one thing. When a woman is upset, offering a small token of goodwill suffices. Li Yuan required time to recuperate, and so did Lunan. The injury on his shoulder rendered his entire arm somewhat feeble. The assault from the minor spirit sword talisman was indeed quite fearsome. Fortunately, this injury did not impede his cultivation of spells or his mastery of the Qifeng technique. This journey, while fraught with danger, ultimately yielded favorable results for him. The days of late autumn quietly approached. The ominous mist showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it worsened. The time available for cultivators to venture out was further curtailed. Only the hours around noon offered a semblance of safety. 3 days later, with his injury somewhat healed, Lunan seized the opportunity to visit the scene. It had returned to a state of complete tranquility. The traces of battle still marked the ground, while the bodies of the deceased had been thoroughly rummaged. Many of them mysteriously vanished without a trace. All that remained were pools of congealed blood. Even the steel weapons had been taken away. Lunan disguised himself and approached a cultivator in search of food, extracting the location of the Loose Cultivators Association before quietly making his way inside. Where there are cultivators, there exists a marketplace. Some cultivators squatted along the sides of a passage, displaying items for sale. After a brief inquiry, Lunan found an empty spot to set up his stall, engaging in casual conversation with the vendor beside him. I heard significant events transpired a few days ago. I was holed up in my little cellar and was unaware of the situation. Do you happen to know? Ah, of course. Our Loose Cultivators Association lost 7 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and dozens of others perished. Alas, who could have anticipated the ferocity of that Li Daoist counterattack? The vendor seemed to take a certain delight in recounting the misfortune. Many had wished to join, but the leading figures of the Loose Cultivators Association restricted the numbers, preventing others from participating. In hindsight, this seems to have been a fortunate turn of events. Through their conversation, Lunan gained insight into the current circumstances. The Loose Cultivators Association was a collective of lower-tier cultivators possessing magical artifacts, formed to confront the increasingly dire situation. Likewise, there were other factions established by mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. However, these groups were not as populous as the Loose Cultivators Association. Since the events of 3 days prior, various factions had ceased their previous ostentation and fallen into silence, even easing their oppression of the cultivators below. Thus, Li Yuan's reputation had not only remained untarnished but had, in fact, grown more esteemed. How benevolent are the leaders of those factions in shielding the cultivators beneath them? They are all driven solely by greed. The Loose Cultivators Association is relatively better off. At least the leaders cannot monopolize all power, hence they maintain some level of restraint. In contrast, the factions formed by mid-stage qi refinement cultivators are far more terrifying. The individuals beneath them generally endure a much harsher existence. Under the guise of the Iron Sword sect, Zhao had established a formidable force. Yet it crumbled following the mysterious disappearance of himself and another mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Numerous fellow cultivators managed to escape, claiming they had been placed under soft confinement. Particularly, a group of talisman makers worked tirelessly day and night. Those who had entered, once plump, emerged significantly slimmer after just a few days. It was rumored that one talisman maker, before arriving at the market, had brought along a substantial quantity of materials. However, as the situation grew dire, the price of minor exorcism talismans surged, much to his delight. Little did he anticipate, not long after, he would be cursed day and night by his peers, who blamed him for depleting the materials that could have sustained them longer. How pitiful! Who could argue otherwise? It was merely a matter of comparing misfortunes. If there were no alternatives, who would willingly join a faction? Alas, some sought to persuade friendly Yuan to advocate for justice. Yet it seemed he was unwilling to meet with anyone, lacking the motivation, and thus, everyone resigned themselves to despair. The vendor, observing the wares displayed before Lu Nan, expressed enviously, "Friend, you still have minor exorcism talismans for sale. I am truly envious." Such talismans were scarce, and with the ongoing crisis, no one would part with them lightly. Was it not due to a lack of funds? Unable to pay rent? How long could these few minor exorcism talismans suffice? Indeed, one can only hope that the issues at Iron Sword Mountain will be resolved soon. I have never witnessed such a situation in my lifetime. The cultivator sighed heavily. Lu Nan, equally contemplative, reflected on the years of peace in the immortal city, the arduous effort to cultivate the Western Ridge, and the unexpected emergence of such calamities. The enigma of this strange occurrence was profoundly unsettling. Its origins remained a mystery. Not long after, Lu Nan successfully sold the items at his stall. His storage bag brimmed with goods, and holding on to them felt wasteful. It was better to seize this opportunity to liquidate some of his inventory. In the village, the population was limited, and with stagnant purchasing power, prices would naturally remain low. Holding on to items would likely lead to losses. After closing his stall and changing his attire, he resumed selling. Lu Nan was not greedy. He dedicated a portion of his daily schedule to gradually process his supplies, and the quantity of spirit stones in his bag steadily increased. In addition to selling goods, he continued his cultivation diligently. With a renewed supply of elixirs, his cultivation speed elevated to a higher tier. However, equipped with a progress panel, his advancement remained notably swift. Half a month later, his mastery of the minor elephant technique reached a proficient level. Thud, thud, thud. Within his abode, Lu Nan felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, as if a flame ignited within. His skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, and his previously slender physique now appeared notably robust. He sensed his heart pounding rhythmically, slow yet powerful. A thread of energy coursed through his body, causing the elephantine patterns on his skin to glow increasingly brighter, particularly pronounced near his heart. At the entry level, while the patterns had first begun to manifest, they were only distinctly visible on his limbs, becoming increasingly obscure around his chest and abdomen. Now, taking a further step, it is as if an intricate hieroglyph has been etched into my skin. Quite peculiar. My current strength is estimated to be more than double that of before. As for my defense, Lu Nan brandished a finely crafted steel sword and struck forcefully at his wrist. Bang! The sword shattered upon impact, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. He then drew forth a magical sword, exercising greater caution this time, gradually increasing the force rather than striking directly. It was only after exerting 4/5 of his strength that he managed to inflict damage upon the flesh. It is crucial to note that his strength differs significantly from that of ordinary cultivators. For an average mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, such exertion would likely be an all-out effort. Of course, there is a distinction between the impact force and the current method of cutting. Lu Nan found it difficult to assess the situation accurately. However, achieving mastery should pose no issue. He glanced at the other spells on his panel, noting their slower progress. Yet, as for his primary cultivation method, the clear wind technique, it was markedly different. Name: Lu Nan Lifespan, 59-110 Realm, Qi Refinement Level 4, 96-100 Cultivation Method, Clear Wine Technique, Major Achievement. 38-250 Skills: Minor Mist Technique, Major Achievement. 168-250 minor elephant technique, proficient. 3 150, minor cloud and rain technique, mastered. 101 200, minor cotton needle technique, mastered. 136 200, spiritual rice cultivation, mastered. 78 200, blink sword technique, achieved perfection. 00, grass flying technique, achieved perfection. 00, iron cloth shirt, achieved perfection. 00, sleeve arrow technique, achieved perfection. 00. 10 days prior, the clear wind technique had officially entered the realm of major achievement. The proficiency points were increasing at a remarkable pace, largely owing to the perfected clear wind technique. Ascending to the 5th level of chi refinement was now merely a matter of time. Without hesitation, Lu Nan settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. Uncertain if it was due to the impending breakthrough, he found the increase in proficiency to be significantly more challenging than before. However, by evening, he naturally reached perfection. A mysterious energy surged downward, flooding into his spiritual center. He felt a jolt throughout his being, a refreshing sensation washing over his mind, and his vision seemed to elongate, becoming more precise. Where he could once discern dust 10 meters away, he could now perceive it at 15 meters. His senses heightened further. He could even hear the conversation between Li Yu and Zhang Tao in the adjacent room. "Sister Tao, is there something between Senior Lu and my aunt? I have seen him run to her room several times. I don't know. I think it's best if we don't speculate too wildly." Lu Nan felt a surge of satisfaction within. Zhang Tao has indeed overcome that troublesome habit of gossip. Excellent. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself somewhat speechless. Your aunt appears to be only in her 30s or 40s. Taoist Lu is already 60. Even if he fortuitously attained mid-stage chi refinement, he is unworthy of your aunt. Taoist Li is far too proud to choose someone like Taoist Lu. Lu Nan's face fell in dismay. Whatever. There is no need to dwell on matters concerning women. He quickly muted his hearing. 5 layers of chi refinement. Lu Nan mused as he approached the water tank. His visage had rejuvenated several years. If one were to guess his age now, they would likely assume he was in his 40s, at most just over 50. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had significantly faded. Such a transformation might elude the notice of Li Yu and the others. But in the presence of a mid-stage cultivator like Li Yuan, it would be impossible to conceal the truth. After a moment's contemplation, a peculiar sound emanated from his body, and the muscles on his face gradually shifted, soon returning to their previous state. It was best not to be too ostentatious. Having mastered his physical techniques, he could now subtly control the state of his flesh. This was just enough to mask his recent advancement to the 5th layer of chi refinement. It is worth noting that he had reached the mid-stage of chi refinement only about a month ago. To elevate to the 5th layer in such a short time was indeed rather exaggerated. Having completed this, he restored his hearing. The adjacent room was now devoid of conversation. Thus, he stealthily exited and approached Li Yuan's door, gently pushing it open. With a soft creak, the door swung ajar. How intriguing. Lu Nan moved aside and beheld Li Yuan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed. He smiled and lay down beside her, drifting off to sleep. Li Yuan, engrossed in her cultivation, opened her eyes upon seeing him, only to close them again. No snoring allowed. Li Yuan's body stiffened slightly, abandoning her practice, and she gazed at Lu Nan's face, feeling a mix of joy and concern. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, pulling her down, and in an instant, his warm and robust form enveloped her. "You naughty old man, are you being mischievous?" Lu Nan teased. Li Yuan, blushing, dove under the covers. But once ensnared by Lu Nan's grasp, she found it impossible to escape. Before long, she was thoroughly subdued. "Be gentle," she exclaimed. Morning arrived, and Lu Nan awoke, staring blankly ahead, reaching out instinctively for a cigarette, only to find nothing but emptiness. Just as well, I've quit smoking." He chuckled at the sight of the curled-up figure on the bed. Little did he expect that this woman was still a novice. What's wrong? Good. By midday, Li Yuan's door creaked open gently. Observing the empty surroundings, just as he had overheard, Lu Nan sighed in relief and gingerly made his way out, leaning against the wall for support. Women are indeed enchanting, particularly when it comes to stamina. It seems my physical training still requires further refinement. At my age, if I were 20 or 30 years younger, I could battle for 3 days and nights. Lost in thought, he was suddenly approached by Li Yu. "Senior Lu, what troubles you?" Clearing his throat, Lu Nan patted the wall and smiled, just checking the sturdiness of this wall. Noting Lu Nan's departure, Li Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease and knocked on Li Yuan's door. A languid voice answered from within. Who is it? It's me, your niece, Xiaoyu. A silence enveloped the room, and after a brief moment, the voice returned, albeit in a much more subdued manner. Xiaoyu, your aunt is healing. Please come back later. Liu had no choice but to acquiesce. Days passed one after another. Ever since Lu Nen had shattered the final barrier alongside Li Yuan, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. The aspirations of 2 lifetimes were finally fulfilled, and the melancholy brought forth by the bizarre experiences dissipated in that singular moment. He had always believed that human nature abhors solitude. That ethereal, transcendent existence was not what he sought. Thus, he occasionally found it difficult to comprehend why those who cultivate immortality would devote themselves for what is termed as not a year. Perhaps, he mused, it was simply a matter of his own cultivation not reaching that level yet. The efficacy of the chi-replenishing pill had diminished. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lu Nen fell into contemplation. He had little knowledge of the mid-stage of chi refinement. Later that evening, he lay upon Li Yuan's bed and broached the subject. Li Yuan, her complexion radiant like a flower blooming after a rain, responded, that's quite normal. The chi-replenishing pill is primarily intended for low-level cultivators, generally speaking. Once a cultivator reaches the mid-stage of chi refinement, its effects are significantly reduced. Moreover, those who frequently consume such pills may develop a certain degree of tolerance, exacerbating the situation. Continuing, she softly added, you can keep those spoils. There's no need to give them to me. For me, a bit more money holds little utility. You, on the other hand, have just ascended to the mid-stage of chi refinement, and there are many expenses to consider. If you refrain from spending, conflicts may arise with others, and you could easily find yourself at a disadvantage. A warmth spread through Lu Nan's heart as he pondered her words. All right then, but do not worry about expenditures. Indeed. Just as they were conversing, Lu Nan's hand reached out once more. Having traversed the initial days of their honeymoon phase, Lu Nan had exercised considerable restraint, seldom indulging himself. He adhered to a disciplined regimen of cultivation. As time progressed, the dynamics within the village began to shift. Due to the prolonged absence of Steward Zhao and Lin Zheng, rumors of their demise grew increasingly rampant. Eventually, several mid-stage chi refinement cultivators, unable to contain their restlessness, began to interact with one another, secretly forming a mutual alliance for vigilance. Upon hearing this, Lu Nen fell into deep contemplation. That evening, while discussing the matter with Li Yuan, she chuckled, these individuals fear that you may take action against them. At this, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a touch of wistfulness. The outside world assumed that she, Li Yuan, was responsible for the deaths of Steward Zhao and Lin Zheng, while the true perpetrator was her man. A sense of pride welled within her. She preferred men who were understated yet capable, for the ostentatious were prone to demise, and the inept even more so. Only those who were both competent and unpretentious made for good companions in life. Lu Nen chuckled awkwardly, saying, they're overthinking it. Li Yuan covered her mouth, laughing, I hope that is indeed the case. It is evident they do not trust me. Lu Nen shot her a sidelong glance, feeling a twinge of regret within. It was impossible for him to claim he harbored no thoughts on the matter. However, he was also aware of the importance of moderation. In such circumstances, excessive bloodshed would only provoke a collective onslaught. As long as he had not reached a point of utter desperation, certain unwritten rules must still be adhered to. Although he now possessed unparalleled strength, it was impossible for him to oppose everyone. His cultivation journey was flourishing, and there was no need to take such risks. By the way, I have some concerns regarding the matter with Manager Zhao. Will the Iron Sword sect seek retribution later? Surely not. Li Yuan asserted confidently. In that scenario, he had initiated the conflict first, which inherently undermined his position. The Iron Sword sect would have no reason to upset the community of cultivators over a mere outer sect disciple in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Lu Nen nodded in agreement. This was for the best. Li Yuan's delicate face pressed against his chest as she softly said, do not overthink, nor take any actions. I must handle this matter. My killing him was justified, and everyone understands that. Your situation would be entirely different. Lu Nen recognized the wisdom in her words and refrained from further comment. The woman beside him, who constantly considered his well-being, enveloped him in a distinctly comforting warmth. Winter was approaching. Indeed, let us hope the situation does not descend further into chaos. Otherwise, it could truly spiral out of control. Early morning brought a chill that crept in. After practicing for a while, Lu Nen noticed Zhang Tao approaching with a worried expression. Lu, what troubles you? Zhang, we are running low on provisions. So soon? Lunan recalled that he had stored enough rations for half a year, even with the addition of 3 more individuals. It should have lasted longer than this. Zhang Tao lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. She understood that their presence contributed to the issue. Recently, everyone has been eating quite a bit. All right. With that, Lunan comprehended the situation. It was all my fault. Due to practicing the little elephant technique, he had developed a ravenous appetite, consuming more than Zhang Tao and the others combined. Zhang Tao hesitated to voice this, opting instead for everyone. I will think of a solution. After Zhang Tao departed, Lunan gathered his belongings and made his way towards the Loose Cultivators Association. Soon, he entered the marketplace within the underground space. The number of people in the market had not diminished. On the contrary, it had increased. While conversing with a stall owner nearby, Lunan learned the reason. Many loose cultivators from the outside world could no longer sustain themselves and thus opted to join a faction. The Loose Cultivators Association was evidently their primary choice. When faced with external crises, humans tend to seek solace in unity. Upon seeing Lunan setting out his goods, the stall owner was immediately astonished. Friend, you have an abundance of fine items, even a small exorcism talisman. Hence, after selling for so long, there were still quite a few left. Indeed, only these few remain. Lunan sighed. At that moment, he noticed an elderly cultivator approaching. This esteemed friend. Please pack them for me. I will take them all. Lunan raised an eyebrow, then smiled. I didn't expect to have such a significant customer. Haha, not at all. The elderly monk chuckled heartily, completing the transaction with Lunan, and invited, I wonder if you have a moment to spare? Do come and visit me. Alas, I cannot. Lunan replied with a shake of his head, folding up his stall and turning to leave. The old monk observed him, a contemplative expression crossing his face. In a brief span, the food supplies remained sufficient, so Lunan felt no urgency. He pondered that if necessary, he could always request some from fellow cultivators. Upon returning to his abode, he retrieved a robe for ritualistic refinement. This robe, a muted gray, had been imparted to him by Lin Zhang. Unlike the low-grade robes of the first rank, those of higher quality required considerable effort for proper assimilation. The same principle applied to magical artifacts. The higher the grade, the more energy was needed for refinement. This robe represented his inaugural piece, and the understated garment he currently wore was nearing retirement. Moments later, a shimmer of spiritual light danced around him, and the robe before him stirred with a gentle breeze. Success, Lunan thought to himself, quickly discarding the old robe in favor of the gray one, activating the spells inscribed upon it. The first was a minor cleaning spell, a staple found on almost all robes. The second was a lightness charm, allowing the robe to feel nearly weightless. However, given that the robe was not particularly heavy, inscribing this spell seemed somewhat superfluous. Lunan understood that such spells, when paired with robes, were still in demand. There were always those who favored flamboyance. The third spell filled Lunan with delight. This robe could ascend to the status of a mid-grade artifact. And the core of its potential lay in this third spell, the minor armor spell. With a thought, he activated it, and in the next moment, a subtle wave of magical energy enveloped him, transforming the robe to exude a metallic sheen. The robe had become heavier. Lunan was slightly taken aback, feeling an unexpected weight, but soon, a realization dawned upon him as he activated the lightness charm once more. In an instant, the spell's radiance enveloped the robe, dissipating much of the heaviness. It seemed he had misunderstood. The lightness charm was not meant to target the robe itself, but rather the effects of the minor armor spell. Lunan felt a pang of caution. If he continued to perceive matters through the lens of his previous life as a celestial farmer, he might face future setbacks. Certain concepts and values differed vastly between foundational and advanced understandings. He noted that a few magical artifacts he had not yet sold possessed a quality slightly superior to his Qingling sword, though the distinction was not glaring. Having grown accustomed to the Qingling sword, he had no intention of switching. It would merely require him to readjust, which held little significance for him. Additionally, he had acquired a few minor golden body talismans and some attack-related minor spirit sword talismans. Lunan was unsure from whom he had procured the minor spirit sword talisman, as the situation had been urgent, and he had merely grabbed it without a second thought. Zhao Guanshi and Lin Zhang, along with several deceased high-ranking members of the scattered cultivators, might very well be the owners of this talisman. Of course, discerning this holds little significance. As long as the minor spirit sword talisman is in his possession, that is sufficient. In the room, Lunan cradled Li Yuan, both feeling the warmth of one another. I heard from Zhang Tao that our food supplies are dwindling. Li Yuan remarked. Indeed, but fret not. I am devising a plan. If all else fails, I shall have to borrow some. Lu Nan replied. At this time, who would lend you anything? Li Yuan rolled her eyes, fully aware of Lu Nan's interpretation of borrowing. With a chuckle, Lu Nan shifted the topic. How is your peculiar injury faring? It has stabilized. As long as I refrain from engaging in combat, it shouldn't worsen, she assured. The two exchanged light banter before succumbing to slumber. Before long, 5 days had elapsed. Within the room, a mist gradually began to envelop the space, rendering visibility to a point where one could not see their own hand. The minor mist technique has reached perfection, Lu Nan declared as he dispelled the spell and stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a nearby dwelling. Once again, he employed the minor mist technique. In the next instant, a faint pulling force emanated from his palm, and suddenly, shadows of mist emerged from the surroundings. The process of casting the spell had become significantly more clandestine, requiring less magical energy than before. Lu Nan observed that many advancements in spellcasting were linked to the speed, potency, stealth, and energy consumption of the spells. He navigated through the mist, moving silently, as if traversing his own domain. Whoosh! The magic sword sliced through the air, akin to a celestial dragon amidst the fog. Aside from himself, external movements would still affect the mist to a certain degree. The further away, the greater the impact. Hence, wielding the sword for stealthy attacks was the most prudent strategy. The thought occurred to Lu Nan that utilizing this spell to infiltrate and procure food was indeed a feasible idea. 2 days later, he resumed his routine of setting up a stall at the scattered cultivators' market. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the subterranean space. The cultivators hurried past, their faces marked by a shadow of gloom. Fellow cultivators, what troubles you? Why does everyone appear so grim? Lu Nan inquired of a nearby vendor. It has become customary now. Alas, Li Qing and Li Zhen visited this morning. Everyone is apprehensive about potential changes in the situation. The vendor lamented. Lu Nan understood the implications. Li Qing and Li Zhen were brothers, both at the mid-stage of qi refinement. While this alone would not cause alarm, their mannerisms bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Lin Zheng. They had been known to exploit the lower-ranking cultivators, ensuring that no one left until their pockets were thoroughly emptied. Lu Nan had previously overheard such discussions while chatting with another vendor. The arrival of such individuals likely heralded some ulterior motive, and it was only natural for the others to be concerned. Although the higher-ups of the Loose Cultivators Association claimed to be at the mid-stage of qi refinement, they possessed little advantage against other cultivators aside from their magical artifacts. Should their interests be threatened, the collective strength of the masses would render them not so fearsome. However, the situation changes dramatically with the addition of 2 mid-stage qi refiners. Lu Nan's heart was heavy with contemplation. Often, crises present opportunities driven by greed. Yet if one fails to maintain a balance between crisis and desire, they may easily spiral into ruin. He did not reside in the underground space of the Loose Cultivators Association, yet he shared this concern. As minor cultivators, we can only await the unfolding of events. Indeed, the vendor sighed, his eyes suddenly widening. A minor exorcism talisman? Yes. Would you care to purchase it? This is all I possess. Why not keep it? No one knows what may transpire next. Having a safety net is always prudent. The vendor murmured. Lu Nan shook his head, saying, There is no choice. I am currently short on funds. The vendor, though skeptical, refrained from pressing further and pulled out some spirit stones, stating, I'll take one. Unfortunately, I lack excess spirit stones. Just as Lu Nan was about to complete the transaction, a voice interjected. Pack it for me. I'll take them all. Wait, I'll pay for this, friend Lu Nan, who had just picked up a minor exorcism talisman. Noticed the vendor silently packing up and hastily departing. Lu Nan furrowed his brow and turned to the newcomer. That face seems familiar. It resembles that big client from over 10 days ago. Friend, the items you are selling appear somewhat familiar. The person remarked softly. Lu Nan frowned slightly, replying, I do not comprehend what you mean. It's nothing. Observing Lu Nan as he packed his items, the individual hesitated before suggesting, I lack sufficient spirit stones. Might I trade with food instead? Are you serious about this? I would never deceive you. Yet, you must be aware of the current market price of food. Lu Nan chuckled. I am well aware. Very well. Might I request a moment of your time? Without waiting for Lu Nan's response, he continued. The items you possess would cost at least 100 spirit stones. The trade would require over 100 pounds of grain. Conducting such a transaction here would attract too much attention. If you feel uneasy, perhaps we could find a more discreet location. No need. No need. A slight smile graced the old cultivator's face. Please. Lunan carried his belongings and followed him. Before long, they turned into a narrow passage. Why have you stopped? Seeing Lunan pause, the old cultivator suddenly inquired. I believe this location suffices. It's less crowded. The old cultivator shook his head. This area still sees traffic. It would be better to enter a room. Lunan declined with a shake of his head. Suddenly, the old cultivator's expression grew cold, and a sphere of spiritual light enveloped him. This is no longer your choice. With a hiss, several beams of spiritual light ignited behind Lunan. Turning around, he saw a few passers-by hastily approaching, effectively blocking his escape route. Lunan's expression shifted slightly as he asked, Aren't you concerned about others discovering this? The old cultivator chuckled coldly, naive. Do you even know where this place is? It is a domain designed specifically for dealing with those sheep who hide treasures in their pockets. Fear not. Even if you make a sound, no one will hear you. That's good to know. Lunan suddenly smiled. A thick fog had enveloped the area unbeknownst to him. It was only then that the old cultivator realized Lunan's hand, concealed beneath his garments, had already formed a spell. The mist technique? How clever, but unfortunately, he suddenly lost sight of Lunan, his heart racing. At that moment, Lunan, shrouded in the fog, had conjured a magical sword. With the advent of storage bags, magical swords were typically kept within them, summoned only when needed, making them far more convenient and discreet than before. Indeed, many cultivators would instinctively overlook such details. It was no wonder, as storage bags were a luxury, costing thousands of spirit stones for an item that did not enhance one's power, an expense few could accept. Speed was of the essence. Lunan moved swiftly, vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, the approaching cultivators, sensing danger, activated their protective talismans. Wisps of spiritual light emerged, instilling a sense of safety. Relying on memory, they unleashed several magical attacks toward the front, intending to blanket the area with concentrated strikes. The passage was narrow. He couldn't hide for long. One cultivator proclaimed. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Thud. In the dense fog, a flash of fire erupted. It was the self-ignition of a protective talisman. The cultivator barely had time to scream before his body was severed. Before the others could react, a flickering light materialized within the mist. Their eyes stung painfully, and instinctively, they shielded their faces. The rest was left to their protective talismans. However, their confidence was instantly shattered. Accompanied by the brilliance of a swift sword technique, the magical sword whistled through the air, piercing their bodies one after another. Lunan stepped out of the mist, gazing calmly at the corpses strewn upon the ground. With his strength, as long as he was not besieged by the upper echelons of the rogue cultivators, he had no fear for his life. The perfected minor mist technique could even muffle sound. When the earlier cultivator spoke, Lunan could barely hear him, yet he could still gather information through the mist, alleviating his concern of complete silence. In truth, this perfected minor mist technique could be regarded as a unique pseudo-domain. Within this domain, one's senses would be heightened while the senses of the enemy would be severely suppressed. He quickly searched the bodies, stowing the spoils into his storage bag, and then darted toward the old cultivator. Before long, the once confident old cultivator found a magical sword poised at his throat. I implore you, my friend, be merciful and reveal whose idea this was, Lunan said with a smile, gazing at the old man. Friend, I was blind to the gold inlaid with jade. Spare my life. Old Shio did not anticipate such a swift change in circumstances. Terror swiftly etched itself upon his visage, and within a heartbeat, tears streamed down his face. Truly, they are all masters of performance. Lunan sighed. My friend, do not squander your tears. We are not children, and indulging in such theatrics is rather juvenile. With that, he raised his sword of law. The old monk hastily exclaimed, I assure you, I am not to blame. I am merely a facilitator. The true mastermind is Du Feng. As the resources for wanderers dwindle, he has established this place specifically to deal with you affluent individuals, extracting your valuable possessions. Indeed, Lunan mused internally, not finding the revelation particularly surprising. During a time of severe scarcity, one's actions, like his, would inevitably draw attention. My friend, as I have said, could you spare my life? The old monk pleaded eagerly. Lunan nodded slightly. The old monk's heart leaped with joy. Is there food? He inquired. Yes, indeed. It is all within. The old monk pointed toward the end of the passage where a room awaited. After we complete our tasks, we generally store items there. only transporting them after a day or two. Food must also be set aside, otherwise it would be difficult to entice people here. After a moment's hesitation, Lunan replied, "Let us proceed. Do not attempt any tricks. My sword is swifter than you can imagine." With that, he activated a small golden body talisman and performed a series of incantations, eliciting a pang of sympathy from the old monk. Was it truly necessary? Merely entering a room warranted the use of such a precious talisman? Upon opening the door, it became evident that Lunan's intentions extended far beyond mere entry. A dense mist surged forth, swiftly filling the space within. The old monk's complexion flushed crimson as he opened his mouth to speak. "My friend, there may be a few unaware companions inside, so perhaps." Lunan chuckled, releasing his sword. The old monk, who had been contemplating making a move, fell into utter silence. "Surely you are not a novice in the early stage of chi refinement?" "Indeed." The old monk suppressed the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. "Why not simply present yourself as a mid-stage chi refiner? Who would dare trouble you? Why the pretense?" Before long, Lunan discovered the food, quite a substantial amount, estimated to weigh around 200 to 300 pounds. With the existing stock, it would suffice for a month or two. However, the challenge lay in transporting it. There was no alternative but to utilize a storage bag. The mist soon dissipated. Lunan shook the blood from his sword and exited the room. The bodies had already been relocated within, and those responsible had been dealt with. Subsequently, he began transferring the provisions using the storage bag. With a cubic space, several trips were made to clear out the food. As winter descended, night fell. The glow of the light talismans illuminated the passage as brightly as day. Several cultivators silently surveyed their surroundings. The leader of the group entered the room briefly, only to emerge hastily, his expression darkened. What audacity! To dare commit such mass murder within the Wanderers Guild. I shall convey this matter to several fellow cultivators. We must certainly apprehend the perpetrator. The scattered practitioners will not tolerate any form of humiliation. Many cultivators wore solemn expressions as they quietly dealt with the grim aftermath within the room. "Brother Du." One cultivator hastened to catch up with Du Feng's pace. "Friend Shin, what is the matter? It is about this incident. Should we not investigate it thoroughly?" "Investigate? Of course we must. We cannot allow the murderer to escape justice." Du Feng replied sternly. "Very well. I shall make arrangements immediately." "Wait." The cultivator turned back, a look of confusion crossing his face. Du Feng continued, "There is no need to rush. I will communicate with other fellow cultivators, and I will provide you with a response in due course." "All right." Once the cultivator departed, Du Feng's expression turned complex. The act of beheading was not something an ordinary practitioner could achieve. While others may remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the deceased, he was well aware. Even if he were to take action himself, he could not have slaughtered them all without alerting anyone. What a farce to investigate! He had no intention of stirring up trouble. If it were to be discovered that a mid-stage chi refining cultivator was responsible, would he be able to lead others to confront them? Du Feng was no young practitioner. He would not take such risks, even if the deceased had followed his orders. "Friend Lu, from where did you procure this grain?" Zhang Tao emerged from the kitchen, her eyes widening at the sight of the large sack of grain on his back. She was well aware of the external circumstances and understood the significance of the grain. At this moment, even ordinary grain could fetch several pounds for a low-grade spirit stone. "I found it," Lunan replied. Zhang Tao rolled her eyes, not intending to probe further. With this grain, they could manage to last until next year without much issue. "How can you be so certain it will last until next year?" Zhang Tao chuckled as she patted the grain on the ground. "Having been in this line of work for so long, I can tell at a glance. But it's only been a few days." Lunan laughed. "Decades." As she spoke, Zhang Tao had already taken the grain into the kitchen. Lunan paused for a moment and let out a soft sigh. The underground tunnel had been excavated to a considerable extent, its complexity rivaling that of the tunnels he had previously dug. Lunan had observed Zhang Tao and Li Yu working diligently. The two had spent most of their days immersed in the excavation, their bodies caked in dirt, hair damp with sweat, putting forth a commendable effort. Unable to bear watching, Lunan joined them, alleviating some of their burden. Of course, they could not neglect their cultivation. Life was indeed fulfilling. One night, he felt a sense of foreboding, rose from bed, donned his robes, and stepped outside. "What are you looking at?" Li Yuan followed him out, leaning against his shoulder. "Do you hear it?" The sound of the cold wind. Li Yuan listened intently and nodded. "Yes." The mournful wind howled around them. The following day, as Lunan crawled out of the tunnel, he observed that the entire world seemed enveloped in a howling cold wind, which significantly affected his minor mist technique. Even the eerie mist had dissipated considerably. As one gazes into the distance, there are faint silhouettes standing rigidly in the cold wind. Such an eerie sight. Lunan felt a flicker of curiosity within, yet he refrained from investigating further. Although he possessed numerous talismans for protection, he deemed it unwise to squander them on mere exploration. With the inclement weather discouraging any outings, he nestled at home, embracing the soft form of Li Yuan. Ah! It seemed that Xiaoyu had sensed something amiss. Li Yuan, curled in his embrace, blushed as she spoke. So what if she guessed? There is nothing to be ashamed of. Her brow slightly furrowed as she recalled her previous admonishments to Li Yu, her face growing warm. I am not quite prepared yet. Lunan chuckled. Very well, I shall wait for you. The following day, the biting wind had lessened somewhat. After savoring a bowl of hot soup, Lunan noted with delight that Zhang Tao's culinary skills had notably improved. Her dishes were a feast for the senses. Ever since joining the group, her focus seemed to have shifted entirely to the kitchen, and her cooking prowess grew stronger by the day. Lunan teased her, suggesting she would surely thrive if she opened an eatery in the market. This elicited a playful eye roll from Zhang Tao. As days turned into weeks, Lunan remained oblivious to the world outside, dedicating all his thoughts to cultivation. With his stock of elixirs dwindling, his mastery gradually advanced. Having perfected other spells, he redirected his surplus energy into the agricultural techniques of the Little Cloud Rain technique and the Little Cotton Needle technique. A month later, both techniques reached a state of completion. Truly, these agricultural spells had proven their worth. Despite achieving perfection, no dramatic transformations emerged. The Little Cloud Rain technique expanded its rainfall coverage several-fold, and the volume of precipitation increased significantly. Yet, Lunan struggled to comprehend its broader significance beyond causing a cold for the unprepared, naturally excluding its agricultural applications. Conversely, the Little Cotton Needle technique fared better. The needles could now be released from hand, extending their attack range to 10 meters and enhancing their potency. On one particular day, feeling somewhat restless, Lunan engaged in prolonged activities with Li Yuan. Concerned that their sounds might reach Li Yu and Zhang Tao, he deliberately employed the Little Mist technique. The experience was indeed pleasurable, albeit a bit taxing on the body. What was he worried about? Li Yuan, exhausted, lay sprawled on the bed, her voice soft and lacking vigor. My man is becoming increasingly demanding, both in stamina and creativity. Lunan nodded, a hint of concern glimmering in his eyes. Li Yuan nuzzled his shoulder, gently advising, then do take care. Worry not. You know well my capabilities. The next day, feeling sufficiently restored, Lunan gathered his belongings and emerged from the cave. Compared to a month prior, the cold wind had considerably eased. He activated the Little Mist technique and made his way toward the Wandering Cultivators Association. The village had grown eerily quiet, cloaked in a somber atmosphere, with weathered bones occasionally visible along the roadside. Beneath the sinister fog, even the decay of the corpses accelerated significantly. Suddenly, he halted his steps. At the edge of the mist ahead, a diminutive figure flickered in and out of view, while several other silhouettes struggled valiantly, relying on their small talismans to fend off the encroaching fog. What a narrow path for adversaries. The moment Lunan laid eyes on that petite, eerie figure, he was reminded of the strange presence that had trailed him before. Little did he expect to encounter it again so soon after stepping outside. Lunan reached for a small talisman, intending to circumvent the apparition. However, just then, the entity seemed to sense something and charged directly toward him. Everyone extolled the virtues of cultivating immortality. What a nuisance. Lunan rummaged through his pocket, eager to retrieve another talisman, but then reconsidered. Why not test the nature of this peculiar being? With numerous talismans in his possession, he felt invulnerable, untroubled by the notion of harm. Thus, with a flicker of thought, he commanded his sword to shoot forth toward the apparition. With a swift motion, the sword darted forward, yet the entity showed no inclination to evade. Its form disintegrated like a dense fog. It had thinned somewhat. Clearly, this being was not solely vulnerable to the small talismans. Lunan remained cautious. Although the entity's speed was astonishing, it did not reach an exaggerated level. Logically, any cultivator should be able to handle it. However, in reality, most practitioners relied on specially crafted talismans to defend themselves. There must be a reason for this. Indeed, at that moment, the creature's small mouth seemed to tear open, emitting a silent sound. Lunan's heart raced as he sensed something shattering before him, while within his body, a talisman grew intensely hot. He quickly reached inside, seized the talisman, and hurled it forth. With a whoosh, The new talisman ignited instantly. Not only that, but he felt a renewed heat surging within his chest and abdomen. Such a formidable entity. It likely rivaled the prowess of the person associated with the lantern. The earlier silent sound appeared to be some peculiar technique that failed to affect him. Thus, Lunan felt considerably more at ease. He initially attempted the blink sword technique. But alas, the ability to blind others proved ineffective against the entity. Following that, he tried techniques such as the little cotton needle and the little rain, gradually validating some of his hypotheses. Aside from certain spells that required proximity, the rest inflicted minimal damage upon the apparition. Allowing it to attack without restraint might not even deplete its energy. No wonder the unique talisman existed. After his tests, Lunan no longer hesitated. He took out another talisman and affixed it to his sword. Whoosh! The sword once again pierced the entity, and as the talisman neared the apparition, it emitted a dazzling light before igniting. Clearly, he was running low on talismans. Lunan sighed inwardly and retrieved another 4 or 5 talismans, attaching them to the sword. Whoosh! This time, the attack was successful. The sword, laden with talismans, penetrated the entity's form. The apparition suddenly stiffened, shattering into fragments that dissolved into the fog. What a stroke of misfortune this outing had turned out to be, Lunan thought grimly. It was then that he turned his gaze toward the nearby cultivators, who were valiantly struggling to hold their ground. What struck him as peculiar was that the several cultivators neither witnessed the bizarre confrontation nor heard a single sound. They staggered within a confined space, their talismans for warding off evil dimmed and lackluster. Had it not been for Lunan's appearance, they might not have endured for much longer. Was it the phenomenon of a ghostly wall? Lunan pondered, his muscles shifting as he transformed into a slightly shorter cultivator with a lean face. Before long, due to the strange demise, the effect of the ghostly wall gradually dissipated. The cultivators soon sensed this, their expressions illuminating with the joy of survival. It's over. The anomaly has vanished. We are alive. We are alive. Cough, cough. Just as they reveled in their excitement, a dry cough emerged from the side. Which fellow cultivator is here? The leader of the group inquired solemnly. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the eerie mist. It was Lunan in his altered guise. Greetings, fellow cultivators, Lunan said. I happened to pass by and saw you besieged by the anomaly, perilously close to death, hence I intervened to assist. Alas, I regret the few precious talismans I had to expend. The cultivators, their faces marked with caution, found themselves in an awkward predicament. So it was a fellow cultivator who saved us. Thank you, esteemed friend. No need for gratitude. We cultivators ought to support one another. Lunan replied with a smile. By the way, what brings you to this place? Why aren't you in the underground realm? He speculated that they were likely from the Scattered Cultivator Association, not far from here. However, upon hearing this, the cultivators exchanged glances of confusion. One of them spoke up. Are you unaware, fellow cultivator? The Scattered Cultivator Association has disbanded. Lunan was taken aback. What is the reason for this? This story is rather lengthy, the leader replied, his expression laden with complexity as he recounted the events known to him. A month ago, the Li brothers, Li Qing and Li Zhan, visited the Scattered Cultivator Association. And shortly thereafter, the association decided to tighten control over resources, demanding that the members surrender their talismans and provisions. This sparked an uproar among the scattered cultivators. Those without talismans were pleased, yet they were but a minority. The survivors, seasoned and cunning, would surely keep some life-saving talismans on hand. Thus, many cultivators chose to resist. Inevitably, the situation spiraled toward the worst outcome. Initially, it seemed the matter would conclude in a schism, as several mid-stage chi-refining cultivators resolved to depart and carve out a new underground realm. However, the Li brothers' sudden appearance inflicted severe losses on this faction. As anticipated, the various powers intensified their exploitation of the lower-tier cultivators. Only then did the rest realize that these factions had united, conspiring to siphon the benefits from the lower ranks. What was most abhorrent was their relentless assault on external cultivators to prevent the resurgence of the Scattered Cultivator Association, thus severing our hopes. One cultivator exclaimed indignantly, the fellow cultivator who could resolve the anomaly must possess considerable strength. However, I must clarify, I was able to deal with the anomaly for other reasons. If it were a fellow cultivator, it would be a different matter. With that, Lunan rose and said, esteemed friends, I must take my leave. Take care of yourselves. Having grasped the general situation, Lunan did not intend to linger. The cost of encountering another anomaly would be too great. A faint chill swept through his gray robe as several cultivators watched him depart, their eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. "Boss," a cultivator whispered, "Lu Ergu. Do you have something to say?" That individual is undoubtedly a plump target. The leader of the cultivators narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a grave tone. "After all, he saved us. If heaven does not take its due, it will surely bring chaos upon itself." Huh. Do not forget that he managed to resolve anomalies that we could not. Furthermore, do you truly believe his claim of having other motives? There is a 90% chance it is false. Yet, there remains a 10% that is true. The leader of the cultivators tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his eyes gleaming in the cold wind. "Very well. That person cannot have gone far. Let us follow him, and perhaps we may gain further rewards." No sooner had he spoken than a splash of hot blood struck his cheek. Turning his head, he beheld a figure standing behind him, brandishing a sword, their face marked by a complex expression. Beneath them lay several corpses, their throats severed by a single strike. "I intended to let you go, yet why have you chosen to treat me with malice?" The cultivator grimly smiled, thrusting the long sword into his own chest, blood trickling from his lips. "The path is fraught with hardship, and humanity often falls short. Are we not all in this together? Despite possessing strength, one prioritizes self-preservation. While I may begrudge you, I also understand that bonds can be tenuous. You, esteemed friend, are indeed a friend, while they have been my brothers for decades. If I do not treat you harshly, our lives may be forfeit in a matter of days. If only you could lend us a hand. How could we not treat you with sincerity?" Gradually losing his strength, he knelt upon the ground, blood gushing forth. "Before we embarked on the path of cultivation, we wielded our swords to uphold justice, living freely and unconstrained. Yet, in the end, we have become the very people we once despised. Everyone speaks of the virtues of cultivation, yet who pays heed to the bones that lie before the graves? The daily grind is relentless, and a lifetime of melancholy ensues." Lunan closed his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips. In that moment, a turning point arrived. Noticing an unusual expression on Lunan's face, someone inquired, "What has transpired?" Lunan sat down, sighing, "I encountered an incident." He then recounted the earlier events. Li Yuan also sighed. That cultivator was indeed exceptional. In the end, he did not plead for mercy, but chose to take his own life. Reflecting on the final words spoken, it seemed he was a person of principles. Yet sometimes, circumstances force one down an unwanted path. Do not take it too much to heart, for this world operates in such a manner. Everyone speaks of the virtues of cultivating immortality, yet the withered bones before the graves remain unseen. Are not all men blind, unable to perceive? However, the path of cultivation is the great way. If one does not tread it, one is inevitably pushed aside, relegated to the lowest echelons of existence. It is not that the bones are invisible, but rather, what does it matter if they are seen? Ultimately, one must continue to forge ahead. Within Lunan's heart, a sense of solace emerged. "I understand the principles. It is merely a matter of emotional resonance." The cold wind ebbed and flowed incessantly. Lunan had lost track of time, spending nearly every moment immersed in his cultivation. Influenced by him, Li Yuan and the three women also dedicated themselves to their practices. Aside from occasionally venturing out to gather information, they seldom left the confines of their dwelling. Since their last excursion, the village's situation had swiftly stabilized. With the combined efforts of several mid-stage qi refiners, it was not long before the scattered cultivators were compelled to join their ranks, becoming part of the lower tier of their power structure. Naturally, the mid-stage refiners did not intend to absorb everyone. Those they deemed affluent would become targets of their hunting, allowing them to exert maximum control over local resources. For a fleeting moment, Lunan contemplated dismantling their power, but alas, the opportunity was never presented, as they always traveled in groups. Upon hearing this news, Lunan thoroughly relinquished that thought. He lacked a deficiency of spirit stones and saw no need to court danger. 1 or 2 mid-stage refiners posed little threat, but 4 or 5 could indeed be formidable. In the meantime, he ventured out twice to procure food, replenishing the dwindling supplies. As time passed, his progress in the little elephant technique deepened, leading to an increased consumption of provisions. What was once expected to last 3 to 4 months was now diminishing at a visibly alarming rate, leaving Zhang Tao, the cook, astonished. Upon learning of this, Li Yuan inquired further about Lunan's situation. When she discovered it was due to his practice of the little elephant technique, her mouth dropped open as if she had swallowed a small egg. According to Li Yuan's analysis, her partner possessed extraordinary talent in body techniques, resulting in rapid progress, which in turn affected his energy replenishment rate. The significant increase in appetite was a clear manifestation of this. Lu Nen could not conceal his transformation from those around him. Living under the same roof and sharing meals made it evident. Thus, he no longer hid it. At mealtimes, he eagerly devoured the portions prepared specifically by Zhang Tao, leaving Liu and Zhang Tao agape as though they could swallow a small egg themselves. After approximately half a month, the little elephant technique reached a level of mastery. New patterns manifested, and as Lu Nan shed his garments, a new symbol appeared beside the old one, separated by a slight gap, resembling merely a thickening of the existing lines at first glance. His strength and defensive capabilities had notably enhanced. After conducting a private test, he estimated that he had achieved about 70 to 80% of the power of a minor protective charm. In essence, he now bore the equivalent of a diminished version of a protective charm at all times. The potential of the little elephant technique exceeds Lu Nan's imagination by a considerable margin. Should he cultivate it to perfection, it is likely to become the most formidable spell in his repertoire, at least for the time being. The advancement in his physical techniques has rendered him increasingly youthful. Although his lifespan remains unchanged, he now appears to be in his 30s rather than his 40s. Naturally, exercising caution, he continues to control his musculature, ensuring that he does not appear markedly different from before. Furthermore, the previously overlooked techniques, little cotton needle technique and little cloud rain technique, have both reached completion. Initially, Lu Nan held little interest in them, yet with the scarcity of spells to cultivate and the majority of skills on his panel having been perfected, he found their lingering presence bothersome. Consequently, he dedicated some effort to elevate these two techniques to their pinnacle. The only aspect that left him somewhat regretful was that, since ascending to the 5th level of Qi refinement, the proficiency in his realm had progressed at a considerably slower pace. Coupled with the insufficient efficacy of the Qi restoration pills, he had yet to attain the 6th level of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, Lu Nan felt no discontent. In the beginning, elevating a level took years, but now, achieving a level in just 2 to 3 months was undeniably impressive. As the days passed, early winter faded away, and deep winter quietly departed. On this day, after completing his training, Lu Nan gazed at the data on his panel. Name, Lu Nan lifespan, 6110 realm, 5th level of Qi refinement, 86100, technique, Qi Feng Gong major achievement, 236-250, skills, little elephant technique, proficient, 18200, little mist technique, complete, 00, little cloud rain technique, complete, 00, little cotton needle technique, complete, 00. Spirit rice planting, proficient, 8200, blinking sword technique, complete, 00, grass flying, complete, 00, iron cloth shirt, complete, 00, sleeve arrow, complete, 00. Unbeknownst to him, he had aged another year. Lu Nan furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing that the howling cold wind had ceased. Emerging from the underground chamber, he was astonished to see the eerie mist that enveloped the world had significantly dissipated. I shall venture outside shortly. The weather has improved, and the mist is not as dense as before. I estimate that changes in the outside world will occur soon. Do remember to exercise caution, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. Once Lu Nan departed, she let out a soft sigh, her expression somewhat complex. So soon? Lu Nan emerged from the subterranean chamber, wrapping himself securely. Having donned a new robe and elevated the little elephant technique to proficiency, he manifested 2 elephant patterns, rendering the use of the little mist technique unnecessary to obscure his figure. With his current strength, he felt bold enough to confront anyone below the late stages of Qi refinement. Due to prolonged absence from sunlight, the ground appeared damp and soft. The chill in the air had considerably lessened, turning his gaze toward the distance. He was suddenly astounded to discover that the radiant glow of the thick earth formation atop the towering Iron Sword Mountain had vanished. Mo Taizan. Lu Nan's heart raced, momentarily doubting his own eyes. It has been unsealed. It has been unsealed, the old cultivator exclaimed. Lu Nan silently gasped in astonishment. Had it not been for the old cultivator emerging on his own, he would have scarcely discerned that the cellar was situated not far away. Indeed, one must not underestimate any practitioner. Those who manage to survive as old cultivators are rarely of simple disposition, and it is likely that their previous incarnations were similar. A clear whistle resonated, akin to the stirring of 1,000 waves. Figures began to leap forth from various directions, and upon witnessing the situation at Iron Sword Mountain, they frantically dashed and leapt in place. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. As Lu Nan turned around, he spotted a cultivator approaching him from a distance, extending his congratulations. Observing the gaunt figure of the other, starved to the point of looking like mere skin and bones, Lu Nan felt a surge of secret delight. It appeared that everyone was enduring hardships. Most of their food was likely divided into smaller portions. Unlike him, who not only refrained from economizing but also enjoyed a variety of dishes daily, nearly rivaling Li Yuan in appetite. Mutual congratulations. Lu Nan clasped his hands in greeting. Fellow cultivator, congratulations. Mutual joy. A gentle breeze swept towards him, and the once desolate earth began to teem with figures. Everyone exchanged well wishes. Even those who typically concealed their emotions could not mask their joy. Yet, Lu Nan dared not be complacent. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, he slipped into the cave. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Zhang Tao diligently defrosting fresh meat. Her focused demeanor elicited a sense of admiration from Lu Nan. Fellow cultivator, have you heard the sounds outside? What sounds? Zhang Tao did not lift her head. The thick earth spirit formation of Iron Sword Mountain has vanished. The hands that had been working on the meat paused. It has been lifted? Indeed. Lu Nan anticipated Zhang Tao would react with the same fervor as the other cultivators, but to his surprise, she merely replied, "That's good. This way, everyone will feel less pressure." Lu Nan inwardly lamented, this woman has likely yet to emerge from the sorrow of her beloved's demise. Without further ado, he knocked on Li Yuan's door. After a prolonged silence, he wondered if she was absent. Just then, Zhang Tao remarked, "Not long ago, Li Daoist and Li Daoist went into the passage behind. They must be dealing with something." However, as dinner time approached, he still had not seen Li Yuan or Li Yu. Lu Nan felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and forcefully pushed open Li Yuan's door, soon discovering a letter left on the table. Approaching, he picked it up and examined it for a while, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he silently exited. "What is the matter?" Zhang Tao inquired upon noticing his somber expression. "Nothing." Lu Nan shook his head and replied, "She has left." Zhang Tao's expression turned complex as she remarked, "Perhaps." Yet, before she could finish, Lu Nan gestured dismissively. "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter." In the following days, Zhang Tao experienced firsthand what Lu Nan referred to as merely a trivial matter. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Nan remained indoors, enveloped in silence. Just as she contemplated barging in, Lu Nan emerged from his room. "Lu Daoist?" "Yes? What is it? Is there an issue?" Zhang Tao opened her mouth, and before her stood Lu Nan, exuding an aura brimming with youthful vigor. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have vanished entirely, and his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance, his hair casually tied back, giving him an air of rebellious charm. "Daoist Lu?" Zhang Tao's face flushed slightly as she remarked, "How is it that you appear so remarkably youthful, not at all resembling someone of your age?" Lu Nan chuckled, "I have just achieved a breakthrough in my physical training." Zhang Tao sighed inwardly and continued, "I never imagined your talent in physical arts to be so exceptional. If only I had encountered Daoist Li earlier." Suddenly realizing she had misspoken, Zhang Tao hastily closed her mouth. "There's nothing wrong with discussing it," Lu Nan replied with a laugh. "That wretched woman will eventually get what she deserves." Zhang Tao countered, "Perhaps you should refrain from blaming Daoist Li too hastily. She may have her own unspoken burdens." "Ah. In a marriage, what hardships cannot be addressed face to face? If it truly cannot be resolved and she needs to confront it alone, would I force her to stay? Marriage? You certainly keep that well hidden." Zhang Tao giggled, covering her mouth. Lu Nan's face turned slightly red as he recalled the intimate moments of the past few months. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he laughed awkwardly. "Oh, nothing of the sort. She simply has a modest disposition. That wretched woman, once she pulls up her trousers, denies everything. Is it too much to ask her to take some responsibility?" Zhang Tao intended to say more, but Lu Nan shook his head. "Let us change the subject. Prepare yourself. It won't be long before we receive news from outside." The disappearance of the Earth's spirit array behind the Iron Sword sect could signify only 2 possibilities, either a passive vanishing or an active one, each implying different outcomes. Regardless of the nature, the village was on the brink of an inevitable conclusion, whether for better or worse. However, Lu Nan surmised that the likelihood of a favorable outcome was greater, as the dissipating eerie mist served as a portent. His conjecture soon found validation. That very night, a distant bell tolled, the treasure known as the 100 Bell. Lu Nan leaped from the pit, and a voice like thunder descended from the heavens, followed by a radiant streak of light soaring towards him. The thunderous sound emanated from its source. With Lu Nan's keen eyesight, he discerned the figure approaching, clad in crimson armor and standing atop a rusted giant sword, approximately 5 or 6 zhang long, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. That figure appeared to be a foundational realm cultivator. Not far away, someone exclaimed in astonishment. While they could not perceive the details as clearly as Lu Nan, they could still grasp the general outline. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, intensifying the pressure felt by the onlooking cultivators. Lu Nan turned to see the elderly cultivator he had encountered earlier, who coldly snorted, "Ignorance abounds." The crimson jade armor and rusted giant sword. Such attire belongs to none other than one individual. Who? The master of the Iron Sword sect, Mo Taizhan. A formidable figure indeed. The Iron Sword sect's establishment in the Immortal City and its current achievements owe 9/10 of the credit to that esteemed individual. In the realm of the South, Lu Nan inquired, "May I ask, esteemed friend, what rank of treasures are the red jade armor and the rustless great sword?" The elderly cultivator replied, "Naturally, they are foundational level magical artifacts." Lu Nan was taken aback, pondering the formidable nature of possessing dual artifacts. It is well understood that to be deemed a magical artifact, one must at the very least have reached a certain tier, far beyond the realm of rank 0. Reflecting upon his own possessions, the most formidable he could claim was a mid-grade rank 0 robe, which filled him with a sense of melancholy. However, a sudden realization struck him. He chided himself. What audacity do I have to compare myself with a seasoned cultivator of the foundational realm? Is this not a path to self-inflicted suffering? The esteemed leader of the Iron Sword sect, Mo Taizhan, had arrived, a personage of great significance. His presence indicated that the Iron Sword sect had taken control of the situation. This was indeed fortuitous. Had it been otherwise, how could anyone hope to survive? Mo Taizhan, akin to a tiger returning to its lair, surveyed his territory, thus slowing his pace. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, rendered Lu Nan breathless with their intensity. Such strength. Lu Nan mused inwardly. The high-tier qi refining practitioners he had encountered previously paled in comparison to this man, for he was of the foundational realm. And not just any foundational cultivator. As Mo Taizhan's figure receded, Lu Nan observed several streaks of light materialize in the night sky, one of which hovered nearby, emanating an aura that, while not as overwhelming as Mo Taizhan's, was nonetheless imposing, reminiscent of a towering mountain that commanded reverence. What could be unfolding now? Lighting the celestial lantern. As the words fell, a brilliant radiance burst forth in the sky, akin to a miniature sun. A colossal lantern, several feet in height, projected its ethereal form into the air, its light intertwining with that of others, illuminating the entire expanse as if it were day. Lu Nan had never witnessed such an extravagant spectacle. The figure beneath the lantern, wielding a magical artifact, was undoubtedly a foundational realm cultivator. And the presence of several such cultivators could alter the illumination of the entire celestial city, a testament to their formidable power. The Iron Sword sect was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Such terror. He found himself filled with awe. The path of cultivation stretches far ahead. He murmured to himself. The Iron Sword sect's activation of the everlasting lantern symbol indicated a purpose beyond mere illumination. Li Yuan must possess some knowledge regarding this. Since he had advised Lu Nan to remain, it implied a reduced risk here compared to departing. That night, while diligently cultivating, Lu Nan was suddenly jolted by a cacophony of roars and shouts from outside. He grasped several talismans and floated cautiously to the entrance of the cave, keeping a vigilant watch. Fellow cultivator, Zhang Hong emerged with a worried expression. Clearly, the disturbance outside had deprived her of restful slumber. There should be no cause for alarm. Since the Iron Sword sect has taken control, they will not allow chaos to ensue. Lu Nan reassured her. Zhang Tao nodded but then suddenly remarked, "Why then, dear friend, are you so cautious?" Noticing the flickering light of his minor armor spell, Lu Nan quickly dispelled it, forcing a laugh as he replied, I'm just accustomed to it." Zhang Tao stifled her laughter, unable to contain her amusement. Lu Nan initially wished to ask her to lower her voice, but reflecting on his previous remarks, he restrained himself from doing so. As dawn broke the next day, Lu Nan quietly emerged from the cave, and in the distance, he spotted the old cultivator peering cautiously from behind a large rock. An old acquaintance. Lu Nan's heart stirred, and he called out, "Friend, are you aware of the events that transpired last night?" Upon recognizing Lu Nan, the old cultivator's expression softened slightly. Although he found Lu Nan somewhat enigmatic, he refrained from showing any displeasure and replied, "Last night, the Iron Sword sect lit the lanterns to purge the anomalies in the Immortal City. The commotion you heard was likely the sound of their eradication efforts." So it was. Lu Nan surveyed his surroundings. The eerie fog had mostly dissipated. and the atmosphere in the nearby courtyards had lost its previous ominousness. At that moment, the sound of gongs and drums echoed through the air. It seemed to be a summons. In the village where the immortal farmers resided, the caretakers often utilized the sound of gongs and drums to notify the villagers. Before long, the two found themselves on the village street, where many pallid-faced cultivators were already waiting on either side. Everyone, do not wander about. The curfew remains in effect. Anyone who disobeys will bear the consequences. The curfew is still in place? A chill ran through Lunan's heart, and he couldn't help but think of Liyuan. With the curfew still in effect, could something untoward occur? Zhang Tao expressed his concern. Indeed. Just as they made their way halfway, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Friend, please take care. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The old cultivator glanced around with a wary demeanor, and upon seeing that no one was paying attention, he smiled and said, "May I trouble you for a moment of private conversation?" "Certainly." Lun held a modicum of interest in the old cultivator. After all, not everyone was so acquainted with someone like Mo Taizan. The three of them walked to an open area, allowing them to evade any prying ears. During their journey, they exchanged brief pleasantries, and Lun learned that the old cultivator's name was Yu Tuesday. "What is your perspective on the current situation?" Yu Tu inquired. "Perspective?" Lun furrowed his brow. "The situation is currently stable. Once the Iron Sword sect finishes dealing with the anomalies, tranquility will surely be restored." Yu Tu's expression darkened slightly, as if he found Lunan's response somewhat dismissive. Nevertheless, he asserted, "If you believe that, you are mistaken." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Tu explained. "I once thought the same, but it appears that this is not the case. The true reason for the Iron Sword Mountain's unsealing lies with Mo Taizan. From what I can ascertain, he possesses the power to alter the very fabric of the world. Yet, the delay in resolving this has led to countless injuries and losses among the cultivators and resources in the Immortal City. Are you not curious as to why? Friend, you seem to be well informed about this?" "Not entirely. However, I suspect that something significant has transpired over at Shieling Mountain. Moreover, with the Iron Sword sect restricting our movements, it seems that we may soon face unfavorable circumstances." Yu Tu spoke in a grave tone. "You must remember that the previous curfew was enacted for similar reasons." Lunan replied with a wry smile, "Please do not frighten me. Hee, this is not a threat. Fellow cultivator, given your prosperous state and robust physique, it is evident that your strength is commendable. Why then, must you follow the crowd? Consider this. The Iron Sword sect is now riddled with wounds, and the numbers in the Immortal City have dwindled significantly. It may not be long before they resort to conscription once more." Lunan's expression shifted slightly. "What do you think, my friend?" Yu Tu chuckled, saying, "If you are inclined, meet me tonight at the last house at the end of the village. We shall discuss matters in detail then." After Yu Tu departed, Zhang Tao expressed his concerns. "Will you go there tonight? Perhaps it's best to refrain. They seem intent on leaving the village. However, departing at such a time bears considerable risk." Lunan sighed. "By the way, are you familiar with the conscription he mentioned earlier?" Zhang Tao nodded, recalling that decades ago, similar events had transpired. "But I was quite young then and hadn't entered the Immortal City. I later heard from other cultivators that it involved a conflict among the four sects, resulting in many casualties. Most of the lower-tier cultivators who experienced that event have long since perished. We are merely recounting hearsay, with little clarity on the specifics." "The four sects war? Truly, these are tumultuous times," Lunan lamented. That evening, Lunan stood at the entrance of the cave, remaining there until nightfall. Yet he did not venture forth. If the Iron Sword sect dared to spread rumors, they would not easily allow anyone to leave. The words of the old cultivator made him realize that his current state might attract undue attention. Although many surviving cultivators appeared outwardly similar to him, they were indeed a minority. After a brief moment, glancing into the mirror revealed a visage darkened with malnutrition. Naturally, everything must be approached with moderation. Exaggeration would not serve his purpose. While he adjusted his appearance, at the last house at the end of the village, two cultivators waited for a considerable time, one of whom was Yu Tuesday. "It seems he will not come." The other cultivator spoke in a low voice. My oversight. Nonetheless, time is of the essence. We cannot afford further delays. The longer we wait, the more difficult our departure will become. Let us proceed." The two ventured forth and soon leapt into an open cave, where 5 or 6 individuals awaited them. "Is it just the two of you? The fellow I summoned during the day has not arrived," Yu Tu remarked. "Forget about him. We must act tonight. I just heard that the market has begun registering household registrations. Once one is registered, extricating oneself becomes exceedingly arduous. At this, the other cultivators expressed their astonishment. For them, as wandering cultivators, even in times of peace, household registration is fraught with complications. Unless absolutely necessary, they would typically avoid registering in the immortal city, let alone in the present circumstances. Let us hasten, they urged in unison. That night, the everlasting lanterns in the sky illuminated as usual, and occasionally, the gleam of a magical artifact traversed the heavens, hinting at the presence of high-tier chi refinement practitioners. Within the confines of the room, Lunan was surrounded by an array of items, shifting this way and that, contemplating his next move. The storage bag was rather modest in size, yet it contained a considerable number of items, including several magical artifacts. Carrying them openly would undoubtedly attract attention. Although it was possible to find a hiding place, having them close at hand was preferable. After a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to fit all his belongings into the storage bag. The beauty of such a bag lay in its capacity. As long as the items could be crammed inside, he need not worry about them falling out, no matter how much he jumped around. Ultimately, he removed a pair of ordinary shoes and stitched the storage bag into them. With everything prepared, he exhaled a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. His proficiency in his current realm was nearing 90, and it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement. If he could procure a few bottles of high-grade elixirs, the time required might even be shortened. The same applied to the Qingfeng technique. After diligent practice over the past few days, his proficiency was nearly maxed out, and he anticipated reaching the perfect completion level within a day or two. He wondered what it would be like when the Qingfeng technique reached perfection. Lunan felt a surge of anticipation in his heart, while other spells were undoubtedly significant. They paled in comparison to cultivation techniques, which were fundamental in the source of advancing one's realm. Before long, the market would reopen, and he would be able to indulge in a shopping spree to acquire the skills he lacked. Most importantly, the minor talisman-making technique. Lunan had coveted this spell for quite some time. Although he was currently adept at farming and confident in his ability to cultivate grains surpassing the quality of superior spirit rice, he worried that it might draw too much attention. Thus, acquiring an additional skill to earn wealth was essential. The next day, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed as usual. After some contemplation, Lunan stepped outside and quickly arrived at the courtyard where manager Zhao used to reside. Esteemed fellow cultivator, please hold on. At that moment, he noticed a cultivator emerging with a jade talisman in hand and called out hurriedly, "What is the matter?" In the past, the cultivator would have hesitated to respond, but with the current stability of the situation, their guard had significantly lowered. What is happening here? Registering household residency. Do you not know? Last night, Manager Fong informed everyone to come here to register as soon as possible. Why must we register? Was there not a time when such regulations did not exist? Alas, when living under a roof, one must bow their head. We small cultivators cannot possibly oppose the Iron Sword sect, can we? However, registering is not entirely a bad thing. There are rumors that the Iron Sword sect is rebuilding the market, and in just a few days, many items previously hard to find will be made available. Furthermore, it has been said that the casualties within the Iron Sword sect were considerable, and there are whispers that they plan to expand their recruitment of disciples and lower the admission criteria. Yet, the prerequisite is to possess a household registration from the Immortal City. Lunan exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this true?" The cultivator replied, "The news has spread here, so it should not be unfounded. Otherwise, why would so many people come early to register? If one could join the Iron Sword sect, ascending to the mid-stage of chi refinement within a lifetime would not be a mere fantasy. Are you not concerned that there might be ulterior motives behind this? To gain something, one must inevitably take some risks. Furthermore, with so many individuals present, it seems implausible that the Iron Sword sect would cast us all into the abyss at once." One cultivator turned to Lunan and inquired, "Do you not wish to register for the household?" "Not at all." Lunan hastily gestured in denial. The cultivator, not pressing further, chuckled. "I advise you to complete your registration promptly. According to Manager Fong, once the strange cleansing in the Immortal City is nearly complete, a household registration inspection will commence. Should you fail to register within the stipulated time frame, you may find yourself in a precarious situation." "Is there truly going to be a household registration inspection?" Lunan gasped. "Indeed. Otherwise, what purpose would the registration serve?" he replied. Lunan inwardly cursed. These days, being a loose cultivator was no easy feat. Upon returning home, he mentioned the matter to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment and remarked, Perhaps this is not entirely a negative occurrence. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Many cultivators toil their entire lives, struggling at the foundational levels. Such circumstances may present an opportunity. Yet, I fear many may perish. Is there truly a path of cultivation devoid of casualties? Zhang Tao retorted. Indeed. Lu Nen regained his composure. Let us go and complete the registration tomorrow. He had come to the realization that if the Iron Sword sect were to assign any fatal missions, he could discreetly seize an opportunity to escape. For now, it was best not to stir up trouble during such a sensitive period. The next day, not long after Lu Nan and Zhang Tao exited the cave, they overheard some passing cultivators discussing something. Intrigued, they approached Manager Fang's courtyard to observe. The scene appeared much the same as the previous day, the only difference being the sight of several wooden stakes suspending the corpses of a few cultivators in the nearby clearing. That seems to be, Zhang Tao gasped. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Nen tugged at her hand, urging, be cautious with your words. Zhang Tao promptly sealed her lips. Let us proceed. Although many had survived, the number had significantly dwindled after a day of registration. Manager Fang, with his head bent over a jade slip, was inputting information. Upon noticing their approach, he instinctively called out, Name, Lu Nan. Occupation, Immortal Farmer. An immortal farmer? He lifted his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Few immortal farmers had managed to remain alive. Lu Nan smiled. I suppose I've been fortunate. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Surviving places you above those who have perished. Manager Fang remarked, gesturing towards the lifeless bodies nearby. Do not emulate them. Heed the warnings and refrain from leaving the village recklessly. Understand that this calamity involves not only strange phenomena, but also remnants of the San Yuan sect. At this moment, the higher-ranking cultivators within the sect are conducting a purge, and venturing out alone could easily mark you as an enemy. Understood, understood. Thank you for the warning, Manager Fang. Lu Nan's gaze brushed over one of the corpses, and he silently thought, thank goodness I did not follow them. Otherwise, I would surely be among the deceased. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he had no chance against the elite of the Iron Sword sect. Manager Fang was evidently far more amicable than Manager Zhao, at least for the time being. First, let us find a place to stay. If it is a cave, let us refrain from going there for now, lest we miss any important notifications and cause unnecessary troubles. Very well. The two of them registered their household, acquiring 2 jade tokens that certify their identities. They then proceeded towards their original residence. The courtyard had suffered extensive damage. The scattered cultivators had excavated the area heavily, leaving it in disarray. Allow me to tidy this up. Zhang Tao bent down to remove the stones from the ground, revealing a graceful curve beneath. Truly, one should not mention a pot without stirring its contents. That leaves the task to you, my friend Zhang. Zhang Tao smiled and replied, it is nothing. Had it not been for you these past few months, my survival would have been in question. Moreover, I possess the Earthlight technique, making this task far easier for me. Lu Nan thought to himself that he should also learn the Earthlight technique. Otherwise, when faced with such excavation tasks, he would feel utterly powerless. I cannot merely stand by. Let me handle the stone moving, Lu Nan declared. The two busied themselves, forming a wall with the stones to enclose the courtyard once more. Next, they began clearing the accumulated dirt inside the house. Given the passage of time, the soil had hardened, hence it was Zhang Tao who stepped in, employing the Earthlight technique to soften the dirt before filling in the pit. By evening, the courtyard had regained some semblance of its former state. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sudden knock echoed from the door. I shall see who it is. Lu Nan rose and opened the door. It was Manager Fang. Please, come in quickly. The person outside was indeed Manager Fang. He glanced inside and chuckled. It seems I have come at a fortuitous time. Let us discuss the meal later, for I am currently tasked with an urgent duty. What duty? Manager Fang's expression turned serious as he replied, it pertains to the mobilization matter. Both of you are within the scope of this mobilization. You must refrain from wandering for the next few days. Mobilization? Does Manager Fang know what this entails? Lu Nan's complexion shifted slightly. Manager Fang reassured him. It is nothing of great consequence. It is merely that there is a shortage of personnel in the Immortal City. The higher-ups likely wish to assign responsibilities to everyone. You would not wish to complicate matters for me, would you? Not at all. We, as celestial farmers, possess only average cultivation talent. Our entry into the path of cultivation is largely due to the conditions provided by the Iron Sword sect. Now that the sect is facing difficulties, it is my duty to assist. Manager Fang smiled slightly and said, It is rare to find a friend with such awareness. However, do not worry. This is only a preliminary mobilization, and individuals of your modest abilities may not be called upon in the subsequent stages. Lu Nen felt a peculiar sensation in his heart, as if Manager Fong were a steadfast elder devoted to the Iron Sword sect. What a pity, if given the chance. I would gladly be among the first to be mobilized. Indeed, mobilization is imminent. Zhang Tao exclaimed. Manager Fong mentioned that we celestial farmers may not necessarily be called upon. Sometimes, being weaker has its advantages. Zhang Tao reflected. Indeed, after all, we are celestial farmers. Observing Lu Nan's expression of relief, Zhang Tao could not help but roll his eyes. You are a celestial farmer, but what does that have to do with being weak? The following day, the news of the summons spread rapidly, stirring a tempest amongst the cultivators. Although many had mentally prepared for such an eventuality, the confirmation of the matter proved difficult to accept, prompting a throng to flock to the steward Fong for clarification. Despite Fong's amiable disposition, his authority as the steward of the Iron Sword sect rendered him impervious to the influence of the lower-tier cultivators regarding the sect's overarching strategy. Lu Nan remarked to Zhang Tao. A considerable majority, driven by various motives, surged forth, creating a formidable presence that Fong, a mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, struggled to quell. Yet, given that the Iron Sword sect dared to issue such a directive, they must have had contingencies in place. By noon, as the situation deteriorated further, a streak of light darted through the air, revealing a young cultivator clad in a blue robe, gracefully perched upon a flying sword. With a disdainful snort, several of the most boisterous cultivators were struck down as if by lightning, plummeting to the ground with blood seeping from their ears and eyes. The crowd scattered in disarray. In the next moment, the young man leaped from his sword, landing as lightly as a feather. Undeterred by peril, he entered the courtyard and entrusted the matter to Steward Fong. That snort seemed to be a form of magic. Lu Nen mused silently, having detected subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. This spell was indeed impressive. In a few days, he would visit the market to see if it was for sale. Not long after, Lu Nen witnessed the fate of the injured cultivators. Their corpses strung up on wooden stakes, standing alongside Yu and others who had attempted to flee. That evening, he habitually practiced the clear wind technique for a while. Suddenly, a refreshing aura surged from his dantian, enveloping him as if he were submerged in a warm, gentle pool. The clear wind technique had reached perfection. Lu Nan retrieved the few remaining qi-restoring pills and swallowed one. Half a day later, his proficiency had increased by 1 point. The effectiveness of the pills had notably improved, though they still could not compare to their previous potency. Additionally, the rate of proficiency enhancement had accelerated somewhat, and he noticed a swifter recovery of his spiritual energy. Excellent. The 6th layer of Qi refinement was within reach. The summons proceeded methodically, and by the 3rd day, some had received notification to prepare their belongings and depart the village. The Iron Sword sect operated with remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, the first group of cultivators had left the immortal city, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the sect. Even the favorable conditions of the market could not catch up. The remaining cultivators were filled with trepidation. Why would a high-tier Qi refinement cultivator like Lu Daoyu be summoned? Lu Nen wondered. He chuckled. Is it not because their arrogance had become too pronounced? Before the village was unsealed, those mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators ruthlessly exploited their fellow cultivators. And now, it seems they have met their comeuppance. Lu Nen felt a jolt in his heart. Was it a reckoning of sorts? Or perhaps a lesson intended as a warning? Regardless, refraining from confronting those mid-stage cultivators at that time now appeared to be an astute decision. This incident might compel many to regurgitate the excesses they had consumed. It was indeed prudent to remain low-key. That night, a piece of news sent the village into a frenzy. The market had opened. Lu Nan, who was preparing to rest, immediately sprang from his bed upon hearing the news. Are you going to the market? He asked. No, I have nothing to buy. Zhang Tao emerged with a smile. Lu Nan nodded, kicked his feet, felt the subtle presence of his storage bag, donned his robe, and stepped out into the night. The everlasting lantern still hung in the air, and he could faintly see the silhouette of a foundational cultivator from the Iron Sword sect standing guard. Are you also heading to the market, fellow cultivator? A middle-aged practitioner from next door happened to emerge. Indeed, I wonder when the second recruitment will come down. I plan to see if I can purchase some talismans to prepare myself. Lu Nen replied with a wry smile. It seems we are all struggling, the practitioner lamented. Those mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators are truly despicable, profiting from disaster and making it difficult for everyone to have a good life. Indeed, it is quite excessive, Lu Nen retorted. He had expected the other to suggest going to the market together, but to his surprise, after a few exchanges, the practitioner departed. After pondering for a moment, he realized that those who managed to survive must possess some resources and secrets. It was easier to navigate alone, avoiding the need to separate once at the market. With foundational cultivators patrolling above, no one dared to cause trouble, and thus there was little fear of mishaps along the way. This is for the best, Lu Nen thought, employing his lightness skill to hasten towards the market. Under the starlit night, the everlasting lanterns illuminated figures flocking towards the market like birds returning to their nests. Upon arriving, the market was even more bustling, with a multitude of practitioners weaving through the stalls, particularly in the vendor area, which was alive with activity. The first batch of recruits was not numerous, so most cultivators still remained in the immortal city. How much for a minor dispelling talisman? 10 spirit stones. No bargaining. I'll take 2. High-quality talisman paper, just processed, selling cheaply. Offer for a low-grade artifact. After wandering through the market, Lu Nen grasped the pricing of various items. Having just emerged from a crisis, everyone was in dire need of resources. Thus the prices of goods were significantly inflated compared to normal times, though certainly not as high as during the disaster. Lu Nen decisively disguised his appearance, found a spot to set up a stall, and began selling items. This artifact, how much do you sell it for? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Considering these artifacts were second-hand, he priced them slightly lower, 100 spirit stones cheaper than those in the refining shops. Lu Nen was confident these artifacts would sell. The market for them was vast, and every low-tier cultivator's greatest dream was to possess their own artifact, often hindered by lack of funds, which is why they previously opted for a steel sword. After a great disaster, it was inevitable that some individuals would strike it rich, and the market would expand further was no exaggeration. Before long, the first artifact sold. After clearing his stall of goods, he changed into another outfit and continued selling. In the vast marketplace, numerous artifacts were on sale, thus it was hardly surprising that it did not create a sensation like the temporary market earlier. By the time the clock approached midnight, he had managed to sell off the unnecessary items from his storage bag, accumulating over 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. Coupled with the profits garnered from his stall at the scattered cultivators gathering, he estimated a total of around 16 or 17,000 spirit stones. Concealed in a corner, Lu Nen squinted at the amount of spirit stones in his storage bag. It was an overwhelming amount, almost unfathomable. Just then, a cultivator strolled by at a distance, prompting him to discreetly tuck the storage bag into his garments, maintaining a facade of calm as he walked away. Next on his agenda was procurement. At that moment, the library was bustling with a multitude of cultivators, never before having witnessed such a spectacle. Most cultivators preferred the comfort of their homes, and such a collective gathering was indeed a rare occurrence. Fortunately, the library had anticipated this influx, employing dozens of young women clad in fitted robes to navigate through the crowd, occasionally providing answers to the cultivators' queries. Lu Nen perused the tome, his heartbeat quickening. Goodness, the prices were exorbitant. Spending even a single coin made his heart ache. How outrageous. Lu Nen's expression soured. Was this a case of hunger marketing? He had seen it too often. Resolutely, he stood up and declared, "Bring me a copy." For 500 low-grade spirit stones, he would acquire a high-level set of equipment. Fully armed. If he were to farm as he did in his previous life, he would never be able to afford it. Alas, he lacked alchemical skills. Otherwise, there would have been no need to learn talisman crafting. Flipping through the tome, he found no spells akin to talisman crafting, eliciting a sigh from within. However, it was understandable. Alchemy and talisman crafting were distinct. The former was a foundational skill of a sect, its significance far surpassing that of talisman crafting. A competent sect could survive without powerful techniques, but it must have its own alchemists. Otherwise, the demand for elixirs among the disciples would significantly diminish the sect's income. "Bring me a minor talisman crafting technique," he requested. "Certainly." The attendant responded with a beaming smile as she departed. This time, Lu Nen did not bother with disguises. After acquiring the minor talisman crafting technique, he continued to purchase other essential spells. As he scanned the tome, he ultimately selected the minor spirit sword technique and the minor acid rain technique, spending 800 and 400 low-grade spirit stones respectively. Attack and defense spells generally commanded higher prices than others, with the former being particularly sharp and thus exceeding the average cost significantly. The latter, however, was a niche spell, priced more affordably. Next came the defense spells. Among the formidable options available for mid-stage chi refinement, the minor armor technique and the minor golden body technique were prominent. Familiar with these two spells, Lu Nen hesitated momentarily before opting for the minor golden body technique. Finally, he also chose the minor wind control technique and the minor earth softening technique. Compared to before, the prices of the spells had indeed risen, leading to a considerable increase in his expenditure. The minor golden body technique cost 800 low-grade spirit stones, the minor wind control technique 600 low-grade spirit stones, and the minor earth softening technique 60 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Nen calculated that he had expended a staggering 660 spirit stones at the bookstore, a significant portion of his wealth dissipating in an instant. No wonder Li Yuan remarked that there were still numerous expenses ahead. Lu Nen reflected on this as he exited the bookstore, making his way towards the artifact shop, intending to exchange his current magical tool. The Qingling sword, being a low-tier artifact, felt somewhat antiquated in his eyes. With the impending expedition, he yearned to rapidly enhance his combat prowess, and obtaining a superior artifact was the most effective means to achieve that. It is worth noting that once one acquires a magical tool, only a brief period of refinement is necessary to adapt, thus immediately augmenting one's existing strength, while spells require extensive time to cultivate. Given his extraordinary talent, it was likely that, for an average cultivator, by the time the expedition concluded, their spells would not even reach the requisite power. This is precisely why talismans have become so prevalent. They are ready for immediate use upon purchase. However, it was not long before Lu Nen sensed the world's malevolence. A low-tier artifact was priced at merely 200 spirit stones, yet a mid-tier one demanded a hefty 3,000. Lu Nen felt a growing discomfort, as if he were a flourishing chive, green and vibrant. Why the exorbitant prices? The previous stock had been entirely lost, and now these artifacts were freshly crafted. Surely, in a year or two, with an increased supply, prices would inevitably decline. A year or two, with my innate talent, I would likely have reached the foundation establishment stage by then. Who would still be interested in these zero-tier artifacts? Once again, Lu Nen felt the sting of poverty. Mere moments ago, he was a wealthy individual, and now he was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. After a glance at the catalog, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll take the superior sword. Yes, the most unassuming one." The attendant asked in surprise, "Are you certain you want that one?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "No, none at all. It's just that this sword has been here for a day or two, and among the superior artifacts, it has garnered the least inquiries." This attendant lacked professionalism. How could a salesperson highlight the shortcomings of their own merchandise? Lu Nen chuckled. "As you mentioned, this sword isn't selling well. Perhaps you could offer me a discount?" "That is not possible. The prices are fixed. If you find this unacceptable, you may consider other items." Such blatant monopolization. Lu Nen surveyed the other artifacts nearby, clearly of exceptional quality, yet resolutely maintained his choice. "This one will suffice. While the superior sword is indeed costly, in the long run, it is undoubtedly worth the investment." After relinquishing 8,000 spirit stones, Lu Nen left the artifact shop clutching the wrapped sword and proceeded to the alchemy shop. By the time he departed from the alchemy shop, only a few hundred spirit stones remained in his storage bag. Upon returning to the village, dawn was just breaking. In the distance, he spotted Zhang Tao carrying a chamber pot. "Such a diligent woman." Lu Nen sighed inwardly and greeted her. "Zhang, you're up early." "Indeed," Zhang Tao responded, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly indicating that her morning had involved more than just tending to the pot. Lu Nen nodded, preparing to step inside when suddenly he froze. Flustered, he exclaimed, "Zhang Daoyu." That urinal. Zhang Tao's face flushed slightly as she softly replied, "I noticed that your basin had not been cleaned, which reminded me of the voluptuous figure in the morning mist." Lu Nen patted his head, cursing himself inwardly. "I am certainly not Prime Minister Chao. Once one has tasted the sweetness of life, thoughts inevitably wander when one's partner is absent." He mused. "Zhang Tao is significantly younger than I am." Not daring to dwell further on it, Lu Nen recalled that the morning was ripe with vigor, and a fire would be troublesome. Returning to his room, he seated himself cross-legged, pressing each jade slip to his forehead. After a considerable period, he opened the panel, discovering several new spells. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. As for other matters, aside from the sword techniques, everything else would have to be set aside for the time being. The efficiency of his cultivation had greatly increased. Once the minor golden body technique was employed, a faint golden glow enveloped his physique, bestowing him an imposing presence. 5 days later, he had successfully grasped the minor wind control technique, minor soil manipulation technique, and minor acid rain technique. Meanwhile, news arrived from Iron Sword Mountain. The second round of drafts had commenced. 99. Just a mere martial artist? Take care, Daoyu. Early in the morning, Lu Nan observed a middle-aged cultivator from next door, sword on his back and belongings in hand, stepping out with a countenance full of uncertainty about the future. If only I were also a celestial farmer like you, Lu Daoyu, the middle-aged cultivator lamented. Indeed, celestial farmers were the most humble of cultivators, often relegated to the last in such drafts. Lu Nan chuckled. Once the draft concludes, you might consider becoming a celestial farmer. Should such an event occur again, you could enjoy the associated benefits. The middle-aged cultivator chuckled awkwardly. We shall see about that in the future. With that, he drifted away with the crowd. Ah, how fickle human nature is. In peaceful times, they disdain our meager earnings as celestial farmers, yet in turbulent times, they yearn to join our ranks. Zhang Tu scoffed. It is human instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Lu Nan thought little of it. After standing for a while, he noticed that the villagers had dwindled, all converging towards the gates of the celestial city. What a magnificent sight! Lu Nan beheld a colossal shadow materializing in the sky, an enchanted flying vessel, appearing from a distance like a great beast, enveloped in a radiant aura of magical energy. Crafting such flying vessels is an intricate endeavor, their worth surely surpassing that of ordinary magical artifacts. By noon, the flying vessel emitted a resounding roar as it departed. Let us hope there is no third round of drafts. If there is, it would indicate that the situation has truly escalated. It should not come to that. Zhang Tao reassured him. Meanwhile, in a small town several dozen miles from the celestial city, two figures arrived at a courtyard, pushing the door open to enter. Li Daoyu. The person inside seemed to have already received word, stepping out to greet them. Greetings, esteemed Daoyu. The two unveiled their veils, revealing two attractive faces. It was none other than the early leavers, Li Yuan and Li Yu. A monk chuckled. To see you here, Taoist Li, is indeed a relief. Li Yuan replied with a smile. I appreciate your concern, Taoist Feng. Is it truly that serious? The others exchanged worried glances. After a brief exchange, she turned to Li Yuan and said, Li Yuan, come here for a moment. Li Yuan followed the elderly woman into the room. I noticed your complexion seems rather poor. Have you encountered any danger? The old woman asked softly. Yes, I ran into a bit of trouble. During the eruption of the strange phenomenon, I inadvertently attracted the attention of an anomaly. Although I managed to eliminate it, I still sustained some injuries. Is it a significant problem? The old woman inquired. Not particularly. Once I acquire an exorcism talisman, it should be resolved. The exorcism talisman, as an upgraded version of the minor exorcism talisman, is far more effective and should easily deal with low-tier anomalies. Well, as long as you are aware of your situation. By the way, how much did you manage to bring out from the alchemy shop? Li Yuan's expression darkened. It was manageable at first, as I had everything on me. However, when I was trapped in a nearby village and faced an ambush from several mid-stage chi refiners, I had no choice but to deliberately abandon some of my belongings while I was injured. The old woman's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of silence, she said, It's all right. Those items weren't too precious. Preserving your life is what truly matters. Thank you for your understanding, senior sister. Li Yuan replied. We are family. There's no need for such formality. However, I must inquire about something. Taoist Lin seems quite interested in you. Have you given it any thought? You must understand that Taoist Lin is not an ordinary individual. He is backed by a formidable foundation stage cultivator. If you were to become involved with him, it could be beneficial for Master, for us, and for you. Li Yuan's face grew slightly tense. I have no particular feelings towards Taoist Lin. The old woman frowned. Do feelings sustain you? Sister, you are no longer a child. Do remember, men with a background are hard to come by. Having such a supporter is far more important than the meager earnings you make at the alchemy shop. Li Yuan felt a surge of irritation. This is my own affair. As she stepped out of the room, Li Yuan noticed Li Yu waiting a short distance away, her expression softening. What's wrong, Aunt? Nothing. Just encountered a pesky fly. Li Yu laughed. Next time, let me know, and I'll swat it for you. Li Yuan realized she had not grasped the underlying meaning and retorted, Save it. Be careful not to end up swatting yourself instead. How could that happen? It's merely a small fly. Even an ordinary martial artist could easily swat it. Li Yuan frowned. What do you mean by ordinary martial artist? That sounds rather unflattering. Suddenly stopping in her tracks, she turned around and asked, Why aren't you moving? Li Yu remained rooted in place. her face filled with suspicion. Realizing this, Li Yuan's face flushed crimson, from her ears down to her neck. I just feel that this way of addressing others is somewhat inappropriate. Who are you referring to? Li Yu asked. Li Yuan felt an urge to cover her face and walk away. Why does this feel like a self-imposed entrapment? Resolutely, she adopted a stern demeanor befitting her status as an aunt and declared, "What nonsense are you thinking, child?" With that, she turned and walked back into the room. Li Yu suddenly felt a pang of frustration and hurriedly followed behind. "Aunt, tell me plainly, are you and Senior Lu?" Seeing Li Yu's earnest gaze, Li Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, and nodded. "It should be so." Li Yu blinked in disbelief. "Should be?" "Yes, yes, yes. Just a mere martial artist?" Li Yuan replied with a hint of annoyance. "Come on, I simply didn't understand him back then. Besides, how could he be considered a martial artist? Is there any martial artist with his level of skill? Incredible. We've only known each other for such a short time, and you are already defending him. You're all turning your elbows outward. All right. I apologize." Li Yuan rolled her eyes. Li Yu scoffed. "Just a mere martial artist." The blush that had faded from Li Yuan's cheeks returned once more. After a playful exchange, Li Yu calmed down and asked, "Aunt, since you and Senior Lu are in a relationship, why not introduce him to us?" Li Yuan sighed. "You are not unaware of the predicament of the Sanyuan sect, nor of my master's stance. I do not wish to involve him at this moment. Perhaps in the future, we shall see." Observing the worry etched on her aunt's face, Li Yu felt a twinge of jealousy. After more than 10 days of tidying up, the once dirt-filled room was completely cleared out. Zhang Tao and Lu Nan procured some ordinary household items to fill the space. These items cost little. With a single spirit stone, one could acquire a fair amount. Gazing at the exceptionally neat and clean room, Lu Nan reflected on the differences brought by having a woman at home. In the past, he would never have cared for such matters. He placed the purchased parchment aside and carefully took up a talisman brush to sketch runes on the cut parchment. A flicker of magical energy shimmered at the tip of the brush, gliding down gradually. Moments later, he steadied his mind, and a faint rune appeared on the parchment, though it still lacked a hint of spiritual brilliance. Lu Nan sighed internally. Discarding the failed talisman to the side and taking a new piece of parchment to place on the table. "Concentrate, calm your spirit." Once he adjusted his state, his eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he set the brush to paper. The spiritual light danced along the brush's tip. This time the process felt even more prolonged than before. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he paid them no heed. His hand remained steady as a mountain, gliding slowly across the parchment, and finally, a spark of spiritual light gathered at the tip. Just as it seemed it would fade away, suddenly, as if connecting with something, the entire talisman illuminated. The minor cloud rain talisman had been successfully crafted. The minor talisman crafting is not a spell but rather a skill set encompassing various talisman techniques, including 5 farming spells, 3 defensive spells, 2 offensive spells, and several special spells such as the minor cleaning talisman, minor wind control talisman, and minor evil dispelling talisman, among others. Each type of talisman corresponds to a specific spell, as talismans are derived from spells for the sake of portability. The talisman Lu Nan drew is the minor cloud rain talisman, as the foundation of foundations. The minor cloud and rain technique is one of the simplest forms of talisman crafting. Lu Nan contemplated using this technique as a basis to gradually enhance his talisman-making abilities. Observing the heap of discarded talisman papers on the ground, he shook his head in silent dismay. Crafting talismans proved to be no trivial matter, without substantial financial resources. One could hardly engage in it. A single piece of talisman paper costs 5 low-grade spirit stones, and a full set can be divided into 5 usable sheets. For a novice talisman master with exceptional talent like him, entering this realm would still require dozens of sheets of paper. For an ordinary cultivator, the initial expenditure on talisman paper would be astronomical. This world demands money for everything. If even the relatively low-tier craft of talisman making is so competitive, what must it be like for alchemists and artifact smiths? Indeed, it is a daunting prospect. No wonder those practitioners must rely on the support of powerful factions to thrive. Lu Nan took the remaining talisman paper and resumed his drawings. Although talisman crafting and spellcasting share a common origin, the former has its own distinct system. Talisman crafting emphasizes the technique of drawing, followed by infusing a certain amount of spiritual energy to give it form. The essence lies in the artistry of the drawing. After a short while, Lu Nan had produced several minor cloud and rain talismans. The success rate for entry-level talisman crafting hovers around 10%. It is hardly profitable, Not to mention the cost of talisman paper, the ink used in the drawings also incurs significant expenses. In order to profit from talisman paper, he must continue to improve his skills. Lunan felt a twinge of helplessness, the higher he aspired to rise. The more he recognized the formidable nature of the Iron Sword sect. Talisman crafters lack pricing power, thus they must grit their teeth and persevere. An ordinary talisman master might spend the better part of their life before earning a profit from their craft, and even then, the returns may not be substantial. Such was the case for Qin Jie's chosen companion. Many wandering cultivators are merely workers in the immortal city. The same holds true for spirit farmers and talisman crafters alike. Fortunately, with his exceptional innate talent, he need not dwell too much on these matters. For him, the process of crafting talismans does not consume much spiritual energy, so there is no urgency to delve deeper into study. Had he been in the mid-stage of chi refinement, even if he had learned the minor talisman crafting technique, he would have had to postpone it, as his focus during that time must be on cultivating spells. His supply of spirit stones was running low. Glancing at the contents of his storage bag, Lunan felt a headache coming on. How he longed for the days when he had over 10,000 spirit stones in hand. Setting down his talisman brush, he stepped outside to inform Zhang Tao before retreating into seclusion. The bottle of chi refinement pills he had specifically purchased previously remained unused, and feeling rather well today. He decided to test its effects. A jade vial contained 2 chi refinement pills, being an upgraded version of the chi recovery pill. The price of the chi refinement pills was considerably higher, costing 50 low-grade spirit stones per vial, which meant 25 stones per pill. Of course, this also related to the current market situation. Had it been before the calamity, the price would have been lower. After inspecting the instructions, which bore no significant differences from the chi recovery pills, he swallowed one whole. A wave of warmth surged within him. The following day, Lunan awoke from his cultivation. Opening his mouth to expel a surge of dark energy enveloped in black blood, a faint, acrid scent permeating the air, purifying essence and dispelling impurities. He felt a remarkable sense of clarity, rising with delight. He noticed no one was watching and swiftly pried up the stains from the ground along with a sizable portion of the floor, disposing of them in the abandoned area outside the courtyard, where he incinerated them to ashes. Youthfulness enveloped him anew, gazing at his reflection on the water's surface. He appeared to be in his early 30s, bearing a hint of formidable charisma and a spirited gaze. He conjured a minor wind manipulation technique, his body instantly becoming light and agile, as if buoyed by an unseen gust. When he employed his lightness skill, his speed increased significantly. Before long, he ventured deep into the spiritual fields, arriving at a clear area for handling haystacks. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he ceased to conceal his actions, forming one technique after another. Minor spirit sword technique, minor golden body technique, minor cotton needle technique. The essence of his 6th level of chi refinement had become increasingly refined. His spellcasting was swifter than ever, and his sensory perceptions had also heightened, thereby amplifying his responsiveness to the incantations. It could be said that he now possessed almost no discernible weaknesses. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was marked by numerous pits of varying sizes. Just as Lunan was engrossed in his testing, he suddenly sensed something unusual while performing the minor acid rain technique. It seemed that with each casting, its potency grew significantly. Could it be? An idea struck him, and he hastily opened his status panel. Name, Lunan lifespan, 6115 realm, 6th level of chi refinement, 100, cultivation techniques, chi feng gong perfected, 00. Minor mist technique, perfected, 00. Minor cloud and rain technique, perfected, 00. Minor cotton needle technique, perfected, 00. Blinking sword technique, perfected, 00. Grass on the wind, perfected, 00. Iron shirt, perfected, 00. Sleeve arrow, perfected, 00. The proficiency of the minor acid rain technique had risen remarkably fast. One must take their time, progressing through each spell incrementally before considering others. Therefore, the proficiency of the minor acid rain technique should not be so high. It seemed that the connection to the minor cloud and rain technique was the cause, since the latter was the progenitor of the former. It allowed for rapid advancement in the early stages. Henceforth, the spells I choose must be strategic, to avoid squandering previous efforts when selecting spells in the future. With this thought in mind, he silently added the minor acid rain technique to his primary cultivation focus. With the minor cloud and rain technique as a foundation, this spell would surely take shape swiftly, serving as a temporary substitute for the minor spirit sword technique without issue. With newfound determination, Lu Nan elevated the minor acid rain technique to a proficient level. When cast, the condensed dark clouds unleashed rain imbued with potent corrosive properties, eroding the ground into darkened imprints. Given enough time, it could even corrode minor protective spells. The offensive nature of the minor acid rain technique emphasized sustainability, lacking the sharpness that the minor spirit sword technique possessed. The essence of the minor acid rain technique lies primarily in its ability to entangle and deplete. Lu Nan, upon experimenting with the minor mist technique, discovered that the two could harmoniously complement one another. Enemies lost their way within the mist, making it exceedingly difficult for them to escape, while the minor acid rain technique could inflict a sustained drain on their mana. Of course, the minor spirit sword technique could achieve similar effects, yet it possessed a greater threat. Lu Nan was not surprised. Having a singular explosive attack skill sufficed. Additional skills would only lead to redundancy. It was imperative to be judicious, ensuring that one's finest resources were applied where they would yield the greatest impact. Not long after returning home, Lu Nan heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Manager Fong standing there. "Prepare yourself. We shall gather at the market early tomorrow morning." Lu Nan felt a weight in his heart. In order to maintain his facade before Manager Fong, he feigned excitement and inquired, "Is this the third mobilization?" Indeed. Manager Fong, who had initially intended to leave, could not help but caution him, "Be especially careful during this mobilization. Please, Manager Fong, do offer your guidance." Lu Nan responded. The second batch was tasked with further seeking out those lurking anomalies hidden in the corners of the mortal realm to prevent a resurgence after the mobilization concluded. Lu Nan, astonished, remarked, "After 2 batches of cultivators have already scoured the area, it should be quite safe. Why then is Manager Fong still so apprehensive?" After a moment of silence, Manager Fong replied, "That was the expectation, but recently, some teams encountered remnants of the San Yuan sect during their purge of the anomalies, resulting in significant casualties, including a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The higher-ups were greatly incensed and planned to seize this opportunity to eradicate the remnants of the San Yuan sect altogether. The San Yuan sect has entangled itself with our Iron Sword sect for decades. No one knows where they might be hiding. I fear they could cause untold chaos. These wretched remnants, even after all this time, have not been entirely eliminated." Manager Fong grumbled as he departed. Lu Nan returned indoors, his heart heavy. The joy of his cultivation progress had dimmed considerably. During dinner that evening, Lu Nan broached the subject with Zhang Tao. Noticing the concern etched on her face, he reassured her, "Do not worry. That is merely Manager Fong's apprehension. Should any true calamity arise, there are those of higher rank to shield us." Lu Nan sighed inwardly, suspecting that Zhang Tao had yet to recover from the tragedy of her husband's demise. The future remained uncertain. They had just endured a calamity, and opportunities abounded. Once the mobilization concluded, there might still be chances to seize. Lu Nan encouraged her, "The most challenging days have passed. To choose to give up now would be truly regrettable." Zhang Tao replied, "I am aware of my own aptitude. Even should fortune smile upon me, and I attain mid-stage Qi refinement, what of it? It would only grant me a few more years of breath." Witnessing her resolute demeanor, Lu Nan abandoned his attempts at persuasion. The following day dawned bright and warm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the market with Zhang Tao, they found a throng of cultivators already gathered there. Many bore various weapons on their backs and carried belongings in hand, standing in small groups amidst the bustling scene. "Fellow cultivators, stay close. Do not lag behind," Manager Fong reminded them. Each mobilization was led by the stewards of their villages. "I have met fellow cultivators." A middle-aged monk noticed Lu Nan, his eyes gleaming with interest as he approached to strike up a conversation. Lu Nan bore no inclination to keep him at arm's length and soon engaged in dialogue. The man was named Zhao Quan, also a celestial farmer, one of the few survivors from their village. Their interaction was marked by warmth and enthusiasm as time gradually slipped away. As midday approached, a commotion arose ahead, and before long, the crowd began to flow methodically towards the source of the clamor. There, disciples of the Iron Sword sect were diligently verifying names and signatures. The Iron Sword sect certainly leaves no room for error in such matters, Zhao Quan lamented. Lu Nan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond in such a setting. Amidst so many watchful eyes, it seemed unwise to attract attention over trivial matters. Soon, it was Lu Nan's turn. Name? Lu Nan. They did not inquire further. This verification was merely a second check, and as long as the information matched the individual, it was deemed complete. Please stand to the side and wait, instructed the disciple responsible for verification, gesturing towards a vacant area behind him. Standing there was an expressionless monk, whose attire clearly indicated affiliation with the Iron Sword sect. Likely the leader of this expedition, Lu Nen surmised. One after another, individuals began to gather, predominantly from the same village. For it was only natural that those who had shared calamities would possess a profound understanding of one another. Of course, it might simply be a matter of convenience in grouping. The number of individuals assigned to each team remained relatively constant. Once everyone was present, Song Ming forced a faint smile and greeted the assembled crowd. Thus, this contingent was officially established. As the spring breeze caressed their faces, one would expect a sense of indescribable comfort. However, upon witnessing the drooping trees and the occasional exposed bones along the roadside, an inexplicable heaviness settled in Lu Nan's heart. Alas, such is the nature of the mundane world. When calamity strikes, countless lives are lost. A few years ago, a severe drought devastated the northwestern region, leaving vast expanses barren. It was only after the Celestial City dispatched a group to induce rain that the area managed to stabilize, Zhao Quan sighed. The group could not enjoy the luxury of airships and were left to traverse the distance on foot. Fortunately, employing lightness techniques required little mana, so there were no complaints. Yet, even if there were, none would dare voice them. After departing from the Celestial City, they journeyed several dozen miles before entering the mundane realm. A sight that left Lu Nan, a newcomer to this world, deeply affected. Life in the mundane realm was indeed arduous. This was the state of affairs after 2 waves of cultivators had conducted cleanups. Had the first wave emerged, it would have undoubtedly been a scene of human tragedy, nay, a veritable hell on earth. Along the path, the villages they passed were rife with sorrow, and many gazes directed towards their party were laced with both reverence and envy. Suddenly, Lu Nan recalled the story of the monk who had taken his own life. Everyone speaks highly of the pursuit of immortality. Yet who pays heed to the withered bones before the graves? If one does not forge ahead, even the struggle for existence becomes unattainable. Progress is imperative. Lu Nan clenched his fists. Whether in a past life or this one, as long as one breathes, one must move forward, lest they become mere chaff scattered upon the ground. The group meandered onward, only reaching their destination on the 3rd day. They halted before a modest city wall. Throughout their journey, they had mostly encountered villages, making such fortifications a rarity. Upon arriving at the city gate, they beheld a throng of people gathered in anticipation. At the forefront stood a group clad in simple garments, their faces somewhat grimy, yet the fullness of their foreheads and their skin starkly contrasted with those behind them, who appeared gaunt and pallid. Even with dirt smeared upon their faces, it was impossible to disguise their vitality. Before they could approach, the elder at the front proclaimed in a resounding voice, "We welcome you, esteemed immortals." The crowd knelt in reverence. "Rise." Song Ming accepted their homage with grace and inquired of the elder, "What name do you bear?" "Just call me Sun Hao." "Is there any cultivation in your possession?" Sun Hao hastily replied, "Let us dispense with formalities. The arrival of the immortals here is a blessing for us all. Might I trouble you, esteemed immortals, to grace my humble abode? I have prepared fine wine and delicacies." "Not necessary." Song Ming waved his hand, leading the group into the city. Truly a member of the Iron Sword sect, unfazed by other sentiments, Zhao Quan murmured. Once within the city, the group felt considerably more at ease. After Song Ming relayed some instructions, he retired to their lodgings, which were previously occupied by a prior batch of cultivators and would serve as their own residence. Zhao Quan remarked, "If only it were that simple. I hope the Iron Sword sect will relax some of their conditions, otherwise, it would spell disaster. Should we seize this opportunity to advance to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, we might just earn a place among the Iron Sword sect. Let us hope." The group found a tavern to refresh themselves, and as they noted the thriving conditions within the city, Zhao Quan, having indulged in a bit of wine, became quite loquacious. "Do you know why Taoist Song wishes to avoid interaction with the Sun family?" "Not at all." Lu Nen glanced at Zhang Tao, only to find her expression serene and unresponsive. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, "What you say is indeed true." After their meal, the group followed the directions to their lodgings. Towering walls enclosed the estate, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions, albeit marred by dark stains, whether dried blood or something else. It was unclear. Inside, the space was expansive, with individual courtyards separated by lush greenery, indicative of recent planting. While the Iron Sword sect may not concern themselves much with the mundane, they did not neglect entirely establishing respectable way stations in suitable towns, known as immortal gardens. These places were tended either by disciples' families or by those cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan. After 3 days of travel, the group, weary in spirit, sought solace within their respective courtyards to rest. "Do take a moment to rest," Lu Nen remarked to Zhang Tao. Observing a certain preoccupation in him, Zhang Tao, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to inquire further, nodded and entered a neighboring courtyard. "Is there a fellow cultivator available?" Shortly thereafter, an elderly cultivator emerged, none other than Louis, the head of the Immortal Garden, a disciple of the Iron Sword sect nearing the end of his lifespan. "What brings you here, fellow cultivator? Might there be any records or archives in this place?" Louis raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing at Lu Nan. "The Immortal Garden does not maintain such records. However, I possess a peculiar habit. If you do not mind my illegible handwriting, you are welcome to peruse what I have." Lu Nan chuckled. "How could I? You are far too modest." Shaking his head, Louis replied, "Come inside." Though a disciple of the Iron Sword sect, his impending demise rendered him devoid of the typical arrogance associated with disciples. As he guided Lu Nan into a side chamber adorned with shelves filled with numerous books and scrolls. "Feel free to browse. Just be careful not to damage anything." "Thank you, fellow cultivator. It is but a trifling matter." After Lu Yi departed, Lu Nen began to examine the tomes. After a considerable time, he finally exited the chamber. In truth, the mundane world was not as despairing as he had initially envisioned. Life was bearable. Although many lived in poverty, they were not devoid of sustenance. The situation bore resemblance to ancient times in his past life, and such bizarre calamities were rare. Many individuals might never encounter one in their lifetime. Great disasters invariably give rise to various minor tribulations. This peculiar catastrophe had also spawned various man-made tragedies, the toll of which was not lesser than that inflicted by the calamity itself. Lu Nan could only lament this unfortunate reality. In the ensuing days, with Song Ming not assigning any tasks, everyone remained within the Immortal Garden, preoccupied with their own affairs. Lu Nan dedicated his days to cultivating several primary spells and crafting talismans. The travel days had consumed a significant amount of time, and now that he could finally rest, he was determined to make the most of it. With his spiritual stones dwindling, he needed to devise a way to earn more. Before departing, Lu Nan exchanged the remaining few hundred spiritual stones he possessed for chi refinement pills and talisman crafting materials. He had initially intended to acquire only talisman-making materials. However, due to the limited space in his storage pouch, he was compelled to purchase a portion only. Once his minor wind technique was enhanced, he would be able to traverse even more swiftly. While Lu Nan and the others took residence in the Immortal Garden, deep within the Sun family estate, Sun Hao is bowing before a group of individuals in a secret chamber. The Iron Sword sect has sent another group? What are they scheming? Have they sensed something? That seems unlikely. If they had sensed anything, it would not have taken several waves of personnel. They could have acted during the first wave. After the group finished speaking, Sun Hao interjected, "This should have no bearing on you esteemed individuals. The highest cultivation level among this wave is merely mid-stage chi refinement, and the rest appear to be low-level loose cultivators from the Immortal City. They must have other motives for coming here. Is that all? What do you think? Shall we deal with them? These incessant waves are becoming quite bothersome," a sinister cultivator suggested. Sun Hao felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this. Before him stood the followers of the Sanyuan sect. Their restraint was a blessing, for should they act, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Iron Sword sect. In such a case, the most favorable outcome for the Sun family would be to uproot their lives and live in obscurity, akin to a rat scurrying through the alleys. Fortunately, at that moment, an elderly voice resonated from within the house, infused with an undeniable authority. "Do not act recklessly. We are not here to eliminate mere minions. If we draw the attention of foundation-building cultivators, we shall find ourselves in grave peril." Sun Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. The speaker from within was the true authority here, and no one dared to contradict his words. Well, it seems they are fortunate. Suddenly, a white specter erupted from the house, clawing and flailing, crashing into a cultivator who was subsequently repelled by the protective charm's magical aura. In the very next moment, the anti-evil talisman affixed to the cultivator spontaneously ignited. Just as the white specter threatened to return, a beam of spiritual light shot forth from the side, piercing through it. The specter momentarily stiffened, and the chilling aura enveloping it faded slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the cultivator retreated rapidly, reactivating the protective charm. "Everyone, let us act together." The surrounding cultivators, alerted by the commotion, swiftly converged, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the specter. Within mere moments, the specter dimmed entirely, disintegrating into ashes. At this sight, the group exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Daoist Lu," the cultivator expressed gratefully as he approached Lu Nan. "Su Daoist, you are too kind. We are all here together. It is only natural to assist one another." Lu Nan replied with a smile. There is no need for excessive solitude among people, especially when extricating oneself from peril incurs no significant cost. A mere lightweight needle technique sufficed. Were he to unleash his full strength, he certainly would not have acted so casually. There exists a marked difference between acting with ease and exerting oneself to the utmost. The cultivator expressed his gratitude once more, concluding with an invitation for Lu Nan to visit his courtyard for further discussion. Lu Nan graciously declined. The advancement of spell casting was astonishingly swift. The minor acid rain technique had even reached an impressive level of mastery. When unleashed, it appeared as though the ground had been subjected to concentrated sulfuric acid, leaving behind charred remnants. The horrifying scene of sizzling and bubbling elicited a sense of trepidation even in Lu Nan. In comparison, the minor treasure elephant technique progressed at a slower pace, still at the level of mastery, yet its proficiency was nearly at its peak. With advancement expected within the next few days, the difficulty of cultivating mid-grade spells was indeed greater than that of low-grade ones. Lu Nan surmised that, at present, he had attained a level of seniority among mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. Of course, this was merely an estimation. No one could truly fathom the level of spell mastery achieved by those who had long awaited their turn in qi refinement. Lu's cultivators fared better. But for those disciples of sects, the acquisition of spirit stones was considerably easier, making it likely that they possessed formidable skills. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. After mastering several primary spells, his talisman crafting had seen remarkable improvement. Not only had he elevated the minor Cloud Rain talisman to a proficient level, but he had also acquired a new spell, the minor anti-evil talisman. The minor Cloud and Rain talisman technique ultimately remains rather rudimentary. If it were a time of peace, dedicating oneself to its cultivation would be inconsequential, especially with so many celestial farmers in the fairy city, creating a vast market. However, in these turbulent times, the demand for the minor Cloud and Rain talisman has dwindled to its nadir, rendering extensive investment in it unnecessary. Conversely, the minor exorcism talisman is currently in vogue. Presently, his proficiency in the minor exorcism talisman technique has reached a competent level, allowing him to earn a modest income. The demand for spirit stones is substantial, necessitating the purchase of some qi refining pills and materials for talisman crafting. Although his realm has ascended rapidly, it pales in comparison to previous advancements. Thus, Lu Nan seeks to acquire some qi refining pills to expedite his cultivation, for no one would ever complain about accelerating their training. He must devise a means to earn spirit stones. Purchasing pills can be deferred, but acquiring materials for talisman crafting is imperative, otherwise, the practice will cease. Daoist Lu. Daoist Zhao. It was Zhao Quan. Once again, you've showcased your prowess today. It appears your strength has significantly advanced. Lu Nan understood he was referring to the elimination of the aberration and smiled, saying, "Do not flatter me. That aberration was not particularly formidable. It was merely a matter of caution for everyone involved. Gold will always shine." Zhao Quan remarked, "Sometimes that holds considerable truth. Are you implying our strength is lacking?" Zhao Quan sighed. Lu Nan quickly replied, "Dear friend, do not misconstrue my words. That was not my intention." After some lighthearted banter, Zhao Quan disclosed his purpose. There would be a trading event this evening. Would you care to attend? A trading event? Lu Nan chuckled. That sounds splendid. Zhao Quan provided the precise location and time, along with some precautions, before departing to inform others. As dusk approached, the sky darkened slightly. Lu Nan wrapped a layer of black cloth around his face and proceeded toward the outer fairy garden, soon arriving at a secluded courtyard. Two burly men, seemingly pre-informed, did not question his attire and respectfully opened the door. One of them guided him into a modest chamber. Inside were over a dozen cultivators, all wearing masks, rendering it impossible to discern their identities by mere appearance. Lower-tier cultivators tend to exercise great caution during transactions, often resorting to disguise. Otherwise, some might reconsider presenting precious items for sale due to the potential risks involved. In any case, it is prudent to remain vigilant. As for the concern of being too few in number and thus easily identified, that was beyond his control, relying solely on one's judgment. They quietly occupied a corner, with various items laid out before them for trade. Lu Nan surveyed the assortment, noting that it predominantly consisted of low-grade talisman paper, along with some mundane items such as common martial arts manuals and exquisite floral carvings. This trading event likely included not only cultivators like them, but also affluent families from within Rock City. Before long, several portly individuals adorned with masks entered. Although they could conceal their identities, their apprehension was evident in subtle details. The connection between the mundane and the celestial realm remains unbroken. Thus, individuals of considerable power and influence from the mortal world often resort to various means to elevate their kin into the ranks of immortals. Lu Nan speculated that the forthcoming trade fair would likely be instigated by these earthly beings. Those in positions of authority are invariably intertwined with practitioners of the arcane, possessing items that are typically utilized by cultivators. He observed certain individuals, evidently from the mortal realm, presenting somewhat antiquated talisman papers, and one even displayed a low-tier magical artifact. Regrettably, that artifact appeared to have suffered damage, its spiritual radiance dimmed and diminished in value. A cultivator seemed interested in this item, engaging in hushed negotiations with its owner. Lu Nan did not linger, instead approaching another practitioner. "Friend, is this parchment newly crafted?" Several pieces of parchment lay before the stall, imbued with a faint scent of medicinal concoctions. While crafting parchment is not particularly challenging, the true difficulty lies in sourcing the hides of beasts endowed with spiritual essence, typically. Only the hides of quasi-spiritual beasts can bear magical power and runes. In the Celestial City, the parchment sold is predominantly produced by the Iron Sword sect, with only a minuscule fraction crafted by private cultivators. Lu Nan was pleasantly surprised to encounter it here. Merely fortunate, it seemed. The seller was evidently reluctant to divulge details. The origin of any animal hide signifies substantial wealth. Lu Nan smiled and said, "I have little interest in the art of hide crafting. However, if you possess more parchment, I would be inclined to purchase it all. Alas, there is none left. The yield is scarce. Perhaps next time." The seller responded cautiously. Were it not for his current lack of spiritual stones and the inconvenience of carrying parchment, he would not have delayed until now. The minor exorcism talismans sold swiftly, yet the minor rain talismans proved more challenging to sell. Fortunately, in addition to practitioners, some local dignitaries attended, and although their spiritual stones were limited, the combined purchases gradually depleted the stock. Upon leaving the trade fair, Lu Nan calculated his gains, 50 spiritual stones in total. For lower-tier cultivators, possessing even 10 stones is considered substantial. His sales success stemmed from high volume and the popularity of the minor exorcism talismans. Having seen considerable wealth before, Lu Nan felt indifferent to the mere dozens of spiritual stones in his possession. Strangely enough, his greatest acquisition from the trade fair was the parchment used for talisman crafting. Upon returning to the Celestial Garden, Lu Nan made his way directly to a courtyard. "Zhao, my friend." Zhao Quan emerged from within, a smile gracing his face. "Oh, you attended as well?" Lu Nan chuckled. "Indeed, though my stay was brief, those items were largely inconsequential." Lu Nan nodded in agreement. "You speak true. However, your parchment is quite impressive. Should you have more, I would consider purchasing some." Zhao Quan's expression shifted slightly, uncertainty clouding his features. "What do you mean, my friend?" Lu Nan chose not to press the matter, responding with a smile, "Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to buy some parchment from you. Rest assured, as a talisman maker, I have no need to compete with you in the hide crafting business. You practice talisman crafting." Zhao Quan was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. The cost of talisman crafting is quite apparent to him. Initially, he intended to pursue a path in talisman creation, but upon calculating the expenses, he realized it was beyond his means. Thus, he settled for producing parchment instead. Although life remains challenging, it is comparatively more comfortable than that of an ordinary celestial farmer. "I have some knowledge," Lu Nan remarked. Zhao Quan hesitated for a moment and sighed. "Since you have discerned my capabilities, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I indeed can craft parchment, but it is not solely my effort. If you require a large quantity, it may not be feasible." "No worries. Sell me as much as you have. Regardless, you would sell to someone else anyway. Our transaction will be more convenient." Lu Nan chose not to expose Zhao Quan's pretense. His gathering of associates likely aimed to bolster his confidence and avoid being outmaneuvered. However, Lu Nan viewed this notion as somewhat naive. The mere mention of it could lead others to mistakenly believe he possessed an actual supply channel for parchment. Encountering ill-intentioned individuals might bring calamity. Shortly after returning home, Lu Nan received a message from Zhao Quan. I have a batch of goods, approximately 10 sheets, priced at 6 spirit stones each. What do you think? Lunan replied. This is not very reasonable. In the celestial city, they sell for only 5 spirit stones a sheet. Zhao Quan seemed momentarily bewildered. No, that's not true. Lunan sighed. Zhao Quan's eyes widened, and he quickly said, Wait, if it's 5 spirit stones a sheet, then let's go with that. It's better not to, lest you feel uncomfortable. Lunan shook his head. Zhao Quan grit his teeth. For 0.5. Lunan deemed this acceptable, but sensed that pushing further might lead to complications. Thus he stated, For 0.5 will do. Let's settle on 5 spirit stones a sheet for ease in calculations. However, you must provide me with quality parchment, not just any scraps. Zhao Quan's face flushed slightly. He had indeed entertained such a thought. The quality of parchment is often difficult for the untrained eye to discern, which is why many opt for the parchment from the Iron Sword sect. Rest assured, my friend, it was clear he was no fool after some time to reflect. He understood that Lunan had likely surmised that his mention of other fellow practitioners was entirely fictitious, so he chose not to deliberately hide this fact. With a sufficient supply of parchment, Lunan once again withdrew from the world, dedicating himself to the cultivation of his spells and talisman craft. Before long, more than a month had passed. Inside his abode, Lunan practiced his martial arts repeatedly. Although his movements appeared unhurried, they conveyed a weighty and formidable presence. Each action shrouded in mist, akin to a cloud cover. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, and his robust veins were clearly visible on the surface of his body. The third layer of symbol patterns flickered intermittently, ultimately solidifying and merging into his being after completing a set of martial techniques. He extended his hand, summoning the long sword from his side, yet after contemplation, refrained from striking. Instead, he retrieved a spare azure spirit sword from his storage pouch and aimed it at his fingernail. Clang! Lunan examined the blade. Fortunately, it had not chipped. The great accomplishment of the little elephant technique had enhanced his defenses significantly, while also bestowing upon him an overwhelming force. Stepping into the courtyard, I noticed a colossal stone lock not far away. Approaching it, I exhaled deeply. The weighty stone lock, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly lifted into the air, revealing little strain on my part. My strength must surely exceed 1,000 or 2,000 pounds. To hold the 1,000-pound stone lock with such ease suggests my power surpasses a mere 1,000 pounds. A gentle toss sent the stone lock crashing to the ground, producing a resonant sound. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang, my fellow Taoist. As Lunan opened the door, he found Zhang Tao gazing at him with an expression of anxiety. What are you doing? Just testing a spell, Lunan explained. Behind Zhang Tao stood Zhao Quan, who remarked, You could have controlled it better. With such a loud noise, one might think something had gone awry. Lunan raised an eyebrow, discerning the underlying implication in Zhao Quan's words. Has something happened in recent days? This inquiry was directed at Zhao Quan. Having spent more time with him, I recognized his eagerness for social interaction, which likely facilitated his connections to the information network. Such individuals tend to acquire news far more swiftly than we do. Zhao Quan nodded, indeed. News arrived yesterday that the hunt for the remnants of the San Yuan sect is intensifying. In many regions, teams that were initially formed to eradicate anomalies have shifted their focus to hunting down the remnants of the San Yuan sect. Suddenly recalling the instructions from the person in charge, Lunan spoke solemnly. Do you have any good suggestions? Zhao Quan sighed. What suggestions could there be? Just be cautious. The rest is left to fate. However, I believe we are safe here. Rock City is not far from Immortal City, and the remnants of the San Yuan sect would not dare to act here. If they did, we would be the first to bear the brunt. Lunan pondered silently. What about Taoist Song? Any updates? None. Since arriving here, aside from dealing with anomalies a few times, that Song has been holed up in the courtyard. Showing little concern for our well-being, Lunan quietly stepped back, creating distance between the two parties. You know, it's one thing to speak ill of someone in private, but to do so in public is reckless. If an attentive listener were to overhear, it would invite trouble. Spring has nearly passed its midpoint, and the sun has grown somewhat fierce. The newly planted greenery has taken firm root, with vibrant leaves exuding a hint of life in the soft light. Early in the morning, Lunan stepped out of his room, practiced for a while, and then brought his tea set into the courtyard. One must admit, the mundane has its own exquisite charm. Ever since Zhao Quan enthusiastically approached me, eager to introduce me to a marvelous place, my long-suppressed passion for tea reawakened. With a critical mindset, I accompanied Zhao Quan to this so-called marvelous place, only to find my judgment dissipate upon encountering women adorned with heavy makeup. Disregarding the potential for disappointment, I soon parted ways with Zhao Quan. Subsequently, I made a special trip to the market to procure some fine tea leaves and brewing equipment. Months have passed since the bizarre calamity, and ordinary life has swiftly regained its vitality, with bustling markets, taverns, and entertainment venues springing back to life. The mundane life possesses its conveniences. How delightful it would be if the celestial city permitted mortals to enter. In such a case, those who cultivate immortality would truly be exalted beings, liberated from the trivialities of daily existence. However, the celestial city has its own considerations, and Lu Nan lacks both the inclination and capacity to interfere, leaving him to harbor silent grievances. Is Taoist friend available? Lu Nan rose and opened the courtyard door, allowing Zhao Quan to enter, pouring him a cup of tea. You seem to be living quite comfortably, Lu Nan remarked with a hint of irritation. Do not think I am unaware of your frequent visits to that place in recent days. Zhao Quan chuckled and replied, Is it not different? I merely feel pity for those young ladies and go to assist their business. I know of a girl in the city who is also quite pitiable. Why don't you lend her a hand? What is she like? Delicate and charming, aged 58. Zhao Quan widened his eyes in disbelief. 58 and delicate? Is she not a foundation establishment cultivator? Lu Nan scoffed. There are indeed no foundation establishment cultivators, but she must have been charming once. The light in Zhao Quan's eyes dimmed instantly. In that case, I shall pass. My capabilities are limited. A mere mortal of 58 could scarcely compare to a 68 in the celestial city, and lacking any peculiar inclinations, he would naturally refrain from courting such misfortune. Lu Nan ceased his jesting and inquired, What brings you here? Zhao Quan's expression turned serious. A grave incident has occurred at Shilling Mountain. It is said that when the eradication team arrived, they encountered a foundation establishment cultivator from the San Yuan sect. Lu Nan's countenance shifted slightly, and then, casualties were heavy. After all, no one anticipated such an encounter. Fortunately, there are always foundation establishment cultivators stationed at Shilling Mountain who managed to halt the slaughter. Otherwise, total annihilation would not have been out of the question. Lu Nan inhaled deeply. Is a foundation establishment cultivator truly that formidable? Indeed. Once a foundation establishment cultivator unleashes their power, those in the Qi refinement stage find it exceedingly difficult to withstand, unless they confront it head-on. What of Taoist Song? There has been no response from him. Lu Nan restrained his agitation, well aware that he could not voice his concerns openly. There is one more matter to discuss. The parchment has run out, and subsequent transactions should cease. Lu Nan nodded. Zhang Tao had shown him considerable kindness throughout their interactions, and gifting her a small golden talisman was nothing of great consequence. As for other matters, they were left to fate. Returning to the courtyard, Lu Nan's unease lingered, preventing him from entering a state of cultivation on several occasions. Better safe than sorry, he mused. If anything were to transpire, remaining in this conspicuous location would be unwise, as remnants of the San Yuan sect would undoubtedly regard it as a target. After some contemplation, Lu Nan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Shortly after, he found himself standing before a courtyard, gently knocking on the door. Who is it? Is Taoist Song available? This is Lu Nan. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Urgent matters? Song Ming's tone carried a hint of displeasure, yet he refrained from refusing. Moments later, the courtyard door opened, and Song Ming, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, It had better be urgent, otherwise. On this night, the fluctuations of magical energy would indeed reveal their significance. As previously speculated by Li Yuan, Lu Nan has indeed broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Song Ming also assessed this situation, though he often appeared indifferent to the group of cultivators beneath him. In reality, he had memorized their general appearances from the very beginning. For a cultivator at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, such behavior had become almost instinctual, etched into his very being. The distinction between sect disciples and wandering cultivators lies in the heritage they receive. Most disciples departing from their masters acquire practical experiences that help them navigate the outside world with greater ease. This is also why Song Ming was able to immediately notice Lu Nan's transformation. Of course, he was unaware that Lu Nan had intentionally altered his appearance beforehand to appear somewhat younger. Have you ascended? Indeed, just a couple of days ago. I felt a surge of inspiration and ascended. Song Ming remarked, Such is the nature of cultivation. Sometimes, it happens quite naturally. There are those who have consumed countless elixirs, yet remain stuck at a certain stage. Lu Nin inquired curiously, is it not possible to ascend without sufficient elixirs? Song Ming nodded, understanding that Lu Nan, being a wandering cultivator, might not grasp this concept. Certainly, if elixirs alone could guarantee ascension, then the stages of qi refinement would lose their significance. Ultimately, it all depends on one's innate talent. If one's talent is lacking, the efficacy of elixirs diminishes greatly. Those with exceptional talent can break through with just a few elixirs. Such instances are not unheard of. Take the sect leader Mo, for instance. It is said he only embarked on the path of cultivation in his 30s, transitioning from the first to the 9th layer of qi refinement in just over a decade. Moreover, a significant portion of that time was spent enhancing his skills in the latter stages of qi refinement. Lu Nin was quite astonished. Indeed, individuals vary greatly. Yes, however, your ascension to the mid-stage of qi refinement demonstrates that your talent surpasses many of the lower-tier cultivators. Oh, not at all. It is merely luck. Upon realizing Lu Nan's ascension, Song Ming became exceedingly amiable, his words flowing more freely. Yet, Lu Nan was not inclined to engage in idle chatter and promptly stated, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Please, do not hesitate. As long as it does not contravene the sect's regulations, I shall gladly assist you. Thank you. Recently, while wandering outside, I came across a picturesque location and contemplated settling there, which is why I sought your counsel to see if it is feasible. Oh, that is a minor concern. Such trivial matters can be decided by you. However, to avoid any potential difficulties in reaching you, it would be prudent to provide me with an address. Lu Nan, of course, did not take the phrase decide for yourself at face value. It resembled the words of a leader from a previous life. If one did not personally bring it up, the attitude would be quite different. Naturally, after providing an address, Lu Nan headed toward his own courtyard. Passing by Zhang Tao's courtyard, he contemplated offering a reminder. Are you moving out to reside elsewhere? Zhang Tao stood at the entrance. Indeed, Zhang Tao fell into a momentary silence before inquiring, do you require my assistance? No, I have nothing of significance. Lu Nan hastily replied. Zhang Tao chuckled and remarked, why are you so anxious? Are you worried that I might impose upon you? Lu Nan awkwardly responded, no, not at all. Zhang Tao rolled her eyes and said, however, for your housewarming celebration, you must treat me to a meal. Indeed, you truly speak without reservation. What kind of housewarming is this? Lu Nan sighed with a wry smile. Lu Nan then asked earnestly, have you truly made up your mind? Zhang Tao scoffed, what? Are you reluctant to part with me? Perhaps you should take this more seriously. Lu Nan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as a vague memory of her previous brazen demeanor surfaced. Indeed, as they say, at 31 is like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger, and at 51 can sit and. Zhang Tao nodded and said, take care then. As the door closed, Zhang Tao's playful voice echoed from within, dream on. I'm not going. That evening, the scent of stir-fried dishes wafted through the courtyard. Lu Nan was taken aback by Zhang Tao's culinary skills. If she were 20 years younger, I would surely have pursued her. Zhao Quan and Lu Nan sat in the courtyard, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. It was decided that a meal would be shared, but before Lu Nan could even consider it, Zhang Tao arrived with an assortment of ingredients, eager to showcase her skills. Lest they find themselves separated by the realms of mortals and immortals, with no food left to enjoy. When Lu Nan offered to assist, he scolded her. Your cultivation skills are commendable, but cooking? Wouldn't tea that just be a burden for me? With that, he shooed her away. Thus, he could only sit outside, watching helplessly. Fortunately, Zhang Tao had invited Zhao Quan to help, or else Lu Nan, as the host, would have felt quite awkward. Zhao, you must be of considerable age now, right? I'm 46. Not much difference then. Zhang is just over 50, quite fitting. Please don't embarrass me. I am only interested in the youth. Is it true that a man remains a boy until death? Yes, a man remains a boy until death, and a boy must be paired with a girl. Lu Nan sighed in contemplation. Indeed, men are all the same. Let us drink tea. Yes, let us. What was meant to be a leisurely sip of tea became a spirited toast, with the two of them clinking cups and soon consuming an entire pot of freshly brewed tea. Fortunately, tea is easily expelled, and before long, they found themselves rushing to the outhouse. At that moment, Zhang Tao emerged, balancing a bounty of dishes, tofu and crucian carp soup, braised pork knuckle, and 8 treasure delicacies. The two men gazed in astonishment at the table overflowing with food. Such remarkable skills. Truly remarkable. In all my time in the Immortal City, I have not encountered many with talents like Zhang. Zhao Quan lamented. That is because you have not taken the time to truly understand. With so many cultivators in the immortal city, how could you possibly know who possesses such abilities? Indeed, you have a point. However, Zhang Daoist need not belittle himself. Cultivators venture to the immortal city in pursuit of the path to longevity. Naturally, they would not squander their efforts on such trivial matters. Thus, these skills were likely acquired during their mortal years. Yet, who among the ordinary folk can craft dishes with such excellence? Enough, enough. With so many dishes, you still cannot silence your mouth. Zhang Tao exclaimed, eyes wide. As Lu Nan savored the meal, he could not help but smile at the scene unfolding before him. This night was indeed perfect. After dinner, it was time to relocate. However, Lu Nan had little of his own belongings. Most of his daily necessities had been provided by the immortal garden, so it wasn't long before he stepped outside. Zhang Tao and Zhao Quan wished to pay a visit. Thus they accompanied him. Lu Nan pondered that since he had already disclosed his address to Song Ming, there was nothing to conceal, so he did not refuse their company. The three of them departed the immortal garden under the cloak of night, soon arriving at a narrow path on the outskirts of Rock City. Behind them lay the low walls of the city. With his agility, he could easily leap over them in a few bounds. For the residents of the city, this area was far removed from the bustling districts, a secluded spot, yet for Lu Nan, it was an ideal location. As long as he could avoid being in the company of Song Ming and his associates. Of course, this place was not the actual abode he intended to reside in. Lu Nan planned to secure a modest dwelling several dozen meters away once the two departed. This courtyard would be left vacant. After all, with his current heightened senses, he would detect any presence in the courtyard at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Tao remarked, and just as Lu Nan nodded in agreement, he suddenly sensed something and raised his gaze. In the depths of the sky, beneath the night's veil, a faint streak of light flickered past. Zhao Quan also looked up, peering at the horizon. What are you looking at? Clearly, he had not discerned the glimmer weaving through the clouds. At that moment, Lu Nan's expression shifted slightly. Quick, leave the city. While Zhang Tao and Zhao Quan were momentarily stunned, Lu Nan had already leaped over the courtyard wall. So swift. Zhao Quan cursed under his breath. Just as he prepared to follow, Zhang Tao had already kept pace ahead of him. The city wall was not high, and being cultivators, the three of them easily scaled it. However, as they reached the top, a cold snort echoed through the air. Why aren't you staying properly in the immortal garden? Must you run amok? Soon, I shall separate each of you into 80 pieces. A black-robed cultivator strode towards them, his gaze sinister. A faint spiritual glow emanating from his being. His words were audacious, yet his actions were exceedingly cautious, having activated a small protective talisman in advance. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a dark cloud materialized overhead. In the next moment, crack, the sound of heavy raindrops drowned out his voice. The black-robed cultivator watched helplessly as the talisman in his hand ignited into flames, letting out a startled cry. He hastily patted his robe, a gray pattern spreading across his entire form, even reaching his face. This was a mid-tier 0th grade defensive spell, the lesserwood technique, possessing considerable protective power. Sizzle. A sound of corrosion filled the air as the black-robed cultivator felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The acidic raindrops fell upon his skin, sending ripples of magical energy coursing through him. The mystical energy within him was rapidly depleting, and the confidence he had upon arrival was crushed in an instant. His face was etched with terror as he attempted to escape the confines of the minor acid rain spell. However, at that moment, Lu Nan's figure had already materialized at his side, his sword descending with lethal intent. The impact was tremendous, causing the black-robed cultivator's eyes to bulge with fury, and his robe emitted a sharp crack as it appeared to lose a significant portion of its energy, retreating at an accelerated pace. Lu Nan's gaze sharpened, and his sword quivered violently, slicing through the opponent's body. With a sickening sound, blood splattered across the ground. Upon glancing down at his robe, he discovered that it had been cleaved in two. What a loss! Behind him, Zhao Quan stood in stunned silence. First, an adversary of evident mid-stage chi refinement appeared before him. Just as despair began to creep in, he witnessed Lu Nan conjure a spell. Initially, he thought it was a minor rain spell, only to realize it was the minor acid rain spell. This was a mid-grade spell, beyond the reach of a mere early-stage chi cultivator. Then, a sword materialized in Lu Nan's hand, and in a flash, he had decimated the mid-stage chi cultivator. Where on earth did that sword come from? Could it be from a storage bag? The more Zhao Quan pondered, the more astonished he became. As he saw Lu Nan and Zhang Tao fleeing into the distance, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart and hurriedly followed suit. He was unaware of what had transpired, yet he could surmise that something had gone awry at the Immortal Garden. Otherwise, who would dare assault the Iron Sword sect? In the Immortal Garden, a thick stench of blood began to permeate the air. Within moments, a dozen cultivators from the Immortal City had met untimely ends. Just as they were rummaging through the remnants of the deceased, a figure descended from the sky, revealing an aged visage, clutching a corpse none other than Song Ming, the leader of their expedition. How many are unaccounted for? One person stepped forward, and upon recognition, it was none other than Sun Hao. 3 remain. The elder nodded. The 3 will be dealt with by junior brother Ian. With his abilities, capturing them will be effortless. No sooner had he spoken, a man rushed in, his face paling at the sight of the bloodstains. Master! Sun Hao glanced around, noting their indifference, before inquiring, what is it? We believe we have seen the corpse of that immortal. Then bring the body here. What are the other 2? Sun Hao instinctively asked. The man appeared somewhat bewildered. There was only one. The immortal who went was that one. Suddenly, he felt the weight of numerous incredulous gazes upon him. The elder furrowed his brow and shot forward. Ensure everything is managed. Leave no traces. Yes. Shortly thereafter, the elder, with a sinister expression, appeared beneath the city walls. Observing the blood-soaked corpse, he narrowed his eyes and shot upwards. Hiding their strength? How intriguing. A hint of anger tinged his tone. Fellow cultivators, I am uncertain whether more formidable individuals will pursue us. It may be wiser to part ways and flee separately. Take care. With those words, he shot off in one direction. However, he had not ventured far when a sudden jolt surged through him. A sharp beam of sword light shot down from above. Even in the midst of fleeing, he remained vigilant, perceiving the impending danger and hurriedly leaping aside. The spell left a gaping hole in the ground, large enough to accommodate a basin. After running for a while, he realized that the figure above him was relentless, frequently launching spells that left him flustered and infuriated. Deciding against further flight, he halted and declared, "Why must you be so aggressive, fellow cultivator? One should leave a line of retreat for future encounters." Suspended in midair, the elder stood atop a long flying sword, and upon hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. "You think to escape after attempting to slay someone from my 3-Yuan sect? Utterly delusional." With that, a deep rift opened in the air, unleashing a barrage of sharp arrows aimed directly at the elder. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lu Nan felt an unprecedented calmness wash over him. His mind racing with thoughts. Gaining the initiative was paramount, yet the opponent's formidable aura indicated that he was at the late stage of chi refinement, a level of cultivator with acute perception. Should he attempt to cast the first spell, he might be detected before he could even complete the incantation. Thus, he resorted to using the nearly discarded concealed arrows. The piercing sound of the arrows slicing through the air disrupted the elder's concentration. At first glance, he instinctively assumed they were mere mundane projectiles, but the terrifying whoosh quickly alerted him that they were, perhaps, a type of spell he had never encountered before. Not daring to hesitate, a faint layer of spiritual light enveloped his form. Seizing the moment while the elder activated his robe, Lu Nan swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. The sound of clanking echoed as the protective spiritual light emanating from the elder's body rippled with energy. Upon recognizing the potential threat of the concealed arrows, the elder's expression darkened. To him, while the arrows appeared somewhat impressive, their power was, in his estimation, rather ordinary, albeit stronger than the concealed arrows he had known. They did not exceed a certain threshold. Realizing he had been momentarily deceived by Lu Nan, a surge of murderous intent blossomed within him. However, after a brief moment, he pointed his finger, and the flying sword beneath him surged forth. With a crackle, just as it had traveled halfway, a torrent of corrosive acid rain cascaded down like a tempest. The elder remained unperturbed, striking his chest, summoning another layer of defensive spiritual light. With his level of cultivation, sustaining 2 defensive talismans simultaneously posed no challenge. Lu Nan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Indeed, he was confronting a late-stage chi refinement expert, whose defenses were impenetrable. Overcoming such a formidable opponent would prove exceedingly challenging with his current spells. Contemplating this, he activated the minor golden body talisman. In the next instant, the elder's attack reached its zenith. A phantom of a long spear manifested in midair, hurtling towards Lu Nan with lethal intent. The air erupted with a deafening explosion. With a resounding crash, the ground was engulfed in a cloud of dust, swirling into the sky. The elderly man exhibited no hesitation at his level of mastery. His senses were remarkably acute, rendering him fully aware of the circumstances enveloped in the swirling dust. The mere mortal haze could not obscure his perception. As he descended, the flying sword beneath him soared forth, piercing directly into the fog. A resounding clash echoed as Lunan's figure emerged from the other side of the mist. His Qi-Ling sword shattering with a crack. Such a formidable flying sword, even more terrifying than sorcery itself. Realizing this, Lunan swiftly rolled behind a large stone for cover. Boom! The brilliance of the flying sword flared, and the tremendous force shattered the massive stone. The elder swiftly maneuvered forward, intending to command the sword for another assault. When suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. A veil of mist had descended upon this area. The mist technique. He hesitated for a moment but chose not to retreat. Having encountered the mist technique a few times, he deemed it unremarkable at his level of cultivation. He could effortlessly wield his sword to pierce through, rendering the mist ineffective. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something amiss. The mist's density grew increasingly profound. Even his senses were swiftly subdued. This is not an ordinary mist technique. A weight settled in the elder's heart, his demeanor shifting from ease to grave seriousness. What a predicament! Truly, he was a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Lunan mused inwardly. Transitioning from early to mid-Qi refinement was a significant threshold. Once crossed, one's magical power became more refined, thereby enhancing the potency of spells. His time in mid-Qi refinement had been too brief, and many of his spells remained at a low level. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a predicament. The sole key to my victory now lies in my physical techniques. Lunan swiftly formed a hand seal. The sound of acid rain falling echoed from the position of the elder within the mist. Yet, to his dismay, the elder suddenly sprang into action, seeming to find his bearings in that moment. Whoosh! The flying sword darted toward him. Clang! Lunan's Qi-Ling sword shattered in response, its brilliance extinguished. With the artifact broken, how would he defend himself? The elder laughed heartily, pointing his finger to continue directing the flying sword towards Lunan. How can he accurately command the sword when he cannot see me? The mist fell silent once more. A wave of tension surged within the elder. Lunan's combat intuition surpassed his expectations, instilling a sense of unease. So that's it. Casting spells will expose my location? Lunan realized that his understanding of sorcery was rather superficial. If given the chance, he should enter a sect for further study, lest he be easily led astray in battle. However, perhaps it was not entirely so. With a spring of his foot, Lunan conjured a new sword and launched it at his opponent. Only when he was within 2 meters did the elder seem to sense him, targeting his position with an attack. At least a 5-meter distance would trigger his senses. Lunan would not be so naive as to believe that the opponent's apparent 2 meters truly reflected reality. He doubled that distance, and then some. Hiss! A phantom of a spiritual needle shot toward the elder. However, Lunan did not remain stationary. While executing the minor cotton needle technique, he swiftly moved. The two engaged in a series of encounters amidst the fog, fraught with tension yet devoid of danger. As time progressed, both his internal mana and mental state experienced varying degrees of depletion. Lunan felt he was nearing his limit. If he delayed further, the minor fog technique would falter. Thus, with a flicker of thought, a barrage of sleeve arrows was launched in a different direction. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid-fire arrows struck the ground, producing a thunderous cacophony. The elder, shrouded in mist, expressed surprise and hesitated for a moment before directing his flying sword toward the source of the sound. However, as he did so, his expression abruptly shifted. On the opposite side, the mist rippled apart, revealing a figure charging forth with a sword raised, the sharp descending upon him. Boom! The preceding exchanges had taken their toll. The elder's thought process noticeably lagged. Against other mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, such a minor flaw would be inconsequential. But against someone as adept in physical combat as Lunan, it could transform into a significant vulnerability. The struck against the elder's outer defenses, shattering the long-standing protective technique, and then cleaved into the second layer of defense. Burning talismans were sent flying, and the elder roared, visibly unleashing a wave of sound. Roll! Lunan's face paled. This cunning old man had evidently been prepared. The soundwave technique struck Lunan like a thunderclap, directly impacting him. His once rosy complexion receded like the tide, and he felt his entire mana surge tumultuously, his mind wavering. Even the minor fog technique rapidly dissipated as a result. Yet, the elder had clearly underestimated the force of Lunan's attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst the terrifying agony in his mind, 3 strands of spiritual light manifested on his body, causing his to tighten instantaneously, intricate patterns emerging. All 3 layers of were activated. 89. Night Elephant. Physical technique. The elder's eyes widened. In the next instant, he erupted in a burst of spiritual light. The already strained minor wood technique instantaneously collapsed, and the sharp edge of the superior penetrated his body, obliterating all vitality. Gazing down at the fallen elder, Lunan steadied himself with his sword and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a wave of resignation wash over him. It seemed that he could no longer remain in this rock city. With a shift in thought, he grimly resolved that he could not linger in the immortal city either. The elder was a genuine high-level chi refinement practitioner, a vital force within the Iron Sword sect, and what of the San Yuan sect, which had failed in its conflict with the Iron Sword sect? They would undoubtedly seek retribution. This entire incident reeked of the bizarre. If these remnants of the San Yuan sect truly intended to create chaos, why wait until now? Could it be related to the recent pursuit of that San Yuan sect Foundation establishment practitioner? Regardless, given the involvement of the Foundation establishment level, Lunan dared not prolong his stay. The San Yuan sect has remained dormant for many years, yet its recent high profile is undoubtedly not a mere impulse. Lunan is not a cultivator of the Iron Sword sect. There is no reason for him to venture into the eye of the storm at such a time. Setting aside other considerations, even a second round of conscription would be unbearable for him. He is not a protagonist from a novel, capable of miraculously escaping peril time and again. Just look at this latest conscription. He remained low-key, refrained from any outrageous actions, yet still found himself under scrutiny. Were it not for the remnants of his strength, his life might truly be in jeopardy. Reflecting on the recent battle, Lunan is drenched in cold sweat. During the fight, he felt little, but in retrospect, the enormity of the situation weighs heavily on his mind. Every decision could lead to his demise. His power is far from sufficient. The excitement is not worth it. Although risk and reward coexist, he currently has no need to engage in such matters. Better to pause for 3 moments than to contend for a single second. Given my present lifespan, it is wiser to proceed with caution. As he contemplates, he busies himself with the scene. The old man's final sonic technique left him utterly drained, his spirit languid. Even after a while, there is no sign of recovery. So he decides to stop waiting. Activating a minor rain charm, he allows the rain to wash away the traces on the ground. Then, he hoists the old man's corpse and stumbles away into the distance. His mind is unsettled, making it difficult to cast spells. The old man's long-cultivated soundwave technique has imparted a chilling realization of the perils within the world of cultivation. At this moment, the city of Yen remains unchanged from its usual state. Ordinary citizens go about their lives as they always do. The morning light spills down, with droplets of dew dancing upon the greenery, nourishing the earth below. The marketplace, brothels, taverns, and shops have all opened their doors, and pedestrians hurry past. Even those who pass by the immortal garden remain oblivious to the bloody turmoil that transpired within the night before, gazing from a distance with a mix of envy and reverence. Though the immortal garden is situated in Yen City, it does not belong to it, having no connection to the common folk. Within the garden, a group waits in silence, showing little concern for their master-uncle's absence. After all, there is no reason to fear for someone of late-stage chi refinement pursuing individuals of early-stage chi refinement. Compared to such trivial matters, they are far more concerned about the imminent arrival of certain individuals. This will be a momentous event that could ignite the Iron Sword sect's dominion over the region. A single misstep could result in countless casualties. Time ticks away. As evening approaches, a massive dark cloud envelopes the sky above Yen City. Before long, heavy raindrops begin to pelt the earth. The crowd rushes to seek shelter, and the once bustling marketplace quiets down. Before the city gates of Yen, a streak of light descends upon the gatehouse, revealing a somewhat hazy figure that lingers for but a moment before vanishing. Moments later, the gates of the immortal garden swing open, and he steps inside with measured grace. "Where's Wang Fu? Bring him to me." A stream of cultivators rushes out from within, and upon seeing the newcomer, they bow in fear and respect. As a foundational cultivator sways slightly, about to step into the most prominent courtyard, he hesitates momentarily. What has transpired? Last night, 3 individuals managed to escape from the subway at Jianmen. Initially, Master Wang instructed Master Yin to thwart them, but he suffered defeat. Consequently, Master Wang took matters into his own hands. However, he is yet to return. What cultivation level does the adversary possess? If they are indeed at the initial stage of chi refinement, how could they have caused mastering? Who is at the mid-stage of chi refinement to face such despair? Yet, the prior intelligence confirmed this information. Humph. A cold snort escaped from the lips of a foundation establishment cultivator, reverberating like thunder and leaving the onlookers pale-faced. Your actions have grown increasingly reckless. The opponent has evidently concealed their true strength. However, one cannot entirely blame you, as there will always be cultivators who masquerade as weak to ensnare the unsuspecting. Nevertheless, the subsequent events are unforgivable. He spoke in a deep voice. Master Wang has been absent for an extended period, and yet no one has noticed anything amiss. Truly, a wooden-headed fool. With that, he vanished from sight, only to shortly reappear at the site of the battle. Upon observing the faint traces of the skirmish on the ground, he sighed softly, his expression shifting unpredictably. Though he was inclined to pursue, an inexplicable apprehension held him back. Although Master Wang was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, he typically committed no significant blunders and would not make such elementary mistakes. Thus, could the opponent be at the late stage of chi refinement? It is illogical for a cultivator of that caliber to be present here. Could they have sensed something? With this thought, he abandoned the idea of pursuit. Too much time had passed, and even if he possessed other means to catch up with the assailant, it would require considerable effort. For the sake of a mere late-stage chi refiner, it simply was not worth it. Unbeknownst to Lu Nan, a day after the incident, he would face a perilous crisis of an unequal nature. At this moment, he lay concealed in a valley several miles away, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The distance to Yin City was merely 8 or 9 li. It was not that he was unwilling to traverse the distance, but rather that he was utterly incapable of doing so. The injuries he sustained were more severe than he had anticipated, and while he could manage to walk, any unexpected encounter would render him utterly defenseless. Reluctantly, he chose to remain here temporarily, awaiting the healing of his wounds before departing. The nature of his injuries was perplexing. Chaotic spiritual energy seemed to have lost its essence, slipping beyond his control and drifting aimlessly within him. Even his physical body felt similarly impaired. Moving a single finger was an arduous task. Fortunately, as time passed, this disarray gradually began to diminish. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to regain basic mobility. Lu Nan sighed heavily. Thus, engaging in reckless combat is akin to a gamble, with the potential for immense gain or catastrophic loss. A few days without cultivation would result in significant setbacks for him. A cool droplet fell upon his face. Noticing a small opening nearby, he crawled inside, barely managing to conceal his entire form within, seeking refuge from the rain that threatened to soak him. Time flew by swiftly. The torrential rain came and went in cycles. With hunger gnawing at his stomach, Lu Nan reminisced about the sumptuous dinner he had enjoyed not long ago. A whirlwind of emotions flooding his heart as he pondered whether Zhang Tao and Zhao Quan had managed to escape. Though his body had regained some strength, he had no intention of venturing out to seek sustenance at such a perilous time. In the deep of night, in a state of drowsiness, Lu Nan was suddenly jolted awake by a thunderous roar, causing him to collide headfirst with a rock, shattering it into pieces. Ignoring the pain, he cautiously emerged from his hiding place, gazing towards the direction of the rock city. There, the sky blazed with a fiery red hue, reminiscent of a conflagration, while even the rain seemed to fear approaching that ominous spectacle. "Hey, Changsheng, you traitor, how dare you show your face before me?" An enraged voice echoed through the heavens, its volume so immense that even Lu Nan, several miles away, could hear it distinctly. His acute senses played a part. Yet the profound aura of the speaker also contributed to the clarity. A foundational cultivator. Lu Nan's expression shifted slightly. The name He Changsheng rang a bell. He was known to be a formidable foundational cultivator from the Iron Sword sect. That furious voice undoubtedly belonged to someone from the San Yuan sect, likely another foundational cultivator. Lu Nan found himself at a loss for words, the scene before him inexorably linking to the events he had previously overheard. Could it truly be related to the incident at Shilling Mountain? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another voice emerged, deliberately avoiding any mention of treachery. "Gulong, you slaughtered dozens of my disciples, yet you dare to speak with such audacity. Prepare to meet your end." A violent surge of magical energy erupted from the sky, accompanied by powerful reverberations that echoed ominously. Truly, foundational cultivators were formidable. Even at such a distance, the oppressive force was palpable. Remaining outside posed significant risks. Should the two foundational cultivators happen to turn their attention this way, it could spell disaster for him. After all, He had recently slain a qi refining cultivator from the San Yuan sect. He harbored no desire to fall within the sight of foundational cultivators, not in the slightest. The cacophony intensified, interspersed with shouts of fury. It appeared that Gulong, the fleeing foundational cultivator of the San Yuan sect, was at a disadvantage. It was not surprising that He Changsheng, the pursuer, was more powerful. Nevertheless, Lu Nan sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Before long, the circumstances took a sudden turn. Even within his cave, he could feel an unmistakable surge of magical energy, even more potent than the earlier conflict. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. How could this be? You are from the Qilian sect. The voice exuded a palpable fear. It seems you possess some discernment, but it matters not. A third voice rang out, sending shivers down Lu Nan's spine. The Qilian sect. Lu Nan's eyes widened in shock as he stared into the distance. A heavy weight settling in his heart. He was unfamiliar with many aspects of this world, yet he recalled certain details about the Qilian sect. It was a faction located in the southern regions, adept in the toxic arts, particularly skilled in serpent training, with a reputation for being ruthless. Their overall strength rivaling that of the Iron Sword sect. Had the San Yuan sect and the Qilian sect formed an alliance? Lu Nan inhaled sharply, based on his experiences. It seemed that the sudden emergence of foundational cultivators from the San Yuan sect to ambush the cleansing team, leading to the pursuit by the Iron Sword sect, hinted at deeper intrigues at play. The Iron Sword sect was in grave peril. Lu Nan silently lamented. Truly, this world was fraught with complications. Greetings, esteemed practitioners of the celestial arts. Is it not permissible to pursue the path of immortality without resorting to violence and bloodshed? The distant thunder gradually faded, perhaps signaling a retreat from the Iron Sword sect's foundational cultivators, or worse, their demise. Lu Nan surmised that the latter was more likely. For the alliance of the Three Yuan sect and the Crimson Serpent sect could not have been unprepared. Merely wounding a foundational cultivator would bear little significance. Alas, it is the ordinary citizens of the city who suffer the most. Not to mention foundational cultivators, even someone of his mid-stage qi refinement could wreak havoc, obliterating a small neighborhood if he unleashed his full power, and a foundational cultivator would be even more formidable. Throughout that night, Lu Nan found little solace in sleep. The body of the elder had been hastily interred, with plans to attend to it once his injuries had healed. But it seemed that such matters could not be handled with such carelessness. During their confrontation, the elder employed some peculiar spells that left him perplexed, particularly the final soundwave technique. In the celestial city, he had witnessed Lu Xianfeng, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, utilize a similar spell. He had sought out relevant texts in the library, but regrettably found none that matched the spell's effects. It seemed this spell belonged to a higher tier, not available for sale in the library. Such insular views are indeed a futile malady. Lu Nan chastised this notion vehemently, and then attempted to weave the spell. After 3 attempts, he succeeded. A small dark cloud materialized overhead, unleashing an onslaught of acid rain that engulfed the elder's remains. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the bones had nearly vanished, leaving behind only a scattering of charred remnants. He then employed the cloud rain technique once more, ensuring that no trace remained. Having achieved this, should he still be discovered, it would be nothing short of misfortune. As for the soul-retrieving technique, Lu Nan felt no apprehension. Such methods existed in the cultivation realm, but it was said that foundational cultivators could scarcely wield them. Perhaps a golden core practitioner might have a chance. The elder, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, had proven to be a bountiful source of spoils. He had acquired a splendid robe, inscribed with no fewer than 4 spells. Due to his own compromised state and the fact that he had yet to refine it, he could not ascertain the specific spells involved. Additionally, there was a flying sword. As he caressed its smooth blade, Lu Nan's heart swelled with joy. The value of a flying sword far surpassed that of a regular magical sword. It met the requirements for sword flight, crafted with superior materials and techniques, often regarded as a top-tier magical artifact. It could be deemed the finest tool available to those in the qi refinement stage. The third item was a pair of mid-grade magical shoes. Such footwear is rare, as the limited surface area poses significant constraints during the inscription of spells, resulting in fewer practitioners capable of crafting magical shoes compared to those who create robes. His inability to procure magical shoes from the equipment shop previously stemmed from this very reason. Had he possessed these shoes, perhaps the elder would not have been able to catch up with him. Lu Nan mused. The final treasure was a storage bag. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Nan labored to channel his spiritual energy to refine it. It was not until the following evening that the bag's restrictions were completely dispelled, and he successfully assimilated it. Upon witnessing the contents within, Lu Nan's expression subtly shifted. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply and murmured, "The golden belt of murder and arson." Despite having adequately prepared himself mentally beforehand, given that the deceased was an advanced stage chi cultivator, he could not help but experience a tumultuous surge of emotions upon discovering the items in the storage pouch. There was an overwhelming quantity, a modest pile of inferior spirit stones, estimated to be no less than 1,000 pieces. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. What truly caught his attention were the larger, purer spirit stones situated alongside the inferior ones. They were all medium-grade spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, he counted a total of 88. Excellent. Such a number is fortuitous. Lu Nan grinned. 88 medium-grade spirit stones equate to 8,800 inferior spirit stones. And combined with the pile, his wealth ascended to the tier of 10,000 inferior spirit stones. The blood vitality pill is of a similar grade to the chi cultivation pill, bearing comparable value, though their effects differ, primarily enhancing one's vitality. He pondered to himself whether this item would be beneficial for cultivating body techniques. After all, since the little treasure elephant technique reached its major completion, progress had been exceedingly slow, leading Lu Nan to suspect it might be related to the precious elephant blood spoken of by Li Yu and others.